just like the other rank-grinding gamers. He also jumped into the mainland, trying to get ahead, but surprisingly, during one login session, he got electrocuted and pierced straight into the mainland, becoming Sibin, a pivotal character in this world. Unfortunately, Sibin was a boss whose head everyone wanted. Because he was cruel and tyrannical, he was autocratic and ruthless, slaughtering innocent people. He was also dissolute without restraint, defiling the saintess everyone respected, causing her to finally commit suicide out of sheer humiliation. Before his transmigration, protagonist was a commander who led troops against the boss. After eliminating Sibin, he even struck a blow at his vital point. Considered it revenge for the victims he had harmed. The times changed too quickly. The one who had once slain the dragon was now electrocuted and transformed into that very evil dragon. His life began anew from the start. From when he was just a little child, held in his father's arms, he was very proud of this son, and named him Sibin of the Golden Lion family. After obtaining his new identity, Sibin was haunted by the old storyline. He swore to live a righteous life, become a good lord who loved his people, so as to avoid being avenged by players. After his transmigration, he activated the most powerful villain system. Sibin strongly refused. He did not want to be a villain. The system reminded him that he was a boss destined to die. Even though he had entered this body, he could not change the storyline himself. In other words, he could not turn the tyrannical lord into a good person. The only way to escape this fate was through the system's help. Continuously increase his strength, push the fate forward, and avoid being hanged by players. Sibin was speechless. He transmigrated into the game only to become someone who would die. Could his luck get any worse? If that was the case, the only option was to connect with the system. He still wanted to live. The system quickly bound successfully with Sibin. After that, he was informed he must complete a series of villainous missions like defiling the saintess, massacring players, and collecting female slaves. Completing the missions would grant him rewards and the chance to draw functional prizes. Sibin thought of the scene of defiling the saintess, then collecting female slaves. His cheeks involuntarily flushed red. It really didn't let him do anything decent, and it was even forcing him down the villain's path. Though his mouth complained, Sibin was already excited enough to drool just thinking about it. However, in the storyline, Lord Sibin was executed by players after a series of immoral acts. He did not want to be like the original owner, and he did not want to die either. But the system reminded him that refusing the mission meant no rewards. At the same time, the damned system also presented 3 outcomes: being castrated by players or being forced into slavery. The third was death. After hearing this, Sibin's face grew even darker. There was no bright escape route. This damned system was clearly playing with him. Sibin felt his life was at a dead end. Struggling would lead to death. Doing nothing would also lead to death. He might as well live each day as it came and see if he could escape from this predicament. Outside, the butler was knocking frantically on the door. That reminded him. Today he had a parade on horseback to introduce himself to the people as the new lord. Sibin performed his duties correctly, but his heart was not in it. He felt like a monkey in a zoo. The people kept pointing and whispering. He was completely unable to resist fate. Sibin wore a listless expression. He made a full circle around the square, then returned to the palace to officially be presented to the people. At this moment, it was not yet time to become a cruel tyrant cursed by thousands. So the people who came to see the new lord all unanimously shouted, "Long live the lord." After the long, drawn-out ceremony, Sibin was finally allowed back to his room. He was so tired his limbs felt as if they no longer belonged to him. But before he could rest, the series of villainous missions were sent to him. This meant he wouldn't have peace for long. The mission content was also absurd. First, snatch a lollipop from a child. Next, trample a citizen's vegetable garden. Finally, hang an innocent commoner and beat him. Sibin thought these tasks didn't suit a brutal lord, but rather a thug. The system said it was because they were beginner tasks, so they were easy. They would get harder later, so he should appreciate them. Completing each task gave Sibin a chance to draw. After finishing 3 tasks, the chance to receive a special reward would unlock. Though he seemed indifferent on the surface, Sibin actually craved those rewards. Well, fate had pushed him, so he forced himself to become a villain. So, without even resting, he rushed out of his room. Devoted butler was currently polishing a treasured sword. Sibin waved at him enthusiastically. "Come on, let your lord go patrol the domain." Sibin mounted a valiant red horse and eagerly galloped out of the castle. A dangerous smile was always on his face. With years of experience serving him, the butler sensed that something bad was about to happen. Sibin's first target was a pot-bellied boy, the one who had come to watch the coronation. They still recognized each other. Sibin approached with a commercial smile and asked if, since they knew he was the lord, everyone should obey him. The boy nodded in agreement. It wasn't his fault for being easily fooled. Children just say what they think. Sibin changed his tone to a sweet one, asking the little friend to give him the candy in his hand. The child was too young to understand the consequences, treasured the candy like a precious item, and refused even with 10 lords. He had predicted this reaction, so he turned transformed to a bogeyman and growled each word, "Give it to me." The boy was scared and burst into bitter tears. Sibin hated it when children threw tantrums, even though he was the one who made him cry. He promised the child that if he gave the candy, he would be returned 2 candies. Before he could agree, a simulation screen appeared before Sibin. Bing. The system said not to think it was a fool, so he couldn't both complete the task and maintain the image of a kind lord. Even so, the task had to be done. Sibin used force, snatching the lollipop. The boy fell to the ground, writhing under the stunned gazes of the butler and soldiers. Sibin's mood wasn't any better either. He felt that the task of stealing candy from a child was more humiliating than teasing the demi-human girls. The next task was to trample the crops. Sibin chose the most fertile land with the best produce, whose owner was still dreaming of a bountiful harvest. Yet Sibin led a group of knights off their horses, and they all trampled over it. The captain was extremely bewildered, turning to ask the butler what was wrong with the lord. "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Only when the crops were completely destroyed did Sibin feel satisfied enough to withdraw his troops. Seeing the farmer's distressed expression, he also felt quite sorry. He planned to secretly compensate the old man after he got back and received his reward. First two tasks were done, but the last task gave Sibin a headache. He didn't know how to resolve it smoothly. How could he just arbitrarily hang an innocent person up to be beaten? Premium female demi-human slaves, reasonable prices, first come first served. While lost in thought, a voice slammed into Sibin's ears. How did that happen by chance? Just when he was stuck, he met a man selling female demi-human slaves in the market. Sibin secretly rejoiced, a fierce grin spreading across his face. It was lucky that an unfortunate soul had delivered himself to his doorstep. So that man was hung up and beaten exactly according to the script, on the grounds that the Lord had just decreed that humans and the demi-human race must live together in peace. From now on, the Eastern Twin City forbade the illegal trading of demi-humans. Sibin completed the task while also moving the demi-human girls to tears. They thought he was too kind, and that having him as their lord was a blessing for their race. Even the townspeople who came to watch the spectacle thought Sibin was truly wonderful. Everyone who passed by stopped to applaud in admiration. After completing all three tasks, Sibin hurried back to the palace. He removed the old cloak from his body. He demanded the system let him spin the wheel immediately. The spinning wheel appeared before him. This time he received a perfect set of armor with a long, winding name. Dragon Pattern Heavy Armor Imitation Version. Because he finished 3 tasks before claiming the reward, he also got 3 extra critical hit chances. As a result, the perfect armor was upgraded into the heroic armor, Triumphant Holy Knight. Though he didn't know its effects yet, hearing words like critical hit and heroic, he knew this was high-quality stuff. He put it on immediately, intending to find someone to test its power. Sibin went to the training ground and saw the butler Grimman practicing swordsmanship. He was quite surprised to see the usually lazy young master willingly come here. Sibin even proactively suggested sparring with Grimman, the reason being that he had just acquired a decent set of armor. At that moment, he noticed the armor shining with a golden light. Grimman had never seen such radiant armor. His set of armor could not be called decent. It was too perfect. Afterwards, the two quickly separated to opposite sides of the training field. Grimman would personally help the young master test this new armor. After greeting, he charged at Sibin. Do not underestimate Grimman just because he is old. He is not only a butler but also a grand knight. Witnessing Grimman's speed firsthand, Sibin felt immense pressure. He took a step back to assume a defensive stance, then raised his sword. The moment the two swords clashed, Sibin stumbled a little. Grimman was pushed backward. He had to use both legs to break, exerting considerable effort to stop. It seemed Sibin's strength had improved greatly. He was no longer the useless young master of the past. On the opposite side, seeing his own strength improving, Sibin was extremely excited. The two of them continued sparring. Most of the time, Grimman attacked, while he only dodged and parried. But that was not easy at all, because his strikes were both fast and sharp. The two fought from afternoon until evening. Both were exhausted, but Grimman still had to praise him. The young master's new armor, combined with his strength, truly boasts a top-tier defensive effect. It is because you held back for my sake. Sibin replied modestly, but was actually over the moon with joy. He carried that feeling of elation into his dreams. Sibin dreamed he had unmatched power, single-handedly defeating an entire army of knights. He was even praised by beautiful demi-human girls. In that dream, Sibin also dreamed he was lying inside virtual reality gaming pod and saw himself in the continental world. This scene was far too terrifying. That was why he woke up with a start. Suddenly, that moment gave Sibin a bad feeling. He felt as if someone was watching him. As his emotions had yet to settle, the simulation window abruptly appeared, startling Sibin. On it was a brief notification that the player was about to arrive at Shock Divine Light. Wait, Shock Divine Light? This name left a considerable impression on Sibin. He suddenly remembered the battle between the wild goddess Malone and the war god. Malone was a deity with lower-tier power. Banda possessed mid-tier power. Therefore, the battle was uneven from the start. In the end, Malone was crushed within Banda's palm. Her divine essence shattered. Banda firmly believed that the demi-human race she protected would eventually perish. That was the first step that led the demi-humans into a state of enslavement. Sibin remembered that a strange man had given the main character a blue crystal at that time. He said this item had the power to summon spirits, and that young man had to take it to save the demi-human people, to end the endless oppression against them. These scattered memories belonged to the early stages of the game. At that time, even in his dreams, Sibin never thought he would cross into the continent, so he had skipped many introductions. But based on those fragmented recollections, he guessed that after Malone's divine essence shattered, she used her remaining power to condense into a mystical crystal. Later, that item was given to the main character by a mysterious figure. This crystal was equivalent to a game login terminal. The spirits the main character summoned through it were the players. At first, as a player, Sibin did not see any issue with this plot point. But now, having crossed into the game, looking back, he felt this world was fundamentally not just a game. It was very real. It was highly possible that those plot points were originally the truth. He was summoned by a deity from Earth. The villain system was also sent along by the summoner. He did not know what their purpose was. He only felt that, despite having no special talents, he was still a pawn of the gods. It might sound a bit arrogant, but it was indeed a supreme glory. Seeing Sibin muttering behind him, the coachman Grimond could not help but ask out of curiosity, "My lord, this old servant has a doubt. Why did you get up so early today and take the carriage to shock divine light beside the Eagle Bear territory?" Obviously, to stay alive, Sibin thought to himself. But he could not say that, so he began to bluster. "I wanted to observe my territory a bit. Mainly, I wanted to make us a surprise visit to the people, starting with the farthest one, shock divine light." Seeing the young master so mature, Grimond was so happy he could not close his mouth from smiling. He felt that since becoming a lord, Sibin had become more reasonable and understanding. Surely, the people would be happy. However, he also reminded Sibin not to be too shocked upon arriving at Shock Divine Light, because the scenery there was far too dilapidated. Only when the giant eagle-drawn flying carriage landed, Sibin still could not believe that the scene before him was Shock Divine Light Town. The name sounded grand, but this place was far too shabby. What kind of mess did the previous lord make? Even if the land was barren and far from the capital, he should not have turned part of the territory into such a garbage dump. Sibin still raged inwardly. The young master is still so hot-tempered, Grimond had no choice but to speak up and share some knowledge. The previous lord was Count Kalint of the Iron Wall family. He was a fanatic of the fire god Banda. Throughout his tenure, he only went to war and war, completely neglecting the management of the territory. In his memories, Sibin remembered Kalanti as a fat uncle with a permanent hearty laugh. He never expected such a kind person to belong to the blood-drinking faction. Actually, the area of the Eagle Bear territory was not previously so vast that one had to use a flying beast to travel. Grimond said, "Are you implying I should thank him for giving me the expanded version of Eagle Bear territory?" Before Grimond could say another word, Sibin heard a commotion nearby. He followed the chaotic noise and discovered a group of children violently beating a half-squirrel demi-human girl. They beat and cursed the girl, calling her a lowly species and telling her to die quickly. At that time, Sibin was not the only witness to this scene. Coincidentally, the main character of this continent and a demi-human girl also passed through the alley. That girl was extremely worried when she saw her fellow race being cruelly treated, but the male lead stopped her from intervening. He was afraid she would reveal her identity, and wanted to wait until the spirit knights gathered to rescue all the demi-humans in Shengguang town. Did he want to save just this one girl or all the demi-humans? Although those words were not wrong, but that girl could not bear to watch her fellow race being abused right before her eyes. While she was still hesitating, not knowing how to handle the situation, Sibin stepped forward in front of them. "What are you doing? Stop it now!" His shout made those children stop. The male lead immediately pulled the demi-human girl back into a hidden corner to observe. As for Sibin, he had no intention of forgiving these brats. Therefore, he immediately applied the right-hand rule. After making Meng and them bloom, only then did Sibin stop. As he helped the demi-human girl leave, he accidentally brushed past the main character. The system immediately warned Sibin that he had detected a key player nearby. The system was also upgraded and gained many new functions. Sibin checked and found the most impressive function was the visualization of information data. In other words, he could now see the information of others, but only those with a level equal to or lower than his. Sibin could also use it to check his own information. Currently, he held the identity of a Count, the Lord of the Bear Eagle territory, with strength equivalent to a level 43 Earth Knight. Sibin possessed many skills, and his reputation in the Kalong Empire was quite high at 999 points. After the incident of hanging the slavers by name, he also began to gain fame among the demi-human forces. Sibin was very satisfied to learn that he was a famous person, but when he looked at Grimond, he suffered a great shock, because this old man was not only higher level than him, his reputation in the Kalagan Empire was as high as 13,721 points. Sibin felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. Why did his guard have a higher reputation than him? Setting that aside, Sibin continued checking. The second function was called Harvest of Fate Shackles. After each escape from a fatal outcome, he would receive one shackle. Although he did not yet know what it was, it sounded strange. The most important issue right now was not the fate shackles but the task at hand. He had to bring back the demi-human Saintess Rui and humiliate her. Cold sweat dripped down Sibin's forehead. Saintess Rui was one of the biggest reasons the players revolted and hanged Lord Sibin in his previous life. When he was one of those players, he was the one leading the charge. Just thinking about it now was enough to send chills down his spine. Perhaps understanding Sibin's confusion, the system explained after a moment. The fate shackles were used to seal the fate lines of Yahello, the child of destiny, the main character, and the summoner of the players. Yahello's fate lines had 5 branches. Sibin had to escape death 5 times and collect 5 shackles to seal and eliminate him. But before that, he could not attack him for any subjective reason. Yahello, as the child of destiny, would be protected by the world's rules. If Sibin rashly attacked, he could expose his identity. Yahello would directly target him, leading to the collapse of the world. Apart from Yahello, Sibin could freely attack other players to ensure his survival rate. He was quite satisfied and found these rules reasonable. Except for not being allowed to touch Yahello, he still had considerable authority. As the male antagonist, how could he kill the main character when he was still inexperienced? That would not be proper at all. The early stage of the main storyline had been unlocked. Sibin could view it on the system at any time. And if Sibin remembered correctly, the veiled girl who was with Yahello earlier was Saintess Rui. With his help and the spirit knights, the Saintess began step by step to recruit and rescue wandering demi-humans in the border region. During one rescue of a demi-human from a slaver, the spirit knights accidentally disturbed the guard troops in Shengguang town. They wanted to capture Saintess Rui and offer her to the Lord, so they clashed with Yahello. The spirit knights were fierce and fearless, besieging them. In the end, victory belonged to Yahello's side. He and Rui gained control of Shengguang town, establishing a solid foothold next to the Bear Eagle territory. Sibin certainly would not let this repeat as in the previous life. Yahello was direct causing trouble right in front of him. Although he could not do anything to the main character, the system did not forbid touching the players. It seemed many people were about to get a severe beating from Sibin, so he and Grimond went straight to the mayor's mansion in Shengguang town. Initially, Sibin was stopped by a man named Goodbye. He was the captain of the town guard, with the strength of an intermediate swordsman, level 13. In Shengguang town, he was considered a talent and respected by the people. Goodbye initially bared his fangs and claws, but when he saw the golden lion emblem on Sibin's chest, he immediately knelt down humbly. This emblem could only be worn by people of the Empire or a lord. He hastily said, "Your distinguished excellency, I am Captain Goodbye. May I ask for your orders?" Sibin silently assessed the other party, somewhat impressed because this was a talent in the game. He had 2 skills, Sweeping Whirlwind and Valiant Charge, which could combine into a terrifyingly powerful combo. But according to the previous life script, this captain ultimately fell to a player, leading to the appearance of the boss, Mayor Majin. To prevent that, Sibin had to move one step ahead of the plot. He ordered Goodbye to call Mayor Majin out to meet him. Faced with that request, he looked flustered. "The mayor is busy. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I go call him?" Sibin had no time to wait. Yahello's appearance here proved that the players were about to be summoned, so he directly walked inside the mansion. What Goodbye called being busy was actually Majin having a good time. He had a long-legged beauty in each arm, both dressed scantily. Seeing Sibin kick the door and burst in, he still had the nerve to yell, "Who wants to die? Can't you see the mayor is busy?" But as soon as he saw the face of the newcomer, Majin was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly pushed the 2 beauties away and knelt prostrate before Sibin. "Noble young master Sibin." No, it's the noble lord. This old servant has been praying to the god of luck day and night, and finally you have deigned to come. Why didn't you inform me so I could welcome you in person?" Sibin was utterly contemptuous of the so-called busy. If he had informed ahead, he wouldn't have gotten to see this scene. However, he couldn't be bothered to care, because what troubled him more was that Majin's mediocre ability was completely unworthy of being the boss of this map. He only had the strength of a level 11 knight, with the 2 skills of mounted charge and lance assault. But those 2 skills were only useful when on a horse. Otherwise, Majin was nothing but a useless person. Moreover, he was hated by both humans and demi-humans. Yet when he saw Sibin arriving, Majin still shamelessly boasted that the Divine Light town had been very peaceful lately. Sibin sneered, as Majin's flattering attitude from earlier had already irritated him greatly. Now hearing the word peaceful from that man's mouth, he only became more annoyed. Sibin pointed straight at the other's face and roared, "What peace? A demi-human snuck into your very room and you didn't even know. If that is the case, you should no longer sit in the mayor's seat. I will be the mayor, and you will be the captain of the guard. When you understand the situation clearly, I will allow you to return to your post." A moment later, Goodbye saw Sibin storm out of the mansion. Meanwhile, Majin was crying behind him, him, mumbling that he couldn't do it. But no matter how much he cried, he could not change Sibin's decision. Sibin ordered Mijin to immediately stay and fulfill his duty as guard captain. Even his horse was confiscated by Sibin. Goodbye was dumbfounded after hearing this. Now not only was Mijin clinging to his leg and crying, but Goodbye also joined in. He cried out, "My lord, this won't do! What am I supposed to do as guard captain tomorrow?" Annoyed by the two people clinging to his left and right legs, Sibin yelled, "You come be my personal guard, double the allowance." Hearing the words double the allowance, Goodbye immediately stopped crying, broke into a bright smile, and agreed. Truly material conditions determine consciousness. After giving his orders, Sibin rode out, taking the injured demi-human girl with him. Before leaving, he also reminded Goodbye to prepare a clean room and a large, comfortable bed. Mijin watched Sibin's retreating back, his face full of unwillingness. He thought he was treated this way because he hadn't had time to offer bribes when he took office. So this brat likes the demi-human type, and he even pretended to be upright and honest with me, Mijin thought to himself. After that, he immediately ordered his subordinates to find beautiful demi-human slaves and bring them to the Longtown government office. With the ambition of reclaiming the mayor's seat before long, after taking the demi-human girl to get her injuries treated, Sibin brought her back to the mansion. He carried the child into the room Goodbye had prepared, the little girl still unconscious. Seeing her twitching squirrel ears and tail, Sibin almost couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Just then the child woke up. Sibin thought, "Oh no, here we go." He was going to be misunderstood as a pervert again. But to his surprise, the first thing she said was, "I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't mean to dirty the bedsheets. I don't know how I ended up here, I'm so sorry." Seeing her pitiful, trembling look, Sibin wanted to comfort her. But immediately after, the terrified child knelt down and begged him not to kill her. Sibin was extremely confused. Is his face really that scary? To frighten a child this much? "I saved you, why would I kill you? Try to remember. At that time, a bunch of children were bullying you until you passed out. I beat them up and brought you here." Only then did the girl calm down a bit, she said. Lori remembers now. But Lori didn't get beaten unconscious, she fainted from hunger. As soon as she said that, her stomach growled loudly, making her blush with embarrassment. In this situation, Sibin couldn't be so inhumane as to abandon the girl named Lori, so he ordered his subordinates to prepare a table full of food. Lori's eyes widened, and she stuffed bread into her mouth while endlessly thanking him. Seeing the child eat so happily, Sibin also felt happy. But immediately after, that damned system appeared, bringing a not-so-pleasant notification. It turned out that such humane behavior did not conform to the typical conduct of a villain. The system demanded Sibin stop immediately or be punished. But after a few times, Sibin realized the system wasn't too rigid and could be bent. So he argued that he saved the demi-human child to raise her as a pawn. At the critical moment, she would stab the players and the main character, Yahello, in the back. The system was spun around so much by Sibin that it was speechless. After analyzing the behavior, it determined his plan was feasible and updated the villain behavior code. From now on, Sibin would not be warned in similar situations. Sibin was extremely pleased and silently cursed the system as an idiot. Luckily, he had long understood its weakness. As long as he rationalized his motive, he wouldn't be punished. After that, the system began updating the daily villain quests. As usual, there were 3 quests today. First, Sibin had to leave a psychological scar on at least 10 players. Next, he had to force Lori to massage his shoulders and warm his bed. Finally, Sibin had to humiliate the main character, Yahello, to receive a reward. Seeing these quests, Sibin was so angry he slammed the table and stood up. Lori, who was shoving a chicken drumstick into her mouth at that moment, thought she had eaten too much and made Sibin angry. So, she shyly offered him the drumstick, even though she was reluctant. She said, "Your noble lordship, please eat it. I am not taking your food. Also, don't call me your noble lordship. I am the 3-meter ruler of the Eagle Bear territory, named Sibin of the Golden Lion clan." Saying this, Sibin suddenly had a deep thought. Earlier, Lori said she wanted to repay him. So this was a good time, as Sibin was short a maidservant. He immediately offered her that position, with the promise of 3 meals a day and 2 days off a week. Meanwhile, at the largest demi-human slave farm in town, the farm owner was frantically beating up the poor demi-human girls. Just then, a few guards on horseback arrived. They said the mayor wanted some beautiful slaves. The farm owner quickly flattered and complied, saying he had just captured several slaves, all with fair skin and long legs, sure to please the mayor. Saying that, he turned around to bring his whip down on those poor girls again. This time, before the whip could fall, a strong arm stopped him. It turned out the players had appeared in Divine Light Town. A man named Lin Fan led several other players, bravely charging into the slave trade farm. "Stop. Don't you know that human trafficking violates the law? Demi-humans aren't human. Are you here to cause trouble, boy?" The farm owner struggled free and cursed back. Lin Fan was momentarily speechless. He forgot this world was fake. The laws here were completely different from reality, so he changed his approach. Lin Fan tossed a bag of money to the farm owner, declaring he would buy all these slaves. Inside were all shiny new gold coins. Seeing that, the farm owner's expression completely changed. He said, "Honored guests, these slaves have already been reserved by Lord Mayor Sibin. If you wish to buy demi-humans, please wait a moment." Lin Fan was skeptical. Before arriving here, he heard the dungeon boss was Majin. Why did it change to Sibin now? Was this a game update? However, while Lin Fan was still confused, the players following him couldn't hold back. They all drew their swords simultaneously, threatening the farm owner and demanding he release the demi-humans immediately. The farm owner, seeing the blades, was terrified and hurriedly ran away. And at that moment Mijin appeared. Even after Sibin struck the mayor's mask, he was still the boss of the instance. Sibin despised this man for being weak, but to a group of level 2 or 3 newcomers like Lin Fan, the level 11 Majin was still a huge threat. Moreover, the gap in skills and equipment between the two sides was far too wide. In that situation, they could only pin their hopes on Yahello, and that guy truly lived up to his role as a protagonist. He always appeared right on time. As soon as Yahello arrived, he immediately activated the skill castle shield. With his support, the group of players instantly became more confident. They all charged together straight at Mijin. Everyone wanted to defeat the boss to get the equipment. The old man's health bar thus dropped very quickly. In the end, he was down by a single cross slash. That was the finishing blow from Yahello's self-sawn sword. The group of players looked at each other in bewilderment. Yahello was the main character, but after all, he was still just an NPC. Lin Fan was puzzled. Why would the game let an NPC steal the credit for killing the boss from the players? They had worked hard to bring it close to death. It had only a sliver of health left, yet the main character rushed in to steal the kill, in a very grand manner at that. Yahello defeated Mijin very calmly. After that, he turned back to the group of players and announced that, thanks to their help, Mijin's weapons, armor, and all his assets belonged to them. Only then did Lin Fan stop complaining. It was fine to let the main character shine, as long as they still got the rewards in the end. So the whole group headed to Mijin's mansion. As soon as they arrived, they saw Sibin standing there waiting. Seeing the players, he tensed up and used his coldest tone to intimidate them. "Harming my guards, killing my servants, and now you want to rob me of my money. You are causing trouble in my territory. This is truly too audacious." The players looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea who Sibin was or why he was here, because in this early stage of the game, Sibin was not supposed to appear in this place. Lin Fan immediately used Identify. The result showed nothing beyond the name Sibin, the Golden Lion, level 44, and his identity as the Lord of the Eagle Hawk territory. Level 11 Majin needed Yahello to beat. Now there was a level 44 Sibin. Who could possibly handle him? Why would a lord appear in a beginner village? Wasn't he supposed to be in his castle? The players started cursing the developers. Pitting level 2 beginners against a level 44 boss was absolutely game design by committee. Even though Sibin was a nightmare-level boss, these players still harbored the ambition to defeat him. Think about it, how much good equipment would drop if they defeated him? Of course, they lacked the ability to do so, so they turned to look at Yahello with eyes full of anticipation. Yahello himself couldn't do anything to Sibin at this point, but he was the pillar, taking on the role of the mother hen, so he had to be responsible for this group of chicks. Therefore, he stepped forward to face Sibin. "Esteemed Lord of the Eagle Hawk territory, I am Yahello. I know you have not heard of me now, but I am certain that in the future, you will remember this name very well. And then you will remember what great mission I carry." Not knowing where he found the courage, Yahello drew his sword and pointed it at Sibin. He glanced at his profile, full of contempt. At this time, Yahello was only level 11. If the system hadn't been holding him back, Sibin would have flown over and ended the story, sending him back to respawn point. Since Yahello dared to show off his meager skills before an expert, Sibin didn't mind drawing his weapon. At that moment, behind him appeared a blazing lion-shaped flame, extremely magnificent. "I, the Lord of the Eagle Hawk territory, Sibin the Golden Lion. Intruders, you will pay for not knowing your limits." Having said that, Sibin swung his sword, making a decisive slash in the air. The blazing fire lion charged towards the group. Yahello braced himself to defend, but the strength of a level 44 boss made his eyes widen. His protective barrier was about to shatter. Yahello was in immense trouble, but at least he survived. As for Lin Fan's group, they couldn't withstand a single blow. They were all killed and sent back to the respawn point. Sibin's attack created a crater 1 meter deep and 10 meters wide. It was surely enough to traumatize the new players. They didn't question why they had died. After all, their maximum health was only 250. One sword strike from Sibin, without a critical hit, had dealt 3,026,782 damage. Even selling salt would be easier to understand. They only wondered why a game with a decent storyline had an NPC acting like a mass murderer. The main character, Yahello, was also very panicked. He had only planned to successfully suppress the market and steal the shock god Radiance. Never expected the Lord of the Eagle Hawk territory to appear and cut down all the spirit barriers he had just summoned with a single sword stroke. Yihao's face was stained with grime, but he still faced him tenaciously. You are the one who ordered your subordinates to enslave the subhumans and capture people for entertainment, aren't you? Hey, watch your mouth. Sibin was clearly displeased at being falsely accused. When did I enslave subhumans? When did I capture subhumans for entertainment? Yihao was in no mood to listen. He just braced himself and roared loudly. Receive the judgment of justice. The sword in his hand emitted a blue light. Sibin didn't know what method he was using, but Yihao's level had temporarily shot up to level 45. He became an Archduke Knight, one level higher than Sibin, and simultaneously unlocked 5 new skills and 2 new equipment pieces. Sibin parried with his sword, silently praising his opponent. Yihao truly was the protagonist chosen by fate. His burst strength was even a level higher than his. If this were Sibin of the previous life with a weak constitution, he would probably have already knelt and begged for mercy. Sibin of the Golden Lion tribe, I will show you true power. You are far from it. Yihao charged forward with surging anger and terrifying power. On this side, Sibin was also ready to clash head-on, but just as he was about to counterattack, the system issued a warning. It detected that Sibin was about to perform a dangerous action, and forced him to stand down immediately, not attack the Child of Destiny. So even though their strength was equal, Sibin still had to helplessly let his opponent strike him. His whole body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Sibin felt 1 part pain and 10 parts humiliation, because at that moment, the group of players had gathered around again to watch the fun. They were all praising Yihao for being super strong. Yahello looked so handsome holding his sword while Sibin was just an ox. Sibin didn't know what to say. These players truly had no restraint daring to say anything. If they knew this was a real world, not just a simple game, he wondered if they would still be smiling. On this side, Yihao charged forward once again. But this time, Sibin no longer stood still giving orders. The system would not let him lay a hand on Yihao, so he had Gremon do it. Caught off guard, Yihao began to panic. Gremon was 4 levels stronger than him. Players who had been shouting in support all fell silent. Is this the code of chivalry you worship? Yihao gritted his teeth and cursed, calling it a disgrace. An extra person suddenly appeared in the one-on-one duel, but Sibin was not a villainous boss. He could endure these curses. Furthermore, Sibin was a lord first, then a count, and only lastly a knight. What lord or count in this world had to fight alone? Besides, Yihao was not even worthy of being his opponent. So the old man Gremon, despite his age, had to go into battle because his master's bad luck. Yihao was completely flustered. Faced with Gremon's attack, both his speed and strength were far superior. In the end, he was sent flying by a single punch. Only then did Sibin step forward. Planted his foot on Yihao's chest with a dark smile. Yihao stubbornly said he could not kill him. Who said I was going to kill you? Sibin still wore a playful smirk. Then he grabbed Yihao by the collar. He pulled the opponent up and delivered a slap. The group of players immediately erupted into noise. Yihao was a summoner their faith, yet was being humiliated by Sibin like this. You are Yihao, right? You want to remember your name, is that it? You want me to know what true power is? With every word, Sibin slapped Yihao hard. He only stopped when Yihao lay limp, unable to get up. A triumphant smile spread across Sibin's face. He dusted off his hands and said that he was in a good mood today, so he would spare his dog life. If he wanted revenge, he would be waiting. Having said that, he and Gremon swaggered away. The players automatically parted to either side, making way. Yihao was now beaten black and blue, barely recognizable. Sibin walked while criticizing Yihao's strength for being so mediocre. He thought the darling of fate would be #1 under heaven, but he turned out to be an easy target. Having both instilled fear in Lin Fan's group and beaten Yihao down, his task was as good as done. The players watched Sibin's retreating back, exchanging awkward glances. While the Lord did not bring any half-beast slaves, it seemed he was not as bad as the rumors said. After stopping Yihao and his cronies from seizing the Divine Light Pillar, Sibin returned with peace of mind. This time accompanying him and Grimond was the little half-beast girl Lori. It was her first time riding a cart pulled by a giant eagle, so she was a bit bewildered. Sibin thought Lori was homesick, but her answer stunned him for a few seconds. It is not that, my lord. It is just that since her brother passed away, this is the first time she has traveled far alone, so she is a little nervous. Sibin sighed inwardly, feeling pity for the orphan child who had lost both parents and her brother. He patted Lori's head to comfort her. He said that although he could not immediately change the conflict between half-beasts and humans, as long as he was here, no one would dare to bully her. At that moment, Lori's little heart fluttered. It was the first time she realized how gentle the Lord truly was. They rode in a lion-drawn chariot, so they quickly returned to the Lord's castle. Lori looked around excitedly. She had thought Mayor Mijin's mansion was magnificent, but only now did she realize the Lord's residence was even more luxurious. She could not believe she would live in such a splendid place. My lord, will I really only be a maid? That is right, your job is generally to take care of my daily life. Seeing Lori's nervousness, Sibin comforted her again, telling her not to worry too much. He was not like other nobles, with many rigid rules. For the specific tasks, Sibin planned to have Chris teach Lori in a few days. Chris was an experienced maid in the castle, and importantly, she was very enthusiastic. Speak of the devil, Chris appeared out of nowhere. Ignoring all rules, she hugged Sibin tightly to her chest, nearly suffocating him. Chris, weren't you not coming for a few more days? Sibin yelped, struggling out of her ample embrace. I heard the young master had become the new lord, so I thought you would definitely need me. Chris was afraid you would ask for milk like when you were little, so she hurried over on horseback. Chris had once been Sibin's maid and nanny. Hearing her mention nursing, he did not know where to hide his face out of embarrassment. Chris was truly as enthusiastic as ever. To ease the awkwardness and stop Chris from mentioning the nursing, Sibin changed the subject, introducing Lori to her. From today, she is my personal maid. Please take her to get familiar with the surroundings and her duties. Chris looked at the tiny half-beast girl and questioned doubtfully, a personal maid? Sensing her doubt, Sibin lowly told Chris about how he met Lori. He had accidentally saved her at the Divine Light Pillar when she was nearly beaten to death by a group of children. Therefore, Sibin also hoped Chris would not be too harsh on Lori. His thoughts were simple, but they did not sound simple to Chris, who spoke suggestively. It seems the young master has truly grown up. She is indeed a beautiful half-beast girl. I will definitely teach her well. Sibin felt something was off about that sentence, but never mind, it was good that Chris agreed to teach her. While Sibin was settled in the castle, Yahello's anger had yet to subside at the Divine Light Pillar, especially when all the players were gossiping about how he was beaten until his face was swollen by Sibin. Previously, the crowd revered Yahello as the strongest, but after seeing him thoroughly beaten, they began to think the main character was Lord Sibin of the Golden Lion clan. Yahello slammed his fist on the table and, damn it, in my past life I was a genius of an ancient martial arts clan. In this life I am the hero destined to overthrow the Tyrant Lord. I am the real main character. The more Yahello thought about it, the more indignant he became. He had possessed the skill of precognition since birth. Everything that followed happened exactly as Yahello had seen in his foresight. Therefore, he firmly believed he could overthrow the tyrant, become the hero of the demi-humans in this cold territory. But just as things were going smoothly, Sibin appeared and ruined everything. Not only that, he also made Yahello a laughingstock in the eyes of the players. Yahello was so angry he could cry, gritting his teeth and uttering Sibin's name syllable by syllable. Lord of the Eagle Hawk territory, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. At that time, Sibin was having a meal in his palace at East Shock Town. Suddenly, he felt a wave of malicious coldness enveloping his body. After the shiver passed, Sibin managed to continue eating. Just then, a knight entered. Earlier, he had sent subordinates to find some skilled priests. Upon their return, they brought bad news. All the priests at the cathedral refused to come here to perform healing arts. Furthermore, their pope even had the audacity to say that Lord Sibin Golden Lion was a madman, daring to demand that the sheepdog of the gods go save a demi-human lower than a commoner. Hand cutting the food froze. This matter clearly displeased him. Having just taken office, his subjects already disobeyed orders, seemingly showing no respect for the Lord. Even a lowly priest dared to look down on him. Sibin could not let this continue. He ordered the knight to find Grimond, telling him to lead the cavalry and surround the cathedral, while he would go there personally. Sibin's anger was flaring up intensely when it was extinguished the moment Lori appeared. At this time, the girl had changed into a maid outfit. Cuteness multiplied tenfold. It was indeed illegally adorable. Seeing the Lord's dazed expression, Lori asked worriedly, "My lord, do I look strange? Sister Chris told me to wear this." "Not at all. It suits you very well." Sibin quickly patted her head to comfort her. Afterward, he entrusted Lori to Chris's care, and he went out to handle the major matter. Chris promised that when he returned tonight, she would give him back a well-behaved and sensible little girl. Only then did Sibin feel at ease leaving the main hall. Before leaving, he also gave Lori a precious bottle of medicine and told her to remember to drink it later. Lori looked at the shimmering red bottle in her hand. Before she could understand what it was, Chris leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Lori, it seems young Master Sibin really likes you." Lori didn't fully grasp the meaning of the word like, but hearing it was enough to make her heart leap with a start. "How could that be, Sister Chris? Don't tease me." The girl replied shyly, "I'm not lying. I'm not teasing you." Reason Chris said that was because what Lori held was a bottle of life water from the life spring of the Elf Royal Court, extremely rare. It is the best healing item on the continent, truly capable of extending lifespan and eliminating internal injuries. The more Lori listened, the more astonished she became, instinctively tightening her grip on the bottle in her hand. "My 13th husband used that to propose, which is why I agreed," Chris said excitedly, but this made Lori even more stunned than the bottle. "You look so young, but you've already had 13 husbands?" While the two girls remained in the palace, Sibin led his troops to surround the cathedral. The Pope here was a zealot serving the god of war. As soon as he saw Sibin, his face darkened with anger. "My lord, do you intend to kill the sheepdog of the god right before his eyes?" He was named Markton, a level 38 Grand Mage, proficient in fire magic, possessing the skills Sacrifice, Summon Divine Servant, and Holy Healing. He was a renowned pope in Eagle Hawk territory, but his hands were stained with the blood of demi-humans, earning their hatred. So this was the real reason Markton refused the Lord's invitation for healing. Sibin saw through the old man's true face, preaching morals on the surface, but actually a murderous zealot who had killed countless innocent demi-humans. The more Sibin looked at Markton, the more displeased he became, and he raised his voice in provocation. No matter how you look at it, the God's light cannot shine upon you, Pope Markton. As soon as Sibin finished speaking, a surge of power shot past him, although it did not injure him, but the golden lion emblem on his chest rolled onto the ground, a clear insult to Sibin's status and his clan. Sibin did not think Markton could do this and quickly discovered the real culprit. It was a masked figure hiding behind Markton. His name was Carter, a holy knight by status, a land knight with strength equal to Sibin, both at level 44. These holy knights were a secret force of the church, few in number but formidable in power. Sibin had heard that Carter's strength was the lowest in the team. No wonder the priests at the cathedral dared to defy orders. It turned out they had the holy knights backing them. If he did not deal with them early, they might end up lording over him. Sibin understood this well and quickly drew his sword. Pope Markton, as a priest you dared to defy the Lord's order, and even insulted me as a madman. According to the laws of the Colonia Empire, I have the right to execute you right now. Do you have anything to say? Sibin's tone was serious, but Markton was not afraid and even laughed mockingly. He believed that the Lord of Eagle Hawk territory forcing a loyal servant of God Banda to heal a demi-human was the greatest insult of his life. Even if the king were here, he might not agree. Sibin knew the stubborn fool was not afraid of threats, but he also did not intend to threaten idly. Since you say so, this cathedral no longer needs to exist. The blade of Sibin's sword blazed with the golden lion flame, ready for a good fight. Sibin tasked Grimond with dealing with the Holy Knight Carter, while he handled Pope Markton. All remaining cavalry received orders to cleanse the entire cathedral today, not a single life spared. The moment Sibin attacked Markton, Carter also charged forward swiftly, but this move of revealing its tail was already in Grimond's sight. His opponent was him. As for Markton, he had already received a sword strike from the Lord. Even though he was level 38, he could not withstand a single blow from him. Sibin was both disappointed and realized his opponent was merely a paper tiger. Markton fell backward, covered in wounds. Sibin felt that the next move, even without using a skill, could send him to the afterlife. Despite being at a disadvantage, Markton did not stop cursing Sibin. Lord of Eagle Hawk territory, you dare to bully a loyal servant of the gods. The god will not forgive you. Always hanging the words God and divine in your mouth, then go ahead and call your god to save you. Sibin was annoyed. Even with Sibin's sword at his throat, Markton remained stubborn. In the end, he grabbed the blade himself and thrust it into his own chest. Before his last breath faded, he still murmured, "My godson, your humble servant has arrived, Markton. He is willing to abandon the weak soul, become a stepping stone for the supreme power of his wisdom." Markton's words were not merely spoken, but sounded like a curse. Even Sibin could feel the heavy pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, Markton vanished, transforming into a blazing red flame. Sibin was surrounded, feeling extremely suffocated. He realized that was the flame of the god Banda, the god of war and flame dragons. That man had misunderstood. This incident was beyond Sibin's expectations. He did not expect Markton to be able to summon a real god. The situation was extremely critical. His body went numb and he couldn't move. The surrounding flames made it hard for him to breathe and caused him to spit blood. Sibin called for Grimond, but he was engaged in a confrontation with Carter. Carter was only a level 40 Great Earth Knight. However, Grimond seemed to be suppressed by his opponent, who was only level 44. Carter sneered, calling Grimond someone who overestimated his abilities. After a single beautiful slash, Grimond was sent flying. Sibin himself could barely hold on to his life, so he couldn't help. He just found the whole situation absurd. With Grimond's strength, how could he lose to a temple knight? Sibin was still being burned by the dragon flame, his life force fading with each passing moment, blood continuously flowing from his nose. Could it be that there was truly no way out of this twisted stream cathedral? Sibin could no longer stand. He had to use his sword to support himself on the ground. But amidst the extreme pain, he suddenly felt a stream of cool energy surge into his body. His will became refreshed, the burning sensation vanished, and his wounds began to close. At that moment, a triumphant smile unexpectedly appeared on Sibin's lips. The one truly protected by a god was yet to be determined. He cast his gaze towards Grimond. The old man was still struggling with the mysterious temple knight. Grimond kept attacking, but he couldn't land a single final blow. Carter seemed completely unharmed, wearing a smug expression. He was gaining the upper hand over a renowned Great Earth Knight. "If you can't win, then just offer up your life." Carter's voice rang out with laughter. Laughing, he slashed out a sword strike filled with killing intent. If that strike landed, it would be difficult for Grimond to hold on to his life. But the heavens did not forsake the righteous. That attack was unexpectedly neutralized by Sibin. Carter caught a glimpse of a flash of golden sword light and sighed in exasperation. It seemed that useless waste was done for. Couldn't get anything done and ruined everything, wasting the Pope's trust. Having just successfully saved Grimond, Sibin felt relieved. The old man blamed himself, but Sibin didn't hold any resentment, because he knew that this temple knight had been modified, and his power could not be judged by normal standards. He felt no pain, he was merely a pitiable murder weapon of the church. Striking a nerve, Carter let out a peculiar, raspy laugh. At this moment, Carter's eyes, always hidden beneath his cloak, were revealed a murky blood-red color. Unfortunately, the more you know, the sooner you die. As he finished speaking, Carter's body began to transform, leaving both Sibin and Grimond dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a massive wolf. Carter was not a normal human. He was a werewolf. The modifications of the Banda Church were even more twisted than Sibin had imagined. But relying on his appraisal skill, Sibin could still breathe a sigh of relief. Because Carter's mad enhancement was only temporary, he quickly revealed this secret to Grimond. Grimond, his transformation only lasts for a short while. If we can hold him off, we can win. As he spoke, Sibin tightened his grip on his sword, ready to charge into battle against that half-human, half-wolf creature. Carter unleashed a lethal move that put Sibin in danger, but he couldn't detect him. He had dodged that attack and used the effort to propel himself high off the ground. In midair, he quickly cast a spell, causing his entire body to glow. Sibin bravely dove down, slashing straight at the werewolf, forcing him to drop to one knee to block. His face was full of confidence, for this was a powerful technique called Dragon Star Guardian Claw. Before he could fully deal with it, Carter discovered that behind him, Grimond had already rushed forward, with Sibin's sword in front and Grimond behind. Caught in a dilemma, Carter spat out curses, calling them damn pests. He couldn't afford to wait. The longer the enhancement lasted, the more it drained his life force. Carter went berserk, using all his strength, his bloodshot eyes looking truly terrifying. He flung Sibin away and snarled, "Go die." Grimond was kicked away by him, flying a painful distance. He crashed into a wall, the impact so strong it cracked the wall, causing debris to clatter down. Carter stood upright, extending his arms, tilting his head to look at Sibin with utter contempt after his recent defeat. With his massive werewolf form, he lifted Sibin into the air, leaving him no choice but to grab onto the furry arm. Carter snarled, originally intending to hand him over to the Crown Prince, but he changed his mind, tightening his grip. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, intending to devour Sibin. Suddenly, Carter took a punch from Sibin right to the face. He confidently retorted, asking if he could even swallow him. It was at this moment that Carter realized his transformation power had disappeared. He was knocked to the ground by Sibin using his foot. He smiled, making his face look more terrifying than ever. "What I used was not the Dragon Crystal Barrier, but Aka to block the flow of time. You broke the yourself, do not blame me." Carter went mad, straining to stand up and shout, criticizing his previous action as wrong. Sibin did not care. He quickly drew his sword and decisively cut off Carter's neck. Clenching both fists, he firmly said, "With those who live only for themselves, only beheading can make them honest." After speaking, Sibin lowered his sword, dropped his head leaning against the blade, and breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was finally over. But then he panicked, eyes wide open, realizing Grimond was still buried under the pile of rubble. The soldiers pulled the butler out, and Sibin waved his hand, saying, "Goodbye, go invite a priest to treat Grimond." Goodbye scratched his head and replied, "Young master, there are no more priests in Lindong City." He pointed behind him to the headless corpses. "You said to keep no one, so we killed all the priests." Hearing this, Sibin was speechless, only saying, "You're quite something." Sibin helplessly covered his face. "Fine, go to the study and get a bottle of life water for Clement." He pointed and ordered the remaining soldiers, "Search the rubble of the cathedral, bring me anything valuable." The two soldiers answered in unison. Sibin stood by the rubble directing, the soldiers struggling to dig out valuable items as ordered. Suddenly, from within the debris, someone's voice rang out, "Linding village is still short on people, huh?" Sibin thought he must go to another territory to kidnap a few priests. Normally there was nothing to do, just a few jobs when needed. Before he finished thinking, a soldier rushed over flustered, "Lord, we have discovered a basement." Sibin was not surprised, calmly replying, "What's so strange about a basement? It's normal for a cathedral to have a basement." The soldier fearfully advised him, "The situation down there is complicated. Lord should go see it personally." Beneath the cathedral floor, there was indeed a small chapel. The soldier holding an oil lamp led the way. "Lord, this way." The two of them curiously cracked open the door that had been sealed for a long time. A pungent odor wafted out, forcing him to cover his nose. Sibin was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before him were rows of women's corpses emitting a foul smell, their clothes tattered, some with no cloth to cover themselves. The oil lamp fell to the ground and broke in two. Haunted by the scene and the strong stench of decomposition, the soldier vomited on the spot. Sibin noticed a letter placed on the table. The letter rested on a blood-stained table, covered in blotches. He picked up the letter, reading the content. "To His Holiness the Pope, praise Banda. Markton greets you. The blood for the Holy Blood ritual has been prepared, to be sent to the capital before June. There are many blood bags in the Eagle territory, but they are hidden deep, earnestly requesting your assistance. Also dispatch Carter, as he is conservative, stubborn, reckless, foolish, and has a rotten personality. After reading, Sibin was furious. One hand clenched, the other slammed the letter on the table, grinding his teeth. These church people are truly insane. He thought to himself the holy temple knights originated from the holy blood ritual, and the blood of subhuman maidens was the necessary medium. He felt a hand controlling everything behind his back. Why had the previous lord so blatantly plundered subhuman maidens? Was it really just for perverse desires, or was there another puppet master pulling the strings? Did the Kalagan Empire attack the subhuman duchy only because of the Divine War's outbreak? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Sibin shook his head. Enough, stop thinking. I haven't even figured out my own problems and the players' issues. I have no time to worry about the Kalagan Empire and the subhuman duchy. In the city of Lindong, the flame within the lamplight blazed brightly in the night. Sibin sat alone under the lamp, absorbed in admiring a few gold coins on the table. He picked up a gold coin and said disdainfully, "A dignified sect leader with only 2 or 3 coins on him, are you mad? This is a disgrace to the Banda sect." Drowsiness crept in, and he yawned widely. "I don't care anymore. I'll sleep on it." About to head to bed after a long tiring day, he found someone lying on his bed. Sibin angrily pulled that person's leg off the bed and shouted, "Get out of here." Unexpectedly, the person under the blanket was Lori, still half asleep. He was surprised. "Lori, why are you here?" The girl was sleeping so soundly she was drooling, and she turned her head to see Sibin. "Lord, you are back?" The adorable Lori sat up, rubbed her eyes, and explained she came to warm the bed for Sibin. On the warm bed, Lori curled up on her knees, looking both innocent and alluring. Sibin felt delighted, his mind blooming with joy, not understanding what Chris had taught Lori. He sat down on the bed, reluctantly saying, "Then come massage my shoulders, I am really tired today." Lori gently replied, "Yes, master." While immersed in the comfortable feeling, Sibin noticed something on Lori. He curiously pulled it out. "What is this?" Several items fell to the floor, and the girl panicked. "Master, do not." Lori quickly explained she found these things. Sibin sighed in relief. Lori truly is a little squirrel, so good at hiding things. But was she afraid I would steal her treasures? As he was thinking, his eyes lit up. "All right, is there not still that thing?" Lori did not understand what her master meant. Sibin stood up and gently supported the girl. "If you have something, just put it in here. Do not hide it in your tail anymore." Lori happily hugged him. "Thank you, master." The beautiful girl with alluring eyes hoped the night was late and wished to serve her master to sleep. Sibin was startled again, thinking that Chris had taught Lori these bad things. He tried to use reason and asked, "How old is Lori this year?" "Master, according to human reckoning, 18. According to subhuman reckoning, 16. Sibin was as happy as a child receiving a gift, his eyes shining brightly when he heard Lori say subhumans come of age at 14, thinking to himself that of age meant legal. Suddenly, the system notification sounded, detecting a surge in the host's male hormones and heart rate, determining an impending reproductive act. The target is the personal maidservant Lori. Warning: Lori's physique is extremely weak. Forced reproduction will cause irreparable damage. It is recommended the host enhances Lori's physique first. Upon hearing this, he was completely disappointed and let go of Lori. Sibin fell stiffly onto the bed, alarming Lori. "The bed warming is not done yet." The girl tried to explain. "Miss Chris said I must hug you." And also, faced with the temptation, he was in utter despair. Reason, morals, and conscience stopped him, and he could only cover his face with his hands and weep. "Are you not mistaken? Warming the bed like this is enough." After a long night, sunlight shone through the window frame, making the room bright. After a sleepless night, his eyes were darkened. Sibin tiredly announced to the system that he wished to claim his reward. The system displayed a notification. The host has completed all daily tasks. The announcement of the reward made him jump up, full of anticipation and curiosity about what it could be. "Congratulations, host, for receiving a Minotaur warrior. The reward will be issued appropriately. Please prepare an open space. This time, there will be no explosive storm. Keep up the good work." Hearing this, he sighed because there was no explosive storm, but then he became unusually excited. This was a Minotaur, an elite troop of the Beastman Empire, born heavy infantry, equal in status to a crusader, with strength around a grand knight. He was just wondering what the appropriate issuance method was when the system emitted a blue light, making Sibin curious. A warrior appeared before him, and the guy made his eyes go wide. He had already guessed in his mind what that was. Before him was precisely the Minotaur warrior the system had just mentioned. He was tall, with a fierce look in his eyes, and held a large axe in his hand. Everything was within Sibin's expectations. The Minotaur's name was Kak, a Bradhoof clan warrior with the skills of Primitive Charge, War Stomp, and Mangle. He expressed his loyalty to the clan, pledging to serve the Lord. These Minotaurs came from another world, not natives of the Kana continent. A knock sounded at the door. Lori entered carrying a tray of bread and a glass of water, which was Sibin's breakfast. Before he could understand, he hurriedly shouted, "Lori, wait a moment, don't open the door." As soon as she stepped in, what appeared before Lori was the massive body of the Minotaur. "Greetings, strange little human girl." He frightened the little girl, scaring her half to death. He scolded him, calling him an idiot for scaring her away. Kak comforted him and sincerely apologized. "Lord, I have caused you trouble. I am actually very gentle. I meant no harm." Sibin thought it was just excessive fear. "The people in the castle do not know you. Seeing you for the first time is frightening, but they will get used to it later." Lori was still fainted from the sheer terror. Sibin sent someone to guide them to get familiar with the area, then he would arrange tasks. Minotaur cheered and roared with determination when Sibin said, "Do not worry, my territory is next to the Empire. There will be battles to fight in the future. You will not be wronged." He got angry because they were yelling too loudly. Lori woke up with a start, her eyes still full of fear. Seeing this, he asked, "Lori, are you awake?" Lori reported in a daze, "Master, there is a monster in the castle. The monster is very big, very terrifying." Lori only reaches its knees. Lori hugged Sibin in fear and urged him, "We must run, Master. If we meet the monster, just let Lori be its food, Master. You run away as fast as you can." Sibin hugged the little girl tightly and joked, "I do not know if there is a monster in the castle, but right now, I am the monster, and I am going to eat you." Lori rested her head on his chest, feeling somewhat reassured. In the midst of this tender moment, Goodbye burst in to announce an urgent letter, ruining their private time. Seeing the two of them being affectionate, Goodbye froze, feeling he had spoiled their moment. Beautiful Lori was also sensible. "Master, please go ahead with your work. Lori will leave first. I still have to go to Miss Chris for my lessons." Lori ran out the door, embarrassed. Goodbye explained that he had not seen anything, and that the letter was on the floor. "My lord." The letter was lying sprawled on the floor. Sibin angrily yelled, "Get back here." Sibin pointed at Goodbye with a sharp glare. "From now on you will wash the soldiers' underwear and socks for a month." He reluctantly nodded. "Yes, my lord." Sibin reached out and took the letter from the table. He read it carefully. "Dear Lord Eagle Hawk, my Black River Ridge is under attack by beastmen, hoping to receive aid from the neighboring lord." After reading, Sibin was deep in thought. He recalled the scene of Talambo kneeling at his feet begging, and could not help but feel pleased. That man, that dark Black River Ridge was attacked by beastmen, so this was a letter requesting aid. Black River Ridge lies below Eagle Hawk Ridge, bordering Shrine of Light Town, and is a shield blocking the beastmen. He must rescue it, but he must take the opportunity to gain some benefit. While he was thinking, the system displayed a notification. The daily villain mission had updated. Mission 1. Steal all the socks of any maid in the castle. Mission 2. Loot materials worth over 10,000 gold from a neighboring territory. Mission 3. Tease the demi-human city lord. Sibin was helpless, his brows furrowed with reproach. Well done. This system knew he was about to go blackmail Talambo and meet the player, and directly made him go tease the demi-human city lord. Lori was bathing in the tub, comfortably enjoying her moments of relaxation. Sibin stood outside, dressed in black with his face covered, only his eyes showing, and complained. The perverted system dumped everything on his head. A dignified lord had to go steal socks. There were 2 maids here. He could not steal from Chris, so he could only steal from Lori. As soon as Lori stepped out of the bathtub, she immediately caught Sibin standing there. The girl screamed, "A pervert!" Lori fearfully shut her eyes tight and cried for help. Suddenly, a bath towel was flung straight into her face. Goodbye heard the cry for help and rushed over frantically with a few soldiers. "Someone is calling for help. Hurry up." Sibin hid by the corner of the cabinet, complaining. It was Goodbye again, coming neither early nor late. Why did it have to be such a coincidence? He opened the door panel and said loudly, "What is going on here? Where is the pervert?" The scene before him was not at all what he imagined. Sibin was holding Lori in his arms, comforting her. "Do not be afraid, I beat the pervert and chased him away." He scolded Goodbye for a while. The security in the eastern city must be strengthened to let a pervert break in like this. If not for this lord driving him away in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seizing the opportunity, Sibin took further revenge. "Before, I made you wash underwear for a month. Now I am increasing it to 3 months. Do you have any objections?" Goodbye had no choice but to accept no objections. He breathed a sigh of relief for not being discovered, otherwise his lifelong innocence would have been ruined. Hearing this, Lori smiled and whispered in his ear, "Actually, Master does not need to be so sneaky. If you like, Lori can give them to you." Sibin broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, do not tell me she found something out. Lori, listen to my explanation." At Black River Ridge at this moment, the leader Talambo was holding Sibin's reply letter, angrily scolding his subordinates about Sibin's demands for helping to fight the beastmen. The old leader furiously cursed Sibin as a bastard. He could not produce what Sibin demanded. He would have to write an IOU. After speaking, the leader of Black River Ridge tore the letter apart. Talambo fumed. "If Black River Ridge falls, the next place will be Eagle Hawk Ridge." Did Sibin not know that? As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of Black River Ridge kicked the trusted subordinate, sending sending him tumbling to the ground. In his hand was now a sword blazing with light, and as he approached his subordinate, he threatened him for secretly skimming taxes behind his back. If no solution came to mind today, he would have his head rolling in the fields. The subordinate, with a trembling voice, leaned close to the old leader's ear to offer a dirty, low-down scheme, a plan so sly it pleased the old man greatly. On this side, Sibin had already mounted his horse and set out with his entire army to quell the Beastman tribe. A brilliant radiance shone across the entire map. After walking for a while, Butler Grimmond began to notice something unusual. They were supposed to go reinforce Black River Ridge, but the direction they were heading was toward Divine Light Town. Sibin explained that Beastmen were skilled in combat. Relying on them at this moment would only lead to getting wrecked. Now we are going to Divine Light Town to borrow troops. Sibin's answer made Butler Grimmond think the young master was having another episode of nonsense. At Divine Light Town, another player named Lin Fan was happily gambling with the guards on the city wall. Ever since they captured this place, they only needed to sit idle waiting for the time to meet the Saintess and claim their reward. The whole group was immersed in joy when Sibin appeared behind them, teasing, "Are you all slacking off on duty gambling on the city wall?" The blonde guard replied that one could not do tasks forever. No leveling up for ages, no good equipment, might as well just hide on the city wall gambling to pass the days. "Sibin, if Lord Hawk Eagle comes again, what will you all do?" The blonde man sneered, "If he dares to come, I'll cream him." The moment he finished speaking, Sibin slammed his sword down next to where the blonde man was sitting, dust flying everywhere at his feet. He sat down gently, placing one hand on his sword and the other on the guard's shoulder. Sibin gave a slight smile. "Go on, show me how you cream him." That sentence left Lin Fan and his group dumbfounded. The blonde man's face turned purple, speechless. Coming to their senses, Lin Fan and his group announced to the entire army in the city, "Lord Hawk Eagle has come to pick a fight again." The entire army in the city stood frozen, as if they could not believe what was happening. Inside the main hall, the Saintess and the Child of Fate, Yahello, were terrified by Sibin's return. Beads of sweat rolled down both their faces. The Saintess clasped her hands and lamented sorrowfully to the gods. "Oh gods above, must your people face war once more?" In contrast to the Saintess, Yahello angrily swung his sword, a flash of light cutting a tree trunk in half. He said furiously, "I haven't come for you, yet you show up first, Lord Hawk Eagle. Today I will show you the consequences of daring to touch me, Yahello." The army stood solemn in their helmets, their faces cold, awaiting orders after Yahello's arrogant declaration. But Sibin outside remained as carefree as if nothing had happened. Sword in hand, he pointed it straight at Lin Fan, followed by the Bull Demon King army. Inside the simple room within the city, outside the window, a crowd gathered to watch the drama. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, so silent it was frightening. To break that atmosphere, Sibin crossed his legs, clearly stating his purpose for the day and making an offer in a cheerful, amiable tone. In contrast to Sibin, the Saintess jumped up from her chair as if she had springs attached, slamming her hand hard on the table. She showed clear anger at the Lord's proposal. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Sibin showed his true colors to Rui. Sibin stood up, closing in on Rui, suppressing her angry aura with a stern glare. He said, "This is my order, not a request." Rui and her companions could discuss terms with Sibin but had no right to refuse. Otherwise he would raise Divine Light Town and throw Rui and the entire subhuman tribe out into the wilderness. Sibin reminded Rui that Divine Light Town was currently part of his Hawk Eagle territory. Yes, the subhuman tribe. Rui by the faint light of a Saintess. Rui replied with grievance, "This was once the land of the subhumans. I only asked for a home. Why is such a small request so hard to fulfill?" Sibin taunted, saying Rui was naive and adorable. The subhuman nation was long destroyed, and all the land belonged to him. He had no obligation to gift Divine Light Town to her and her subhumans. Sibin raised his hand to lift Rui's chin, teasing her. "If Rui agrees to join my harem, I'll think about not using the subhuman tribe as cannon fodder. I might even give Divine Light Town to you." At this moment, the system displayed a notification that Sibin's task of teasing the subhuman Saintess was completed. Interrupting Sibin's teasing, Yahello rushed forward with a face that said he had been putting up with Sibin for long enough. He thought he would teach Sibin a lesson to show off in front of the Saintess. Responding to Yahello's bravado, Sibin merely glanced with sharp eyes and lightly swung his hand back to block it, sending Yahello tumbling to the ground before he could react. The slap left a bright red handprint on Yahello's face. He passed out, drool spattering across the floor. Sibin mocked, "Yeah, it's only been a few days and you already miss my palm." He reminded everyone not to forget the tall, dark, and smelly army waiting outside for orders. Sibin did not want to argue and decided to reiterate, either the subhuman tribe goes as cannon fodder, and he would agree to Rui's conditions, entrust Divine Light Town to her, or wait for the Bull Demon King army to raise all of Divine Light Town. He gave her and the subhuman tribe 10 minutes to think. As he spoke, Sibin turned his back to the door and casually threw something he used to wipe his hands onto the ground. The powerful throw created created a trail of white smoke upon landing. After Sibin was out of sight, the subhumans gathered to see what he had thrown. It turned out to be a white sock. Everyone thought Sibin was truly a pervert, using a sock he had worn on his foot to wipe his hands. Sibin felt embarrassed, but could not lose face or let his brilliant radiance be extinguished. Sibin still walked out casually under the subhuman's gaze, comforting himself inside. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be. Just as he was feeling humiliated, another player stepped out to block Sibin's path. The player named Avatar, a first-tier mage from an academy, said they agreed to Sibin's conditions. In return, Sibin must return Divine Light Town and swear before the gods not to take it back. Sibin sneered, asking Avatar whether this was the will of the subhuman people or the Saintess. Avatar pointed a finger at Sibin, one hand on his hip, saying their will was also the Saintess's will. Sibin sighed, saying, "Very well, even though I do not follow any faith. I will swear on my knight's honor. If the subhuman tribe fights with all their heart, I will return Divine Light Town after the battle." With that, Sibin lightly punched his own chest. The punch made a crisp sound for the honor pledge. Avatar suddenly recalled rumors about Sibin, saying like a slap in the face, Lord Hawk Eagle did not value the knight's honor as he pretended to. Faced with that, Sibin only smiled confidently, his hand placed on his chest shining like a villainous star. He defended himself. "First I was a knight, then a lord, and finally a baron. Sibin will use his life to protect the knight's honor." From inside the room, Ri's voice came as she ran out. Everyone in the room took notice. Everyone's eyes followed her steps in the sunlight with surprise. Her hair, peeking out from under her hood, highlighted the Saintess's beauty. Ri raised one hand to her chest, wanting to express what she meant with all her heart. She knew all subhumans cared about territory but had no need to sacrifice their lives. "I am the Saintess. I will not stand by and watch you enter danger." From inside the house, Yahello voiced his opposition. Even though Sibin's slap still left a clear 5-finger mark on his face, Yahello said, "Even if everyone can revive, your strength will severely decrease. How can the subhuman tribe withstand the boss then?" Yahello stepped out into the middle of the subhumans, speaking as he walked. "I summoned all of them. I will not allow the subhuman tribe to join Sibin's ranks." Sibin leaned in to whisper to Rui, "You manage this place well, but your teammates are a bit too troublesome." The sentence made Yahello boil with rage, but Sibin raised his hand with a sinister smile. Yahello covered the cheek Sibin had just caressed, the red marks of 5 fingers still clearly imprinted. At that moment, all players in the area received a notification from the system. The quest required them to follow Lord Sibin to reinforce Hatling. Everyone was surprised as it was the first time they saw a boss issuing quests to players. Sibin's objective to seek reinforcements to fight the beastmen was complete. Sibin mounted his horse, sword in hand, leading his army toward the foot of Hakha. At Black River City, Lord Black River along with his trusted attendant and all the citizens came out to greet Sibin and his reinforcement army. The moment Sibin dismounted, before his feet touched the ground, the Black River leader approached to welcome him and thank him for the timely reinforcements. Sibin simply tossed the reins to the Black River Lord, gave a command, and walked straight inside, leaving that man and the horse beside him, who also threw him a glance. That look of disgust left him standing dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Inside the palace, Sibin sat down, hands clasped before him, telling Lord Black River Talambo that he had no time to waste. Report all information on the Beastman tribe immediately. Lord Talambo folded his hands over his chest in submission, ordering the soldiers to bring the items. The soldier left for a while, then brought a map, spreading it before Sibin, saying it was the map of Haling. 3 days ago, the Beastman army invaded and nearly destroyed this place. The guard pointed at the map, saying near Black River Ridge, there was the village of Carter, where over 6,000 Beastman soldiers were stationed. Human race only had about 50 people. This army was extremely mobile, and Black River had repeatedly led attacks only to fail. The guard pointed at a corner of the map, listing the names of villages that hadn't been captured, like Jacko, Loser, and Thiatak. Sibin rested his chin with a thoughtful expression, as if scheming for the upcoming battle concerning the village of Thiatak. The scene shifted to the village of Thiatak. In the distance, a mountain range hazy in the mist. Below was a river of sparkling blue under the sunlight, flowing from the canyon downstream, splitting the green grassland into 2 separate banks. A Beastman soldier rushed frantically into the tent, reporting that the human army had attacked the camp. Beastman leader Huyetnya was sitting, holding a huge leg of meat. Hearing the news, his face showed surprise, wondering how the humans knew their location. On the opposite riverbank, Sibin stood with his butler Grimond and Talambo, looking toward the Beastman camp. Talambo suddenly asked Sibin why he knew the Beastman army was hiding in the village of Thiatak. Hearing this, Sibin lowered his binoculars, turned and scolded Talambo for being a fool. Then he butler Grimond to share his thoughts with Talambo. Grimond, in his elegant suit, pointed one finger upward. He said the village of Thiatak was near Black Rock Town, having the advantage of water transport for supplies over the other 2 villages, and it was also a convenient route for attack along the river. Opposite Sibin at this moment was the Beastman cavalry riding white wolves across the battle line. He conveyed leader Huyetnya's words. He would give Sibin and his army a way out if they surrendered. On this side, due to the language barrier, Nancy Bender looked confused, not understanding what the other side was shouting. At this moment, Talambo's trusted green-haired attendant, Dark, seized the chance to flex himself, claiming he had graduated from the Butler Academy and asking for permission to interpret. In the middle of his speech, Sibin cut him off and refused him mercilessly. After saying that, Sibin drew an arrow, pulling the bow taut. The glowing arrowhead gathered power for a long time. Sibin suddenly released the arrow before the astonished eyes of the Beastman Knight. The arrow flew straight into the middle of the knight's forehead, sending him flying off his mount. He fell backward. Seeing his kin fall dead, the Beastman leader furiously raised his weapon high. Along with his comrades, he charged into battle, shouting the slogans Zero, Bury, and Glory, ordering the Beastman Legion to slaughter humanity. Now on the deep green grassland, under the scorching sun, both armies of Sibin and the Beastmen were about to erupt into a fierce clash. Growls mixed with the blaring of horns, expressing the murderous spirit of the Beastmen race. On this side, Sibin calmly observed every step of the enemy's march, counting down from 100 paces to 80. In contrast to Sibin, Talambo was drenched in sweat, both fearful and grinding his teeth, asking what to do since the Beastmen army was about to attack. Sensing the moment had come, Sibin ordered the entire army to prepare for battle, archers ready to fire. Next, the magic corps of the free mutant race attacked with spells. The moment Sibin gave the command, the sky was filled with red streaks like meteors hurtling toward the Beastman tribe and the goblins who could only look up, with dumbfounded expressions. It was only when each arrow and each wave of magic landed on their formation that they realized they were under attack. One by one they fell with desperate screams as Sibin's brave army charged forward. A goblin was struck in the body by a player wielding an axe. Another was pierced through by a sword, screaming in pain. From behind the axe-wielding player, a tall, six-packed beastman appeared, eyes blood-red and fangs long and ferocious. Using the special technique immature great method, Sibin, along with Graymond and Talambo, stood behind the battle line observing the fierce fight. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Sibin looked at Talambo, inviting him to lead the cavalry for a joint charge. He also said that if Talambo dared to pull any tricks, his fate would be worse than the beastman's, making Talambo break out in a cold sweat. His hands clenched tightly as he repeatedly stammered, "No way." Sibin shouted, "Rampart of glory," and was enveloped in a golden light. The entire army received his aura, greatly increasing both defense and attack. Sibin, in the manner of a lord, said the knights should follow him in a direct charge against the enemy vanguard, with swordsmen following for a sneak attack, and everyone must be careful to guard against the beastmen infantry's encirclement. The whole army, united, raised their banners and weapons high, shouting in unison, their cries echoing across the sky, boosting morale ever higher. Sibin charged forward with his sword, a trail of lightning-like light behind him piercing through the bodies of goblins, tearing them in two. Behind Sibin, the beastman leader, riding a lion, slowly advanced, surrounded by a deathly aura that dyed the frame red. The system displayed information. The beastman leader was named Biden alias Hyetnya, a level 42 tribe leader. Sibin and Hyetnya clashed, leaving only the sound of weapons striking, sparks flying with each blow. Unexpectedly, the intense battle had not even lasted 3 moves before Bloodfang was chopped away by Sibin, his weapon also flying into the air. Despite losing, Bloodfang still fiercely warned that Sibin's army was gradually exhausting itself. Meanwhile, the beastman reinforcements were still numerous. Having said that, he pulled out a small white horn. Sibin immediately understood his intention to call for more comrades. He rushed to stop him, but it was too late. A horn sounded and a red circle appeared. From the void, a gigantic monstrous beast with long fangs and red eyes slowly materialized. An unlucky knight was promptly grabbed by it, left only to scream in agony. Cries for help rang out everywhere, but everyone could only stand and watch, their mouths agape in terror. People wondered how they had appeared from the northern lands. Then the unfortunate knight was torn apart. The monster named Beeman possessed terrifying power. They were once minions of Sand Monk. On the other side of the battlefield, Sibin fought warily. Seeing as many as 7 monsters, the knights urgently advised him to retreat. He calculated that his battle ki was running low, and knights without battle ki would become weak, so he had to break the encirclement immediately. Instantly, he ordered the entire army to use him as the center to break the siege. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly cut down 3 beastmen, then turned to eliminate the remaining ones. Sword in hand, his body emitting a powerful glow, he said not to linger here any longer. A worried knight asked if he was alright, but he only told everyone to retreat first, while he stayed behind to hold them off. In his heart, he thought Grimond was probably almost here. The special ability army was still fighting with all their might. An archer said loudly, hoping the Lord Eaglehawk would not die so they could still earn gold. A girl asked about the bull-headed group, and received the answer that they were probably blocked somewhere. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and a bull-headed man split a beastman in 2 with his mace. They charged forward ferociously, displaying their strength and loyalty. The giant beastman tried to pounce on the bull-headed man, but the bull-headed man powerfully grabbed its claws, halting the attack. His eyes blazed red, and he growled, telling his comrades to leave these to him. Everyone was stunned to see a heavy object fly and crash to the ground. It turned out to be the corpse of the beastman, taken down by the bull-headed man. Their arrival lifted everyone's spirits. Seeing this, Biden panicked and demanded to know what kind of beastman that was, as he had never seen one like it. Calling out repeatedly without any response, he turned his head, and a cold voice cut him off. That person was Grimond, sword in hand pointed at his throat, informing him that all his minions were already dead. The battle finally ended. Everyone cheered in victory, thanking Sibin. Suddenly, Talambo hurriedly ran over, addressing him as Lord. Before he could say anything, Sibin teased him about coming to collect a debt. He replied that this time they had one big, but Black River Ridge was too small, and could not supply 10,000 gold and 500 sets of equipment. He pulled out the IOU slip, explaining he had already paid in advance 5,000 gold, 20 sets of armor, and provisions. Then, hesitantly, he asked permission to deal with the beastman leader. Sibin just sighed and agreed. He asked Sibin if he would attend the victory banquet, but Sibin waved his hand in refusal, telling him to quickly move all the goods out. Hearing that, he flashed a mysterious smile and then promptly obeyed and went to work. In the prison, the leader Bloodfang was locked up when he heard someone calling. He glanced over and was startled. Talambo was holding a strange red book. It was an Earth Tremor spell scroll that only beastman leaders could activate. He smiled, saying it was a war trophy from his father, and he had been reminded of it by Dark. Bloodfang asked if he was so sure he himself would lose the battle. He smugly replied that if it were not for the scroll, had Bloodfang won, he would have lost 10,000 gold. He did not mind clearly stating his intention. If Bloodfang won, both would die. If Bloodfang lost, he would live and Sibin would die. Hearing this, Bloodfang stood up abruptly, praising him as a decisive lord. He said he would be very happy to help him kill Sibin, but asked to be buried on the battlefield. There was no need for trouble. He pointed at the scroll, saying only blood and a beastman incantation were needed. The scroll glowed, and Old Dark could not hide his satisfied expression. Stepping outside, he stood on the high ground and let out a loud laugh, startling the knights. His cruel expression clear, he raised the activated scroll and told Sibin that he was about to die from the Earth Tremor spell. Talambo pointed at Sibin, threatening to chant the spell and bury everything because of Sibin's greed. Insulted, Sibin showed no fear. Instead, he raised his thumb and laughed loudly, cursing him as a clueless waste. Talambo's eyes were bloodshot like a demon's, his veins bulging with rage. He gritted his teeth and told Sibin to get lost. As he was off guard, Sibin made a slashing gesture across his own neck towards Talambo. Instantly, blood sprayed from Talambo's neck. The pain hit him, causing him to curl up. Suddenly, a knight stepped forward and snatched the scroll. He said Talambo talked too much. If not for the scroll, he would have killed him yesterday. Talambo trembled in disbelief that the one he trusted had betrayed him. That man calmly said he was merely a petty baron, never expecting his guard to be from the Gold Lion family. He fell flat on the ground, struggling to whisper the words golden plot before his breath stopped. That man turned away, saying if it were not for today's gamble with Sibin, he would never have been able to kill him in his lifetime. The weather was fine that day. Alan quickly ran and calling out to young Master Sibin. He was sitting in a chair and hearing the voice, he happily responded. Alan took off his hat, winking mischievously, saying this time he had saved Sibin's life. Sibin wondered why he had come to Black River Ridge. Alan honestly replied that it was the Duke's idea. He recounted that he was originally a mole, meant to be activated when needed, but that identity was now abandoned. Sibin rested his chin on his hand and asked what his father intended to do. Suddenly, Alan's expression turned grave, saying the king was old, and there were some matters he had to put in the records. The attitude caught Sibin off guard. In his heart, he worried for the Duke, because the man had treated him very well. He immediately asked Alan about a certain matter. A moment later, Alan shouted in shock, questioning what it meant about using the blood of demi-human maidens to nurture the Holy Sea Knights. His over-the-top reaction made Sibin cover her face in helplessness. "Can you not be so loud, you spy?" Not understanding what was happening, he quickly jumped up in a fluster. "Then I won't stay here either." His voice was filled with determination, like a promise to him. "When I return to the capital this time, I will truly bring the heads of Biden and Bloodfang to offer to the king on your behalf. Surely this time the king will grant you the Black Feather banner as a reward." Having no choice, he could only agree. "I understand, go on." Sibin and Gryman stood proudly before Talambo's treasury, listening to the noises coming from inside. Dazzling radiance burst forth, making him squint his eyes in surprise. His eyes lit up like headlights, greedily staring at the mountain-high pile of gold. "With this much money in the treasury, that Talambo was pretending to be poor with us. Gryman, take it all." The old man immediately received the order. "Yes, young master." The wheels quickly began to turn outside. Every knight in the company was on horseback, pulling a cart loaded with gold coins behind them as they departed. Seeing the gold, everyone was drooling with envy. I think we're the most pitiful gamers in history. I don't even have as much money as an NPC. Don't say it, it breaks my heart. Hey, what do you guys think if I secretly grab a handful? The Eagle Lord probably won't know, right? The system displayed a notification, detecting that the host had completed the daily villain mission. Do you wish to claim the reward now? His face was satisfied as he thought to himself, system, claim the reward. Next time, no need for confirmation. Just open it directly. The reward spin wheel appeared and then stopped. Congratulations, host, for receiving the oddity, Wild Breath. This reward triggered a lucky storm. Congratulations, host, for receiving Wild Origin. The reward has been automatically integrated into your body. Please experience it yourself. Seeing the green power swirling into a circle before him, he wondered, system, what exactly is Wild Origin? Hearing this, the system explained, it is a unique oddity of the world. Wild Origin is the source of wild breath, encompassing all its forms. After reading the information, he was speechless. That's like saying nothing at all. So what are the various types of wild breaths and primal wilds? The system continued its explanation. The wild breath oddity is a rule of natural power. Pure natural beings, relying on their talent, can comprehend and awaken bloodline power. Hearing that, his face lit up. So I can comprehend the power from within? I think I'm very pure. But the system said no. The answer made Sibin cross her arms and fume with anger. So what use is this toy to me? Don't tell me I've become a human Wi-Fi router broadcasting wild breath. However, he was still curious. System, what is a pure natural being? The system displayed an answer it's hard to describe. For example, it is the horse the host is riding. Looking at the horse with its adorable, sparkling eyes, he found it amusing. What's wrong with my horse? Liking beast ears is fine, but not a horse. Soul Branch is still a horse, you know. He rubbed his chin, his face full of deep thought and speculation. It seems it must be caused by wild origin. According to the system, I have become the evolutionary opportunity for natural beings, which is why the horse showed that expression. The other horses had no reaction, so the sensing range must be limited. The system once mentioned that awakening bloodline power depends on talent. At the governor's mansion of the Divine Light Barrier, inside the room, the two of them were sitting opposite each other, divided into two factions. The healer girl's face was slightly red as she spoke. Eagle Lord, if you have no objections, shall we start drafting the contract for the transfer of the Divine Light Barrier? He reached out his hand to receive the contract. However, something caused his expression to turn terrified. From within the contract, a tall woman with long white hair appeared, her entire body glowing, standing behind him. Blessing of the God of Order. Her appearance left Sibin at a loss for words. Not bad, this old goat actually has the blessing of the God of Order. Where did these players get that from? Does my eagle domain even have a temple worshipping that old hag of the God of Order? Suddenly she began to breathe heavily in a strange manner. Her entire body flushed red, her teeth clenched, her breath rapid. The Eagle Lord's body has such a comfortable aura. Therefore she shifted restlessly, bracing her hands on the table to stand up. No, I can't hold it in anymore. Suddenly, she lunged towards him, causing his jaw to drop in shock. Want to lick, want to scratch. This caused a young man to rush over and pull her arm, calling out Lady Saintess. But fortunately, it was just her imagination. The truth was that she had been sitting dazed and lost in thought the whole time. The young man kept waving his hand, Lady Saintess, Princess Saintess. It was only then that Rui snapped back to reality with a start. Her face flustered as she asked, what is it? Seeing her like this, the young man also became perplexed. The pent-up feeling in her body made her uncomfortable, and her earlier imagination made her feel even stranger. No, why did I have such a shameful thought? Although he thought in his head that this NPC was getting more and more incomprehensible, he still put on a bright smile and handed over the document. The Eagle Lord has drafted the contract. Please take a look. If you have no objections, we can sign it. She looked at the document and was startled. Rui read each clause attentively. I am now transferring all governing authority of the Divine Light Barrier Mejin to the subhuman Saintess Rui, including the right to rule. From now on, the subhuman Saintess, Rui, is the governor for an indefinite term. However, he still doubted and turned to ask Sibin, Eagle Lord, as a count, you wouldn't be playing word games in the contract, would you? He straightforwardly smiled and replied, I base my conduct on honesty. Next, he looked at the two of them and said, the contract clearly states that the ownership of the Divine Light Barrier is transferred from Mijin to Rui. It has a clear beginning and end. Signing or not is up to you. However, there was something that still made her hesitate slightly, even though the feeling was a bit strange. She finally took the pen and signed, but this parchment was under the protection of the Goddess of Order, so anyone who violated it would be punished. It should be fine. As soon as she signed, the Goddess of Order appeared again. He propped his chin on his hand, squinting his eyes with a cheerful smile. When the contract takes effect, congratulations, Saintess of the Subhumans. From now on you are the town master of Divine Light Town. The two people opposite heard this, and also breathed a sigh of relief. His expression suddenly turned cunning. Well then, now it's time to talk about the tax issue of Divine Light Town. which belongs to the Eagle Lord territory. His words made her freeze. What? She jumped up, slammed her hand on the table, and stammered. T-Tax. In contrast, he calmly explained, that's right. You are the town master of Divine Light Town. Divine Light Town belongs to the Eagle Lord territory. It's reasonable for me to collect taxes. Even the goddess of order can't punish me. He protested in dissatisfaction. But the ownership of Divine Light Town is already mine. These words were useless to him. It was never yours. As the Eagle Lord, you obtained the rights from Meijin. I witnessed the whole thing. His words were domineering. But the right you have is from Meijin, not from me. Rui's eyes welled up with aggrieved tears. How is this possible? Everyone behind was furious. Damn it, we've been tricked. Do we still have to pay taxes to the Eagle Lord? Is this a game or the real world? Surreal! Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded. The Eagle Lord. Yihao stepped forward to challenge. A proper gentleman, your actions have no righteousness, let alone the demeanor of a lord. You are just a shameless petty person. These insults were like a passing breeze to Sibin. Whose child is this barking nonsense in front of me? His mocking attitude made him even more irritated. You Eagle Lord, don't be so arrogant. Do you dare to have a one-on-one duel with me? If you lose, you have to return Divine Light Town to Rui, completely independent. He agreed without hesitation. Fine, but you also shouldn't use skills that drastically boost your strength. His face darkened as he taunted. I think you're just scared. He continued to shout loudly. A dignified Eagle Lord is actually a coward hiding behind others. At the same time, the system displayed something that caught his attention. A new quest was sent. Daily quest update. Villain quest 1, beat up Yihao alone. Villain quest 2, make the Saintess subhuman cry. Villain quest 3, forcibly kiss the Saintess subhuman. Completion will grant rewards and unlock new functions. Host, step forward, become the strongest villain soon. After reading, his face turned red with excitement. What the hell? Looking at the innocent girl opposite, he wondered, does the system have a grudge against the Saintess? Such perverted quests. Hope there are more in the future. Don't go easy on me just because I'm handsome. Suddenly, Yihao slammed the table, startling her in confusion. Are you even listening to me? He seemed to enjoy provoking him. Let's just say I am. The answer infuriated him. You. But he cut him off. Enough, I agree to the duel. He thought to himself. Since the system gave the quest, of course I have to accept. Sibin asked back. But what if I win? If I lose, I have to fulfill your request. But if I win, I get nothing. He had to relent. What do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I'll agree to it. His next words were cryptic again. Your agreement alone is useless. The cunning smile appeared on Sibin's face again. He pointed at her and stated clearly, if I win, I want her. Yihao and Rui both shouted in alarm. No. Sibin knew it was hard to force them to agree, so he switched to another plan. If I win, I get to stay alone with the Saintess of the Subhumans for 5 minutes. This plan made Yihao even more dissatisfied. Rui is a Saintess. How can she stay with someone like you? Not wanting the situation to escalate, Rui tugged Yihao's arm and said with humility, just agree confidently. I believe you will win. Faced with Rui's expectations, Yihao finally agreed to the match, determined not to lose. At the dueling arena, the wind blew in gusts. Yihao faced Sibin, only waiting for the clashing sound of their swords. The merciless battle was about to begin. Yihao started the fight by stomping his foot and leaping forward, powerful and decisive. The sword flashed with a sharp sound. With lightning-fast reactions, his steady sword arm created a perfect counterattack. Sibin spun around and delivered a kick, sneering. Is this all your strength? Didn't have breakfast this morning? The attack was harmless to Sibin. Yihao was pushed back, gripping his sword tightly to keep his balance. Suddenly, Yihao was ready for his next move. He suddenly lunged forward. In less than a second, the tip of Yihao's blade was right in front of Sibin's nose. In that moment of calculation, Yihao's hand brushed past the dagger hidden on his person. The poisoned scythe of death was already upon Sibin. He didn't expect that. Poisoning the dagger? Yihao actually thought of that. Yihao retorted, all is fair in war. Don't you understand this principle? Not letting Yihao have it easy, Sibin was determined to regain the upper hand. He drove his sword into the ground and roared, rise up. He flung the sword tip into the air, the ground shaking with it. Sibin's move did not trouble Yihao. When did he? Stepping back to dodge. Is this all you've got? Not in vain did I level up in a hurry and train my swordsmanship hard. Yihao swung his sword, his energy surging, executing the enhanced version of the cross-split slash. Inner force gathered on the blade, energy released in a shining cross shape. Recognizing the change in momentum, Sibin gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the sword hilt to defend. Annoyed, poisoned through the airways. His body now felt completely drained of strength. Attendant Gremond could only stand and watch from the stands, nervous and worried, because this was a lethal move. If it hit, death was certain. With deep loyalty, unable to watch any longer, he drew his sword, intending to rush into the arena. No one is allowed near the arena. Sibin panted, standing firm against Yihao's terrifying power. In an instant, Sibin pulled himself together together, remembering his status. He was the Empire's star, his pride rose, he was the underground legend of the Sword Saint. Memories of his training days, the lessons from the Sword Saint flooded back to him from when he couldn't even lift a blade. The master's teachings echoed in his mind. Let go of distractions, gather all your strength. The words from memory echoed back. Open your eyes, try again. Sibin took a deep breath, his eyes slowly opening. Sibin raised his sword high like a dazzling flash of lightning, the light from the blade shining into every corner of the arena. Sibin shouted loudly, swinging his sword in a perfect arc, his surging inner force not inferior to Yahello's energy wave. Rui clasped her hands before her chest, tears streaming down. Please, goddess of the wild, bless Yahello Kaka. Sibin's sword strike reached its conclusion, the prayer still echoing in Rui's mind. Yahello Kaka must be safe and sound. When the last stream of sword energy dissipated, dark red blood also sprayed from Sibin's mouth. Rimon's attendant worried about the young master, while the arena bodyguard immediately looked over at Yahello opposite. As feared, Yahello collapsed at the feet of the Sword Saint's hair, his eyes growing dim from the overpowering sword energy. From the moment he realized he could not avoid Sibin's counterattack, Yahello was so terrified his legs would not move. Everything became blurry. Yahello knew this feeble resistance would change nothing. In pain, he gritted his teeth, filled with resentment and helplessness, dropped his sword, knelt to the ground, and accepted defeat. In the stands, jeers mixed with horror. Damn, the main character knelt. Is he really going to lose? Rui's tears streamed down. She ran over gasping to call Yahello. Sibin raised his hand to block her, reminding them that since they lost, they had to keep their promise. Rui stopped, but Sibin did not expect she had one last trick. She used a special skill. Sibin jumped far away, waving his hand telling her she could not do that. Rui sobbed uncontrollably. The demi-human people were furious, cursing Sibin for bullying the Saintess. Before he could touch her, Pin was fiercely suppressed. To harm the Saintess, you would have to step over our dead bodies. Sibin did not expect this scene, but since she wanted it, he would oblige. He reached for the sword on his back, thinking they dared to play this game with him. Rui calmed down, stepped forward to protect the people, and said sternly, "Do not kill them." She knelt down, choking. "I agree with you." Sibin sighed, put the sword back on his back, his expression calm. He helped Rui up, his tone gentler. "I only wanted to talk privately for 5 minutes. It is not a life or death separation." He led Rui into the palace, closed the door, and left a remark. "If you do not trust me, then stand guard outside." Sibin stopped in the middle of the wide corridor, suddenly pressing Rui against the wall. Not giving her time to be afraid, Sibin grabbed her wrist, pinning her hard against the cold stone wall. Rui cried out, "What do you want? Was it not just to talk?" Sibin's expression shifted. Did he say that? He leaned in and whispered, "Why not?" Rui was pinned against the wall, her heart pounding, both hands gripping the cold wall tightly. Sibin bowed his head, gently placing a kiss on Rui's lips. Rui shook her head repeatedly, as if that could deny the touch of his lips. Sibin wondered why the system had not reported the mission complete. Sibin leaned close to Rui's ear and whispered, "I suggest you cooperate, Your Highness the Saintess. You do not want the demi-humans to die because of you, do you?" Hit in her weak point, Rui could only bite her lip and endure. Tears streamed down, she choked out, "Do not harm them." That action helped Sibin complete the mission. Done already, Sibin was surprised, just using the demi-humans as a shield, and she cries immediately. If he had known, he would have done it long ago. Rui tried to stay calm but could not hold back. Her cat tail suddenly appeared behind her, swishing. She thought, why does his breath feel so comfortable? Why does my body feel so light? Having achieved his goal, Sibin did not linger. Almost 5 minutes are up. I am leaving first. Rui felt her body heat up. She did not want him to leave. Suddenly, she lunged at Sibin, wrapped her arms around him, and fervently kissed his cheek. "This is the feeling. I am not letting you go." Sibin used his hand to push her kiss away, but Rui was as if enchanted. She said dazedly, "I want more." Sibin raised a price board, saying a kiss cost 10 coins, and shouted, "Enough, any more kissing and I will charge you." Only then did Rui snap out of it, her eyes wide at the scene she had caused, remembering nothing. She blushed furiously. "You pervert." Sibin retorted in grievance. "Hey, which one of us looks more like the pervert here?" Embarrassed, Rui curled up, wrapping her tail around herself. She tried to shrink back, covering her eyes with her hands, not daring to face Sibin. But when she looked again, Sibin was gone, leaving only her alone in the vast cathedral. Sibin was outside the city, riding on a horse in satisfaction, not forgetting to remind the system, "The mission is done, I want my reward." The system is drawing the reward for the host. Congratulations, host, for receiving Cat Mergen Dragon Blood Potion. No critical hit this time. Strive to complete more missions to become the strongest villain. Sibin received the vial of dragon blood from the system, curious what this toy was used for. The system explained, Catmogan Dragon Blood Potion is a body-strengthening medicine. Its main ingredient is red dragon blood. Sibin was excited. Using dragon blood to make medicine sounds awesome. He thought the stuff the system gave was not bad. Dear system, I misjudged you. Turns out you are my real parent. Sibin opened the vial cap, asked, will drinking this dragon blood potion turn me into a red dragon? The system replied, no, this is merely a body-strengthening medicine. System reminded, use it immediately. The potion will lose its potency if kept outside the space for long. Sibin immediately tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Instantly, his eyes became cold and resolute. In that moment, Sibin felt the red dragon blood flowing through his veins. The blood vessels under his skin lit up with red streaks like lava, his muscles firm and taut. Every movement Sibin made became fluid. He briefly thought, I even feel like running around naked. The system announced the reward had been distributed. A new system function had been unlocked. Sibin, still absorbing the dragon blood, received the notification. He asked, a new function? The door burst open violently. Yahello rushed in with a worried expression, calling out loudly, Lloyd. Other Yahello Rue's voice was tearful. Are you alright? Yahello asked. Did that bastard do anything to you? Yahello did not notice Rue's expression at this moment. Her emotions were a tangled mess inside her. Rue shouted, get out! Yahello had not grasped the situation yet when she pushed him out of the palace. The crowd outside was also surprised. Just a moment ago, she was clearly worried about him. Whispers spread around. Even the main character got kicked out. They guessed that Sibin must have done something to the Saintess. Mocking words of contempt. If someone had not lost the duel, it would not have come to this. Those words only made Yahello angrier. He thought, you lowlifes know nothing. The obsession from his wounded honor pushed Yahello to the edge of darkness. He staggered. I did not want this either. Yahello held the dark box in his hand, thinking it was all the Eagle Lord's fault. From the shadows, a strange carving suddenly appeared, carrying an ancient terror not belonging to the order of this world. System began to introduce its new functions to the host. When the new function activated, villainous behavior would earn points. Sibin wondered, and the system explained that points could be exchanged for items in the villain store, which updated once a week. The store had updated this week. Sibin opened it and saw that the Sky Knight breakthrough potion was limited. He sneered, saying the system was playing all sorts of tricks just to lure him into doing bad deeds. The villain's path as dark as pitch. Sibin taunted, and it was even sold with a limit. How stingy. He thought of Grimond. This potion would help him break through to become a Sky Knight and increase his lifespan. Sibin calculated there were also mounts, siege weapons, and various blueprints, all good stuff for the army. The army and their luggage finally arrived at Eagle after 3 days. Sibin cheered happily. Indeed, his own territory was the most comfortable. At the city gate, 2 familiar figures were already waiting. Sibin vaguely recognized them. Chris and Lori were holding hands in front of the Eagle Palace. Seeing Sibin return, Lori could not hide her excitement and called out Master. Sibin asked why the 2 of them were standing guard at the gate. Chris gently explained that since the day he left, Lori would sit here after her lessons waiting until evening before agreeing to go back, and no matter how much he advised her, she would not listen. Sibin fondly pinched Lori's cheek so my little fairy at home knows how to miss her master. Chris attentively said that they could talk about it later. The young master must be tired too. Dinner and the bath were ready. Let us head back for now. Sibin felt relaxed. The feeling of returning home made him unable to help but sigh, finally able to unwind. Lori ran into Sibin's embrace and called out Master. Sibin was startled to see Lori's tears streaming down. The little girl said she missed him so much. Sibin coaxed her, how about he go wash up clean first, and then she could hug him. Lori did not care and said her master's body smelled very nice, so warm it made one want to hug forever. Sibin could not understand how Lori could find him fragrant in this condition. Lori buried her head in Sibin's chest and sighed at the scent like wind blowing across a field, recalling how when she was little her mother would hold her and count the stars. Hearing that, Sibin suddenly remembered the wild breath. That was the law of natural power. A pure natural elf could sense the power within their bloodline from the wild breath. This made Sibin suspect. Could it be that Lori could perceive the wild breath? He asked the little girl if she had ever heard of the subhuman awakening of bloodlines. Lori recalled that when she was little, her father told her that over a decade ago, the subhumans were a very powerful race. This race did not cultivate battle aura or innate magic, but could awaken bloodline power through natural perception. Lori continued the conditions were very harsh, requiring talent and one's own resonance. Some people were lucky enough to awaken water power under a waterfall, others comprehended the power of wild beasts during battle. The subhuman race did not know what that their bloodline hid. They could only try each one, but very few succeeded. Sibin inferred that as long as one had enough talent, any subhuman could find the wild breath resonating with them. So Lori felt the warmth. She must have resonated with the breath on his body. In other words, Lori possessed the ability to awaken her bloodline. Sibin excitedly asked the little girl if she remembered where the tribe members went to comprehend. Lori replied clearly that she did remember, but she had tried before and had always failed. Sibin lifted her hand and explained that perhaps it was not that she lacked talent, that she had not yet found the feeling of resonance with her bloodline. Sibin suggested, how about now she try to comprehend that warm, fragrant breath? Who knows, there might be a surprise. Sibin suddenly mentioned the wild breath, catching Lori off guard, and she timidly agreed to try. Lori stepped closer, Sibin knelt down and wrapped his arms around her. Lori closed her eyes, the scent of the vast grassland full of vitality, the smell of green grass and wild wind surrounded her. Sibin's breath awakened in Lori a primitive and powerful feeling. Sibin observed, could it have already succeeded? This was a power hidden in Lori's bloodline, seemingly of a recovery type. Was he about to have a Heller of his own? The world around grew faint to Lori, she felt herself sinking. Master, Lori is too sleepy, suddenly exhausted. Sibin took her to the room, told her to get some sleep, so comprehending the wild breath also drained mental energy. Looking at Lori in deep sleep, he felt he was becoming more like a babysitter. Lori slept soundly, her hand still tightly clutching the hem of Sibin's pants. He tried to pry it off, but she held on tighter, as if afraid of losing her safety. Sibin sighed helplessly, had to take off his pants to avoid waking Lori. Just as his pants slipped down, the door burst open. Goodbye rushed in hastily to report, my lord. His gaze immediately froze at the scene before him. Lori slept soundly on the bed, her hand clutching the just-removed pants, while Sibin stood there only in his underwear. Sibin sat opposite Goodbye, cleared his throat. All right, speak. Captain Goodbye could not guess what Sibin wanted to say, but still answered confidently. A true man like the Lord, even with a slight perverse hobby, is completely fine. Sibin was about to resolve the awkward situation, but was provoked by him. I asked you what you barged into the room for. Goodbye quickly corrected himself. A farmer discovered iron ore. Sibin's eyes lit up with excitement. Real iron ore? Where is the location? How far from the city? Mentioning the location of the iron ore, Captain Goodbye stammered, unsure how to answer. Sibin asked impatiently, is there ore or not? Goodbye spread the map on the table, inviting the Lord to look. Goodbye pointed. The iron ore was not far away, located on the border between Eagle Bear Ridge and Boudin Ridge. Moreover, it was a bit closer to Boudin, Goodbye said cautiously. I heard they also know about this ore. Sibin was not worried. This little matter was too simple. He directly used a feather to redraw the territorial boundary. Sibin declared, now this mine belongs to us. Take this map and hand it to that Boudin guy. If he does not agree, then declare war. Captain Goodbye heard about the war and was full of fighting spirit, demanding to go into battle and kill the enemy. Sibin said calmly, what is the rush? We just got back from Black River Ridge. Let everyone rest for 2 days. Wait and see what that Boudin guy does. If there is nothing else, you are dismissed. Unable to discuss battle plans, Sibin gave Goodbye the task he hated most. Oh, and the pants washing penalty is increased to a year. Sibin soaked in the hot water, feeling comfortable after days away from Eagle Bear. It had been 3 days since using the dragon blood. His body had grown much stronger. Now ordinary weapons without battle key could not injure him. The monitor observed the achievements on the system and compared them with Dark Intent. He felt extremely proud. Adding 2 passive skills, Intermediate Magic Immunity and Dragon Vein Strength, he finally became a Sky Knight. He noticed a strange name on the system panel, Biladin. Where did this Bloodfang come from? He analyzed meticulously, realizing that Biladin and Bloodfang definitely had a close relationship. If not father and son, then brothers. It seemed he had to immediately strengthen the surrounding defenses. Sibin stepped out of the bathroom, his body still carrying mist, his mind still thinking about the Beastman Legion's attack on Eaglehawk territory. They would surely pass through Toronto Mountain, or fight at Crane River Ridge. Sibin was lost in thought and didn't notice Lori had woken up. He asked her why she wasn't sleeping more. Lori obediently curled up on the bed, thanking Sibin for helping her sense the bloodline power. Lori accidentally let slip words that caught Sibin completely off guard. She decided she would bear the master a child to show her gratitude. Faced with Lori's innocent remark, Sibin blushed in embarrassment. Lori explained that Chris had taught her that completing the final step of warming the forest would allow her to have a baby. Sibin raised his hand to cover his eyes, unsure how to face such unpredictable innocence. He told Lori she was still young. This matter could be discussed later. Lori stubbornly shook her head. Sibin lovingly rubbed her head, telling her that her bloodline power hadn't fully awakened yet, and she needed rest to recover her spirit. At Fort Midnight, the most majestic place of the Burden family, the Burden leader presided over the meeting, seated for his generals. He solemnly announced news from the border. A large iron mine had been discovered in the area bordering the Kalang Empire, estimated at about 800 tons. The soldiers around the table immediately stopped, their eyes wide with shock. They believed this was a huge opportunity for wealth. The Burden leader's face quickly hardened. He said Lord Sibin of Eagle Hawk and the 3 barons of the Empire wanted to compete for this iron mine. He spread the map in his hands on the table. This was the map that Lord Sibin had sent someone to deliver. The soldiers angrily spoke up, claiming that according to the rules, this iron mine belonged to Burden and Eagle Hawk's action was excessive. The Burden leader jumped up, furiously declaring this was a declaration of war. He thought he could oppress a small small family, but they couldn't let him bully them. The soldiers shouted in unison. They could not. The burden leader was satisfied. The family had long been waiting for a chance to turn things around. They absolutely would not let Sibin interfere. The biggest worry was Sibin and his subordinate Grimond. Both were famous grand knights of the land, but aside from that, Burden had nothing to fear. To win, Burden would have to use 1/3 of the mine's extraction rights to borrow 3 knights from the 3 barren territories. They were about to arrive. The Burden leader spoke, then placed his hand on his son Jitter's shoulder, telling him to show everyone. Jitter obeyed his father, took a deep breath to focus, and the power within his body began to surge. A green kingly aura spread, forming a brilliant halo around Jitter, the sign of a grand knight. The soldiers were astonished. Jitter, only 21, had become a grand knight. They congratulated him, believing the rise of the Burden family was unstoppable. On the streets of East Frost City, Sibin rode a horse, holding the reins to make the horse walk slowly. He pondered how the system calculated villain points. Yesterday, warming the forest didn't earn any points. Today he would try a new method to see if he could trick it. Sibin swept his gaze to the roadside, seeing a familiar figure. He abruptly called out, "Fatty." The boy recognized Sibin and cried out in panic, "Sir, candy, my lord." Before Sibin could say anything, the boy folded his arms and tearfully begged him not to take the candy, because his mother had been beaten, and they needed money for medicine. Hearing the pitiful situation, Sibin calmed the boy, telling him he wouldn't take his things. The fat boy wiped his tears as he told how his father died in battle. The knight delivered the pension, but bad people found out. They broke in and stole everything, and when his mother resisted, they beat her. Sibin asked sympathetically why the mother and son hadn't reported this to him. The boy timidly replied that his mother said the Lord wouldn't punish the old knight over such a matter. The evening sun cast the shadows of the two. The distance seemed like something the boy wanted to say, but his mother didn't blame him. They were just common free folk. The pension was already a kindness. At the fat boy's house, the boy returned, his arms full of various medicines. "Mom, I'm home." Behind him was the Supreme Lord Sibin. Boy's mother, her face sickly, sat up. The boy tugged at her mother's hand, pointing out that the Lord had come to visit and had bought nutritional medicine. The mother trembled as she bowed. Sibin saw her weak state and ordered she need not stand on ceremony. The mother thanked him and lay back down in bed. Sibin had come not just to visit, but to get a clear account of the matter. Hearing that the pension had been stolen with a knight's help behind the scenes, the mother begged him for assistance. She told him about the loafers outside the city, who lived off protection fees. The day the old knight delivered the pension, they came, stole all the money, and beat her badly. As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Hearing this, Sibin's blood surged, veins bulging. They even said she could come for revenge anytime they wanted, because behind them were a knight and a lord. Sibin clenched his fist, hating that he couldn't teach them a lesson immediately. He roared, "Bastards! These dogs not only did evil but also used my name." Sibin gritted his teeth, his fury blazing. He wanted to see who the knight behind them was. At dawn at the Twin Coin Tavern, the girl in the black bunny suit asked the unfamiliar guest what he wanted to drink. The guest with his face concealed was none other than Lord Sibin. He tossed her a gold coin. He ordered the finest drink in the place. The black bunny girl immediately took it, thanked him, and gave her name as Evina, ready to serve if he had any other needs. Sibin sat by the tavern window, disguised as an ordinary person, quietly observing. A street thug caught his eye. The man walked quickly, muttering to himself. Sibin thought to himself, "Finally, he's here." Evina cheerfully brought the drink to Sibin's table, inviting the honored guest. At the same time, a sudden strong gust of wind made Evina stop in her tracks. After she opened her eyes, the generous guest had vanished. In an instant, the spot where he had just sat was empty. The thug was beaten black and blue, his face purple, trembling in fear. Sibin used one hand to pin his throat against the wall, questioning him sentence by sentence, threatening that if he gave a random answer, he would die. The thug, terrified, complied. Sibin asked about the theft of the Burkett family's pension, pressing him to confess which other families had been robbed. The thug revealed the Dix, Aben, and Barrow families, but only those in the tiled roof neighborhood. Sibin knew they couldn't cover the sky with one hand and asked who had ordered them. The thug hesitated, aware of the power behind him, and didn't dare to tell the truth. Sibin tightened his grip, squeezing his throat. Unable to bear it, the thug cried out the name Grass. "Knight Grass forced us to do it. Please spare my life." Sibin froze when he heard the name from Zukon's mouth. Why would it be him? The memory of the knight Gars was still vivid in Sibin's mind, the day he knelt and swore eternal loyalty. The afternoon sun fell over the Gaz family's villa district. Suddenly, the villa door burst open with a violent crash. Gaz, indulging in pleasure, jolted up and shouted, demanding who it was. Sibin scanned the scene before him, sneered, and said this was quite a party, even playing two at once. Since he had come, the other must understand the reason. Gars did not realize his crime. He scratched his head with an awkward laugh and apologized to the Lord, asking what was wrong with sleeping with two people. Sibin lunged forward, gripping Garza's throat tightly. Eyes blazing, he roared, "Stop playing innocent. Did you not take the pension for fallen soldiers?" Gas panted heavily, admitting it but claiming it was just a small amount of money. Sibin squeezed his hand tighter, a flash of fire in his eyes, questioning was it unnecessary. This was a capital crime, and you still think it was unnecessary. Faced with the accusation, Gaz roared into satisfaction. He was a Grand Knight earning only 3 gold coins, while the dead received 10 gold coins as pension. That was unfair. He roared in resentment, claiming those lowlifes' lives were not worth it. Gaz pointed at the 2 women on the bed, saying with 10 gold coins he could live more comfortably. Gaz looked at Sibin, trying to appeal to his conscience, asking if the Lord would kill a loyal knight for some despicable people. Sibin had no patience to listen further. He narrowed his eyes and said, "A man who incites rogue soldiers and violates military orders dares to call himself a Grand Knight." Gaz had reached Sibin's limit. He tightened his hand and declared that from now on, your own family would also receive such a pension. When the royal palace bell rang 13 times, everyone in the castle stopped to listen. It was the signal to summon the people, and execution was imminent. Sibin strode forward amidst the guards, his eyes fixed on the place where the judgment for Garz would be delivered. Garz was tightly bound, the escorting soldier following behind Sibin. Sibin spoke, saying today he gathered everyone to announce a few things and behead a man. Sibin looked down coldly and pronounced the sentence. That man was the Grand Knight Gas under his command. The crowd erupted, shocked by the earth-shattering news. Many could not believe the Lord would behead a veteran knight. Some even guessed he had slept with the Lord's wife. Palace guard, hearing the murmurs grow louder, raised his voice demanding silence. Sibin stated the reasons bluntly. First, defying military orders and stealing the pension of fallen soldiers. Second, he used his strength to bully the weak. The crowd's eyes turned to Gas, who was kneeling on the wooden platform with a pillory around his neck. The indictment did not stop there. Third, he incited rogue soldiers to cause trouble, deserving the death penalty. Sibin stood beside the criminal, speaking to all the people. Look here. In Eagle's domain, the dignity of soldiers is inviolable. Whether militia or knight, living off the people meant they must not let the people go hungry or cold. In his final moments, Gas suddenly laughed scornfully, saying, "You will regret this decision. You will definitely regret it." Sibin ordered the execution. The royal palace bell rang once, and Gas's head fell from his neck in an instant. The system notified that the host had executed the Grand Knight Garz, receiving 2,000 villain points. Sibin was stunned. The guard, seeing this, quickly asked if he was all right. Sibin asked the system why he got villain points for removing a scourge for the people, questioning its moral compass. The system explained that because the common people were ignorant, they were merely terrified of your image. Then, the image of the guards and knights under your command also feared that ruthlessness. Sibin was momentarily speechless at the scene that had just occurred. Sibin could not believe he had gone so astray. He turned to the knight and asked for his honest opinion. Seeing him hesitate, he said it was an order. The knight spoke while sweating, saying the Grand Knight was absolutely loyal, yet you executed him for a few dead men and commoners. Sibin interrupted, asking if he was truly absolutely loyal. The guard stammered, "Most thought so, only a few did not care." Even Lord Grimond said his crime did not warrant death. Sibin sat in his office, propping his head on his hand and sighing. He recalled Garz's words, "You will regret it. Killing me will make everyone afraid who will want to follow you." A knock on the door stopped his thoughts. Laurie's voice asked for permission to enter. Sibin gently told her to come in. Laurie opened the door, carrying milk and pastries, asking if the master would have dinner tonight. Seeing the Lord deep in thought, she asked if something was troubling him. Sibin hesitated, saying he just did not sleep well. Laurie refused to believe it, telling the master not to hide it. Sibin sighed and admitted it was about the pension money. His voice dropped, tired. He said he believed he was not wrong. The fallen needed to be remembered, and gas could not be kept. Laurie shook her head firmly, saying the master had done nothing wrong. She said her father once told her there were no born heroes. Anyone who put on armor and took a blade to battle was a hero. If no one protected them, who in this world would want to be a hero? Those innocent words eased Sibin's heart. He pinched the girl's cheek and praised her for being absolutely right. Sibin leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Laurie's cheek, saying, "Having you is my greatest fortune." Laurie blushed, innocently asking if she could bear his child now. Sibin suppressed his uncomfortable expression, saying, "Not yet, wait until you are older." Laurie stubbornly said she was already of age. Sibin sternly refused, saying tomorrow he still had to take her to comprehend the power of the subhuman bloodline. Matters of children would have to wait. With great difficulty, he managed to persuade the maid, who was always demanding to have a little monkey, having no choice but find an excuse to postpone. Outwardly cold, but when Laurie left, Sibin buried his face in the pillow and silently cried, because the system kept emphasizing Laurie's fragile body, while the atmosphere was very beautiful. He consoled himself by seeing if he could exchange the 2,000 villain points for something useful. On the system, a daily goods section appeared, including balliste, magic stones, scented soap, and perfume. He thought he could take them to the royal capital for verification. Sibin scrolled through some interesting items, seeing a pair of frost barrier underwear for 50 points. Dyes were more expensive. Siege weapons cost 600 points. As he scrolled to the siege cloud ladder, an idea flashed in his mind. He immediately jumped up and summoned a meeting of the ministers. Before the meeting table, Sibin stated clearly that everyone knew this war with Borden's domain was to seize the mining area, but now he had changed his mind. With bright eyes, he said not only would they take the mining area, but they would also take the opportunity to loot their main city clean. The generals thought it was an absurd notion. Dissenting opinions arose. They believed Sibin was just a brat with no war experience. As the soldiers prepared to stand up, Grimmond spoke up, asking them to wait a moment. He turned to Sibin and analyzed that the plan to attack Borden City was very difficult to complete. First, we have no siege weapons, and making them now would not be in time. Moreover, even if we had the weapons, we could not sneakily transport them into Borden territory. Most importantly, the city wall has magic cannons, which even great knights find hard to deal with. Sibin heard this, his expression already calculating, and said to leave the problem of siege weapons to him. The whole room rippled with shock at Sibin's declaration. What if he could solve it? Even as Lord, no one had ever thought Sibin could shoulder such a great responsibility. With cunning and careful calculation, Sibin said he had thought of a way to sneak 2 huge siege wagons into Borden City undetected. Next, he needed the opinions of the ministers. If he could hold back the main force of the Borden family and had 2 siege wagons, how many troops would be needed to quickly break the city? Grayman presented himself, saying, "Young master, Borden City is still a major fortress. Even with siege wagons and holding back the enemy's main force, it will be hard to capture." Sibin grew impatient, saying, "Speak directly, don't hem and haw." What troubled Grimond was related to what had just happened. The great knight Gas, whom Sibin had dealt with, was the one in charge of recruitment. Therefore, the recruitment numbers were not ideal. Grimond sighed, "We lack the military strength to control a major fortress." Sibin mentioned a bold idea, "What if we don't need to control Borden City?" The ministers, hearing this absurdity, lost their composure. They banged the table and asked how to break it without controlling it. Sibin gently calmed them, saying, "I am not mad. We only need to control the city walls and sweep up the city's wealth." Kremer saw the gleam in Sibin's plan. He advised that if so, only 500 militia and 10 great knights would be enough. He calculated by then, to protect the iron mine, the Borden family will surely commit their full strength, leaving very limited forces in the city. The siege just needs weapons to occupy the walls, seize the magic cannons, and cover the great knights and the transport of assets. He asked Sibin dubiously, "Only, young master, can you really get complete siege weapons into Borden territory?" Sibin crossed his arms, smiled, and said, "Even you don't believe me." Sibin placed his right hand on his left chest and said respectfully, "Grimond, of course, will always trust you." Sibin was satisfied, saying, "Very good, everyone has no more doubts. Sibin will now announce the battle plan." Sibin began assigning tasks clearly. Grimond and Ben, Brad Hood will lead the main army to depart tomorrow afternoon. No need to hide. Release news so the Borden family knows we are coming. Remember to only stand in parallel and do not attack. The rest of the Brad Hood clan will follow Sibin, leading 500 militia, and will march swiftly to Borden territory tomorrow afternoon. Sibin pointed out each move on the map. According to the plan, we will arrive at Borden late at night, then attack immediately. We must seize the city walls in 10 minutes, evacuate the wealth within an hour, then immediately return to support the main army. Any questions? Team leader Goodbye, who had been listening intently, suddenly raised his hand and said, "My lord, I have a question." The team leader was brimming with vigor as his wish to go to battle was about to be fulfilled. "Since we are confident of defeating the Borden family head-on, why not defeat them first and then attack the city?" The crowd was orderly and fell silent at this idea from the team leader of the Divine Radiance Guard. Grimond, amidst the snickers of the crowd, scolded angrily, "Are you an idiot? Are you sure you can keep all the people of the Borden family? Young Master Sibin can produce siege weapons, so this operation is the best opportunity. If we attack directly, the Borden family, unable to win, will flee back to the city and rely on over a dozen magic cannons. What can the Hawk family use to counter that? Stuff it with lives." Team leader Goodbye realized his thinking was too shallow. Truly only Grimond understood the ins and outs of Sibin's plan. Sibin did not procrastinate and concluded, "If no one has any other opinions, proceed according to the plan tomorrow. Everyone can go prepare now." Meeting adjourned. In the territory on the other side, Borden had stationed people at the border following the leader's instructions. A guard ran up to report, "My lord, there is a development from Hawk territory." Lord Borden was extremely surprised upon hearing this and asked, "Did you see Grimond? What about the other soldiers and the Hawk lord?" The guard stammered, "Yes, my lord. This subordinate only saw the great knight Grimond alone." He tried to recall there was also a monster that looked like a beastman bullhead monster, but was larger, at least 3 meters tall. Our people discovered their army had already started setting up camp and cooking, with no intention of declaring war. Even General Borden was thrown into confusion upon hearing this. He wondered, what medicine is this hawk general selling in his gourd? He clearly came to seize the iron mine, was arrogant in his declaration of war, and now just camps 2 kilometers away without moving. Understand the situation, General Borden ordered continued probing. Get a bit closer, and if really necessary, let the peasants pay with their lives. The subordinate had just left to carry out the order when another one returned. Back already? Did you gather any important news? The general asked impatiently. The scout, dressed in jet black and fully covered, looked at the general with a serious expression, appearing extremely mysterious. Viscount Borden could not help but ask, "Who are you?" But the man in the robe only sneered. Then he directly handed him a letter and said insinuatingly, "I am here to help you. The information you want is all here, especially the whereabouts of the Hawk Lord that interests you the most." Faced with this intentional information falling from the sky, he couldn't help but be suspicious, wanting to reach out and take it while also wanting to be cautious. "Why should I trust you? And why are you helping me?" Hearing this, he could no longer hide his intentions, raised one finger, and stated his request directly. "I have a condition. If you win, I want half the profits from the iron mine." Viscount Borden held the letter in his hand and roared in anger, "Are you mad? What makes you think I would agree?" This man did not say much. He directly took off his hood, and he smiled straightforwardly, fully confident that Viscount Borden would have to comply, and replied, "Based on the fact that without my information, you will surely lose this battle." At this moment on the side of Borden's city wall, it was extremely solid, sturdy, and towering to the sky. It made Sibin, standing below, look up and gaze at it carefully. Indeed, this city wall made him sigh as he looked at it. The Borden family was truly rich in the past. This gold-plated wall could not be attacked without siege weapons. Even a Sky Knight like me would take a lot of time. Then, not wanting to waste any more time, he called the system and said, "I want to exchange for 2 siege wagons." In an instant the system reported back, "Ding, exchange for 2 siege wagons. Should they appear?" He answered decisively, "Appear now." Immediately after, 2 top-grade siege wagons were made to appear by the system before the eyes of everyone around. As soon as the siege weapons appeared, the 2 Beastmen brothers both wetted their eyes in shock, confused and dazed. Not allowing time to pass idly, Sibin immediately used his power to shoot forward. Then he carefully assigned tasks, saying, "You take the siege weapons and the militia to attack the other side. I will fight alone on this side while waiting for you to gather." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, the 2 city guards were still each in their own corner, one standing and one sitting, sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was about to happen to Borden's city. When Sibin used his power to fly past, these 2 only began to sense a strange aura, waking up groggily and letting out a soft cry. Before they could fully wake, he used his power to put those 2 into an eternal slumber. Now another guard from afar saw this and couldn't help but be shocked, shouting loudly to alert his comrades. "Enemy attack! Someone is attacking the city." Very quickly, a series of soldiers rushed out to gang up on him, and one even waited in position, ready to fire the cannon directly at him, waiting for the right moment. However, the moment his hand lightly touched the control lever, a shadowy figure appeared behind his back, making him feel a not-so-light threat. Cold sweat poured down like a river, a feeling of utmost suffocation. The Beastman did not say much. He directly flung him off the control platform, making him scream in pain and land with a thud. "The enemy is gone. This playground is yours." It looked at the control lever with great interest and fascination. Next, without bothering to think much, it directly fired this advanced weapon, unleashing a single shot towards the opposite side. A terrifying surge of power, full of oppressive pressure, was released. It shot straight from the firing point to the building opposite and exploded with a boom, creating a powerful flame that spread wide. The Beastman's eyes lit up with infatuation. He exclaimed, "Mother Earth above, I love this." Sibin hurried over to remind him, "All right, stop playing. Leave a few people to guard one side of the city wall. Destroy all the other magic cannons. The rest of you follow me to empty the castle of its wealth." It made him a little startled, panicked like a child being caught doing something wrong. Suddenly, the system rang with a notification. "Ding, the daily villain mission has been updated. Villain Mission 1, steal the iron mine belonging to the Borden family. Villain Mission 2, loot home and castle clean. Villain Mission 3, in the upcoming battle, kill all the great knights, and send their heads to the Viscount in the shadows." The mission made him a bit shocked, standing dazed because of its rewards. Completing all missions has a chance to trigger a critical reward. "Host, keep up the good work." The great knight Grimond felt the situation at this moment seemed a bit off, so he said strange. Sibin asked curiously, "What is it?" He directly spoke the concern in his heart. Logically, Viscount Borden is born suspicious. Once he discovers any suspicion in the Hawk army, he would immediately launch an attack. It has been so long now, Why is there no movement? Suddenly a soldier ran over in panic and shouted loudly, Lord Grimond, something is wrong, causing him to worry and hurriedly ask what happened. The soldier breathlessly reported that when scouting the enemy camp, he found it empty, and he was astonished and disbelieving, saying, What did you say? He firmly affirmed, I saw with my own eyes that the enemy camp was empty, and the tracks on the ground showed they had withdrawn. Realizing the enemy's plan, he urgently exclaimed in shock, It's over, then frantically shouted Sibin. Afterward, he hastily changed the plan, ordering the entire army to advance quickly to Joy Lake Castle. At this time, Sibin at home in Castle was still unaware of what was about to happen, so he cheerfully ordered his subordinates, take all the valuables, burn items inconvenient to take like silk paintings. His ferocious voice made the townspeople present tremble. Seeing his subordinates grabbing even the plates, he grumbled, What use are the plates? Are we that short of money? Smash them all. The system evaded low-level interest, starting his path to becoming a mad bandit leader. Subordinate, as if discovering something good, quickly called out, My lord, come see, there is also this. This made him ask suspiciously, What is it? As soon as he approached, the door was opened, and the dazzling light of gold, silver, and jewels flashed out. His eyes lit up, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he exclaimed in high spirits, So much gold, this Bowden guy is pretty impressive. He thought to himself, I've struck it rich. He enthusiastically ordered, You and that boarhead come here. Take all of this away. They quickly ran over and replied, Right away, my lord. Suddenly an iron cage dropped down, trapping them inside. Sibin shouted a warning, Watch out, a trap. The boarhead hurriedly reassured him, My lord, watch me, it's just a shabby cage. Then he used all his strength to try to bend the iron cage. No matter how hard he tried, the iron cage was neither destroyed nor even moved, making the boarhead confused. Strange, why won't it budge? The boarhead shouted a warning, My lord, there is something strange about this cage. Seeing this, he pondered, If even the boarhead can't do it, then I'm probably helpless too. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out, It's useless, stop trying. This cage absorbs a person's physical strength. It cannot be opened from the inside. He asked suspiciously, looking at the man, Who are you? Upon hearing this, Viscount Bowden laughed loudly, Long time no see, Lord Eagle Bear. Facing Viscount Bowden's unexpected appearance, he was puzzled. He is here. Could it be that Grimond lost? That man laughed loudly in mockery. Those fools are still waiting for me to attack. By the time they react, they can only collect your corpses. He gripped the iron bar tightly, his voice turning cold as he asked, There is one thing I am very curious about. How did you know I was at Joy Lake Castle? It couldn't be that someone tipped you off by coincidence, could it? He stared at him with sharp, mocking eyes. Seeing that he had figured out the situation, he was not angry, but instead laughed loudly, as expected of Lord Eagle Bear. You grasped the crux in an instant. It's a pity you are still young, unable to see people's hearts clearly. Coldly walked up to the iron cage, pretending to advise him, Remember in the future not to be so trusting of anyone. Even more so, don't provoke those you shouldn't. Then he pressed his cold sword against his neck in a threatening manner. His face was filled with cruelty, and a powerful surge of killing intent radiated from him. He thrust his sword towards him, saying with malicious intent, Die, Lord Eagle Bear. In the very instant he was about to strike him down, a familiar aura suddenly appeared. His sword was knocked away, causing a panicked and shocked expression on his face. As for him, he was both delighted and anxious, shouting loudly, Grayman. At this moment, he had used his fastest speed to stop him, his expression a mix of worry and guilt. Master, forgive me for arriving late. Viscount Bowden stood to the side, laughing heartily in admiration, truly worthy of being an Earth Knight, breaking the encirclement so quickly. A pity there was only one of him, while they had 3 Earth Knights. His expression was full of malicious arrogance. Grimond refused to submit, countering with a threat that it would be best if he released Lord Bear Eagle, otherwise their reinforcements would raze the place to the ground. These words did not fool the sly old fox. He laughed loudly in mockery, saying he had heard that before marching, Lord Bear Eagle had killed the Earth Knight responsible for verifying the troops as a show of force. His guess was that they had no reinforcements. He then ordered his subordinates to capture him. They hastily replied that they obeyed. Immediately after, they all charged together to attack Grimond. A violent killing intent radiated from their bodies, but he remained unflinching, gripping his sword firmly. But as he was locked in a duel with one of them, another attacked from behind. Chaotic scene made Sibin, even though imprisoned, worry and shout loudly, warning him to watch his back. He could only curse helplessly, saying how hateful it was, being trapped in this damned cage and unable to do anything. After being ganged up on for a while, Grimond could no longer hold on, gradually losing all his strength and sprawling onto the ground. The sharp blades were pressed against his neck, ready to take his life at any moment. Just as he thought he was about to die, Viscount Bowden suddenly spoke, saying he was giving him a chance to live now, on the condition that he would pledge loyalty to him. A strong man like him should not die wrongfully here. For a strong man, this was an insult. He resolutely replied that Grimond swore to die in loyalty to Lord Bear Eagle. Seeing his firm resolve, the man knew further words were useless, and with some regret he replied that it was a pity, then ordered him killed. At the same time, outside Bodin City, the scene was chaotic, with both sides charging into fierce battle, faces full of killing intent, determined to take the opponent's life. Sibin's soldiers began to panic, as the enemy's numbers were too great, and attrition like this meant defeat sooner or later. But what of the Lord? Yet still, there was someone who trusted and reassured his comrades, saying that Grimund has broken out of the encirclement. He would surely bring the Lord back safely. It would be better to retreat first and plan more carefully. While some were still hesitating, he affirmed again that it was fine, and if they did not retreat, they would run out of time. Then they hid in a safe corner. From a distance, they saw a crowd of people holding all kinds of crude weapons rushing forward, shouting for blood. They rejoiced, saying reinforcements had arrived. A strong old farmer urged them, saying, "Knight, you must go quickly." They were just farmers, but knights were an important strength of the Lord. They asked in surprise, saying everyone was a self-organized militia. But why? Hearing this, the farmers were moved and shared that the Lord cared for them and reduced their taxes. They had nothing to repay, so they would use these humble lives to exchange for the knight to live. The knight would surely protect the territory's castle well and protect the Lord. At this moment, deep inside Happy Fox Castle, Grimund could no longer resist, lying listlessly on the ground, staring at the sharp, cold sword aimed straight at him. One of the soldiers began to perform a spell, tightening his grip on the sword, and said coldly that he should accept death. Suddenly, another sword came flying in from out of nowhere. The one who threw it was Sibin, and the other man, unaware, was already fleeing with his head down. And the iron cage suddenly exploded. That man was still confused, scratching his head and muttering to himself that dying easily, while throwing someone else's sword. He only coldly approached him and asked, dying easily, how come he didn't see it that way? A chill suddenly ran down his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Meanwhile, he looked at him coldly, his entire body radiating an aura of icy fury. The soldiers were astonished to see Sibin, who had been imprisoned, now standing imposingly before them. The Baron also spoke in suspicion, wondering how that man had escaped. He tried to recall and realized with horror that the light sword just now had broken the cage from the outside. But he couldn't believe it and blurted out that it was too absurd. Despite his shock, he still tried to appear calm, hiding his tears in his heart, then ordered the soldiers not to be afraid, as their side had 3 great Earth Knights. He confidently urged everyone to join forces to stop the enemy. The soldiers obeyed and then charged forward fiercely. Faced with a large number of enemy troops, Grimund worriedly rushed forward to caution Sibin. But as he uttered the word young, his speech suddenly caught in his throat, his face full of astonishment. Seeing the blazing flames of power around Sibin, he confidently shone like a torch. He was bewildered, wondering to himself what kind of power this pale golden aura was. However, the soldiers seemed unaware of the danger. They immediately cast their spells. But just as they shouted Sky Knight, they were instantly incinerated by his battle flames in their confusion. After finishing off these small fries, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. The Baron began to tremble and then screamed. He tucked his sword behind his back and turned to ask Grimund if he was okay. Only then did everyone frantically report that the Lord was severely wounded and unconscious, making him worry and blurt out, "What?" Sibin quickly approached to check the situation and breathed a sigh of relief that it was not life-threatening. He just needed to drink a vial of life water to get healthy again. As the Lord of the Eagle Lord territory, he had to ponder the increasingly frequent situations. There would also be more wounded. He couldn't always use life water. This time, upon returning, he must firmly grasp the time for Lori to awaken. The chieftains began to display their might, directly using their weapons and unleashing their power abilities. Their loyalty made the surrounding people only cry out and scream noisily. This caused people to discuss that these monsters actually had magic cannons. Looking closely, they realized those were the cannons from their own city walls. The Redwood tribe has joined the battlefield. Quickly report to the great leader. The people in Borden City were all in an uproar. Then they frantically cried out that Borden City had fallen and Honeymoon Castle had also been wiped clean. The Baron had gone missing, causing the whole group to stir and scream for a retreat. Things continued like this until it was completely dark. Old Grimund asked in wonder if young Master Sibin had already broken through to become a Sky Knight. He replied blandly that he had just broken through 2 days ago. He just hadn't had time to say so. The butler was moved and joyfully exclaimed, "How wonderful," then apologized for his previous doubts. If not for the spontaneous aid from the militiamen turning the tide, this old life of his probably have been left behind here. He believed that he was still young, and in the future would surely become a champion knight, or even a legendary knight. He smiled happily and replied that perhaps one day, the flag of the Eagle Lord territory would cover the entire continent. The few chieftains also enthusiastically vowed to overcome all difficulties and dedicate themselves fully for the great Lord. He was so moved that he spat out the water he was drinking. These people kept repeating the phrases power and loyalty, making him uncomfortable and complain with disgust, enough to drive me crazy. The peaceful and joyful atmosphere continued until the next morning, when he called the system to draw a reward. It immediately displayed a notification that he had completed the daily quest and was receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the troop reward, the three-headed hellhound, triggering a critical reward. Receiving a troop upgrade to the Hellfire Saracon, the reward will be distributed rationally. Host, please prepare an empty area. Detected that the host has plundered Borden City and destroyed the Borden family estate, receiving 30,000 villain points. This generous reward made him sigh with satisfaction. A critical reward plus extra points, it's a lot, huh? System suddenly announced that on the sky above Eastfall City, there were rustling and elusive sounds. Soldiers standing below also had to look up to see. The citizens in the city also all looked up at the blue light that was swooping down, accompanied by an announcement that the reward had been delivered. Sibin was busy guessing what the Hellfire reward was, wondering if it was a fire spirit, and where it would appear this time. Suddenly the wall behind him exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. His little heart nearly leaped out. He angrily cursed the system for how it delivered items rationally. The people in the city panicked, and screamed that the Lord had been crushed to death by a meteorite. The meteorite suddenly flashed with light and then cracked open. The quest reward appeared so huge that he was astonished. It roared cheerfully about fire and destruction. Great Demon Lord Sibin, the Hellfire Saracon will dedicate its loyalty to you. But before it could finish its words, it suddenly paused and exclaimed in shock. It dared to ask why he was such a tiny worm, making him furiously grind his teeth and say that he was its summoner, also the worm it was talking about. Saracon trembled and hurried to correct itself. Damn it, I mean great, the Hellfire will be loyal. But it still had its old habits, calling him a lowly worm. He helplessly asked Saracon if it could put out its flames, because the table was about to catch fire. Seeing him say that, it obediently replied, I'll do it for you right away, my lord. Saracon, the Hellfire Hound, the leader of Hellfire, strength of agreement level 55, skills include Hellfire Radiance, Lava Attack, and Volcano Eruption, immune to magic and petrification. The leader of Hellfire, younger brother of the Gatekeeper Supremus. Looking at Saracon's terrifying level, he thought contentedly, with a Hellfire Hound with such great skills like this, it's impossible to lose. Indeed, the system's critical rewards had never disappointed anyone. After smashing the desk, Saracon was still insolent and asked why he was a worm. He angrily questioned whether it was contempt or respect, and whether it could settle on one form. But it was still the same, yes, little worm, which infuriated him, so he quickly reminded it to fix it to respect immediately. He was annoyed and frustrated, saying he really wanted to throw this one to go study with Lori. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lori suddenly pushed the door open and asked worriedly if her master was okay. He tiredly replied, I didn't mean right now. Seeing the little girl arrive, Saracon was astonished and ran over, blurting out, huh, then looked at her with a judging gaze. The Hellfire Hound commented that she was a smaller worm, somewhat resembling a beastkin, a strange worm. The little girl was stunned and hurt. Sibin quickly spoke up to remind it, then awkwardly explained that this was... Before he could finish his sentence, the little girl sprinted into his arms, fearfully screaming that a monster was eating her master. He didn't know what to do and just softly called, Lori. Before he could be touched, she said, the master stinks, he won't taste good. He could only cry out that the two of them seemed to have forgotten the meaning of respect, and then he comforted her. Next, he led her in front of Saracon and solemnly introduced it as a new subordinate who had fallen from the sky, telling them to get to know each other. The little girl was still dazed and yelled, what? She asked if this was also a subordinate of her master. The strange fire was still musing that the Great Lord didn't seem too small after all. He forced a smile and explained that it was true, there was no need to be afraid. It was like the chieftain's, just its appearance was a bit. Suddenly, a frantic voice rang out, Great Lord. It was the butler and a group of familiar people from Eastfall City, panicking as they entered, thinking the Lord was in danger. But as soon as they reached the doorway they were shocked, froze in place, and exclaimed, He just calmly said, anyway, let me introduce everyone a bit. Suddenly the eyes of the Hellfire Hound and the chieftain met, staring at each other with strange looks. Saracon said insinuatingly, haha, damn, even more worms, and a chieftain worm too. The chieftain directly retorted, asking why there was a Hellfire Hound here. Had Subjurus's hand already reached this universe? The people around didn't care much because what they were focused on was what kind of monster that was. The chieftain immediately followed up to protect the Lord. Seeing the atmosphere between the two sides full of gunpowder, he laughed helplessly and said, all right, that's enough. He reassured everyone that this was a new member named Saracon, a comrade from now on. It won't hurt anyone, but the premise is don't touch it. Lori stared at him blankly, thinking about the fire, when the chieftain suddenly shouted, my lord, are you serious? Although it wasn't a pure demon, the blood of a demon still flowed within it, with a demonic structure and blazing waste flames covering its body. Are you sure he can completely obey your orders? Seeing the chieftain's strange expression, he asked if they knew each other. Sarikhan then slowly spoke up, saying they came from the same world. The chieftain further explained that in their homeland, they were once forced to cooperate with these monsters to invade other worlds. Hearing that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking about invading another world. Shuriken suddenly burst out laughing. Wow. Dark immediately spoke up, saying that Graf Thunder's deep worm head could contribute to the Great Blazing Legion, which was an honor for you. But in a cold tone, he reminded how annoying the one who has to exert effort now is Lord Eagle. Infernal Flame also replied, damn it, what I meant was that praising Sartjuras for being able to contribute to Lord Eagle was an honor for Sarikhan. Their arguing gave him a headache, so he quickly raised his hand to stop them. Stop, if you two keep making noise. My room will be ruined. Call someone to fix my room. Everyone go back. Thinking everything was settled, Sarikhan looked at him pitifully and asked, Great Lord, then where do I go? Only then did he suddenly realize, confusedly thinking, oh right, where can I put this huge burning fireball? Master, he suddenly spoke up eagerly. Leave this to me. He asked doubtfully, leave it to you. She just nodded vigorously, smiling brightly like a flower, and answered firmly, yes. It was already late into the night, and everyone walked out with confused and puzzled expressions. Infernal Flame was arranged a unique resting place by Lori, the Pacific Ocean, which was by the small waterfall outside to restrain it. Not allowing it to suddenly catch fire, it just sat there dully and bored. Everyone was still whispering. The Lord's hobbies are getting stranger and stranger, right indeed. Just when they thought the peaceful atmosphere would pass, suddenly strange figures in pitch-black round cloaks appeared at the Lichwinter city. They pulled into groups and marched forward aggressively. The leader announced, according to information, tonight Lord Eagle returns to Lichwinter city. This is the best time for an assassination. We must seize the moment. As they were swaggering around the city, a stopping voice suddenly rang out. This road is blocked. This made them feel confused and suspicious. A fierce one threatened, old bastard, do you want to die? The leader immediately raised his hand to stop. Wait, who is it? Let's see who this is. Loser Parker, do you still recognize me? At first, he was confused and suspicious, but when he clearly saw the person in front of him, his eyes darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What is the person? Hearing this, he didn't bother to hide it, immediately took off his hood and laughed mockingly. That's right, Loser Parker. If it weren't for those eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized you. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, you've aged into this state. Your wife's blood was truly useful. Now I feel stronger than ever, thank you, Parker. This bastard even blatantly touched the deepest pain in his heart, the wife he loved the most, with a mocking tone. I'm still waiting for you to come for revenge, Grand Alchemist Parker. But isn't your mana source exhausted? How does a cripple like you plan to take revenge on me? His trembling hand suddenly took out a red pill from a small box, and then his whole body emitted killing intent as he spoke. I originally planned to kill a few Holy Temple Knights before finding you. I never expected you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. He gritted his teeth and affirmed, revenge, you will see it, I guarantee it. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, he swallowed the mysterious pill. A subordinate exclaimed in shock. This old man used a special pill to burn his life force to reach the Night Realm. Wada was not very worried, laughing with interest. Ha, number 2, number 3, come with me. Let's play with this old dog. He then ordered the others to go complete the mission His Holiness the Pope had given, and to finish it quickly. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from below the castle. The explosion was so loud it even disturbed Sibin's room upstairs, making Lori ask in confusion, what exploded? He quickly jumped up, went to the window to observe, full of doubt. What on earth is going on? Why did my own fountain turn into an erupting volcano? At this moment downstairs, Sarikhan was smiling with great interest at the intruders. Ahaha, vermin, the great Sarikhan will burn you to ashes. Tremble, wail, volcano eruption. They were confused and shocked, sweating profusely. Wah, why does Lord Eagle's city have this lava creature? Then they angrily cursed. The intelligence department people are truly a bunch of pests. His Holiness the Pope should burn them to death. The whole group fell into panic and fear, shouting at each other. Great Banda quickly dodged the molten rock splashing. Infernal Flame was extremely delighted, laughing excitedly. Ha 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 ha, pain, feign, fear. This is truly a delicacy. They panicked and screamed in terror. He watched from above, and after hearing keywords like His Holiness the Pope Banda, he vaguely guessed. So that's it. Then he immediately called Lori. The girl quickly replied, Master. Sibin patted her head and said, bring me my sword, you stay in the room, I'll be right back. Lori worriedly reminded, Master, you must be careful. Because what he was concerned about was that if they kept fighting like this, Lichwinter City would be destroyed. After preparing, he put on his armor, grabbed his sword, and charged forward, catching the attention of the Pope's wicked group. They shouted in surprise, another Sky Knight. He noticed the word another they used. When they learned he was a Sky Knight, they became even more confused. It's Lord Eagle. our assassination target. But wasn't he an Earth Knight? The more they thought, the angrier they got, telling themselves, the intelligence this time is seriously wrong. If we can back, don't risk our lives anymore. He saw the whole group ganging up on him, curled his lips in boredom. Tiesk, this trick again. Is this all you've got? As the dignified Lord Eagle, he didn't want to waste words on these small fries, so he immediately activated his dragon vein power. His eyes suddenly blazed fiercely and his entire body exuded a mighty aura of the divine dragon. Right after, he gently slashed down, creating a massive wave of damage, then leaped towards the Pope's men. Witnessing this supreme display of power, they became more panicked than ever. A Sky Knight can kill an Earth-level Holy Temple Knight with one sword. This is something only an old monster who has been a Sky Knight for many years can do. How old is Lord Eagle? Not even 25. Seeing them distracted, he spoke up to remind them, look over there. They trembled like leaves, screaming in panic. A familiar voice sounded from afar. My lord, brother-in-law Sibin. The Pope's men could only grit their teeth and accept, retreat and join up with Lord Wade. This mission has failed. Seeing them running away on all fours, he just stared, gritting his teeth. After smashing someone else's city, you think you can just run away? Think it's that easy? Then he sprang straight up to chase them, making everyone around crane their necks to look. This side, old man Parker was still struggling to fight several men alone. Wadey couldn't help but be bored. Truly disappointing. An ordinary person possessing Sky Knight power, but with no skills or experience. Even if he learned swordsmanship, he was still a cripple. But the old man still stubbornly charged into fight to the end to avenge his deceased wife. Suddenly, the subordinates he had just sent to assassinate Sibin came back panicked, calling out, Lord Wade, he asked in surprise. Number 5, number 7, number 11, back so soon? Mission accomplished. But it wasn't that easy. One panicked man reminded, Lord Wade, run. Lord Eagle has become a Sky Knight. The intelligence is completely wrong. In Lichtwinter City, there is also a powerful lava creature, at least Sky Knight level. Just then, he appeared behind him sneering. Is this your dying wish? Then he slashed straight down, not letting him say another word. The entire Pope group muttered in a daze. What, my lord? Seeing the person before him, he was shocked. Old Parker? Why him? Last time I saw Old Parker, he was just an ordinary person. How can he survive under the siege of 3 Holy Temple Knights now? The system displayed information: Parker loser, life force overdrawn, identity Grand Alchemist, strength Sky level 51, temporary, skills advanced potionology, intermediate fire element mastery, unavailable, beginner swordsmanship, equipment inferior quality sword, fine, empire reputation 121. He was once a nationally renowned Grand Alchemist, but now he is just a pitiful man who lost his wife, hiding his name to seek revenge. Eagle territory reputation 102. He was shocked that such a kind person like him had to use this method, thinking to himself, so he used a special method to overdraw his life force, forcibly boosting his strength to the Sky Knight level. Wade loudly ordered his subordinates, all of you charge forward and stop him. They immediately rushed to attack, replying, yes. His whole body exuded an imposing aura. He smiled lightly. Tiesk, you want to stop me? But they still refused to believe it. As soon as they charged, he slashed once, turning them into fertilizer for the next 5 years. He, even if unwilling to believe, had to gape, using just sword energy to easily kill a Holy Temple Knight. Only a Sky Knight's strength can do this. Realizing the severity, he quickly shouted, one Parker, one Lord Eagle. The situation is unfavorable now, we must withdraw quickly. But the old man only coldly advanced, gritting his teeth and asking, trying to run. He was originally going to flee far away, but encountered a blocker angrily shouting, get out of the way, you mad old man. He only snorted coldly in reply, before I die, I won't let you leave this place even one step. The rage within him was uncontrollable. He gritted his teeth and raised his sharp claws, his whole body radiating a domineering aura. Then you die. Then a wave of killing intent enveloped the old man, causing him pain, his eyes bloodshot. He showed no mercy, charging forward and stabbing straight into the old man's stomach, making his face turn pale from the pain. Sibin saw this scene and was panicked, hurriedly calling out the name of Parker, the fallen man. Though in extreme pain, the old man firmly held onto him. That man angrily cursed, telling him to let go. He suppressed the pain, forcing out his final request. Lord, please kill him for me. Considering it as fulfilling the kind old man's wish, he placed the cold sword against that man's neck. That man stared in horror, his face pale with fear. What must come came. That man fell down, breathing his last, while he merely carried the sword lightly on his shoulder. Old man Parker breathed with difficulty, calling after him, Lord, I heard, you also cherish a demi-human girl, is that true? He honestly confirmed, yes. Hearing this, the old man laughed heartily, then coughed violently. Finally, he struggled to advise, then you must protect her well. He had already promised in his heart, I will protect her. As soon as he returned to his room, he sighed wearily. Suddenly, the little girl rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. He asked worriedly, "Lori, what's wrong?" Hearing the question, the little girl sobbed even more in his arms, shyly saying, "Master, are you not injured? I heard it was chaotic down there." Lori does not want Master to be hurt. Lori wanted to go down and protect Master, but was afraid of getting in the way. Understanding the little girl's feelings, he gently comforted her. "Lori is never in the way. You are about to awaken. Who knows, by then you might even be stronger than Master. When that time comes, you can protect Master." That was just a comforting word, but Lori kept murmuring, "Awakening means I can protect Master. Really want to protect Master, do not want to hide behind. Lori must become stronger." Suddenly, her entire body emitted a strange light. That caused him to worry until his face paled. Just like that, the little girl awakened unexpectedly. The entire room radiated a powerful glow so intense he had to cover his eyes with his hand. Sibin just stood there dazed, not understanding what had just happened. Then he stammered, unable to form words. "Lori, you. At that moment, the system panel displayed a notification. Name, Lori. Identity, Ironclad Nun, lover of Sibin. Strength, Awakening, Demi-Human Season Stage, levels 42, 41, 50. Skills, Wood Rain, Cold Light, AoE. Endless Growth, Single. Holy Spirit Protection Defense. Ancient Tree welcomes Spring, Pursuit. Natural Harmony, Passive. Plant Control, Passive. Rich Scent, Passive. Equipment, None. Fame, Eagle's Domain, 28. A beautiful maiden unknown to others, as her body and heart already belonged to one person. Lori was still teary-eyed, her face flushed, shyly asking, Master, what is it?" He then became overjoyed, jumping up, grabbing her hand, bursting with happiness. "Lori, you just awakened." Oh, amazing. It made him freeze. But she did not know that he was secretly laughing darkly. A support. Finally, I, Sibin, have a support. Exclusive, top tier, one who can warm the bed. Ha ha ha. After this, who dares to say Frostrain City has no healing power? These skills can casually slaughter a bunch of priests, right? Next morning, from a small medical clinic came a shout, specializing in treating stubborn illnesses, bruises, wounds from knives and guns, poisonous insect bites, cost starting from 1 bronze coin. Sarakin still stood outside, dazedly doing exercises, mumbling judgmentally, "Bugs everywhere. Hateful. Sarakin hates bugs." And Lori was always friendly. "Welcome, dear customers." Seeing this, the people around sighed or murmured, "The person opening the shop is a demi-human girl. I heard she is the Lord's new pet. Probably open just for fun. I miss Old Parker's shop more." Those words Sibin like a blow, but he merely smiled faintly. As expected, the clinic's opening was not smooth. He looked around again, then sighed in frustration. He had intended to open the clinic to give Lori confidence and gradually change the prejudice against demi-humans, but it seemed hard to change in a single day. Then a kid passing by sparked an idea, and he blurted something out. He immediately called out, "Got it. Hey, fatty, come here quickly." The adorable kid looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Lord, what do you need me for?" White clouds drifted lightly across the blue sky. The kid dragged his mother to the front of Lori's shop. "Doctor, sister, can you examine my mother? She has been coughing for days." His mother smiled apologetically. "Sorry, the kid suddenly pulled me here." "Hey, isn't that Chris, little fatty?" Seeing this, she broke into a bright smile. "It's fine, please come in." And secretly rejoiced. Finally, a patient has come. The surrounding people watching the scene sighed with pity. "Oh, poor Aubrey's child, father died in battle, mother seriously ill. His mother has a lung disease. Even the pastor had no cure. What could dem Emma human girl do?" While Lori was enthusiastically conducting the examination, those outside already held prejudice, thinking that with old Parker gone, Aubrey was desperately looking for a doctor. After a while, the three of them walked out cheerfully, making everyone curious. "Oh, they are out already, so fast? Does her complexion really look better?" they immediately inquired. "Aubrey, how is your mother?" The boy could not help it, jumping up in delight. "She is cured. Cured. That beautiful sister is amazing." She gently raised her hand, and white light covered my mother, and soon my mother felt much better. The boy's mother also smiled, gently touching her face. "Indeed, my lungs no longer hurt, and I am not coughing anymore." A few aunties nearby were astonished. So she really could cure it. Truly miraculous. But it must be expensive, right? The old man who originally held prejudice against the clinic also chimed in. "Probably like the church pastors. 100 gold for 1 session. This shop is no different." Then the adorable kid pointed at the advertisement board. "The beautiful sister only charged us 1 bronze coin. It says right there, starting from 1 bronze coin." The old man was surprised. "Really? Only charge 1 bronze coin? How is that possible?" Aubrey smiled and confirmed, "It is true, sir." Sarakin felt everything around was just one word, noisy. Then someone rushed in. By the gods! I must go tell my old man. This is wonderful. My daughter will be saved this time. And so, the people no longer held animosity towards Laurie's clinic. At that moment, a young woman unexpectedly walked over, holding paper and pen, saying happily, "Is this Frostrain City? Finally made it. Look at that magic cannon over there. Hey, is this a medical clinic? Why is it so crowded? Could it be a line for egg distribution?" At this point, the people were all lining up in a long queue, hoping to be examined. Sibin stood outside carefully reminding them, "Please line up neatly, do not push. Everyone will have a chance to be treated." The bespectacled young woman stood outside the window, quietly observing every move Laurie made, thinking to herself, "So it is run by a demi-human? Don't the people here have deep-seated prejudice against demi-humans? But this demi-human girl looks very familiar, like the demi-human maiden the Lord of Eagle's domain saved during his patrol." She glanced lightly towards the back, thinking, opening a clinic is a sign she is safe here, right? But from a while ago, there has been someone on the opposite side secretly staring this way. Seeing that she was gradually gaining the goodwill and trust of the people, he curled his lips in satisfaction. Then he thought to himself, not a bad state, Laurie. But what is with that person secretly peeping from outside the window? Suddenly, both of them stared at each other intently as if trying to determine each other's identity. After confirming, they both exclaimed in astonishment. First, the system panel displayed his information, name Sibin Goldmaster, identity, Lord of Eagle's domain, count, strength, skills, equipment, fame, all indeterminate, threat level, nightmare. Learning the other's background, the young woman quickly walked towards him. Lord of Eagle's domain, to think I would meet you here. He merely smiled faintly, thinking, I should be the one saying that. Next, the system displayed her information, flame check missed, identity, scenic view party player, strength level 20. He unconsciously curled his lips, flame check missed. Suddenly meeting a big shot from the scenic view party here. I often saw her in posts during the previous game session. Did not expect her to come to this world too, already at level 20. So other players are probably around this level. High level ones must be around 25. The young woman stepped forward, greeted him with a smile. Hello, I am from Radiant Light Town, a traveler exploring the mystical lands. He politely returned the greeting. Hello. So the big shot traveled all the way from Radiant Light Town to Frostrain City just to sightsee, huh? Checkmiss smiled brightly like a flower, shyly replying, that is right. Lord, may I have your autograph, please? Seeing this, the smile on his lips deepened, thinking, as expected of the scenic view party, look at that attitude towards beautiful things. He readily agreed, no problem. As he signed his name, he cheerfully thought his charisma had permeated into the player community. Guru had taken the bait, and she gradually revealed a sly smile. Suddenly, a stranger appeared around Sibin. His entire body was bound, causing him to cough violently. Cuff, cuff, cuff. What kind of devilry is this? Checkmist asked coldly. Lord of Eagle's domain. Speak. What did you really do to Saintess Rui that day? Sibin tried to negotiate. Hey, let's talk slowly. What about Rui? Why are you tying me up like this, huh? She smiled darkly, probing. Feeling dizzy yet? This is the dizziness-inducing spore I painstakingly collected from the wastelands. Struggling is useless. Hee hee. Do you really care about the Saintess, or are you just bluffing? Hearing that, she suddenly recalled the image of the Saintess at that time, constantly saying, my body is too hot, too cold. She could not understand it at all, asking sternly, after you and the Saintess were in the room together. The next day, she fell ill, sometimes hot and sometimes cold, growing weaker by the day. Add to that your hatred of demi-humans. All the spirits point their spears at you. What do you have to say for yourself? After hearing this absurd reason, he replied helplessly, oh, come on! I only kissed her once. Could it be she got a similar illness just from seeing my handsome face? Then he thought to himself, the Saintess from the previous game session never had this issue. System, do you know anything about this? It lightly explained, current information is insufficient. Host, please investigate the anomalous location. Sibin felt like a thunderbolt struck him out of the clear blue sky, panicking inwardly. Could it be that, because the world line changed, no matter what I do, players will eventually gather to punish Eagle's domain for the Saintess's death, leading to an unavoidable death flag? And Checkmist grew even more certain, thinking she had never seen anyone so shamelessly thick-skinned. This made a coward like him unable to sit still. He hurriedly thought, no good, I have to do something. Then he quickly cut the ropes binding him, startling her so much that she stuttered, asking if he was not dizzy anymore. Hearing this, he only smiled faintly and replied, how ridiculous. With his strength, a few dizzying spores would be recovered with a single sneeze. He also solemnly declared to Jianmei for the last time, regardless of whether she believed it or not, this matter was not his doing. He did not hate the subhumans, but to investigate the real cause of Rui falling ill. He could go to Chanzing Guang with with her. This made her somewhat overjoyed amidst her surprise, asking if it was true. Hearing this, Sibin began to stroke his chin with a sly smile, affirming it was true. Next, he picked up the rope that had just bound him and said cunningly, "True. But before we go, She looked at his eerie smile with a heart full of caution and alertness, asking what he wanted to do. "Do not come near." Lori also hurriedly ran over and asked, "Master, you were looking for me?" Then he patted her shoulder and said the clinic would be temporarily closed. Come with him. This confused her a bit, but she still obediently replied yes. Seeing this scene, Jianmei also had to ponder, thinking this must be the subhuman girl who opened the clinic. Could it be that what Lord Eagle said was all true, that he did not hate subhumans? They had misunderstood him. Although she was still extremely hateful, while he was still cheerfully humming a tune, Lori was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Somewhere else, people were buzzing about whether the main character Yi Hao had been found. Ever since he said he was going to find a cure for the Saintess, he still had not returned, and only a ghost knew where he was. They were all furious, believing that Lord Eagle was the cause, and that sooner or later, he would have to be eliminated. The more they talked, the more heated they became, insisting not only on victory, but also on punishment. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly Sibin appeared from behind him, carrying a bound Jianmei in his hand. Before the astonished gazes of the surrounding townspeople, he merely said indifferently, "We have arrived." Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" And the system continuously reported a series of information. Anomaly detected, analyzing, anomaly found with Fate Child Yihao, Destiny thread severed, world line unrecoverable. Anomaly detected with subhuman Saintess Rui, temporarily no way to remedy. Forcefully initiating the third phase mission. Capture the subhuman Saintess, life form must execute immediately. Looking at the system panel, he could not help but curse inwardly, is the system crazy, shooting out so much information? At this moment, several subhuman townspeople looked at him as if he were a mortal enemy, and they even furiously discussed that he was Lord Eagle. Everyone should take his life to avenge their lord. Sibin stood dazed and weary, pondering his life now only 2 hours. There was no time left. He knew nothing about Rui's problem, but according to the system's hint, it must be greatly related to Yihao. He thought of a good idea. The best course now was to quickly take Rui to Ludong City and have Lori see if she could cure her. Saying so, Sibin quickly drew the treasured sword from his back, intending to deal with the mess before him single-handedly. The group of guards rushed over, flailing their arms and legs as they attacked Sibin. These small fries knew everything except who Sibin was. Sibin casually swung his sword twice, creating a cross-shaped stream of spiritual power that cleaved the group in two, and he shouted loudly, "Get lost now." Sibin stepped step by step into the castle to find the person. He had to go through 7,749 reincarnations just to find dear Rui's room. Sibin kicked the door and burst in, exhausted, so angry he was fuming. The maid, who had just finished wiping Rui down and was about to leave, was startled by the powerful door kick and turned to see who it was. He walked in silently. Sibin did not have enough time to answer the girl's question. He hurried to Rui's bedside. She was lying there breathing with difficulty, her pale face causing him some pain as he asked how she had ended up in this state. "Alright, let's go." Sibin casually took a towel from the maid's hand and wrapped it around Rui's body several times before lifting her up. With one arm holding Rui, letting her lean against him, he used the other hand to draw the treasured sword and unleash divine power, shattering a corner of the castle. The maid nearly fainted seeing the scene before her. From the sky, a fierce beast, half bird and half beast, landed on the castle. Sibin quickly placed Rui and his disciple on its back and immediately departed, extremely worried about Rui's critical condition. The fierce beast flew away from the castle, flapping its wings and gliding gently through the air over towns. The people below immediately chased after it, pointing and cursing Sibin severely, saying Lord Eagle had kidnapped the Saintess. Damn that Lord Eagle. He had actually broken through to become a Sky Knight. Sooner or later someone would destroy you. Why are you guys so worked up? Scene change at Ludong City. Sibin immediately took Rui to the treatment room. She lay on the bed, writhing in pain, with a persistent high fever, and she kept having nightmares of some kind. Sibin looked at her with worried sympathy. Lori noticed this, approached, and channeled her energy to suppress the spiritual energy and heal Rui. After more than an hour, Lori was also exhausted, her strength gradually depleted. Rui on the bed showed little improvement, which was truly disheartening. Suddenly, Lori could no longer stand. She collapsed onto the cold stone floor, her body giving out. Sibin ran over to catch her, asking worriedly, "Lori, are you all right?" Seeing Lori's haggard face, Sibin could not bear to let her stay in this place any longer. Lori leaned against him and confessed, "Master, Lori has no way to completely remove this power. I can only temporarily temporarily suppress it. She sobbed softly. Sibin knew he had to comfort her. He patted her shoulder and smiled gently. This is not your fault. You have been using your abilities nonstop for a day. This morning you also treated many subjects. Lori, you have done very well. No, 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 that is not it. Lori did not think that way. She cried loudly, burying her face in Sibin's chest and sobbing. Her condition is very complicated. Lori could feel a malevolent force invading her body. It is a kind of mark that cannot be dispelled and has deeply rooted itself in her soul. The reason she cannot wake up now is that this evil mark has pulled her into a nightmare. If we truly want to remove this mark, we must see if she herself wants to overcome it. Is that really so? Sibin silently looked at Rui. But one thing puzzled Sibin. He rubbed the little girl's head and asked, why was Lori suddenly so enthusiastic? Rui moaned in fear, so pitiful. Sibin had been sitting by her bedside for a long time, constantly encouraging himself to think of a way to help Rui escape death. Although there was no direct way to save Rui, perhaps he could help her a little within the nightmare. In Rui's nightmare, the past and present appeared before her eyes in turn. Rui shed tears of blood and pain. Countless demons appeared around her. They continuously pointed at Rui and criticized her. Rui, as a saintess, you must serve the goddess properly. Rui, memorize the scriptures. Rui, why can you still not awaken this time? Rui, I took you out of the orphanage hoping you would become an excellent saintess. Rui, you must not disappoint my expectations. Rui, avenge the subhuman nation. Rui, protect the subhumans. Is there anyone to save me? In another dream, Rui was escorted to a prison by them. She was chained tightly by hundreds of interlocking chains. They pressed tightly into her flesh one by one. The accusatory voices of the vengeful spirits sounded again. Rui cried, begging them to stop talking. Please stop talking. Her tears were dry. Suddenly, by some unknown divine power, those huge chains were cut. Rui fell frantically into freefall, then plunged into another dream. Rui fell into an abyss of deep water. She sank slowly, with no strength left to resist. The feeling of soaking in such cold water brought her a strange peace. Rui closed her eyes, letting go of everything, truly wanting to just sink down. Damn it, countless arms rose from under the water as if controlled by some dark magic. They frantically and quickly pushed her body down. The demons did not let her go. Rui opened her eyes wide, waking up. She raised her hand high, crying, no. She struggled desperately against the hundreds of arms. Dear Rui looked up at the light on the sea surface, hoping that someone on that surface would be willing to catch her. At the moment she was about to give up, the hand of a certain young man directly grabbed Rui's hand firmly and powerfully. Rui felt a trace of warmth from that hand. Someone had come to save her. Rui opened her eyes wide in surprise. Sibin had found Rui in her nightmare. He firmly held Rui's hand and gently pulled her out of the deadly water. The two looked at each other with deep longing. The fierce beast circled in the air a few times. Rui could not believe her eyes. She wondered, Lord Eagle? No doubt about it. It was that damn Sibin, the most despicable person in her mind. Rui struggled with all her might. Embarrassed, she asked, why are you here? Sibin cheerfully teased her. Of course the young master here has come to steal your charm. Rui was quite stubborn though. She struggled so much that she was shocked when that nasty Sibin dared go of both hands from her. Rui tumbled onto the beast's back, crying out, you wicked man, you hurt a girl. Rui sat up with difficulty. Sibin felt a bit guilty, knowing he had teased her too much. He went to support Rui, but could not have expected her to directly punch him in the cheek. The pain was piercing. Seeing her so weak, he expected wild kicks, but instead she used her fist. Sibin was utterly addicted. Alright, little lady likes this wild style. Rui started making a scene and whining, you release me now. Sibin was afraid she would struggle more and fall flat on her face, possibly killing herself. He ordered Little Pet to stop at a deserted villa area. Without waiting for the fierce beast to land, Rui quickly jumped down like a flying motor. The girl really was fierce. Rui jumped down too fast. She twisted one of her ankles, the pain shooting up to her brain, it hurt so much. Rui winced and stood still. Sibin only had time to catch her in his arms, afraid she might fall. He smiled roguishly at her. Hey, this is a dreamscape. How can it hurt? You're not just pretending, are you? Rui looked at him and then down at her legs. The pain was gone. It seemed it really did not hurt. Could she be hallucinating? Rui forcefully pushed Sibin away from her. This guy was generally untrustworthy. What do you mean by your words? Is this really a dreamscape? Sibin looked serious and nodded. That is right. This is your nightmare. If I had not used up a hypno scroll to connect our minds and come here to save you, you would have been a goner long before sunset. Disgusting man. Rui turned her face away, pouting and said, dreaming of you is the real nightmare. But she was a bit curious. Avoiding Sibin's gaze, she fidgeted awkwardly. But why did you save me? Sibin pretended to think. He sighed, there is no particular reason. I was afraid you would die, and people would say you died of lovesickness from missing me too much. Then all the blame would fall on me, and I would be too wronged. Sibin gently stroked his own V-shaped chin, narcissistically thinking, anyway, I am this handsome, it is very convincing, is it not? What? Rui bristled with anger, who said she was obsessed with him. You are utterly shameless. Forget that. Sibin grabbed Rui's hand and ran quickly in one direction of the villa. Alright, hurry up and go. Now we must quickly find the exit, or we will really be trapped here until evening. The two ran through a gate. Rui's cheeks blushed slightly, her heart pounding wildly as she looked down. That Sibin guy was holding her hand. They continued through. The countless classical architectures of these buildings were truly eye-catching. Rui struggled again. Hey, you let go. Found it. Sibin quickly pulled her hand and led her to where he was talking about. Sibin looked at that architectural style with interest. This place looks very much like a sacred cathedral. It seems the most terrifying thing in your heart is this place. I think the exit must be inside. The sacred cathedral, just hearing it brought a flood of unpleasant memories to Rui's mind. Rui in those memories was very weak. No, the girl cried miserably, begging and trying to run away. But in the end, there was only one outcome. Rui trembled as she looked at the cathedral. She tugged at Sibin's hand and begged, I will not go. Sibin was surprised to feel Rui's fear making her tremble. I see. Making her this afraid means the direction is certainly correct. Let us go whether you want to or not. You must cooperate with me. Sibin swung Rui over his shoulder. He ran quickly into the cathedral. Rui beat on his back. Ah, you demon. In the center of the hall, a large statue was placed right there. Rui and Sibin curiously ran over to see what it was about. Is this statue not of Rui? She wondered why there was a statue of the previous saintess here. Clearly, the one placed in the sacred hall should be the wild goddess Malone. Sibin was not very interested in what Rui said. He turned in all 8 directions, observing everything, then inadvertently asked back, oh, so this is the predecessor? He clicked his tongue in disdain. The quality of subhuman saintesses is truly going downhill. But Rui glared at him affectionately. Hey, what does that look supposed to mean? Sibin said nothing more. He grabbed her collar and pulled her along. Let us go. Find the exit. Rui fumed as she was dragged along by that Sibin guy. But that statue, her eyes could not look away from it. There was indeed a problem. The moment Rui and Sibin disappeared from sight, the statue's eyes suddenly turned a terrifying bloodshot red. Deep within those eyes was a cryptic skull shape. Along the church hallway, they quickly advanced toward the room at the end to check. Sibin curiously opened the door, only to find it was a classroom with a female teacher writing on the podium. The whole class was eerily silent, no different from a temple at noon. Rui asked in surprise why the orphanage had a classroom that resembled the nightmare of his childhood. Sibin explained that this was a nightmare, and it was normal for the location in a dream to differ from reality. Miss Malia turned her face to the board, but instead of writing, she vigorously scratched the board with her hand, leaving behind countless clear marks. Sibin did not care, took her hand, and told her to head for the door. Rui pulled him back, saying there was something wrong with the woman in the mirror. Rui saw that she seemed to be controlled by someone, with a very strange symbol on her neck. Miss Malia turned around, angrily swung her rattan cane forward. Provoked by the noise, she shouted at Roykon to go back to sleep immediately. Rui, out of habit, immediately became frightened and trembled. As if hypnotized, she walked quickly to the desk, saying, Yes, miss. Sibin was startled and called her name. Lloyd, where are you going? Do not wander off. Suddenly, Miss Malia rushed over in fury, complaining that children who did not obey must be beaten. Sibin watched with eyes wide open in shock. Malia struck Rui hard into the space between her and Sibin, her hand strength terrifying. Sibin angrily kicked her directly in the stomach. Being kicked, Malia stumbled back a few steps before collapsing in pain. Soon after, Malia quickly walked to the center of the classroom. She raised Rui as a signal, saying it was time for music, so sing for her. The children stood up, using both hands to scratch hard at the desks, leaving deep marks. Each child screamed like wailing from hell. Sibin covered his ears, distressed. This sound was too unpleasant. Rui realized something was wrong. She looked at each child with their dull, lifeless faces. Touching her chest lightly, she knew this was her childhood memory at the orphanage. Rui let out a helpless sigh. The children surrounded Malia, who was standing angrily in the middle of the class. She asked who took the glasses, saying if caught, they would receive 50 lashes. Mischievous boy held the glasses hidden behind his back, chuckling. Malia heard the noise, glanced over, and smiled in that direction. Sibin intended to save the boy. Rui stopped him, whispering that she couldn't see. Sibin was puzzled. Rui turned and said quietly, That is Malia, the manager of my orphanage. Rui looked at the matron with sad eyes. In her memory, that woman's eyesight was poor, but she was very strong, able to sense things by sound. No sooner had she spoken than Malia lunged to attack, shattering a whole section of the wall with a punch. Sibin carried Rui and flew up to dodge, letting out an exclamation. He took out a coin from his pocket, understanding why Rui was rather violent. Malia stood still, probing, her hearing very sharp. Sibin tossed the coin towards the corner of the room. As expected, she ran in that direction, wildly hitting the children with her stick. Sibin immediately grabbed Rui and ran. They both stepped through a door floating in space, Sibin carrying Rui as they flew up. Something was wrong. They looked up to see a giant puppet falling towards them. The door pushed everyone out. Rui landed painfully on top of Sibin. He teleported to another castle. Sibin accidentally squeezed her chest, causing her to shyly call him a pervert. Sibin immediately switched hands, smiling and asking if she liked this side. Rui's face turned bright red, telling him to get up quickly. Sibin sat up, looked around, and asked where this was. Rui shook her head. It felt familiar, but she couldn't remember. Rui suddenly got excited, saying it was her room at the warden's mansion. Sibin realized these places were all nightmares from her painful memories. Rui pointed at a shadow on the wall and shouted a warning. The giant shadow approached. Rui sat down in fear. Sibin looked at the puppet that was identical to him. Sibin froze for 5 seconds, realizing it was an exact copy of him. Both looked at the puppet with stunned expressions. Sibin turned around. Rui pretended to be clueless and looked away. Sibin picked up the puppet and confronted her. Rui blushed, hugged it, and tried to deny it, saying it was very cute, then walked to the mirror. Rui pointed at the door in the floor and urged him to hurry up. Sibin tossed the puppet aside, cheerfully stepping through the door. In the darkness, Sibin walked while complaining about the sharp-edged doll's image. Rui quietly followed, not knowing how to explain. A light at the end of the hallway attracted them. Sibin grabbed Rui's hand, thinking it was the exit. Sibin stopped uneasily, hearing footsteps. Rui wondered why he had stopped. Sibin signaled for her to be quiet, asking if she heard anything strange. Saintess Beryl appeared, holding a thick whip in her hand. Beryl angrily struck the children with the whip, ordering the Saintess to be locked in the cell. Rui was thrown into the dark dungeon. She knelt down and begged to be released. At that moment, Rui realized the place they were standing was the prison cell from the past. Real Beryl stood right before their eyes. The moment Sibin saw her, he was captivated, inwardly cheering. Sibin cheerfully went to greet the beautiful girl. Before he could finish his sentence, Beryl attacked, making Sibin cough up a mouthful of blood. A chain pierced through his chest, holding him suspended in the air. Sibin remained optimistic, praising her enthusiasm. He realized his body energy was draining fast, this speed far exceeding a knight's capability. Rui anxiously shouted, asking if he was okay. Sibin struggled to reassure her, realizing all power originated from the dream's master. Sibin told Rui to imagine he was the most formidable character in her nightmare. Rui recalled the scene of her hugging a plush rabbit in the dungeon years ago. She whispered, calling out to Mr. Rabbit. Sibin instantly transformed into a muscular pink rabbit, flung the chain away, and charged straight at Beryl. A man and a rabbit fought, their spiritual power radiating to suppress the entire corner of the room. With power from Rui, Beryl was defeated, transforming into a terrifying, vengeful demon. Demon King revealed itself within a surge of deep blue spiritual power, roaring in pain before dissipating. Rui ran to the side of the pink rabbit Sibin, and she looked at him sobbing. The body of the Eagle Lord was dissolving into an illusion. Sibin sadly instructed Rui. The power from the scroll was gone. Now she had to find her own way out. He gently reminded Rui, "Hey, subhuman Saintess, do not disappoint me." Rui nodded in agreement, cheerfully watched him dissolve and said goodbye, promising that she would definitely get out. Back in the abyss of the Demon Lord's domain, countless bolts of lightning and fire were converging on one point, each strike of lightning falling fiercely. Yahello leaped out from within the lightning, painfully collapsing to his knees and vomiting blood. He screamed in madness. Had he just been defeated? How could he possibly fail? A voice sounded from beneath the ground, chiding Yahello for disappointing him greatly. Yahello said nothing, only sat there breathing heavily with exhaustion. The man in the black robe slowly walked forward to rebuke him. "You were seduced by the abyss for momentary power." Yahello angrily yelled, "Is it not because you wouldn't give me more power?" He wept bitterly. His prophetic skills were utterly useless. What could he do? Just stand by and watch his woman be stolen by that detestable lord? The man in the black robe was truly furious. He roared as if he wanted to devour Yahello whole. He called Yahello a waste, merely a vessel. Who dared make him lose composure? He had fully guarded against the counterattack of the world's will, to create an opportunity for the followers to invade. Yahello only needed to lead the followers well, but he ruined the plan with his foolish actions. He looked at Yahello, who was neither man nor demon, and gave him one last chance. If he remained stubbornly deluded, do not blame him for taking his body as a new vessel. The man in the black robe commanded, "There is no more time, the second trial round is about to begin." Back in the real world, Lori worriedly looked at Rui and Sibin lying on the bed. She had kept vigil all night, tiredly sobbing, wondering when her master would wake up. It had already been a whole night. Sibin lay still without moving, while Rui turned over to hug him and slept soundly. Time passed by like this. Lori paced anxiously, her eyes red, worried if there was any danger. Right, Lori recalled what Chris once taught her. She absolutely could not let the teacher down. Chris said that physical contact, changing clothes, and applying makeup could create a sense of security. Lori naively believed those words. She ran to the wardrobe and rummaged for a few favorite outfits. She wondered if her master liked black or white. The noisy sounds woke Sibin up. He spoke up weakly and tiredly. Suddenly, there was a fierce thunderclap outside. A whole patch of sky lit up brightly. Lori was startled and looked out the window, exclaiming in surprise that it was about to rain. Rain? Sibin opened his eyes wide and stared at the ceiling. He could not move his limbs, feeling a bit dazed, wondering where this was. What the hell was this underwear? Sibin's gaze swept over and saw Lori in a seductive nurse outfit, holding a syringe as she walked towards him. He was jolted, completely awake seeing her about to inject him. Lori reached out to touch him. Sibin reflexively grabbed her hand quickly. She must have startled him. Sibin sat bolt upright and pulled her close. Their close proximity made Lori shyly ask if Master was awake. Sibin looked at her and asked why she was dressed like that. Lori cheerfully replied, did he even need to ask? Of course, to help Master wake up quickly. Chris's method was so effective. Sibin shot a spiteful glance outside. So this sister Chris was the culprit again. Goodbye. Hearing the Master was awake, ran in to join the fun, winking and asking if the Master liked it. Sibin rubbed his chin and thought, a manly man like himself having perverted hobbies was not strange. Of course he liked it, but she could only dress like that when they were alone. Roy still had not woken up, but he was temporarily out of mortal danger. Sibin stretched wearily, yawned a few times, and told Lori she did not need to stay in the school grounds anymore. It was time to sleep. Lori nodded obediently, nestled into Sibin's chest, and coquettishly asked if he had said earlier that he would wait for her to awaken and then have a baby. Sibin's face paled. Who would promise something like that child? No wonder Lori had been so enthusiastic lately. It turned out to be for this reason. He stammered and told her to go to sleep first. They still had to go to the clinic tomorrow. Sibin dropped his pants and ran ahead, speeding out like a flying motorcycle. Lori watched him, furious, until her face was red. Her master was clearly like that. Sibin ran out of the room and locked the door tightly. He felt guilty towards her, but he was sorry. It was not that he did not want to. It was all for her own good. The system announced that the host had abducted a saintess, receiving 20,000 villain points. The screen flickered, detecting the second beta trial round had opened early. Repair failed. The system had finished updating, adding a camp section to the shop. The system earnestly begged Sibin to check immediately, urging him repeatedly. Sibin looked worriedly at the screen. Why was it moving again? He pressed continuously. No, the system was updating again. Players had reached the second beta trial round so quickly. From what he remembered, with 10,000 people, if they fought all the way to Linding City, it would be hard to hold the city. Standing outside the room in only his shorts, Sibin tapped on the crappy system. He wondered if the system was more impatient than last time, or if the system also had emotions. Could it be that the game lord from his previous life had reincarnated into it? No matter how hoarse Sibin got from shouting, the system remained silent. He waited impatiently, urging it. The system replied that it could not see through things. Privacy was set as the highest priority. Sibin gave a sinister smile, silently cursing the system for being stupid and brainless. Other people's systems were like hands behind the screen, expertly dominating their hosts and seizing power. The more Sibin thought, the angrier he got. Other people's bosses were impressive. His own boss was a lump of junk. His system was like it had a disability. He had to sell his soul and work like a dog without any power. He pressed the upgrade activation to see the new functions. The authority was only for the granted tier 1 soldier types. He could recruit Crusader Divine Archers for 20,000 points. The Beast Pen could recruit Beastmen Infantry. Bestman Spearmen also required 20,000 points. The Shadow Guild could recruit Shadow Assassins and Shadow Crossbowmen for 25,000 points. The Lava Cavern could recruit Firestone Monsters for 20,000 points. The Graveyard could recruit Skull Soldiers and Skull Archers for 15,000 points. The Phantom Forest could recruit Tree Demons and Black Panthers for 15,000 points. Sibin looked over it for the first time and found it very strange. What the hell was this? He could understand the Crusaders and Divine Archers, but what were the rest? Scene transition to the real world. Lin Fan sat leisurely eating a meal with his mother, picking up delicious food. A notification appeared on his phone saying the second beta trial round was about to start. He excitedly picked up his phone. He dashed out of the dining room like a flying motorcycle, only managing to hurriedly say a few words to his mother before disappearing. His mother sat there shouting, "Was this kid a cat? Eating just a little bit." Lin Fan ran to his room, closed the door tightly, and lay down in the time machine to enter the game. The system immediately rang out a welcome. The GAN Continent game version 2.0 was starting. Login complete. Have a nice game. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide, staring at the screen, and only then realized this was a new expansion pack. At Lindung City, Rui writhed in pain, groaning on the bed. Without Sibin by her side, she was still trapped in a nightmare, remembering everything. The image of the first time she met Sibin. He coldly killed countless people, a cruel lord. In the arena, she lay terrified and still on his shoulder, letting him carry her away. Suddenly, another memory pierced through Rui's mind, an image of Yihao crying miserably, begging Sibin to release someone. How could they be so heartless to her? Lin Fan sensed Rui's existence. He resolved to save her. The GAN continent started up. Scene transition. Yihao gathered all the heroes and strong warriors from everywhere. standing at a high place. He clearly declared that he was very happy to see so many elites today, that everyone was the hope of Guangzhou City. He briefly spoke about the purpose of forming the Purifier Guild. Yi Hao drew his sword and shouted loudly. That was to kill the Eagle Lord and rescue the Saintess Rui. The crowd, brainwashed by him, enthusiastically responded, shouting to kill the Lord. He activated his spiritual power and flew into the air, his cultivation level rising by 1 rank. Yi Hao led the crowd, screaming his eyes as if he had sold his soul to the devil. He shouted that this was merely the darkness before dawn and justice would prevail. The crowd drooled as they looked at the power everyone coveted. They praised Yi Hao as an idol, level 53, a sky knight. They said they had wrongly blamed Brother Hao, that the Saintess was about to be saved, and they rallied to go kill the Lord and loot his equipment. Yi Hao gloated at being worshipped. He continued to roar, Eagle Lord, he would definitely expose your ugly face. Back at Lindung City, Sibin was carrying out some scheme. He approached slowly, his face full of lust. Since it had come to this, he would stop pretending. Sibin pushed the small Lori onto the bed, tearing off her maid uniform. Frightened, Lori shielded her chest, crying and screaming that she didn't want to be a bedwarmer anymore, that her master was evil, vile, and perverted. Sibin grabbed Lori's delicate white wrist. He pinned both her hands above her head, looked over her body with a sly smile, and reminded her that no one could save her today. She had to warm the bed for this young master, or he would eat her up. Lori sobbed and struggled wildly. Good. The goal was achieved. The system notified the host for forcing a maidservant to warm the bed, an extremely villainous act, instantly granting 5,000 points. Sibin secretly rejoiced. The stupid system had revealed a bug to him. Task complete, Sibin moved away from Lori. He stood looking at her with satisfaction. All right, that is done. Lori disappointedly scrambled up. No next step? Just that? Sibin nodded vigorously, winking as he commanded. That is enough. From now on, perform it once every night before sleep. Lori lowered her head in disappointment, softly calling out, Master. The girl sat still, her expression filled with thoughts. Sibin asked curiously, what is it? Lori took a deep breath, looking shyly at her master. Master, it is the day of coming of age. Do you have a strange fetish? Sibin choked, not knowing how to answer. Sibin swallowed his saliva in fear. He stammered, no, listen to my explanation. His mind spun wildly for a reason that would not arouse Lori's suspicion. But it was very difficult to explain that he was not a pervert. He just wanted to earn villain points. Lori moved close to him. If Master has a strange fetish, just tell Lori. Lori will seriously consider it. Sibin shut his eyes tightly in agony, but everyone in the house was supporting him in acting like a pervert. Sweat broke out on Sibin's face. Seeing her master distressed, Lori could not bear to make things difficult. She suddenly remembered something, quickly turned and ran off. Time for class with Miss Chris. Master, wait for Lori's results. Sibin sighed in relief. She finally gave up. Once Lori was out of sight, Sibin eagerly opened the system. Not to escape, but he wanted to test the system's barracks first. The system shop appeared with its structures, including the recruitment barracks for troop types, crusaders and sharpshooters. The barracks information stated it required 50 villain points and 2 gold coins to recruit a crusader, and 100 villain points and 2 gold coins for a sharpshooter. If sufficient iron ore was available, the gold cost was halved. Troops belonging to the system would obey the host's commands. Sibin excited. With barracks comes military power, turning the situation from passive to active. What am I waiting for? He ordered the system to exchange for the barracks. The system reported remaining villain points at 30,450, asking if it should appear immediately. Sibin selected the appearance location in the back garden of the castle. The space immediately transformed. He landed lightly, but the force destroyed a large corner of the back garden. Sibin stood up and exclaimed, oh, how convenient. System, give me 5 crusaders and 5 sharpshooters first. The system appeared, producing an empty box in front of Sibin with a poof. Host, insert money. Without money, what troops are you asking for? Sibin understood immediately, taking the bag of silver from his coat pocket and throwing it into the box. So advanced, thought it would be directly deducted. Sibin nervously watched the system close, but emitted a strange sound like money getting stuck. How strange. Recruitment complete. The system immediately spit the silver bag back to him. Sibin looked on, full of question marks. Does this change? Does it only charge according to the listed price? Suddenly, from behind the castle door, the sound of steady footsteps rang out. Within the faint smoke, countless cavalry appeared one by one. They lined up neatly in 2 rows, saluting Sibin. For the Lord, assemble. Sibin nodded it in satisfaction, but was slightly puzzled. No need to shout so loudly. It will certainly be noisy from now on. Sibin approached the leader, observing him. The system displayed his identity. Zhang San, Crusader, Strength Swordsman level 15, Skill Shield Spear, Passive army formation. This soldier was willing to die for his master. Sibin asked gently, Zhang San, are you hungry? Want something to eat? My lord, Zhang San has enough food. Sibin felt downcast inwardly. The soldiers lack intelligence and emotions, like combat machines uncaring about food. The system reminded, host, the death scenario is about to begin. Sibin startled, looking at the map. What? An attack has already been launched. The system issued a villain mission. Eliminate 2,000 players, reduce 500 players to level 0 and crush Yihao's retaliation. Killing players earns villain points. This mission is life or death. Prepare. Sibin worried. Players revive infinitely. These soldiers are not enough. System exchange for a Sky Knight breakthrough potion. The system confirmed the exchange was successful. Sibin hurriedly ran, performed a neat somersault, snatched the potion bottle, and shouted loudly, Grimond. Grimond heard the familiar call, pausing his martial arts teaching. He was surprised. Young Master Sibin, you also came for training? Sibin did not answer, throwing the bottle to him. This is for you, not a matter for now. Grimond caught it, asking curiously, what is this? No time to explain, Sibin urged. It is good for you, drink it quickly. Grimond obeyed, opened the lid and drank it all. Everyone nervously watched Grimond's transformation, whispering among themselves. Sibin calmly watched him, thinking inwardly, his loyalty does not waste my potion. A moment later, Grimond opened his eyes wide in pain. The potion seeped into him quickly. He felt a surge of spiritual energy running through his body. Grimond clenched his fists, enduring it. Countless red powers surged through him forcefully. Grimond had leveled up. Grimond absorbed all the power, almost crying with joy. Never thought I, this old man, could break through to Sky Knight in this life. All thanks to Master. Grimond trembled as he knelt. Sibin helped him up. Do not kneel. There is much important work waiting for you. Grimond surprised. What is it, young master? Just give your orders. Sibin stood before the tens of thousands of soldiers and declared, I have received news that enemy troops from the Godquake Light are about to arrive. The soldiers panicked. Grimond rushed over intending to ask, but swallowed his words. He calmed himself. Must prepare. Grimond raised his blade high. Everyone attention. Set up 7 outer city defenses. Prepare rolling stones and caltrops. Announce city-wide battle status before midnight. Evacuate civilians from Wintermoor City. The soldiers immediately acted. Grimond looked at Sibin, his eyes loyal. Young master, rest assured, I will defend Wintermoor City, even at the cost of my life. Sibin felt Grimond's sincerity, standing looking at the old guard. All these years you remain the same. Sibin quickly returned, donning the legendary lord's armor. Lori ran up, eyes glistening. Anu gently stroked her cheek. Suddenly Zhang Sangsan rushed in to report, Lord, enemy forces appear less than a kilometer from the city. Sibin was calmer than calm, quite fast. Thought they would come at noon, never expected they wanted to crush me to dust this early. Sibin commanded softly, Lori, go check if Rui is awake. I will head to the city wall. Lori nodded, yes master, you must be careful. Scene transitioned to Wintermoor City wall. The atmosphere was eerily silent, not a breath of wind. Sibin quickly appeared, asking the guard, what is the situation? The soldiers were firmly deployed in formation. The system reported, player bitten to death by venomous snake, creating psychological fear, received 20 villain points. Sibin calmly observed through binoculars, shouting loudly, prepare for battle. The system continuously displayed notifications of players drowning, receiving villain points. Dozens of players fell into traps, dying like falling wheat. Some panicked and fled. They cursed, terrified by the venomous snakes in the manure pits. Someone vomited, say no more. This damn pit is a manure pit. However, the more players died, the more came. They used temporary resurrection crystals, dying yet still reviving as normal. The war mission to attack Wintermoor City was unlocked. Main mission, kill Lord Eaglehawk Sibin. Sub-mission, rescue the Maiden Rui. The enticing rewards made the group of players excitedly roar. The battlefield reached 5,000 players, triggering campaign merge. All received 20% stamina, 10% speed, half resurrection time reduced. Good news points surged sharply. The excited players charged forward. Leading was Yihello, a group of enhanced aberrations shouting as they charged. The stench of manure made them vomit, but they still swore to loot for 3 days. Sibin stood high above, delightedly breathing in the manure smell. Need experience, no thanks needed. He ordered Zhang San, Magic Island Cannon, free fire. Zhang San immediately ran off. Countless cannon barrels aimed straight down at the ant-like mass of players. 1, 2, 3. Light the fuse, lower the cannons. Countless fire projectiles shot out. See the power? Hundreds of fire cannons exploded into the crowd. Dazzling, deafening. The players cried and screamed for help. Many players were eliminated. The strategist shouted, mages scatter. Watch out for the strange cannons. Do not cluster. Some reckless ones used grappling hooks to climb the wall. Hurry! Mages cover! Do not run wildly! Sibin sighed wearily. Players kept reviving continuously. He had to break the resurrection crystals, but if surrounded by over 8,000, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly Sibin thought of a way. He excitedly looked down. That thing shining like a light bulb is, Yihao, strong now but too far away to see clearly. It was time for Sibin to take the field. He drew the treasured sword from his back, his aura soaring to the heavens. His physical power surged, a shimmering pressure spreading out. Sibin ordered Greymond, I plan to take the initiative to leave the city and attack them. You stay behind to guard Yihao. Greymond bowed his head in obedience. Yes, young Master Sibin. Outside the city, the stone giant Sarakin and the soldiers were still tirelessly standing guard. Sibin stepped forward and called out, Sarakin. Hearing the call, Sarakin glanced over and saw his master. He dragged his heavy body to Sibin's side, his eyes innocent and respectful as he greeted. What does the respected lord wish? Sibin pointed towards the opposite side of the city. Do you see those 3 crystal structures behind the mutant army? Sarakin asked back in a daze. The ones with the glowing worm in the middle. Sibin burst out laughing, clutching his stomach, and nodded in acknowledgement. That is correct. I remember you have the infernal flame skill, which can fall straight down onto a designated spot from above the enemy. Sibin ordered, your task is to fall from a high altitude to destroy those crystal structures. He cautioned carefully, there are many mutants around, but after you finish destroying them, you are only allowed to fight for a maximum of 10 minutes before you must return. Sarakin looked at the group of mutants, happily waving his arms and legs, the flames around his body growing larger by the moment. He laughed hoarsely. Sarakin is best at destruction, devastation, and death. Sibin ordered Sarakin to leave. A second later, Sarakin vanished, leaving only a puff of green smoke. Sibin turned and summoned another subordinate, Bradford. A warrior-like demon immediately appeared, bowing to greet him. I am here, my lord. Sibin ordered. After we leave, the defense of the city wall is entrusted to you. Bradford agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, my lord. I swear by the great Earth Mother that no enemy shall ever step foot across this city wall. Sibin was satisfied and led his soldiers out lightly. That is very good. Let us go. Sibin ordered the city gate to be opened under the watchful eyes of the mutants. The majestic city gate was gradually opened wide. At first, the mutants thought Sibin had taken the wrong medicine. They shouted for their kin to gather. Look quickly, the city gate is open. Some of them wondered, does the Eagle Lord want to take the field? It cannot be that simple. He is definitely planning to destroy our respawn point. Last time at Crane River Ridge, our temporary respawn point was very solid, and he saw it long ago. The temporary respawn point was quite obvious. The main character Yihao stood right in the middle, glowing like a high-wattage light bulb. The Eagle Lord was no fool. The entire group turned their heads in unison to look at that foolish Yihao. A cold sweat broke out on Yihao's behind as he realized the mutants were beginning to suspect him. He strained his neck to explain, I am here to protect the respawn crystal. You can rest assured. With me here, the Eagle Lord cannot even come within half a step. Suddenly, Greymond appeared from nowhere, swinging his sword repeatedly at Yihao. A worthless general under my sword. Prepare to die. Yihao, caught off guard by the sudden attack, nearly lost his life but managed to dodge to the side. While Greymond was not paying attention, Yihao quickly drew his sword. The two of them clashed together in a frenzy. The mutants below did not know whether to be happy or sad. I cannot believe this useless main character. A few of you, go back and protect the crystal. The crystal needs a 30-second cooldown. The group changed their plan. On the city wall side, the moment the city gate fell down, Sibin and his group of soldiers appeared aggressively, their imposing aura commanding humility from all who saw them. The mutants stared at Sibin. The gate is open. Someone is coming out. Everyone, look. Eagle Lord, Sibin, Golden Lion, Sky Knight, level 52 Nightmare. The truth was revealed, and the group nearly fainted. My god, he is actually at the Nightmare tier. One of them made a commotion. Brothers, do not be afraid. With so many of us, we can crush him to death. With an average level of 15 and 1,000 players above level 20, what do we have to fear? That is right. Do not forget our mission to rescue the princess. After a while of resisting Greymond, Yihao began to lose ground. It is already disgusting enough that the Eagle Lord broke through to become a Sky Knight. How did that old geezer also manage to break through? Who is the real favored one here? Suddenly, the voice of that man in black scolded him from within his mind. Damn it, do you think you are conquering a world? It is good enough that a new world is not being conquered. Do you have any idea of your own capabilities? Yihao, the connection between this world and my world has found a breakthrough target. I can temporarily modify the rules of this world for a period of time. The black robe man began to chant. The real world and the dark world begin to turn upside down. Is this variable your way of saving yourself? If you still only have this much progress after reversing time, then you and the rest will still be unable to escape the fate of destruction. Thus, the time loop seemed to be reprogrammed. Sibin watched in shock as even the system panel was modified. What is this? Such a strong pressure. The system panels of hundreds of players quickly sent out notifications. Main boss discovered, Eagle Lord Sibin. The level gap with the Golden Lion is too large. Modification complete. All attacks on Sibin have been enhanced. The Golden Lion now receives guaranteed true damage from every player. Damn it, Sibin realized something was wrong with this system. Does the system mean that the Eagle Lord has finally been weakened? Sibin was puzzled and a bit anxious about his premonition. What is this? I suddenly feel a chill, as if something bad is about to happen. As his intuition suggested, that man launched a sneak attack, but he managed to block the blow. How dare you sneak attack my defensive aura? This small fireball still sent him flying backward a distance. Sibin, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to one knee, luckily supported by his sword. He wondered, how is this possible? It was just a small fireball, but my defense has already been broken? The man in the brown coat was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. This is the taste of victory. I broke his defense. I dealt 3 points of damage. I finally hit. Several lackeys behind him perked up, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. Damn, you actually did it. Incredible. The man was still in a celebratory mood. I am just too good. Now, according to the mission prompt, his protective aura mechanism must have been weakened. How could the game give us a mission that we cannot possibly complete? Suddenly, a sword strike from Sibin slashed across his body, dealing 872,667 damage. It was then that Sibin reflected on his own words. So that is what the nameless chill was about. No wonder my defense suddenly became ineffective. At least my attack was not reduced. This battle is a matter of life and death. No matter what, I must win. With a surge of momentum, he raised his sword high to signal his soldiers to attack. All troops, listen to my order, kill. The few lackeys of the man who attacked first were not to be outdone. Their eyes lit up as they charged at Sibin, like eagles spotting a fat prey. Target the Eagle Lord. Do not let him get away. Brothers, charge. These men rushed forward. One grabbed him tightly around the neck, another held his legs, and yet another pulled at his arms. He had no choice but to use a great surge of power to blow them apart. After this move, he himself was also significantly injured, with only about 30% of his health remaining. These enemies were truly too numerous to count. When they saw Sibin was hurt, they became even more excited, shouting, "You magic-type players, stop acting as shields. Sacrifice yourselves. Shoot him. Do not hold back." Success! We wounded him. Brothers, attack again. In 3 more rounds, victory will be ours. Sibin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought of a way to counter. This will not do. Players can respawn infinitely. At this rate, I will die from exhaustion even if nothing else. He shouted as loudly as he could. Sarakin, speed up. Huge energy diamonds appeared, assembling into a giant form. The giant charged towards the group. Deafening explosion rang out. They were sent flying in all directions like fried snacks, while the giant remained completely unharmed and roared in fury. Insects. Everywhere is filled with insects. Death sprouts up like mushrooms. The giant of Sibin laughed with glee as the mutants were scattered and defeated. This was the Skull Archdemon Sarakin, the Lord of Infernal Flame, who had awakened to reach level 55 Nightmare. Sarakin roared with each step, the runes on his body radiating intense shimmering energy, destruction, devastation, death. The few who had been clamoring to eliminate Sibin were now just sitting in a corner chanting prayers in panic. Damn it, what kind of demon is this? Why does it look like the Infernal Flame? How is there another boss now? Could it be that weakening the Eagle Lord has caused us to be surrounded by 3 Nightmare tier bosses? What is the point of weakening him in the first place? 2 of the leaders were discussing with the soldiers. This is a nightmare. There are bosses everywhere. Over by Yahello, there is also Old Knight, and he is a knight too. Another person standing nearby retorted, "No, the Eagle Lord is diverting our main forces and attention. His real goal is to steal the base. Sound the alarm quickly. Everyone, be careful of the respawn crystal." The soldier ran over in a panic to report, "Brother Fan, the temporary respawn crystal cannot hold any longer." Upon hearing the news, and Fan was both panicked and furious. What? How can it be this fast? Where is the extremely high physical defense? Where is my 200% bonus to defense power? Saying this, he signaled the people around him to stop, notify the players to take the respawn crystal, and temporarily withdraw. Yahello is pinned down. We need to stop that Lord of Infernal Flame. The soldiers acknowledged the order. Understood. After giving the notice, he bolstered everyone's confidence. Everyone, hold on. These are all just generals of the Eagle Lord. Although we have to face 3 bosses at once, the mission only requires killing the Eagle Lord. Then he used the power of his skills, and energy radiated in many directions, buffing all the soldiers simultaneously. Now, send a group to distract the Lord of Infernal Flame. Do not let him destroy the crystal. The attacking players can come back to help suppress and kill the boss, the Eagle Lord. Sibin was wounded, but upon hearing these words he could not help but laugh. Do you really think that is enough to kill me? Do not dream. The soldiers on the other side, upon hearing his words, panicked and kept cheering each other on. Hold on. This guy has started speaking his death flags. Sibin was startled, his mouth agape. Did I just raise a death flag? Suddenly he felt his body being restored with energy. Wounds on Sibin's body gradually disappeared completely. His body was healing. Someone was restoring his health. A flash of light appeared behind him. It was Loria Sibin in a panic, saying she was supposed to be watching Rui, but had run over here instead. The little girl rushed over and tightly hugged his waist, stubbornly insisting on staying by her master's side to help. She had worked so hard to awaken her bloodline power. If she couldn't help now, what was the point? Sibin looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze, saying that if that was the case, then follow me and you must not leave my side for even a step. Lori obediently nodded. Yes, I remember. It's my turn to protect master. While Sibin was delighted, on the other side the group of players stared at each other with wide eyes, panicking as they reported, "Look, he's gone crazy." They saw Sibin recover and become strong, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Eagle Lord had an extra healing charm from that half-blood girl. They didn't know where she came from to help him. They yelled because they had been fighting for so long without seeing any publisher intervention. They quickly searched for Lori's information in the system, seeing her name as Maid, Love of the Lord, level 43, awakened half-blood, threat level Nightmare. Some players felt this name was familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere before. They hurriedly flipped through their quest rewards to check. All of them opened the system to check. Finding quest reward 4 was a special NBC follower, the half-blood maiden Lori. This was a unique reward, unable to be forcibly recruited and required a memory purification potion. Only then did they understand the required memory purification potion was a question mark. Because she was his love, her affinity had skyrocketed, and with the threat level obtained by being held by the Eagle Lord, it was rightfully Nightmare. While they were still discussing, Sibin began his attack. Wherever he went, overwhelming power followed, causing them to shout in panic. Sibin held a mirror in one hand and wrapped the other around Lori's waist, telling the little girl to hold on tight. Lori obediently listened, holding onto him tightly. This time Sibin summoned his fierce beast mount, charging straight toward the enemy. A few leaders calmed their subordinates, telling the mages to get back and the warriors to block the boss's path. All players concentrate fire, kill the support first. They prepared to block the attack, but then recognized the previous attack, cursing as they faced the same old move. Everyone prepared to attack Sibin, the mages ready to chant their spells. A wave of skills crashed down onto Sibin. They cheered in joy, thinking they had hit him. The leader shouted excitedly, wondering how much damage this attack had dealt. The power of a level 3 flaming Imperial Dao art was this strong it was bound to break the maid's shield. Forgot that their attacks had no effect at all. Sibin and Lori remained standing, completely unharmed. They hadn't expected this. Even though they had dealt over 1,300 damage, the Eagle Lord's health instantly jumped up by 10,400. Only then did they realize the damage only affected the Lord, while the maid had his protective shield. One calmer commander judged that focusing on the Lord was useless, because the maid had a terrifying healing ability. Dealing with both at the same time was impossible. The female leader calmly said a single sentence, "Wait for death." That short sentence made those under her command fall completely silent. Perhaps they all accepted death. The woman thought to herself they couldn't kill the Eagle Lord nor destroy the stronghold. The players would respawn at the crystal, and when that giant smashed it, they would die back to the shrine's divine light. Sibin held Lori and jumped onto Sarakin's shoulder, ordering him to intercept and kill. He said, "Today, not a single one of them will escape." Group of players discovered the plot, warning each other to scatter. They were afraid of being burned to death by the flames, trying to flee far from the battlefield to avoid being downgraded. Thanks to their perfect coordination, Sibin and Sarakin were victorious wherever they fought. Those who demanded his death were now beaten down like plucked chickens. With Lori by his side, Sibin was like a fish in water, recovering no matter how much damage he took. The little girl constantly encouraged him. On the castle wall, 2 completely masked strangers appeared. The woman dressed in a nun's robe sneered as she looked down, disappointed that so many people had accomplished nothing. The young man behind reminded her the ace was the half-blood maid with strong healing and defense abilities. The church hadn't mentioned her, making things a bit tricky. The woman laughed coldly, mocking him for being an assassin who was finally finding something difficult. She reminded him of his title, that he could approach silently and ignore defense to kill the opponent directly. After speaking, her eyes turned sharp and she placed her hand on his shoulder, whispering for him to remember the Pope's order. This mission must not fail. He only replied briefly, Sibin's enemies grew more numerous, using a strategy of overwhelming numbers. No matter how many he killed, they brought him more. During the battle, a figure rushed from behind, intending to sneak attack. Lori spotted him in time and shouted a warning to him, but it was too late. Lori leaped out to block the blow for him, taking a stab straight to her chest, blood flowing without stop. Sibin cried out in pain, calling her name Lori. The masked man in black was slightly surprised that Lori could withstand his attack. Sibley beside them was extremely worried. Lori forced a smile to reassure them that she was fine because she had released the Holy Spirit's blessing. Even so, Sibin scolded her for being too reckless. Man in black landed, astonished by the instant death immunity skill. Finding this half-blood mist truly interesting, Sibin growled through gritted teeth, daring to harm Lori. The system displayed his information as Shisoka, Black Sword Soul Master, level 49 Elite Holy Ground Knight, with stealth and hemorrhage skills. He held the title of Fortress Grandmaster. Shisoka recognized him, concluding he was a man of the church. Sibin drew his sword, his eyes icy cold, swearing he would make him regret it. He charged forward with terrifying power, catching Shisoka off guard and unable to block. He hadn't expected the Eagle Lord to go berserk over a maid. He used his sword to defend, but was unable to counterattack. He decided to find an opportunity to circle behind. Shisoka changed direction to circle behind, but Sibin quickly detected it, shouting that he wouldn't escape. Caught in a dilemma, Shisoka called for help from that nun. He shouted loudly for her to make a move or he would die. A blue-green spatial blade tore through space and appeared. That blade shrank and then shot straight into Sibin's chest, catching him off guard. Blood gushed out, the wound twisting deep into his flesh. Sibin coughed blood in pain. Lori panicked and ran to his side. Sibin hadn't expected such a small spatial blade to possess such terrifying power. The Holy Temple indeed had its talents. He fell to his knees, blaming himself for his carelessness. Lori ran over to support him. Lori held him, placing her hand on the wound to heal it, promising that in just half a minute he would recover. Nun finally revealed herself, sneering that she couldn't let them live for another half minute. She turned to mock Shisoka's cowardly look, laughing loudly. Shisoka, embarrassed, urged her to quickly finish the unfinished business and end the Eagle Lord. Lori and Sibin held each other tightly, wondering if everything would end here. The group of players began to find it strange. They stopped fighting to watch. They were puzzled that in the middle of attacking the castle, a story cutscene suddenly triggered. They worried that if the Eagle Lord died like this, how the rewards would be calculated. Shisoka raised his sword and pointed it straight at Sibin, shouting loudly, "Die." Lori fearfully rushed into Sibin's arms and cried loudly, calling for her master. Sibin shielded her with one arm, ordering her to lower her head. Shisoka suddenly froze, countless sword wounds slashing across his body from nowhere, leaving him with only a startled outcry before he could react. His body was shattered, cleaved into 5 or 7 pieces. None beside him was shocked and panicked, hurriedly drawing her sword. Sibin looked into the distance and recognized a familiar figure. Rui, with hollow eyes, kept walking straight toward them, staring at the nun and also at her. That nun knew fear, her face darkened. How could there be such terrifying speed? The black sword hadn't even had time to counterattack before it was killed. Had he used her old trick, pulling out the spatial blade? Witnessing this, Sibin thought to himself, this one again. The nun underestimated Rui's ability, but the young girl had no battle aura to protect her. If the space broke apart a bit more, she would be shattered. Unexpectedly, despite her frail body, Rui's reaction and ability remained strong. Rui flew higher than the nun's spatial blade. That nun remained calm, detestable. This damned half-breed subhuman. Her body was clearly starting to bleed from bearing too heavy a load. If they just dragged on a little longer, she was definitely dead. Got her again. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Rui circled behind her, gripping the arm that was channeling power. How could this be my spatial magic? Rui succeeded in her attack, her mouth constantly mocking. Too slow as a crawling turtle. Sibin here couldn't believe his eyes. A joke, is this Rui? Holding the scale fragment in her hand, Rui unconsciously muttered to herself, wounded so much yet wrapped up like this. Lori gritted her teeth, just a little more. Lori stood up, no longer hiding in Sibin's arms. She blocked in front of him and shouted loudly, "I won't let you harm my master." Sibin stopped her. Ignoring everything, Rui rushed quickly toward them, clearly intending to attack. Sibin pulled Lori into his arms, trying to use his sword to block Rui's attack. Rui coughed violently, blood flowing from her mouth. Her eyes wept tears of blood, staring fixedly at Sibin. Perhaps she recognized him, but like a stranger. Suddenly, she collapsed onto his chest and fell asleep. Hey Rui! Everything happened so fast, Sibin couldn't understand her speed just now was far beyond normal. How did she do it? From Rui's eyes and mouth flowed streams of inky black liquid. Sibin seemed to guess, unless. The system displayed information. Rui, Holy Maiden, Subhuman Strength, Awakened Season Stage Level 5 Skills, Prayer, Phantom Step, Time Freeze, Sword of Faith, Defensive Light. The faster the speed, the heavier the load. Allure, Incense, Passive Charm, Weak Limbs, Improved Flexibility. Equipment, Tattered Priestess Robe. Her usual imperial reputation always relied on no expenses. Seeing Sibin silent, Lori worriedly asked if her master was alright. Sibin smiled slightly, "Don't worry." He looked at the people lurking behind. The war was almost over. Players were essentially just a bunch chasing experience and rewards. "We are returning, leave it to the main continent leaders." Saying this, he lifted Lori up and carried Rui under his other arm. Lori worried because he was injured, wanting to walk on her own. Sibin ignored her, insisting on carrying her. The players who were fighting all stopped at once. What's happening? Too brutal. Seems Seems like it. Should we send her back to the Divine Light Town? They discussed. The Eagle Lord is injured. Maybe we should leave. Not just about the Holy Temple. Did they just save the Eagle Lord? Was it a main quest or side quest? Need to figure it out. Beating 2 nightmare boss lords and getting nothing. Let's go collect crystals, revive, suicide run. I don't want to stay here anymore. Sibin, Lori, and Rui had returned to the castle. Sibin laid Rui on the bed. Lori healed her wounds. The little girl said all her internal organs were injured. Lori could heal external wounds but not a torn soul. Sibin said this can only recover on its own. She will be weak for a very long time. Seeing Lori upset, he comforted her, saying she did very well. Go and rest. Alone in the room, Sibin pondered. Indeed, Rui had awakened her subhuman bloodline power. Perhaps she couldn't distinguish dream from reality, which was why she attacked indiscriminately. Sibin sighed sympathetically. Being the female lead, bearing heavy responsibility wasn't easy, but her body couldn't handle the power from that speed. Every second she activated it, her body and soul were torn apart. A few players were still lingering at the battle site. They wondered how the male lead was doing, truly detestable. Divine Light Town had finally returned. Someone had been de-leveled, complaining they wanted to quit the game. Didn't pick up anything. Might even lose the beginner village. The players blamed Yahello. This protagonist character is too bad. This time who knows where he ran off to. Useless staying here, all losses. A voice rang out from somewhere. Yahello, you have failed again. He asked the fire person standing before him. May I ask you something? Seeing the fire person silent, he knelt on one knee. Why didn't the Eagle Lord kill us in the beginning but didn't do it? The fire person replied, I was studying the power of this world and so was he. He and I both absorbed each other's rules. Yahello gradually understood. The Eagle Lord deliberately didn't kill them to let Rui interact with the players, helping the one behind to gather information. So he and the Eagle Lord were just pawns of 2 world wills. The Kane continent was the chessboard. The Latin will help him. The Ken will help the Lord with those strange soldiers. The mysterious fire person warned. The war between worlds is extremely dangerous. I am not omnipotent. Do not be reckless. You told me to attack the Winter Granary City. Now you blame me. Change your name to Scapegoat Child. He raised his hand holding a globe. I have resolved some rules can help you stabilize. The rest is up to you. Time is running out. Fail again, and you know the outcome. Yahello obediently complied. In the sky, a woman appeared. I am the subhuman dragon goddess Malong. I know the disadvantages you faced at Winter Granary City. The players clamored. A goddess? What is this? A new storyline. Some even joked, complimenting the figure. The goddess continued. It's not your fault. The Eagle Lord's power was beyond expectations. But don't give up. My holy maiden Rui still needs you. A girl among the players understood. Would forcefully edit. Bring Rui to Winter Granary. The goddess encouraged. Brave warriors, you still have a chance. Those still weak should temporarily avoid the storm. Head west, leave the Eagle territory, and you will soar. With my remaining body, I will pray for you. Quest update complete. Main quest. Restore the Empire. Require city repair level above 40. Side quest. Execution level. Description. Under the goddess' guidance, head west of the Kane continent to the Beastman Empire. Obtain a relic in the Bloodflame tribe. Sacrifice to enhance power. Each player's screen displayed a new quest. Attack the battle leader of the Bloodraven clan. Obtain the subhuman totem relic Liao Ya. Trial quest 1. Kill Beastman forces to earn contribution points to exchange for equipment and mounts. Trial quest 2. Increase experience points by 20%. Trial quest 3. Top 100 to reach level 40 receive epic equipment and rare mount reward. Reminder, Divine Light Town is the respawn point. Can consume experience to revive from the main character. New version adds equipment and mount shop for contribution points. See exchange shop for details. Lori, with a coquettish voice, pleaded with her master not to be angry anymore. She already knew she was wrong. At this moment, Lori was sitting with her knees hugged in Sibin's lap. He let out a soft scold, threatening her to see if she would dare block a sword again. Lori blushed, shyly closing her eyes, her hand resting on Sibin's shoulder. Lori lowered her head, her heart in turmoil. Why was her master making her kneel on his thigh like this? Her knees didn't hurt, but it was so embarrassing. These thoughts made her shy. Lori gazed at Sibin's face, smiling proudly, thinking to herself that her master was so handsome. In the future, her master's children would surely be extremely cute, but would they have ears and a tail like her? Sibin saw her looking at him and turned his face away. At this moment, Lori slowly opened her mouth to call master, her voice somewhat sultry, wanting to tell master, probably to say have children. Before she could finish, Sibin interrupted. Flustered, he reached up to stroke his hair and said loudly, "What beautiful, it's broad daylight." His fluster made Sibin forget to seriously scold or give a heavy punishment. Lori spread her arms and pounced to hug her master. Sibin, flustered and not knowing what to do, could only spread his arms as well. Lori's chest pressed tightly against Sibin's body. She closed her eyes, tilting her face up to kiss Sibin. He cried out in embarrassment. While fumbling around, Sibin's hand accidentally touched Lori's soft brown tail. The little girl let out a cry. Lori immediately reacted, her eyes dazed, hands hanging limp, mouth slightly open, and chest heaving. She told Sibin that a half-human's tail cannot be touched casually, her knees unconsciously drawing up, because that was a place only her husband could touch, and once touched, he had to take responsibility. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Sibin. He already knew how to punish Lori. He smiled brightly and raised his hand. Sibin stroked Lori's tail over and over again, caressing it while asking her if she would dare do it again next time. Lori could no longer bear it, her chest heaving, head tilted back, face flushed red, and sweat beginning to trickle down. She begged seductively, saying she wouldn't dare anymore. Sibin let go and Lori immediately clung to his arm like a puppy, saying she knew she was wrong and apologized to her master, then puckered her lips to kiss Sibin's cheek. This, he smiled darkly. Lori spread her palm open, revealing a bracelet made of a 4-leaf clover. She explained that in her hometown, the 4-leaf clover was a symbol of good luck, and wearing it would bring increasing fortune to her master. The 4-leaf clover shimmered with a strange golden light. Sibin asked if it was made from the life water bottle he had used to heal Lori before. He took the bracelet, held it up to examine it, and said he thought Lori had thrown that bottle away long ago. Lori huffed and replied that it was the first gift her master had given her, full of meaning, so how could she possibly throw it away? After hearing that, Sibin curiously looked at the 3-leaf clover bracelet around Lori's neck and asked what it symbolized. Lori shyly bowed her head, smiling softly, and said she couldn't tell her master about this 3-leaf clover. Then, she ran to the door, turned back to wave goodbye to Sibin, smiling as she said her master could guess for himself, because she had to go to Miss Chris's class. She left Sibin still dumbfounded. Sibin relaxed, leaning back with his hands behind his head and feet on the desk, smiling as he asked the system if repelling the players and altering fate this time surely came with a reward. The system hadn't popped up lately. He didn't know what it was doing. The system announced that it had completed the death plotline and received 1 fate chain. Currently, the fate child Yahello had 2 lifelines remaining, which the host could use at any time. Sibin felt confused. Sibin said, "Speak of the devil," and he appears. Just as he was thinking about the system, it showed up. 1 fate chain could be used at any time. Sibin asked the system if the timing of its use mattered after receiving the notification. He focused his gaze on the panel in front of him. The system suggested that using it in combat would make the fate child uncomfortable. Sibin wondered aloud how uncomfortable. The system replied very uncomfortable. Sibin was then left speechless. Bored with the exchange with the system, he ran his hand through his hair, thinking he didn't want to talk to this stupid system anymore. Afraid his own IQ would drop, he requested to draw a reward. After hearing the request, the system displayed a notification that the host had completed the daily villain mission and began drawing the reward. This time's reward was equipment, with no critical hit. The system congratulated the host on receiving the special hero-grade equipment, Saint Evina. Sibin stood rubbing his head in confusion. Saint Evina. That name sounded like something a woman would wear. Sibin tapped the icon of the outfit on the system screen. Suddenly, the system exploded with a loud bang, and a blinding golden light enveloped the surroundings, forcing Sibin to cover his eyes with his hand. The system explained that Saint Evina was personally crafted by the goddess of beauty Evina, and there were only 3 sets on the entire continent. Currently, 1 set was held by the Spirit Princess. The skill blessing of Unstained Dust, which increased high-level charm and natural grace, were all passive abilities. A black outfit appeared before Sibin amid the golden light. He remarked that the name sounded like it, and the look was even more similar, but he still didn't understand what use at will meant, so he asked the system. The system responded that the skill allowed the wearer to transform into any shape the host and the owner desired. Just by imagining it in your head, you could change form. Saint Evina was also called the wardrobe of the goddess of beauty. Sibin focused intently on the possibility of transforming into any shape, and countless images of Lori flooded his mind, including a cool bikini, a cute school uniform, and a seductive crop top. The desire was unmistakable on his face. Sibin scratched his nose with a shameless expression, and said he wanted to try the full saint's outfit. While he was lost in thought, the system abruptly cut in to ask if the host wanted to appear. Sibin yelled angrily at the system, "Stick your surveillance up your ass. Don't let me appear. Can you toss it over at Mimi's place and turn it into 2 for me?" He was truly going mad with the system. Sibin held the reward outfit, and it felt smooth and cool to the touch. He remarked that wearing hero-grade equipment like this must be very comfortable, probably no need to wear underwear. An image of Lori's body in a tight, seductive black lingerie set, with arms wide open towards Sibin, appeared in his mind. Just thinking about it made his nose bleed from pleasure. During the day, Saint Ivina could turn into a maid dress, and at night, whatever. No more talk, he needed to take a bath first. In a quiet room, a young girl was sleeping soundly on a luxurious bed. The girl opened her dazed dazed eyes, wondering where she was. Rui gently placed her feet on the ground. She walked and looked around, unsure if it was a dream or reality, but she had never dreamed of a place decorated like this. Rui reached out and pushed the large door, which creaked open with a light touch. She wondered if this was the way out of the dream realm. Rui stepped inside. Inside, Sibin had just finished bathing. With only a towel wrapped around his waist, his hand drying his hair, he suddenly saw a girl with white hair and a white tail, wearing a knee-length dress with deep cutouts that hugged her body tightly. Both were startled. Rui was in shock, pointing at Sibin and shouting about a naked pervert. She wondered why her dream contained such a perverted scenario, and of a hawk lord of all people. With that, Rui turned her face away. She covered her face with her hand in embarrassment. Her face flushed as she thought. Even so, she couldn't deny that build was nice. Standing before the flustered Rui, Sibin held the towel at his waist and asked with a smile if she was awake. Immediately, Rui stretched out her hand in front of her, shut her eyes tight, and declared loudly that the half-human saint princess, Rui, would not fear this weird nightmare. Her reaction left Sibin stunned. Rui lunged and embraced Sibin, nearly knocking him over backwards. She bit Sibin with all her might, making him cry out in pain. He had to yell at Rui to stop and ask if she was a dog. It hurt so much. Sibin grabbed Rui's hands tightly and pinned her to the floor. He told her to snap out of it, that this was the real world, not a dream. Rui stared blankly at Sibin and said she didn't believe it, because all the liars in dreams said the same thing. At this moment, Sibin leaned close to Rui, her face turning bright red. To prove his words, he bit her body. Rui winced in pain and screamed, realizing that everything was actually real. So that earlier was so embarrassing, a flash of confusion crossed her eyes, her face still red with shame. Sibin looked at Rui lying on the floor and asked her if she believed him now. Rui turned her head away with a pout. At this time, the system announced that the post-plot missions of abducting the saint and humiliating the saint were now open. Upon completion, the host could participate in one reward draw and should finish it soon. After hearing that, a dark smile spread across Sibin's face. He thought, wasn't he already humiliating the saint? The system really understood him. Sibin then reached out and squeezed Rui's chest hard. She was startled, swung her hand, and slapped Sibin hard across the face, leaving clear finger marks, causing him to cry out in pain. Rui covered her chest with her hand and angrily cursed Sibin as a lecture. Just then, Lori brought water for her master. Upon reaching the door, she heard strange sounds and wondered what the noise was in her master's room. Lori asked worriedly if her master was inside and said she was coming in. The call from outside made Sibin freeze his hand right before Rui's chest. He looked towards the door in panic, realizing Lori was outside. Lori was also shocked. Lori pushed the door open and entered, saying that Miss Chris went here today, so she came back early. Seeing Sibin standing there, she asked him why he was just standing there like an idiot. Sibin blinked and Rui was nowhere to be seen, leaving him dumbfounded. Lori closed her eyes and sniffed the air around her. The girl smiled and asked Sibin if he had been alone in the room all this time, her hand still holding the plate of food she had brought for her master. Sibin scratched his head and quickly explained that Rui had stopped by, but her state was strange, unable to distinguish reality from dreams, and she was probably back in her room by now. Outside, flocks of birds soared across the blue sky, the magnificent white castle lying still within the vast grounds. A small bird perched on the windowsill, intently peering inside. It turned out that outside the window, Rui was standing huddled on the narrow walkway, her back pressed against the wall, struggling to keep her balance, her eyes shut tight from fear. The little bird flew past. Although terrified of the great height, tears streamed down her face as her hands desperately clung to the wall to steady herself. Lori placed 2 glasses of water on Sibin's table and said, "Master, look at this." Lori gently touched her dress. The gift the master gave her felt so comfortable to wear. Sibin smiled with delight, his eyes crinkling. Of course, this is a hero-grade equipment, extremely comfortable to wear, and it can transform into many different types of clothing, like your maid dress. Plus it resists dust and increases charm. Wearing it definitely makes you the most beautiful demi-human girl. Lori beamed as the outfit gradually changed into a different dress. "Really, are you satisfied?" "Of course it is true. My Lori is the best." Lori remembered Chris's advice. Increased charm would easily make the master want to have a baby with her. She must strike while the iron was hot. She jolted awake, understood Miss Chris. Lori suddenly lay prostrate on the table. "Master," Sibin laughed innocently. What is it?" From Sibin's angle, he could see the bare back and enticing curves of the girl. Lori asked shyly, "Does this backless dress look good on me?" Sibin answered immediately, "Extremely beautiful." Lori said bashfully, "Master, I listen to you. I obediently drink milk every day." Sibin covered his mouth with one hand to laugh, while patting her head with the other. "Really, Lori is such a good girl." Lori hesitated. "Yes, so. One day I will definitely become as magnificent as Miss Chris. So master must wait for me." He lightly pinched Lori's cheek. "Ouch. You are strong enough already now." Lori got to the main point. So what about having a baby? Hearing this, Sibin felt like he had been hit on the head with a rock. You still have to wait until after your birthday. Next time for sure. Lori reluctantly was put on the bed. But I want to tuck your legs in. No, I'd not want to. It is late. Go to sleep quickly. Sibin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ouch, Lori's behavior is getting more dangerous by the day. What if I really cannot hold back? Lori mumbled in her sleep on the bed. Master, cute baby, Sibin screamed internally. Not yet. At this rate I cannot sleep. I will go cool off a bit. There are still many matters to consider, like how the dragon blood potion is transforming my body. Rui's skill usage time was too long, Cindy's on the other hand was too short. It had not been long before his skill was refreshed. He had just stepped outside when he saw Rui standing still out there for too long, almost frozen into a moving block of ice. Sibin shouted in panic, Rui, what are you doing? You are not planning to stand here all night, are you? Rui shivered, boo-hoo, it is so cold. She climbed over the railing and reached out her hand for Sibin to help her. I had no choice either. There is no path here. If there was a path you guys just would not leave. Sibin scolded her. Why are you out of your room so late at night? Sibin blamed himself, forgot she was still here, but she was so cold he held her waist to support her. Sibin instructed Rui, your body has not recovered yet. Go back to your room, wash up and sleep. We will talk about everything tomorrow. Rui, in his arms, blushed so warm. The guard outside opened the door, his face bruised and battered. Reporting, Lord Liege, a secret message has arrived from the royal capital. He stepped inside and froze at the door when he saw Sibin holding Rui, finally managing to utter the last word, message. Sibin angrily chased him away. Get out of here right now. The result for the one who barged into Sibin's room was being punished to kneel on both holding a large sword, sobbing silently. Sibin shouted loudly, too noisy, quiet down. He rested his hand on his forehead and sighed. Why did I not think and bring him back in the first place? Rui thought to herself, why did he drag me here? I missed my chance to ask. Lori frowned and looked at the person beside her. Why is she here? Is she not an outsider? Sibin asked seriously about the matter. Alunsi, why did you come here? You look really pathetic. Alunsi replied respectfully, young Master Sibin, the king is dying, the Pope is plotting treason, the royal capital is surrounded by the church's forces, and the Duke has also been imprisoned. Sibin asked in shock. What? Alunsi elaborated further. Within a single short week, using some unknown methods, they successively killed several Sky Knights in the royal army. The king's military system is now paralyzed. Young Master Sibin, your elder brother Madame Hitler, and Golden Lion have sided with the church, through the Pope, have seized all the Duke's assets. King was stunned by the news, the other continued. He even wants to launch a surprise attack on Eagle Bear territory to kill you, and eliminate future trouble. I barely managed to escape the Duke's domain. Lori, standing behind Sibin, was furious. How outrageous, they want to harm Master. Sibin remained calm. Do not worry, it will not be that easy, but he still felt something was off, strange. He thought to himself, was my brother hit in the head with a door, attacking Eagle Bear territory, this godforsaken place? What chance is there to meet Beastman brothers there? What else is there? Why would he attack Eagle Bear territory? This place has quite a few demi-humans. It suddenly dawned on him, he received help from the church. That is right, it might actually be because of the demi-humans. No wonder the church attacked year after year. I thought they came for revenge, but it turns out there is another hidden reason. So my situation is truly very dangerous. I never thought that just as I escaped the player's situation, I would have to deal with the Pope's rebellion system. Just give me a clean death already. Seeing Sibin silent, Alunsi continued, young master, this is a letter from Marcus Calant to the lords, a secret letter. You are throwing it around too carelessly. Alunsi knew clearly, it is fine, ordinary people cannot read it. The handwriting in the letter truly looked like cat scratches. Sibin looked helplessly at the paper. Is this dog-chewed writing? This is definitely the style of the big-brained, strong-limbed eldest prince. All three looked at the letter, understanding nothing. After a while Rui finally realized this seemed to be the correct orientation. The letter read verbatim, the royal capital is about to fall to the enemy. I, representing the Grand Prince, invite all lords to Grey Stone Ridge for a roundtable meeting to discuss an alliance against the Pope. I hope you understand the urgency. The Grand Prince and I will wait at Greystone Ridge for 5 days. The fall of the royal capital is just the beginning. The church's holy knights will sooner or later enter your domains. Sibin held the letter with a forced smile. This poorly written letter only has one meaning. The Grand Prince is about to go to war. Are you coming to help or not? If you do not come, bear the consequences. Asking Sibin's opinion, so are we going? He analyzed. We must definitely go. Not because of the threat from Calant or the Grand Prince, but because the enemy is also your enemy. We share a common enemy. The paper fluttered to the ground. Sibin continued. The Banda Church. Rui, standing nearby, thought to herself, is it okay for me to be hearing this? A servant reported, young Master Sibin, here is some news from the detective detectives in the royal capital. It is related to the church and also related to the demi-humans. Then she panicked. This matter involves the demi-humans. She hastily asked Sibin what news it was. He calmed her. Do not rush, let me see. On the paper was a clearly written heading, The Paradise Project. A loud shout echoed through the castle. What do you think you are doing? Let go of me. The cry for help came from a half-human who was being pinned down by two monks, with a man leading the way ahead. She was brought to an iron room covered with a large white cloth outside, continuously begging not to be killed. Ignoring the pleas, the group of monks threw her into the room. The startled half-human yelled out, but was immediately warned not to make noise and forced to go inside. The half-human saw something that made her eyes widen in fear. In front of her were countless other half-humans, their tongues lolling out as they stared, eyes blazing red like vultures waiting for prey. After that, only the sound of a terrified scream echoed out. She screamed for them to stay away, to get out, but the escorts were completely indifferent. They did this work calmly, as if accustomed to it. This female half-human slave was considered lucky this time. After it was over, her body was thrown into a pile of other half-human corpses. The two monks finished the job and stepped out of the pile of corpses, leaving red bloodstains on the floor wherever they walked. Indeed, her body was considered intact, not torn apart. Sibin was still tensely discussing the matter. Alunsi believed the church was producing holy temple knights using half-human blood and had tasted the sweetness from it. With a low conversion rate, they switched to direct research on half-human bodies, including kinetography. Sibin cursed inwardly, thinking the bottom had been the limit, but unexpectedly the church had reshaped his understanding once again. Rui wondered, wait, you mean they used half-human blood to create holy temple knights? How could that be possible? Lori whispered to Sibin, Master, is this really true? Lori is scared. Sibin comforted her, do not be afraid, I will not let this happen in my territory. Lori obeyed, then took Alunsi's hand to lead him to rest and conveniently treat his wounds. Sibin slowly pondered, perhaps Brother Hitler attacked the Eagle's domain not out of stupidity but due to the Pope's orders. Even the previous life's feast lord hunted half-humans everywhere for that reason. As he was thinking, the system suddenly displayed a notification for activating Phase 4 mission. Capture female half-human slaves to promote the slave convention. But upon discovering that the female Rui was alive, the mission changed. The system required only capturing 100 female half-human slaves to complete it. Note, this mission has a death storyline. Sibin looked at Rui with great worry. The system mission suddenly changed, and all because of Rui. Not needing to promote the slave convention anymore was a good thing. Only the matter of capturing female slaves remained. Paradise Plan had surely spread outside, and more half-humans would come to the East Grave at this time. If he captured them as required, he would become a great villain, and who would believe the real demons were the church? Sibin rubbed his temples painfully. Could this be a return from the previous life? The saint was clearly here. If only Roy could convince the half-humans to follow him, those who had not awakened their abilities could find work as they pleased, and those who had could build their own dark-wise strength. Problem was that bastard Yahello would interfere. The system mission was related to the church, so he was definitely involved. What role would he have to play again? While lost in thought, Rui called out his name from somewhere, startling him. He quickly replied, Huh? Rui, you go rest too, I have work. I cannot sleep with you tonight. Rui blushed. Who said that? What do you mean by tonight? Rui leaned in and asked Sibin, you just said you would not let that happen in your territory, right? Sibin nodded. Yes, I said that. So what? Rui suddenly knelt down, begging you to save the half-humans. If you can, I am willing to do anything. Sibin glanced at her, laughing softly, truly any. He moved closer to Rui. What about this? Rui said shyly, She wondered to herself, could he want her to give herself to him? Rui suddenly stood up sharply, her head hitting Sibin's chin. Wait, let me think. Sibin hit on the chin, cried out, ouch. Sibin's nose started bleeding. He glared at her. What are you doing? I only meant that after this is done, you will be my maidservant. Rui was stunned. A maidservant. He knelt down. Sorry, let me help you stop the bleeding. At the Divine Radiance Mansion, Yahello stood in front of a desk. The sound of approaching footsteps came from behind. He raised his sword warily, asking who it was. The arrival was Mama Asia. She licked her finger and said, Yahello, your sword swings so fiercely. It scares Asia a bit. Yahello looked at her cautiously. I did not invite a guest like you. Please leave my territory. He thought to himself, last time he was tricked terribly by a demon, and now she dares to come again. She swayed seductively. Yeah, when you needed cooperation you called me little Asia. Now you are so unkind it hurts. Yahello looked at her helplessly. That was because last time I did not know your filthy nature. She sat cross-legged on a chair. We demons trade with humans without having to follow rules. But you are now a half-demon, qualified for fair trade. Touched on a sore spot, he shouted, I do not want to trade, get out. She remained thick-skinned. This time we have great sincerity. You should consider it first. She waved her hand, her palm palm glowing, forming a small formation diagram on the table. This is a top-tier Grandmaster level longsword. Even if it has side effects, its power is such that even a hero level cannot withstand it. If Yahello agrees to cooperate, this sword is yours, and Lord Fenton will also support you. The system displayed, Battle Queen Demon Sword, Grandmaster level, extremely sharp, has an effect that suppresses light skills. But the owner must consume 1 pure soul every 7 days, or the sword will gnaw at the owner's soul. Yahello calculated he had not had a breakthrough in skills. His equipment was only master level, and he lacked a suitable weapon. The side effects were acceptable. He could find wild beasts to kill for souls, even kill people since he was an invader. Finally, he agreed to the trade. This item is not bad. What do you want? Asia smiled darkly, very simple. She leaned in close. Use your reputation among the half-human race to regularly deliver half-humans into the abyss teleportation array for us. Yahello lay down for Asia to sit on his stomach, asking why the demons did not do this themselves. Asia licked her lips and replied, "We can move around, but our strength is weakened. If we encounter a judge of the Light Church, we will be done for." He sat up and hugged her tightly. But what good is capturing half-humans in tight batches? Asia leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Actually, Lord Fenton discovered that half-humans possess a powerful, ancient divine nature. It is not a low-level divine nature, each person has a different amount." Yahello wondered, divine nature? That is correct. Last time the half-human Roy had a very strong divine nature. Fenton wanted to consume it all but failed, so now the only way is to capture more half-humans to obtain a substitute divine nature. Yahello grinned slyly, so that is it. This cooperation, I agree. But the terms are not enough, there must be more. Asia breathed hot air onto his face invitingly. How about Asia serves you? Yahello suddenly pushed her away. Do you think I am still easily seduced? Leave your service for your master Fenton. She was pushed and screamed, "How dare you?" Yahello glared. My condition is that you give me a squad of devil overseers. I need the strength to attack the beastmen tribes. Many flyers appeared on the street with the title Half-Human Park, a place providing unlimited entertainment for comrades. A half-human girl finished reading the flyer, then looked left and right. She asked a passerby, "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Xu. Sir, do you know where the Half-Human Park is?" He frowned. Where is that place? Never heard of it. The half-human girl happily introduced. Haven't you received a flyer yet? Lady Anna successfully negotiated with the Colonia Empire's church through her own strength. They agreed to gift her the entire East Burial Town to govern as a garden for half-humans. There, we don't have to worry about food or clothing. We are free and every day there are delicacies. The more she spoke, the more the passerby liked it. The important thing is that Lady Anna has grasped the precise method for half-humans to awaken. Going to East Burial Town, anyone with talent will receive the education. The half-human male passerby found it very tempting. Awakening the bloodline, is that for real? The little girl with him also rejoiced. Wow, is there really such a place? Of course it is true, my friends have already gone to the park, but I only stopped by for a while due to personal matters. That half-human male hesitated, unsure if going now would still catch Lady Anna's awakening ability test opportunity. He also thought if his little sister Bai went along, she would have a better chance. But such a good thing suddenly... Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a masked person. Are you looking for the way to the half-human park? The half-human male eagerly asked. Do you know where it is? The masked person enthusiastically showed the way. Of course, East Burial Town is right next door. I bought materials for the Awakening Conference and I'm returning. If you want to go, I can lead the way. The half-human girl cheered. That is great. The half-human male's little sister coaxed. Brother, how about we go together? The half-human male was still hesitant. But passersby stirred. It is His Highness the Saintess. His Highness the Saintess has returned. Everyone turned around. His Highness the Saintess. But why is she with the army of Eagle Bear territory? Rui was walking on the road with Grimond when a voice called out, Saintess' big sister. As soon as she turned around, a cute half-human girl rushed over and hugged her waist. You are back. Baya missed you so much. She said, Baya, you... Mid-sentence, someone strongly pulled Baya back. Come back now, we have to go. Baya turned to look at her brother, confused about what was happening. The big brother. Where are you two going? Baya spread her arms and smiled brightly. We are going to East Burial Town. There is a half-human park there. Many half-humans live there happily. Even half-humans with talent can successfully awaken their abilities. Santa's big sister, come with us. Hearing this, Rui was startled and asked back, East Burial Town, a park? Saying this, she gritted her teeth and thought coldly, indeed. She recalled her conversation with Sibin. She wanted to save the half-humans. Rui knelt down sincerely and said, as long as I can save them, even if you want me to do anything, I am willing. Seeing Rui kneel, Sibin blurted out. He smiled slyly, approached and lifted Rui's chin. You guessed what request I wanted to make, so you deliberately said that, didn't you? Are you very expectant? Hearing this, Rui's face flushed red. I was serious, Sibin asked back. Oh really? What if I make harming half-humans the price? Rui was surprised. Harm? At this moment, Sibin spoke seriously. If you want to save the half-humans, you must do as I say, whether you are willing or not. Thinking of this, Rui made a decision and said to the butler, Grimond, arrest them all. The half-humans panicked upon hearing this. What? Grimond raised his hand to signal the soldiers, make a move. Some half-humans were tied up, some dragged, crying out, Your Highness the Saintess, why is this? Help! We don't want to be caught by the Eagle Bear Lord by... Ya also panicked and called out, Saintess Big Sis. Rui, at this moment, face flushed red, closed her eyes and clasped her hands, thinking, Forgive me, everyone must be patient. Only this way can we ensure everyone escapes the terrifying fate. Sibin was now sitting in a carriage flying in the sky. He smiled and said, handing the shock divine light over to Rui should be fine. After all, Grimond is there to help her. Lori, sitting beside him, asked, Master, going to Greystone Ridge to meet the first prince. Why didn't you bring Lord Grimond along? Sibin replied, They have other business. This time the noble gathering is because the first prince is seeking aid. There will be no danger. A moment later, the carriage arrived. This was a prosperous, bustling city. On the streets, people came and went very busily. Anyone need a guide? Only 5 copper coins. I'll take you on a tour all over Greystone Ridge. Come see newly made strength potion. Reasonable price, comes with a free bottle of longevity potion. Master Karras's masterpiece at Greystone City. Usable by both mages and knights. Only the last one left. Sibin was currently strolling happily down the street holding Lori's hand. Lori curiously looked at everything. The night in Greystone City is so lively. Sibin could only sigh. Eagle Bear territory truly lives up to being a place even birds don't bother with. Look at this place. Although there aren't too many mages, considering the density, it is definitely no worse than the nights in Overwinter City. Suddenly, Lori blushed and pointed. Ah, master, that is. Hearing this, Sibin looked in the direction she pointed. It was a noble holding a rope tied around the neck of a half-human crawling on the ground, wearing a very sexy pink sleepwear set. Seeing this, Sibin could only think, damn, truly a big city. Playing rough. He noticed Lori beside him reacting a bit oddly, so he looked at her. Lori, why are you looking over there with such an admiring gaze? He just thought it, but dared not ask, afraid she would want to imitate it. Also, that guy is... As he looked over, that noble also looked at him. That man smiled warmly. Look who it is. Long time no see. Count Sibin, the second son of the Golden Lion family. Sibin smiled back. Hello, your highness the first prince. After greeting, he thought, First Prince Beilo Fun. That night the moon was very round and beautiful. In the bedroom, Lori, wearing a very sexy outfit, pinned Sibin down and coquettishly said, Master, Lori still wants a kiss. Sibin lay flat, face slightly red. The holy garment phantom is not for you to play with like this. Saying this, he sat up and kissed Lori's forehead. I really have no way with you. She was a bit shy but unsatisfied, so she pinned Sibin down on the bed. You can't just kiss the forehead. Master is being perfunctory again. Sibin laughed. Indeed, that won't do, huh? Lori actively pinned him down and then kissed him on the lips. The two hugged and kissed each other passionately. A moment later, he rubbed her head and asked, Are you satisfied now? Lori still seemed unsatisfied. He thought to himself, if we continue, we might really fire before we are ready. Lori propped herself up and protested. But master, Lori wants. Sibin flicked her forehead to cut her off. Not allowed to want. This isn't Hog Town. Besides, we have to attend the round table conference tomorrow. Hearing this, Lori recalled Chris's words irritably. If you get rejected again next time, just say this. She pressed close and whispered to Sibin, Master, is it that you really can't? Hearing this, Sibin's face darkened, and he didn't bother to retort. The next morning, at the council chamber, the first prince announced, Let us begin now. Those who want to attend the meeting are all here now. Those who don't want to come, there is no need to wait for them any longer. You have surely heard that His Majesty the King has returned to the embrace of Lord Baghdada. Currently, the Colonia Empire lacks a third legendary level powerhouse. The Pope is attempting to seize the royal power, merge royal and divine authority, and become the sole dictator of the empire. I believe you have all heard more or less about the church's modus operandi. Although we all worship Lord Baghdada, the people of the church have always been madmen. Hearing this, everyone buzzed with discussion. How can this be? Sibin glanced over and thought, that description is spot on, huh? Having no legendary powerhouse means losing the power to intimidate surrounding nations. At this time, the Pope seizing power and usurping the throne weakens the empire's final strength. What is to be done? If the empire is invaded, the first to suffer disaster are us lords. Someone suggested pooling money and fleeing. At this moment, a shout rang out, Silence! The discussing people were startled. Sibin showed no reaction. The big-nosed, pot-bellied man said, Look at your appearances, are you still nobles of the glorious empire? A bunch of trash! The first prince smiled stiffly and stopped him. All right, Calant, it's time to tell everyone the good news. Hearing this, the big-nosed, pot-bellied man stated, Although the Pope's preparations are very thorough, he still needs time to conquer the royal capital. With so many lords like this banding together now, it is not impossible that we have some chance of victory. Apart from that, a group of mutants with the ability to resurrect infinitely have joined forces with the Great Prince. They will help us crush the most numerous main force of the church. Hearing this, Sibin was startled. Everyone started discussing in an uproar infinite resurrection. Isn't that even more terrifying than the undead? Great Prince then spoke, inviting those mutants in. A servant obeyed, and Sibin was filled with doubt. Mutants who can resurrect endlessly sound exactly like players. The meeting room door opened and 5 people walked in. The leader, wearing a fashionable green ek outfit, greeted, "Good day, Your Highness the Prince." "Good day, esteemed guests." He turned to look at Sibin and whispered, "Good day, Lord Eagle. We meet again." Sibin smiled without answering. He thought to himself, how did these damn players manage to quietly contact the royal capital? They should have returned to Zenzen Town of Light. Sibin stared intently at the group of players, pondering, what do they ultimately want? Could it be that after failing in the attack on Fortress East, the several representative players learned a bloody lesson, abandoning the main quest of killing the Lord and City Guardian Maiden, to find a new way out for the players? At this moment, everyone around was discussing noisily. Supreme Archbishop Kalanta said, as mentioned, the main source of the church's military strength are some nobles and the royal legions that defected to the Pope. Their numbers are extremely large, but now with these resurrecting mutants, it solves that difficult problem for us. The most important purpose of summoning you all today is to deal with another branch of the church's forces, the Holy Sanctuary Knights. Hearing this, one person raised his hand and said, "Wait, Kalant, my lord, from what I know, the number of Holy Sanctuary Knights does not exceed 100, even if they are all Earth Knights. A Marcus of a central territory can easily suppress them. Why do we need to use so many of our troops?" Kalant closed his eyes and sneered, saying, "Foolish. Check if your territorial detective spends all day lying on women. The 100 Holy Sanctuary Knights is from 1 year ago. Now that number is nearly 1,000. In addition, they have at least 30 knights." That person stood up in panic. 30 Sky Knights, how is that possible? The others also began to worry and discuss. That is 3 times more than the number of Sky Knights in the royal army. Kalentus spoke up to ask, "Lord Cunningek, can your mutants reach Greyrock City within half a month?" After asking, he also thought to himself with disdain, what kind of name is that? The player Cunningek listened attentively, then smiled and replied, "Our transportation is very limited, but we will try to gather quickly and head towards Greyrock City." Kalentus said, "In that case, we will have the mages build a temporary teleportation array. A few of you will come directly, but the speed must be fast. The teleportation array consumes a huge amount of energy. Greyrock City cannot sustain it for long." Cunningek replied, "In that case, we are truly grateful for your grace." The Great Prince had only been smiling and listening all this while. Seeing this, Sibin thought to himself, his face full of complacency, if it weren't a special period, he would not be lenient with these hard-to-control players. After some time discussing the plan, the meeting ended. Sibin slowly walked out the door, thinking finally done, what's next? Lost in thought, just as he stepped out the door, he saw the group of players waiting. Let's see what these overestimating players want to do. Cunningek greeted, "Long time no see, Lord Eagle." Sibin smiled and replied, "Not that long, just a little unexpected. Why are you here? Especially lying in ambush here. Surely you don't want to drag me into the forest to play a game?" The male players upon hearing this were furious. Who wants that? Is this guy crazy? Female ones blushed in disgust. I think it's not bad. After all, Lord Eagle is very, Cunningek darkened his face, cut in, "Talk business. I heard you are publicly arresting half-humans. I want to know why." Sibin smiled. "If I said it was to protect them, would you believe me? What if I said the church is arresting half-humans for experiments? Would you believe me?" The group of players clamored, "What, protecting half-humans? Are you on drugs?" Seeing this, Sibin walked straight over, pushing the players left and right. "You asked yourselves, and when I answered, you don't believe me. So a good dog doesn't block the path." One player who fell was angry. "What the hell, pushing me? This guy really can't tell the truth." Cunningek just rubbed his head, unsure of what he was thinking. By the time Ming Ming returned to the lab, Lori, wearing a maid outfit, excitedly came out to greet him. "Master, you're back. Is the meeting over?" She threw herself into his arms. Lori always misses Master. She misses him so much she could die. Sibin just coughed. A servant interrupted. "Sorry to disturb, Lady Earl. The prince requests your presence." Sibin wondered. Right after the meeting ended, Lori, who had just met her master, had someone interrupt. She angrily hugged Sibin tightly, looking extremely cute and angry. The servant was afraid. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I believe it's not bad news. The prince has met 4 lords. You are the 5th. That's right, your lady maid can come along too." Hearing this, Lori immediately changed her attitude. Sibin thought to himself, she only wanted to win over some potential nobles because he was about to become king. Truly confident. The war hadn't even started yet, and she was already planning for after her coronation. When she heard she could come along, Lori hugged Sibin tightly and asked coyly if it was okay. His master smiled and replied, "Of course." Prince Bylovrin raised his glass to praise Sibin. He said it was no wonder the Empire's rising star, Lord Eagle, could become the disciple of Lord Sadie, reaching the strength of a Sky Knight at 20. He humbly replied that it was too kind. Who would dare to accept such praise from His Highness the Prince? The arrogant prince sat on the throne sipping wine using a small maid as a footrest. The girl trembled, not daring to resist. He said he greatly admired talented youths like the eagle. Thanks to Lord Boda's guidance, they were able to meet. Sibin sat upright observing the royal feast, wondering if this style was due the prince's preference or Lori's presence. The prince said he could not help but show off since he was a prince. As he spoke, he stepped on the neck of a beautiful fairy. The girl cried silently, enduring the pain and holding back her tears. The prince heard the whimper, raised his voice, pulled the neck chain, and introduced this as an elf maiden captured by General Calant near the Emerald, although she was not a rare species. He trailed off mid-sentence, imagining the scene back then. At that time alone, she had snuck into the stronghold, assassinating over 80 soldiers and 2 Grey Earth Knights. Luckily, as she was leaving, she stupidly stepped on a trap and was caught. Truly a well-planned beginning but a messy end. He said no soldier could match her, and she was still clean. Her magic was sealed, and after capture, he only had people torture and beat her for a month. The prince tightened the chain and said, if he liked, this top-quality elf slave could be his, considered a collectible. Sibin was truly offended. That bastard regarded him as the same kind. He tactfully refused, unable to take away His Highness's plaything. Lori, sitting beside him, trembled incessantly. The prince seemed to have other intentions. He cheerfully said there was no need for ceremony. If he truly cared, then so be it. He pointed at Lori and said, trade yours for mine. Lori was speechless, and dared not resist. He said he was very interested in his maid. If he agreed to give her to him, he could fulfill a condition regarding Terry weapons or armies. Sibin was truly enraged, but he smiled gently, though cracks appeared in the wine glass he held. He asked permission to refuse, saying their ways of playing were different. He valued his maid highly. Without her care, he would be very uncomfortable. The prince acted understanding. Oh, so the eagle was that kind of person. He said he understood. He released his hand, letting the elf maiden catch her breath. He said, but it didn't matter. This elf slave woman could still be given to him, acting generous. Sibin still politely refused, thanking His Highness for his kindness. He said the eagle's territory was a borderland, always in conflict, requiring constant vigilance. The meaning was clear. Please give it to someone else. Don't push it onto me. Lori suddenly looked down. A thin, pale hand was desperately reaching out to touch her leg. The prince was disappointed, so he would just throw it into the military hospital next to the Emerald. The pink-haired elf maiden cried, using lip movements to beg Lori to save her. Lori suddenly started crying uncontrollably. She fell into a dreamscape, the world tree, scenes of rampant slaughter, elves and fairies. Soldiers and civilians were indistinguishable. Lori's emotions fell into an abyss of despair like a vicious circle. Sibin noticed the abnormality and quietly called her back from the dreamscape. Lori suddenly found the courage to ask the prince, may I ask, Your Highness, what will happen to her if she is thrown into... What will happen? His expression was savage. He said he didn't know, but wounded soldiers hated that situation the most. Perhaps she would be tortured to death within a few days, or be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Who knew? Bylovran keenly noted that his maid seemed interested in this slave. He asked if he wanted to reconsider taking her in, speaking while tightening the collar strap. Sibin, though confused, accepted the goodwill and thanked for the gift. Bylovran cheerfully swirled his wine glass, saying he truly doted on that maid. Leaving the prince's quarters with the elf slave, Sibin relaxed. He tied the elf maiden onto the back of the bird beast. The skill learned from the round-faced sister came in handy. He turned around and saw Lori still standing there waiting. He asked what was wrong. Didn't he tell her to get on the carriage first? He was worried she might tire her feet waiting. Lori stammered, that is... After a moment she managed to speak her mind. Master, Lori has caused you trouble. She was extremely anxious. Sibin didn't care much. He picked Lori up and gave her a deep kiss. He said it was just a favor. What was the big deal? Either way, he would have given the elf or something else. If he accepted, he couldn't leave the Grey City. Before Lori could recover, he set her down on the seat. Lori blushed, complaining that Master was too much. This was the main road, so embarrassing. Sibin laughed brightly, so let's continue at home then. Lori was happy. Go home and make babies, Master. Ah, except that part. The beast bird spread its wings and flew away from Grey City, dragging along the man and woman and the still unconscious elf maiden. Meanwhile, in the forest, a subhuman named Medua was trembling, hiding behind a bush. She panickedly wondered what to do. Around her were shouts to hurry up, stop dawdling. Ahead was the Green Girl's carriage convoy. The Green Girl was leading the human army to capture subhumans. She couldn't stay here. She dropped the map, confused. Besides the shock divine light, where could she go? She happily grabbed a piece of paper. Right, the subhuman park, there was a way out. She sat studying the map, just needed to go to Shockgrave East, then reach old. Absorbed in studying the map, she didn't notice the two brothers had returned and were standing behind her. One said, "Isn't this the child from Shock Divine Light Town? Why did you run here alone?" She cried and ran to hug Brother Lin. Hoo. She recounted what she saw. Everyone was taken by Lord Gold Eagle and Sister Green Girl was also brainwashed. The two couldn't believe it. Meduo knew Shockgrave Cave had a subhuman park. They could find a strong awakened subhuman for help. They asked the little one to slow down. What Shockgrave East? While later at the subhuman park, the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Everything was peaceful and happy. The outside world didn't affect this place. Everywhere there were invitations, have a cup of honey water, welcome guests to the park. 3 people with odd appearances entered, surprising the gatekeeper. He said it was the first time he'd seen such strange, no special subhumans. The 2 brothers apologized, saying they came from a long way from the Northland, eating wind and sleeping outdoors, so they were a bit rough. Gatekeeper suppressed his feelings, mainly that subhuman girl was too ugly. He thought to himself, then said, "Don't worry, the park will help you. First let's take you for a meal." The gatekeeper guided the guests while introducing, but neither of them listened. They whispered about discovering strange masked soldiers accompanying them. It was very suspicious. The 3 tried to act natural, sitting at the table to eat. They discussed, "Isn't this how criminals are treated?" From the start, the park's propaganda was unreasonable. Now it was clearly preventing subhumans from escaping. Meduo was left behind, her eyes shining as she looked at the hot food. From afar came a clear voice welcoming new compatriots. A hot red-haired subhuman girl introduced herself as the person in charge named Chia. She would guide them on how to live in Shockgrave East and the rules to follow. Chia, wearing a seductive red dress, walked over and said after they were full, she would lead them to participate in the shock receiving ceremony. They could meet the leader, Lord Anna, whom human churches revered as Phoenix Hua. The surrounding subhumans were overjoyed, finally escaping the terrifying Eagle territory. This truly was the real subhuman park. Only the 3 remained silent. Chia cheerfully responded, "Everyone out. Everyone is eager to meet Phoenix Might." Around were cheers of agreement. Exactly right. Chia said, "Everyone eat quickly and follow. That lord was eagerly waiting to meet you along Clear Road." Chia's expression turned scary. The towering Clear Road building behind her seemed to radiate allure, hiding mysterious secrets. Inside the city, red aura was everywhere. On the platform, Anna spread her arms, welcoming everyone to Shockgrave East. She said this place would be their future home. She was a servant of the god, the handmaiden of fire Anna, also called Phoenix Hua. To live in the park, they must dedicate a part of their power. Blood, body, and soul would please the Lord. She wore a red dress slit from half her leg up to her waist. The subhumans heard this and cheered excitedly, willing for the glory and future of the subhumans. Joaquin, holding the little box girl, covered his nose and whispered to each other, "Don't let Meduo inhale this gas." The system warned of abnormal conditions. This place was not a subhuman park. They must quickly take Meduo away. Anna continued to pose seductively, saying, "Begin the shock entering ceremony." Behind the iron bars were the silhouettes of demons with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Joaquin and Box Girl thought in horror, demon beasts. The demon beasts were released, roaring ferociously at the subhuman crowd. Anna shouted, "Cheer together, compatriots." The people did not fear, but cheered. Joaquin and Box Girl whispered, "Are they crazy? Run." But the demon horde quickly approached ferociously, tearing clothes and grabbing them. Joaquin cursed loudly, "Damn it all." Subhumans went mad after breathing that gas. Hazy said tearfully, "Let go, I already have someone I like, stop pretending." Seeing unusual movements on the platform, she glanced in this direction and said in surprise, "Humans, strange creatures, go kill those 2. They must not be allowed to escape." The 2 of them had their backs against each other, defending against the surrounding demonic beasts. On the Fiza, Sibin was sitting with Lori when the system notified him of a new message. He opened it curiously. It was the daily villain mission list. Kill Fuhi, destroy the subhuman park, and leave psychological trauma on at least 100 players. Sibin was puzzled, wondering why he was told to destroy Zhen Mudong. But this was indeed an opportunity, as the Sky Knights had likely all been dispatched to the royal capital. At this moment, Zhen Mudong should be at its weakest. Thinking this, he ordered the Firebird to turn around. The Firebird obeyed the command, let out a loud cry, and flew toward the northeast. At Zhen Mudong, 2 people were carrying a little girl while fleeing from fireballs. None of the demonic beasts were too powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming. The rat-toothed soldiers looked at the 3 of them and said with a laugh, "Not bad, there's a subhuman child and a Fayu. All precious experimental materials. Don't kill, capture them alive. Lord Fu O will reward you handsomely." While running while holding the little girl, Joaquin asked, "Hazy, have you recorded the screen and posted it on the forum asking for help?" Hazy replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I did that long ago. It's professional instinct." On the forum, a post with images of the demonic beast's attack had already immediately appeared. Zhen Mudong near Wolfbone Ridge and Stinkstone Ridge was using the residence of Zhen Shengguang for experiments. Joquin and I are carrying a subhuman girl named Meduo while being hunted by guards. In the image, Meduo was terrified and crying loudly. Seeing this, people reacted, asking for the coordinates and expressing their anger. Joquin handed Meduo to Heezy, held his sword and said, "Remember to hold out, you run. I'll return to the spawn point and come back immediately." Heezy heard this and asked, "Are you trying to be a hero here?" Joquin charged into the demonic beasts behind them, saying, "Close combat doesn't need to worry about energy." Heezy heard this, turned around and ran away, praising the logic. Meduo watched Joquin's back and cried out, calling for brother Ling Ka. "Are we going to die here? It's all my fault for insisting on coming to Zhen Mudong." Heezy patted her back to comfort him. "He'll be fine. Do you know we can respawn?" He thought to himself, the problem is that if an NPC dies, it's truly over. Why are these soldiers like mad dogs, biting and not letting go? While running, a huge firebird's shadow enveloped him. Meduo stopped crying, looked up at the flying vehicle in the sky, and said curiously, Brother Ling Ka, there's a giant bird in the sky." Sibin looked down, thinking to himself that things seemed fine below. Is someone being hunted? A subhuman child and a player. Having thought this, he stood up on the flying vehicle. "Firebird, take the mistress to the air above that forest and wait for me. If it's dangerous land." The firebird turned its head to confirm the mistress was Lori, then let out a loud cry. Having given the instructions, he jumped free from the flying vehicle. Lori shouted from above, telling the master to be careful. "Come back early, okay?" Sibin held his sword while falling, and replied with a smile, "All right, I promise." Upon landing, he immediately crushed a rat-toothed soldier. "Oops, bad landing spot. I squashed a bug, or was it a rabbit?" Heezy was also startled when he saw him fall. He immediately recognized Lord Eagle Bear. Sibin was efficient, jumping right into battle as soon as he landed, slashing out purple sword energy to take down enemies. Heezy thought to himself, so the giant bird Meduo saw was indeed his mount. Why do I run into this NPC everywhere? But I suspect Lord Eagle Bear is the final boss of this version. A real man should indeed play with a greatsword. Look at that effortless slashing style. Close combat is so handsome. Very quickly, there were no rat-toothed soldiers left in the vicinity. Sibin slung his sword over his shoulder and wondered, is that it? Heezy carried Meduo over to thank Lord Eagle Bear. Sibin asked with a smile, "You mean to thank me?" Heezy broke into a sweat and asked, "What you want? I can make a wolf tail myself. It looks pretty realistic." Sibin said, "What would I do with that toy? Since we've met like this, you'll repay me with your body." Heezy was terrified, thinking about the image of Sibin grinning sinisterly while picking a pomelo. He kept backing away, saying, "You don't even spare men? Is this a perk for female players? I already have someone I like." Sibin smiled, took Meduo into his arms, and then stabbed straight into Heezy's chest. "May you soon escape singleness. From the way you talk, I can tell it's unrequited love. Consider this as thanks." So Heezy's dirty mind had been overthinking things, and the result was being stabbed to death. A player was killed by a fellow player toying with his emotions, causing psychological trauma. Received 50 villain points. Mission progress 3 increased by 1. Sibin stood up and laughed. Who toyed with his emotions? Wasn't he the one overthinking it? Meduo was at this moment sobbing into his chest. Sibin grabbed the little girl by the collar and asked, "Kid, what are you crying about?" Meduo's tears flowed like rain as she asked, "Did you kill Brother Ling Ka? You bastard, catching subhumans." He heard this and asked back, "Don't you know he can respawn?" At this moment, a loud noise came from another direction. A group of fully armed players had launched an attack, shouting for brothers to charge forward, to rescue the subhuman girl and crush those scumbags. The rat-toothed soldiers panicked, asking each other where these people came from. "Hurry and report to Lord Fu Oa." Anna, hearing the report, raised an eyebrow and looked over. "What? News leaked? Someone's attacking?" The scantily clad girl beside her asked how it could be so fast. "What should we do?" Anna slapped the girl directly across the face and scolded a group of lowly pests. "Meeting trouble, all you know is panic." The girl apologized. Having finished hitting, Anna ordered the awakening of the Snow Queen. At the same time, send a magical message to Prince Wind that Zhen Mudong is under attack and needs reinforcements. The girl obeyed. On the city wall, a person jumped down, struck a pose, stood up, and turned around. "Brothers, I'm the first one on the wall. Remember to record the screen and post it on the forum." Another person who jumped up after him said in annoyance, "Just getting on the wall, and you're already making a show." Yet another person poked their head up and said, "Hey brother Ree, right in front of you." The first person turned around and saw a white-haired girl in a sexy blue bikini striking a shy pose, asking, "Big brother, I'm so cold. Can you hold me?" He drooled, "Of course I can," thinking to himself, this NPC's proportions are top tier. The girl rushed in and embraced Gang Ben Richuan's neck, looking at him with gentle eyes, saying, "Big brother, I'm so cold, hold me tighter." Faced with such temptation, he couldn't control himself, continuously agreeing. The two hugged tightly and kissed passionately on the city wall. The young man who had just climbed up saw this, drooled and said, "What is Gangben Richuan doing? Hugging a girl in the middle of a big battle." The girl beside him smacked his head and scolded, "Look clearly, her health bar is red, she's clearly a boss." So the sexy white-haired girl was the Holy Temple Elite Knight, the Snow Queen Mirabelle, a level 53 Archmage. Mirabelle stepped back and laughed. "Foolish humans dare to invade? Feel the swallow of snow and ice within my body." Mirabelle used the skill When Snow Lost Life, creating blue air currents with ice crystals everywhere. Very quickly, the group of players was trapped inside large blocks of ice. Temperature dropped, freezing effect lasting 30 seconds. The group of players could not move, complaining through the interface. They said it was too cold, they couldn't adjust, and they were about to be sent back to the spawn point in 15 seconds. At this moment, Sibin was moving through the air with his sword, a golden energy swirling around the blade. He approached the city wall but was not frozen. He quickly advanced towards the frozen players. Everyone saw this and started chattering excitedly. "Am I seeing things? Was that Lord Eagle Bear who just rushed through? Where's the screenshot? How can Eagle Bear have a golden color? What are you yelling about? If his health bar isn't lit, I'm not familiar with him." Sibin arrived behind Mirabelle and swung his sword up. She sensed something and turned around to ask what that was. He slashed his sword, and the golden energy transformed into a lion's head charging towards her. Mirabelle quickly dodged the attack, flew through the air, looked down and said, "So this is a Sky Knight?" Sibin charged forward again and thrust straight at her. She drew a circular pattern to block it, saying, "Big brother so fast." The two streams of blue and golden power collided. Sibin said indifferently, "That term Big Brother is soulless compared to my little Lee, Snow Queen. Watch me defeat you." Having said this, he slashed his sword down hard. A surge of golden power slammed into Mirabelle, causing her to fall straight to the ground, sending stones flying. She cried out in pain from the hit, but quickly changed her attitude, sitting up and smiling brightly as she said, "Wait, I admit defeat, please spare me." She used her old trick, approaching Sibin, hugging his arm and seductively saying, "As long as you spare me, I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to you." She stretched up, her seductive lips whispering, "Let Mirabelle kiss you and serve you." The response was a sword piercing straight through her body. Sibin laughed, "Sorry, I don't like cold beauty. If it's bone-chilling cold, then maybe I'll consider it." Mirabelle fell, blood splattering, and gasped, "You." Sentence, her life ended. Sibin turned his back, spreading his arms. "I told you, your acting has no soul. Since it's called a playground, at least prepare some high-quality stuff." He looked straight up at the seductive Anna on the platform. "What do you think?" Anna, hearing this, blushed and replied, "Exactly. Your aura is truly intoxicating. Knight, join us. The Eastern Hometown needs talent like you." Sibin held his sword, smiling. An immense surge of power enveloped the blade, creating dazzling bolts of lightning. Villains die from talking too much. Kill first, talk later. Sibin charged forward. The girl ahead emanated a surge of red power. She looked at Sibin. "You wouldn't drink the toast, so now you'll drink the forfeit." She waved her hand and a flame power blocked the sword's path. The two colors, red and gold, clashed, forming a small bolt of lightning. She said, "You are strong, Knight. But before the vessel turns to flame, I am protected by my master." Her face was full of provocation. Sibin hovered in midair, trapped by a giant, snake-like red power that was lying in wait. He shouted, "You are a subhuman, yet you believe in war and the fire god Baghdada." The girl manipulated the power to hold Sibin tightly, pulling him down sharply. She said calmly, "Faith and ethnicity are unrelated. Everything was granted by my master, so of course I will dedicate myself." Her hand held a small dagger, its tip pointed at Sibin's neck. He was pulled close, their faces inches apart. She said, "Those who don't know their limits will become my food." Sibin asked expressionlessly, "Is that so?" Then he said, "Then let's see if your master can protect you." She was surprised, only then realizing something was wrong. It turned out that Sibin, while she wasn't paying attention, had left the freezing heart in her mouth. She panicked. The freezing heart of the Snow Queen. What a madman, keeping it in your mouth. She raised her hand to her mouth. Sibin laughed. Actually, it was in his system's item box. The freezing heart was a heart-shaped ice crystal, a drop from the Snow Queen boss after its death. At this moment, Sibin's power erupted. A golden light flashed, overpowering the girl's power. He said, "Weakened already. The fire god really is counter to this thing. Now it's my turn." Sibin said and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The opponent immediately used her power to suppress him, her eyes staring directly at Sibin. Sibin was surprised. Wondering what was happening, his movements had become slower. Holding his sword in midair, he felt that his movements were not following his will. The girl looked up and said, "I remember you now, Knight." In her hand was a scroll, inside a formation emitting a blue light. Sibin thought, could her gaze control the speed of actions? The girl's eyes flashed red and she gritted her teeth. "Clean your neck and wait for my master's iron heel." The blue light opened another spatial dimension that enveloped her. Sibin shouted loudly, "Damn it, can't win so you want to run?" He powerfully slashed his sword down, the sharp blade gleaming. A loud explosion rang out, and a golden light burst forth like a powerful flame burning in front of the opponent. She was already fading away. The explosion collapsed the entire street. The intense pressure spread, enveloping the surroundings as people screamed and fled. Standing in the smoke, one person asked, "Is this from the Red Eagle Lord fighting inside?" Another asked, "So, is he dead?" There were also those who said happily, "Good thing. Let's go look later. If he's dead, we can loot his gear. If alive, kill him, and if dead, that's that." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared behind them with bloodshot eyes, grinning, prying for loot. "And you want me killed? You like my equipment that much?" A few turned to look, 1 minute joyful, the next confused mixed with fear upon seeing Sibin standing behind them. Sibin held his sword, saying cheerfully, "No problem. Enjoy yourselves to your heart's content." His mouth smiled brightly, but the surroundings were shrouded in killing intent. He said, "Welcome to Eastwood Town." Then he launched into a relentless attack. The few could only shout, "You're not the boss of this area." And BUG, it's definitely a BUG. The surroundings were left with only screams swallowed by smoke and dust. System displayed, third quest completion level increased by 1. Third quest completion level increased by 1. The group of people, beaten and trembling, with tears in their eyes, said, "Enough. It was so hard to level up again, and you've beaten me back to level 0. Sibin leaned on his sword, laughing happily. "I saw you had a horse before. Hand over the horse, or I'll kill you." The weak group explained, "Not everyone has one." Another said, "Horses are expensive, we're poor." Sibin ignored them. "Hurry up. You think that's the end of it. Hand over the horses if you have them, then all of you laugh for me." The few panicked. "What do you want?" "Don't think just because you're strong and handsome you can do whatever you want." Sibin grinned fiercely. "Being both strong and handsome naturally means I can do whatever I want." Notifications came continuously. Received 20 horses. Received 20 pieces of equipment. Received 30 weapons. Always receiving. The stripped group could only yell, "Animal." Meanwhile, Sibin happily rode a horse, leading a few more behind him as he left. The system notified, Villain Quest 3, leave psychological scars on at least 100 players, completed. At the same time, a group of people was crossing the bridge into the city. Sibin ordered Claremont to take the horses and equipment downstairs for storage. Claremont respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Sibin observed the surroundings and said, "So many subhumans, these are the ones who occupied Linding City while I was away, right?" A voice came from afar, "Yes, they were brought here by me and Claremont from Divine Light Town." Sibin turned to look. Rue slowly approached, walking and talking. "While you were away, I tried my best to explain the conspiracy of the subhuman playground. However, not many believed it." Sibin looked at Rui, smiling brightly, and asked back, "Is that so?" Rui's soft white tail couldn't help but twitch repeatedly. She said while sniffing, "No problem. Like you said, you did very well. It's normal for them to find it hard to accept in the short term." Rui's tail was touched, and she jumped up screaming. Then she threw a strong punch at Sibin's face, shouting loudly, "Let go, pervert." Sibin weakly explained, "I just saw you were too upset." At this moment, a fish struggled fiercely inside the pond next to where Sibin was standing. A beautiful mermaid sat there, surrounded by a few other mermaids looking towards Sibin. Sibin asked, "Are mermaids also considered subhumans?" Rue explained, "They are, but different from the merfolk in the sea. Subhuman mermaids can transform their tails into legs after coming of age." The mermaid stepped out of the water, her tail now transformed into perfect legs. Sibin sighed in admiration. What a miraculous race. After the mermaids' tails transformed into legs, they jumped out of the water, running and shouting loudly, "Help, the Eagle Lord is back." Both Sibin and Rui were stunned. Hearing this, Sibin angrily grabbed Rui's tail. Rui blushed and screamed again. Under the clear blue sky, Rui stood at the center and announced loudly, "All subhumans, the Lord has important matters to declare. Please gather around." Sibin stood with his back turned. Several subhumans below whispered, "The young lady has now completely submitted to the Lord's orders." The brutal Lord. Sibin stood before the crowd, speaking confidently, "I am the Eagle Lord, Golden Lion CV. You are all subhumans, but in my territory you are my people. Today there are 2 matters. First, to reveal the cruel truth. Second, to test your abilities." Sibin stood on the platform, with Rui on one side and his retinue on the other. Below, a defiant subhuman spoke up. "What people? Are you giving us land?" Sibin continued, "Those who pass the test will stay and work. Those who fail will be allocated a plot of land. Don't worry about it being stolen. The Lindong City Guard will protect your property." The crowd below immediately buzzed. "Can we have our own land?" Frustrated subhuman spoke up. "He won't care if we live or die. Even with land we'll just be bullied. He won't save us." Sibin continued his speech. "I will enact laws on subhuman rights to ensure your basic rights and safety safety within the territory. The subhumans below were surprised and doubtful. Sibin casually continued, "Now let's talk about the cruel reality. I know many of you have heard of the Eastern Tome Town, but it has already been destroyed by me." Below, the subhumans were confused and stunned. The defiant subhuman angrily said, "I told you so. The land and laws are all a trick. The Eagle Lord has cut off our escape route. He is truly evil." Sibin waved his hand, ordering the minion standing behind him, "Go ahead, call those little turnip heads up." The minion bowed his head in acknowledgement. A few more subhumans appeared on the stage, and the crowd below immediately buzzed with commotion. Someone recognized the little girls and wondered why they were there. The subhumans who had just stepped up were all petite girls, each bowing their head to greet the Lord. Sibin silently praised Ms. Chris for training them well despite the tight schedule. Sibin told the children they did not need to be overly formal and asked them to tell everyone what they had seen at the Eastern Tomb. The children obediently complied. One subhuman turned to the crowd and shouted that everything at the Eastern Tomb was a lie. That place was not an amusement park but a hell. The little girl accused the people of the Holy Temple of imprisoning subhumans, torturing and killing them. The subhumans below were all stunned after hearing this. Someone questioned whether she had evidence or if she had simply been brainwashed by the Falcon Lord. Sibin silently regretted not having such a convenient skill. The little girl immediately asserted she had proof. The little girl held up a piece of her sister's brow armor, explaining it was an item left behind after her sister died. Recalling the image of her sister, she tearfully continued, "That day, her sister was taken away after the initiation ceremony and never returned. She sneaked out to the road and saw them release feral beastmen and sell demons to ravage the subhumans. She picked up this item." The crowd became unsettled after hearing this, the whispers growing louder. Some asked how this could be, while others wondered if it was really all a deception. Could the Falcon Lord truly be their savior? On the stage, Sibin sighed and told the subhumans that he had given the order to detain them. He knew they hated him, thinking he had invaded their homeland. But if he had not given a firm order, how many people would have died horribly at the Eastern Tomb? He did this for the sake of the Saintess and his close maidservant. Rui bowed her head shyly. Below, the people began to admit they had wrongfully blamed the Falcon Lord. They also realized they had misunderstood Her Highness the Saintess. Sibin turned his back, saying apologies were useless. If they still had doubts, they'd directly ask the Saintess and the children. Now dismissed, there would be an inspection at 5 in the afternoon. Be prepared. A few snowflakes fell gently. Lori stood behind Sibin, placing her hand on his shoulder, asking curiously, "Master, are you planning to use the power within you to inspect each handshake?" Sibin laughed heartily, saying doing that would not be finished even by tomorrow. "Do not worry." The subhumans below stared up attentively. Sibin sat cross-legged, casually raising his hand to control a crystal ball, explaining, "Using this crystal ball can expand the perception range of the great wilderness's source veins." The ball emitted a soft, gentle golden light. Sibin looked back at Lori with a mischievous glint in his eyes, saying it would not disturb their sleep together tonight. Upon hearing this, Lori blushed shyly. Lori frowned, saying Master was too naughty. Lori did not mean that. Sibin smiled brightly and began to activate the power of the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a stream of golden light, expanding to envelop everything around. People panicked, asking what this was. Sibin explained to follow the awakening method in their bloodline memories to perceive this energy. Wherever the crystal ball's light covered, the female subhuman girls all felt comfortable and warm. Everyone blushed, saying they wanted to hug the Falcon Lord. Several male subhuman youths also found the Lord's features delicate and handsome, wanting to pounce on him as well. Sibin's face darkened, his smile stiffening as he thought why no one had awakened yet, not even a single person. Suddenly something startled him, and he looked back. The little subhuman girl Nina was being enveloped by a blazing golden light, surging like erupting volcanic magma. Her eyes were half closed, her face showing a hint of enjoyment. By the lake, a fishtail splashed powerfully. The mermaid from earlier surfaced, her eyes looking toward the source of the enveloping power, filled with submission. Sibin looked worriedly at the two in front of him, his smile stiffening as he thought someone had finally awakened. Out of 800 people, only 2 had awakened, an incredibly low rate. Nina stood next to a water tank and the mermaid inside pouted, saying she had been caught again. Sibin bent down, resting his chin on his hand, and asked the mermaid, "I know Nina already, what is your name?" The mermaid shyly retracted her head, saying, "Lord, I do not have a name." Sibin raised his hand and gently touched the mermaid's head, saying, "Then from now on, you shall be called Bong Bong." The mermaid happily exclaimed, "Oh, from now on I am named Bong Bong." Nina beside him excitedly shouted loudly, "Lord, my name is Nina." Sibin was a bit flustered, saying he knew that already, good spirit, but do not shout so loudly next time. He thought to himself the current order was 1. Strength and loyalty, 2. Destruction and death, 3. My name is Nina. 4. Die together with the Lord. Sibin told the two to describe the images they saw during their perception, starting with Bong Bong. Bong Bong recalled, I saw the sea storms, a ship being swept away by a whirlwind. An image of a boat struggling against huge waves appeared. Bong Bong continued, there was also a warm great flood, waves 100 times taller than me. Sibin rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he said, very good, you are now enlisted in the castle. Starting tomorrow, work at the fountain terrace of my floor. There is a fountain there for you to stay in for now. Bong Bong timidly asked, so I have a job now. No one will catch me with nets anymore, right? Sibin affirmed with a hand on his hip. Of course, anyone who wants to catch you must first defeat me. Hearing this, Bong Bong happily squinted her eyes. Sibin looked at Nina and said it was her turn. Nina obediently complied. Nina described her situation. First, she saw a dark patch surrounded by mud, then a desert and various kinds of rocks, an image of a volcano with lava flowing from its crater. Sibin wondered to himself in confusion, mineral rocks? Was Nina skill throwing rocks or squeezing people into stone heads? He imagined the image of Nina holding a rock and throwing it hard, and Nina happily standing next to a newly built stone person. He said she was also enlisted in the castle. For now he did not know what to do with her, so she would lead the other kids, manage them for him. Sibin pointed behind him as a signal. Nina happily shouted loudly, as you command, Lord. Sibin was startled. The order in his thoughts changed again. Nina had jumped to the second position. Sibin stepped down and said to everyone, all right, you may leave. If you have any problems, find Rui. He called Clermont, who immediately appeared. Sibin asked him about the rectification and reformation of the outer city. The subhumans chattered about Chernina and the mermaid's awakening. Clermont reported it was basically complete. The vagrants had all been sent to dig mines. The tiled roof houses had been repaired. Sibin ordered Clermont to record the names, family sizes, and characteristics of the subhumans. Arrange work based on that information, house them in the tiled roof area, and provide free food for 3 days. After that, work for meals. The Eastern Granary Castle did not feed good-for-nothings. Clermont reported one problem. It seemed we were almost out of money. The sentence struck Sibin like a bolt of lightning. He worriedly thought, we are out of money already? Sibin pondered. A few days ago he had just held a roundtable conference. The nobles around the Falcon territory had left. He could not openly rob them. The Asian investments were not yet stable, and he could not withdraw them. Charity was indeed expensive. A spark lit up in his mind when he thought of charity. Was this not the charity enterprise of the entire territory? There was no reason for only the Lord to bear the responsibility, right? Sibin ordered Clermont, tomorrow at 9 in the morning, gather all the wealthy merchants in the city. I must meet with them. Anyone who does not want to come, send them to dig iron mines. Clermont acknowledged the order, saying tomorrow everyone would be present in the castle meeting hall. Outside the castle, the sun was gradually setting, the dusk painting an orange hue across the sky. Sibin walked wearily, yawning as he said he had been busy all day and could finally rest. As he stepped through his room door, he sensed something was wrong. A subhuman carrying a desk lamp rushed out, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Sibin quickly caught the attacker's hand. The lamp fell, and the girl could only let out a single scream. Sibin firmly held the girl's wrists, pushing her back hard against the door behind him, asking if it was her. Sibin's body pressed close to the girl. She cried out to let go. Sibin chuckled softly, saying, how strange, I took you away from that abusive great prince, yet instead of thanking me, you ambushed me. The system displayed a small circle beside Sibin's eye, analyzing the person opposite him. He asked her instead, you repay kindness with enmity. What kind of logic is that? The system displayed information. Name Azelia, second princess of the Elf Kingdom, younger sister of the queen. Combat mage strength level 49, sealed water system magic and elf magic. She was a spoiled princess, with only one person knowing her true identity. Sibin thought. Grow wonder she did not want to reveal her identity. The girl, with her hands pinned, frowned angrily and shouted, you invaded my home first, I have to kill you. Sibin bellowed back, asking if there was something wrong with her head. He did not even know where her home was. Sibin thought to himself, if the great prince knew about this, he would definitely tie her up and send her to the Jade Border as a hostage to threaten the Elf King. Crazy and hostile towards him, she was truly a hot potato. Sibin held the girl with one hand, pointing the other at her chest. The girl blushed and stammered. Sibin laughed, asking if she was unconvinced, but then suddenly noticed another piece of information. He wondered why he had not noticed this line of red text earlier. The system screen displayed that the Elven signal was activated. Sibin repeated in confusion, Elven signal? The girl asked in surprise how he knew about that thing. Sibin froze, hastily asking what the spirit beacon system was, because her reaction was definitely not a good sign. The system reported that the spirit beacon was locating magic among the elven royalty within a certain range. The image showed two elves locating each other through the signals on their chests. Sibin was shocked, thinking this was no different from living trackers. If an elven royal was nearby, they would rush over immediately. Sibin angrily shouted that she had the wrong person. yet she still activated the signal. The girl also yelled back, saying she had no idea what he was talking about, though she shouted loudly. Sibin thought to himself that this guy was deliberately playing dumb, truly insufferable. The girl gave a provocative glance, making Sibin's veins bulge. He asked the system if it could disable the signal. The system said yes, but he had to find the location, which was usually inscribed at the last vertebra or lower abdomen. Sibin forcefully tore the girl's dress, asking if it was like this. The girl blushed and begged him to stop. At that moment, Sibin saw a small pink pattern on her navel glowing. Sibin held her tight, pointed at the pattern with his hand, and asked if he could turn it off by pressing it. The girl screamed for him to stop. Lori suddenly walked in, saw the scene, and darkened her face, asking what her master was doing. Both of them were stunned. Sibin quickly let go, panicked, and asked Lori when she had arrived. Lori calmly replied that she had just come and saw the door was unlocked, so she let herself in. Sibin recalled, right, he had been ambushed by this elf as soon as he entered. Lori said it was not right for the master to do such a thing with the door open. Sibin hurriedly explained, but the girl pouted and turned her face away in anger. Lori puffed her cheeks and glared at Sibin, saying the master was free to choose whoever he wanted to warm his bed. She was just a maid and could not control much. Sibin found her adorable and laughed, saying how could that be to him? Lori was not just a maid. He only wanted to turn off the spirit beacon on the girl's belly. Lori stared at the girl's belly, but the light was coming from her chest. Sibin confirmed that was the location marker. Lori became even angrier, cursing this damned elf. Alive it would not turn off, dead it would not turn off, and now it finally did. The beacon had turned off, but the girl stammered under interrogation. The girl huddled close to Lori, begging for help, saying she had only brought in some food when her clothes were torn. Lori cursed inwardly, damn faker. Lori spoke calmly, saying it was fine, no need to be afraid. The girl was surprised. Lori's face darkened, looking dangerous, saying the master was a good person and would never force anyone. The girl was intimidated, stammering, is that so? Lori turned to ask Sibin if that was true. He gave a forced smile, holding a red pill, and nodded. Suddenly, Sibin stuffed the pill into the girl's mouth. She swallowed involuntarily. Coming to her senses, she angrily turned and asked him what he had given her. Sibin's eyes lit up, hands on his hips, and gleefully replied it was poison. He told her to look at her arm. It was already turning red. Indeed, red streaks appeared on her arm. She panicked. He had really poisoned her. Sibin sneered, saying only he had the antidote. If she obeyed, she would be fine. If not, she could wait to rot and die. Lori asked what the master intended to do. Sibin explained that she came from the great prince's place and might be a spy. Lori suddenly remembered. When the girl touched her, a few images appeared in her mind, making her suddenly want to save her. Girl standing nearby was also surprised by those images. Sibin hugged Lori, stroked her head, and asked what the images were. Lori buried her head in his chest, apologizing for forgetting after leaving the great prince's place. Sibin kissed her forehead, telling her not to blame herself if she could not remember. He told the elf to follow Lori, and Lori obediently agreed. Sibin whispered to be cautious, have Mrs. Trissy Sue clothes to cover the beacon location, and only allow the girl to move on this floor. He added that this could not be delayed. He told Lori to take the girl to change clothes, then go to Mrs. Tracy's. It had to be done by tonight, and to remember to call Rui along for safety. The girl was very obedient now and nodded. Following behind Lori, she asked if the little girl had seen everything that day. Lori remained silent. The girl continued, asking if she was an awakened elf, because she could sense natural power. Lori replied she knew nothing and was just a maid. The girl took Lori's hand, begging her not to be angry, but Lori raised an eyebrow, saying the girl brought food but saw no utensils, only broken lamps outside the door. The master hid some things from her but had never lied. Lori pulled her hand away, saying she was saved but still acted sneakily. The girl was startled. Lori darkened her face, saying it was to save the master that she brought the girl back. If she dared to harm the master, Lori said word by word, I will definitely kill Chico. Lori felt unsafe with this strange woman. She told the girl to wait here. The elf, now poisoned, became more obedient and softly agreed. Lori thought to herself, calling herself an elf but acting all close. But the master had never been so wary of anyone. She should not have said she wanted to save her. Lori decided, stood before Rui's room and knocked, asking if she was there. Lori felt a bit jealous. Back then, the master had treated this saintess too well. Rui had just finished bathing, wrapped in a towel, and asked what was going on. Lori lowered her head in thought, saying the master told her to go with her and the elf to Mrs. Chrissy's. Rui was nimble, saying she would change and go immediately. Lori stopped her, saying there was something she wanted to ask. She hesitated. Lori's expression turned serious, her cheeks reddening, asking Rui if she liked the master. Rui was a bit surprised, answering haltingly that she greatly admired Lord Harvey. Lori cut her off, asking if it was because of the dreamscape. Ever since returning, Rui's attitude toward the master had completely changed. Lori pressed her face close, asking what she had seen in there. Rui sighed. The truth was not just the dreamscape, but how could she say it? Thinking that, Rui ignored the questioning and calmly replied that those things had nothing to do with her. Lori froze. Lori awkwardly declared that the one to bear the master's child would be me. Rui broke into a sweat, asking if the two of them had already reached that level. Lori, disregarding everything, fought back, saying it was already reserved. Rui seriously replied that meant there was nothing now. Rui was delighted, thinking she knew they were close but nothing had happened yet. She had lived for the church since childhood and had never had anything of her own. Rui looked up at the sky, deciding that after all her pent-up grievances, she would fight for it this time. Now that she had feelings that belonged to her, how could she bear to let them die? Lori was annoyed, loudly asking what she wanted in the end. Rui told herself to stay calm. Rui suddenly placed her hand on Lori's cheek, saying it was so unfair seeing Harvey kiss her. The two of them must have kissed many times, right? Rui blushed with embarrassment, counter-asking. She recounted that in the dreamscape, she and Harvey had exerted themselves 17,395 times to have a child. Lori was upset, tears welling up, saying that was not fair. Rui provoked her further, saying yes. In reality, only she got to kiss, and she wanted a taste too. Rui angrily grabbed Lori's hand as she tried to run. Lori said she was crazy, she did not want this. Rui was determined, telling her not to think of escaping. Indeed, jealous women would do anything. Rui panted, asking where else he had kissed that day on her neck. Lori screamed, "Wait." Rui kissed Lori's neck, causing the girl to scream for the master to save her. There was a pervert. Sibin was reading documents in his room when he sensed a sound from Lori. But thinking again, this floor had the best soundproofing. He must have measured due to being too busy recently. Rui again grabbed Lori's tail, causing her to helplessly cry out, "Master." Both were embarrassed, but neither wanted to give in due to jealousy. With a stack of documents piled high on the desk, Sibin placed the last one down and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. He stretched tiredly and complained, "So exhausting. Adding another group of people just multiplies the trouble tenfold." Sibin happily realized it was time to rest, so he called the system to claim his rewards. The system activated, announcing that the daily tasks and storyline quests were completed. Achieve Destiny Momentum X1. Below are the rewards. The system congratulated the host on obtaining the unit, 20 Corpse Puppet Undead, and even more explosively, obtain 10 Ghostly Wraith Riders. Sibin was satisfied and praised, "Not bad, truly explosive." The system reported that the rewards were being deployed reasonably, requesting the host to prepare. Sibin asked worriedly, "What do you mean by reasonably? Don't tell me a giant rock is going to fall from the sky again." Suddenly, streams of purple smoke appeared in the room, starting to spread everywhere. "What's that commotion?" "Black smoke." Sibin was surprised. Smoke solidified into a shape, seemingly an extremely massive object. Sibin only reached the knee of this object and exclaimed in shock, "This is..." The system displayed the name, Spectral Knight, Ghostly Wraith Rider, Undead status, actual strength equivalent to level 51 to 60 knights. Skills include Undead Body, Lethal Strike, Resurrected Undead, and Nightmare Descent. Equipment: Heavy Armor of the Master War Reverser and Spirit Sword of the Skull Reaver. Details: immune to mental and poison magic, takes 30% more light damage, reduces 30% physical damage. Lethal Strike has a chance to instantly kill the enemy. The higher the level difference, the lower the chance. Revives after the first death. Prestige: Kalan Empire 1. Sibin marveled, such high combat power. This definitely isn't the Undead Knight of the Kang continent, as those are just horse skeletons. He pondered, "No, I need to figure out how to arrange this now. How do I explain this sudden group of undead to the outside? I told the village chief that the Hellfire was a construct, but what about the undead? A human lord raising the undead doesn't make sense. If the Church of Light, which fights the undead daily, found out, it wouldn't be good." He feared they would immediately send an angel to cut him in two. Thinking this, a chill ran down Sibin's spine. He looked at the troublesome reward and thought of a plan. Aside from the obvious undead horse, the knight in heavy armor is hard to identify. If I fully armor the ghostly Wraith Rider, as for the undead aura, as long as it's not someone from the Church of Light, they probably won't notice. He instructed the undead knight, "Before the armor is finished, you all stay in the warehouse. And don't make a sound, understand?" He left the office thinking, "That's settled for now, time to sleep." At his door, a familiar figure appeared. "Lori, what's wrong? Why didn't you go inside?" Lori turned around, eyes brimming with tears. "Master," Lori complained. Clearly Lori came first, so why did she have to make a baby with Rui over 20,000 times in a row? Sibin's mind raced. "Is what you're saying the same as what I'm thinking? Is there really such a good thing?" Lori aggrievedly lifted her hair to show him the mark Rui had left. "She's not a good person, Master. Look, this is what she did to me just now." Sibin immediately thought of the scene of two cute girls, but told himself his imagination was wrong. Sibin smiled. "Lori, were you drinking with Rui just now?" "You can't drink yet." Lori pouted angrily. "Master, I wasn't drinking." Lori hugged Sibin tightly, tears streaming as she recounted. "In my dream, I was affected by Master's aura, fantasized a master, fell in love 1,000 times, and then..." Sob. Hearing this, he understood. It was just a dream. He couldn't bear it and comforted her. "Don't be sad, those 20,000 times were fake. If it hurts your heart, let's make one now. She looked up and asked, really? Teardrop clung to the corner of her eye, her face flushed red as she hugged him tightly. She was so happy she pushed him to the floor, still not believing. Master, can hugging like this really make a baby? Isn't there something wrong? Master isn't lying to Lori, is he? Sibin found it amusing and ruffled her hair. Of course not. Even if you asked Mrs. Charles, she would say the same. Sleeping early and waking up early helps with making a baby. She reluctantly listened. Lying in bed, Sibin said nothing but his mind was full of thoughts. Lori's body was still weak. She couldn't have a baby while also using healing magic. Need to wait longer. On the other side, Rui, wearing comfortable pajamas, was kneeling on the ground doing something with her long tail. Suddenly, he was tightly wrapped by something, sweating profusely, and opened his eyes to look. Soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rui sitting beside him with a smile. His neck was wrapped by her tail, his face turning red. Rui Yai. She leaned in to blow in his ear, whispering, make love to me, okay? Before he could react, she pushed him down and sat on top of him. I bet you like this spot, right? His hand was taken by hers and brought near her butt, his nose nearly bleeding, panicking, I'm done for. According to the plot, on the second day, I get accused of defiling a saint and end up being castrated. Right now, living is what matters. Better to pretend to be asleep. He decided to fake sleep, rolling over and ignoring her as she called, Great Lord, wake up. This action didn't fool her. Instead it angered her. Playing dead, huh? Suddenly Lori, lying beside him, breathed into his ear, Master. Sibin's face was so red it was about to burst, but he still bit his lip and pretended to sleep. Earlier, Lori had gone to see Rui and was offered a collaboration to have a baby with the Great Lord together. In the end, the two intimately held hands and agreed, deal. At the conference hall of the Winterfell castle, everyone was gathered, murmuring in confusion about the reason. Why did Lord Hero Hawk gather us? Victor, do you have any info? I'm afraid it's about raising taxes. While they were discussing, the door opened. Sibin walked in with bloodshot eyes and a lifeless face. In contrast, Lori and Rui, walking on either side, were cheerful and full of energy. Seeing them, the murmuring increased. I heard the Lord is drowning in beauty. With those two by his side, it must be true. Look at that tired look, he must be spending day and night with them. Sibin looked at the two girls clinging to him with his dark-circled eyes, helpless to refute. It felt like he had been played with by them all night. They thought he couldn't hear and continued whispering, the Lord has recruited many a people. Does he want to start a slave trade? He snapped. Since everyone is here, let's get to the point. Stop guessing nonsense. He began to speak. Today I gathered you all for two things. First, to recommend a product, the self-produced perfume of Winterfell Castle. Roy smiled and opened a box, revealing a beautiful small purple-pink bottle inside. When the bottle cap was opened, he asked everyone to consider its commercial value. The fragrance from the bottle wafted out and everyone eagerly inhaled it. Oh, this scent. It soothes the heart. Just one whiff made Victor hallucinate that he was holding two beauties in his arms, feeling incredibly blissful. I've never smelled such a special fragrance. It's like being in a sea of lavender flowers, like a maiden after 18 years of age. Victor didn't hesitate. Lord, I am willing to sell this perfume. It will bring great wealth to the Hero Hawk territory. I can forego the profit. Sibin smiled happily, but a voice interrupted. Victor, wait a moment. Everyone greedily rushed over to compete. Lord, let me also open a sales channel for you. I have connections with the Meaden Park. Me too. The scene was chaotic, so Sibin had to speak up. Alright, everyone calm down, sit down first. He glanced at the beautiful Lori behind him, then mysteriously said to everyone, I know everyone wants the qualification to sell perfume, but today I will use a new method of cooperation, ensuring everyone gets a share. Her hand holding the scroll, she smiled and walked forward to hand it to Victor. He asked in confusion, what is this? He immediately explained, on this parchment is the cooperation method I have prepared. Please read it carefully. If you have any questions, just ask. Inside the scroll was a clear perfume authorization plan with conditions. Merchants were divided from 1 to 5 stars. Anyone attending today's meeting automatically became a level 1 merchant. Level 1 received 5% of sales rights, divided equally among all 1-star merchants. Level 2 received 15%, also divided equally. Continuing, level 3 was 20%. Level 4 was 25%. Level 5 was 35%. Accompanying benefits were 1-star merchants receive a 2% tax reduction, 2-star a 4% reduction, and 5-star up to a 10% reduction. Everyone was intently reading every word of the long plan. They understood that the higher the star level, the greater the share and profit, plus tax exemptions. So focused they did not notice Sibin's sly smile. He thought, yes, this is exactly the famous thing from my old world. It was the recharging system. Remembering his own poor money that had vanished without a trace, he felt pained again. I too was once cleaned out by those unscrupulous merchants. Smiling on the outside, but inside he had already devised a scheme. It's your turn now, oh merchants. Go ahead and recharge! A man loudly asked, Lord, how do we raise our star level? Sibin replied, becoming a high-star merchant is very simple, just buy a membership. Victor was surprised, buy a membership? Seeing he did not understand, he explained patiently, that's right, buying which level of membership instantly makes you a merchant of that level. Just 10,000 golds you a 5-star merchant status for a whole year. It sounds like a lot, but average per month it's only a bit over 800 gold. For example, for you 10,000 gold seems large, but breaking it down to 800 gold per month is a small matter. This perfume costs 100 gold a bottle. You buy it from me for 120 gold. Selling it in your shops, even paying 800 gold per month in membership fees. The profit is still very good. Moreover, 5-star merchants also get a 10% tax reduction. The man still had questions, obediently raising his hand to ask, Lord, we don't have 10,000 gold, but we don't want to give up the perfume buying rights. Could you introduce the prices for other membership levels? The hall now felt like a classroom, and he was the attentive teacher, of course. The 2-star membership fee is 1,000, 3-star is 3,000, 4-star is 5,000. The higher the level, the more you pay, the greater the benefits. Mr. Victor, his face full of excitement, stepped forward. Lord, I want to become a 5-star merchant. I will have the membership fee brought over. A box containing a gold medal was handed to him. He said, congratulations, Victor, for becoming the first 5-star merchant of Eagle Gryphon territory. Here is your medal. Seeing his treatment, everyone began to stir. Lord, I want to be a 3-star merchant. Lord, I am Cam Ann. I request 4-star. Lord, I don't have money. I'll just take 2-star. Crowd's reaction excited Sibin. He said, no problem, everyone, just act within your means. In his mind he cursed, go ahead and buy, you tender little cabbages. Outside, there was a beautiful, clear blue lake. A mermaid was swimming around playfully, while Sarakin sat silently in the very center. When she surfaced, the splashing water accidentally hit Sarakin, making him turn to look. He suddenly flew into a rage, lunging at her and yelling, damn it, you splashed water on the great Sarakin again, you damned fish. She was startled and defended herself. Hey, sorry, you fire rock. I forgot you hate water. I'm so forgetful. Not only did he not calm down, he became even more agitated, standing there and shouting, fish, fish, why is there a fish in my territory? Ignoring his anger, Singhai swam over without fear. So, Big Rock, what kind of work do you do? He was still displeased enough. The great Sarakin does not want to talk to you. I have told you my background 57 times. This is the 58th time you've asked. All 3 of them walked forward. Seeing the 2 in front, Sibin spoke up, it seems you 2 are getting along harmoniously. As soon as that man saw him, he hurriedly bowed. Fish, great lord, Sarakin greets you. She asked blankly, who is that? He was surprised by her extraordinary forgetfulness. You even forgot the lord of this territory. She suddenly remembered, smiling brightly, ah yes, hello my lord, and to the young lady princess as well. All 3 smiled back. He cheerfully asked, when the hospital is closed, Sarakin comes back here. Bubbles, how are you today? She swam closer to him, replying, very good, my mind is clear. That man behind her silently cursed, liar. He did not know that thought. Hearing it made him relieved. Then, experience it once more today, and tell me what you felt. His large, warm hand rested on her head, making her squint in extreme comfort. Her big, round eyes opened, and she recounted the deep sea. I saw the endless deep sea. Ferocious fish, whales sinking dead to the seabed. Loneliness showed on her face, and she clenched her hands as she continued. A fisherman returning from the sea walked toward me. He was father. Speaking of this, her eyes widened, her voice trembling. He said, Singhai, run. Do not awaken. Do not become a vessel for the gods. Forget. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell backward, sending water splashing. He quickly reached out to catch her. Success, another mutant. Her information appeared, name Singhai or Bubbles. Identity, presiding over the aquamarine palace of the subhuman court, but deposed. Strength, subhuman awakening stage 1, level 4150. Skills, high-level water element affinity, passive, tsunami summoning art, storm summoning art, water twist, water as gentle as jade. Memory imprint, sealed, no equipment. Subhuman reputation, 238, presided over aquamarine palace but now few know. Empire reputation, 1, only you know her true identity. Seeing her faint, he was bewildered. Why did Bubbles pass out? Ruai stepped forward to support her. He guessed it must be because of the successful awakening, consuming too much stamina, so she collapsed. Rest a while and she will be fine. Thoughts flooded his mind, making Sibin a bit disturbed. Just now Bubbles mentioned a vessel of the gods. Could it refer to the gods sleeping in the plane rifts about to awaken? But why would they want to use subhuman bodies? Lori asked worriedly, Master, does Lori need to heal her? He smiled and refused. No need, just let nature take its course. Suddenly he realized, that's right, it's divinity. Gods cannot enter the material plane like the mainland to move around. They are pushed back to their divine kingdoms. But to compete for faith, they must find ways to descend. Subhumans with divinity act as this medium. Earlier, High Priest Anna at the subhuman paradise also mentioned vessels. So awakened subhumans are top-tier vessels. The divinity on them is very abundant, suitable for the rules of divine domains like time, life, or the power of the sea. No wonder they want to launch a divine war, attacking the subhuman kingdom. So it's all to steal divinity, to perfect their divine domains. The two girls stepped forward to support Singhai. He said she must be immersed in water, because she is a mermaid, this way she will recover faster. He was now immersed in thought. If my guess is right, then subhumans who can awaken will definitely become fewer and rarer. At that point, there will be stronger forces to seize these vessels. Seeing him standing still, Lori walked over in confusion. Master, what's wrong with you? He snapped back to reality. Huh? Nothing. Just thinking about when Bubbles will wake up. Rui tightly hugged his arm, bringing her face close, making his cheeks flush red. She is sleeping very deeply, it might be until tomorrow. Seeing this, she angrily cried out. Lori, like a child whose toy was stolen, argued with Rui. You cannot snatch him away and run off. Julie retorted angrily. You're the one like that. We said we would cooperate, but you always want to go solo. That remark made him turn to ask in confusion. What are you two talking about? What cooperation? Their faces reddened, refusing to answer. Men, don't ask this question. He was helpless. Hey, it clearly concerns me. Lori shouted. Even so, you cannot ask. In his heart, he silently resolved, no matter the god's purpose for returning, good or evil, I will not let their bodies become awakening vessels. Suddenly, the system appeared. Ding. The system store has updated a Tier 2 army barracks building. Host may check. Sibin's face turned serious. Check. A notification board appeared. Tier 2 army barracks building list. Hidden monastery can be built to recruit soldiers. Requires spending 40,000 villain points to exchange. Also must possess a human territory. Details after construction may recruit priests for 400 villain points, 5 gold coins, and 5 hours of medrin. Note: recruited priests are system soldiers, completely obedient to the host, possessing a certain intelligence. After reading, he rubbed his chin in thought. The strange behavior of Rui and Lori led him to speculate. During the previous Winter Barn defense battle, thanks to coordinating with Lori, he had earned a lot of villain points, including the points from when Rui and Lori crawled under the covers last night. Ignoring the two girls still arguing heatedly, he only focused on planning. It seemed he would need to have them crawl under the covers more often in the future. Each time got 5,000, 2 people meant 10,000. If only they crawled every day, sooner or later they would level the entire continent. The image of beautiful Lori appeared in his mind. Despite having the super nanny Lori, he still lacked support and healing units. Priests were likely a healing type, similar to a pastor. Exchanging for the hidden monastery was not a bad choice. He made the decision system, exchange for the hidden monastery. Build it next to the guard post. The system acknowledged. Ding. Hidden monastery construction complete. Host may inspect. That decisive action pleased him. The system's efficiency is fast. Sibin turned around, waving his hand and saying, if you two keep arguing, I will go to the castle's flower garden alone. Although they were arguing, hearing this they immediately turned to yell in protest. No! Their reaction made him jump. At the castle's flower garden, his attention focused on something hanging at the entrance. After he took a bag and poured gold into it, the thing immediately made a sound system. Recruit 10 priests. Priest, the official title for a clergyman of a Christian god, also called a priest. All muscular men suddenly appeared, shouting in unison, Lord, may the glory of the gods be with you. Seeing the tall man standing as still as a statue before him left him gaping in astonishment. The robust stature and muscles, along with the metal staff taller than them, confirmed this was a support unit. The information panel displayed the name Sigma, Identity Priest, Strength Level 30 Devout Follower. Skills included Holy Guardian Shield, Purifying Radiance, Divine Healing Art, and Fierce Assault. Equipment was self-imposing discipline, refined quality, heavy staff, reputation, eagle domain. A powerful battle priest, with an archaic spirit that used punishment instead of preaching, both protecting himself and his allies. Finishing reading made him break out in cold sweat at their domineering nature, and they even used punishment instead of preaching. Well done. This was a battle priest, directly administering physical salvation. Sibin cleared his throat a few times, his face slightly displeased. System, I remember completing the Defile the Maiden quest last night. I should have one regular draw left. Next time be more proactive, don't make me remind you. The system then appeared, checked the quest completion date, granted one special regular draw, and began the process for the host. Next, the system continuously showed notifications that the draw was complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious spirit stone fragment and mysterious token 11. The rewards have been automatically placed in the host's room. Please check. After reading, he angrily demanded an explanation. Suddenly, a blue spirit stone materialized. Taking it in his hand, Sibin was surprised. This was the mysterious spirit stone fragment. It felt like the system pulled it from somewhere. Over here, a piece of someone's necklace was chipped. Yahello saw this and was startled, numerous small blue frames appearing around him. One person saw this and yelled, "What's going on? I'm being forced offline." A system notification frame appeared before everyone. The game was temporarily updating. They all started chattering. The game was updating. Notification continued. To enhance the player experience, 500 slots for joining the Eagle Domain faction have now been opened exclusively for newcomers, with new professions to choose from. Welcome. Now everyone was in chaos. You could join the villains faction. Was it because of that forced offline moment earlier? The sunlight fell on the city, making it even more hazy. A young man stretched, his face full of excitement. Finally got a game slot. The villain faction was awesome. The young man next to him in armor was also happy. This was Fort Indomitable, much better than Starshock. Over here, a short-haired girl with two small hands on her head was happy to see the young man in front of her. Ah, Brother Lin. The young man with a pair behind him couldn't stop smiling at her. Little Plum Blossom. Somewhere in the distance, another young man was also smiling as he watched them. All the subhumans were on this side. Suddenly a hand was placed on her head as a reminder. Little imp, if you want to receive your class, wait a bit, lead everyone to the square for me first. She had no choice but to agree. Sibin, along with Rui and Lori, stepped forward. The soldiers automatically formed a line to create a path for them. The people around all started murmuring. Behind him there are two stunning furry ladies. Isn't that the maiden maid? The other one is Maid Lori, right? We saw them last time when attacking the city. Mido walked in front and said loudly, "Everyone, Brother Lin, come over here." The man standing above reminded everyone to be quiet. After he had stepped up, he turned to look at everyone and introduced himself. "Welcome, people from another world, to the center of Eagle Domain, Fort Indomitable. I am the leader of Eagle Domain, the triple aspect eagle, the two-winged gold envoy." His voice boomed. "I have good news to share. War is about to begin, spreading from the Kowloon Empire to every corner of the continent. In the days to come, everyone will participate in this battle under my rule and witness the rebirth of blood and fire. Overthrow the rotten dynasty, build a new order." Everyone listened, looked at each other in confusion. Was this new storyline a large-scale world quest? Saying this, his face showed a confident expression. "You could consider yourselves extremely lucky to have been summoned to Eagle Domain. You will quickly join me in bathing this world in blood." After hearing this, everyone broke into very bright smiles, feeling extremely interested. Wipe out the world with the villain? Bathe in blood, bathe in blood. Lord Eagle is awesome, great. No more being beaten back to level 0. Standing before the cheers made his heart satisfied at having stolen a group of players before the Great War. I was also very lucky, even though I almost got sidetracked by beauty. All this could be told an hour ago. Sibin held the string with the beautiful blue spirit stone and brought it over. "Here, Rui, this is for you." Seeing the object, the maid's face flushed red with shyness. "Giving it to me?" Her eyes welled up with emotion. This was the first time someone had given me a gift. He looked at her and smiled, praising how beautiful she looked, while thinking to himself, what use did this spirit stone fragment have? Did he need to collect them to summon a sacred dragon? Hearing this, the system explained that the mysterious spirit stone fragment was part of the divine spark of Merlon. With it, the host would gain the ability to recruit players. The news struck him like lightning, stiffening his entire body like a statue. "Oh wow. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Notification panel continued. Most of the authority was still in Yahello's hands, only a portion was obtained. She was about to respond with thanks when suddenly he acted frantically, reaching out to hold her chest, startling her. Heavens, Rui, looking closely, there's a crack on the spirit stone. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, turning her away, not daring to look at him. "It's fine, as long as it's from you, I want it." Her reaction made him feel like he was smoking, saying such words in this position. Next, he held her closer and whispered, "The first gift you received shouldn't have a flaw. I will find the most perfect gemstone to give you. As for this fragment, let me take it back for now." Honey-tongued, clearly she had completely fallen for his words. The person beside him smiling made him feel even worse about himself. Even though he felt very sorry to Rui, this was an important item, and it once belonged to Yahello. It couldn't stay on her. Watching the two of them being affectionate for so long made Lori raise an eyebrow and think silently. The atmosphere between the master and Rui was very strange. Could it be that while I was looking for Miss Chrissy, Rui had been sneaking around behind my back? Returning to the present, Sibin continued his speech. "Living in Fort Indomitable, rules are very important. I will send someone to guide everyone around the inner city and explain what should be done and what touching means death. As you can see, the previous wave brought a large influx of subhumans into the city. Therefore, the fastest leveling quests right now are mining, chopping wood, and building houses. There is also a large area in the city of ruined houses with missing tiles. Everyone's task is to renovate them." Hearing this, they felt curious, as if suddenly turning into a business management real estate game. "I think it's pretty good. Quests have arrived. Just looking at the panel, where they could change professions, they were surprised. Oh wow, so many. It includes 5 different professions. Swordsman, Knight, Divine, Archer, Crusader, and Priest, all requiring level 10. He continued speaking, in short, try your best to level up to level 10, and then come to me for a class change. But they were no longer listening to him because everyone had become noisy and chaotic. 5 professions is perfect. The protagonist side only has warrior and mage. No one can stop me. I must chop wood, mine ores, and build houses. The crowd's reaction makes Sibin extremely satisfied. Excellent, I thought I would have to waste more saliva, but unexpectedly these players are so proactive. When he finally returned to his room and sat on the chair to rest, Sibin sighed tiredly. Phew, these players have too many questions, giving me a headache. Now I can finally rest. Suddenly, a girl in a red dress with chains on her ankles entered, but since he had his eyes closed, he couldn't see clearly who it was. Forget it, I won't think anymore. This made him misunderstand and call out, Lori, pour me a glass of water. The girl's outfit was somewhat revealing, not covering her massive bust. She said nothing, simply gently picked up a glass of water and handed it over. He reached out to take it and took a sip. Thank you. But why did the tea taste different today? Seeing that the person in the room didn't reply, he opened his eyes to look. Just one look made him startle and spray the water from his mouth out. Acelia unluckily caught the full spray, drenched and trembling violently. He asked in confusion, Acelia, why are you here and dressed like this? Her face flushed red as she replied, Lady Lori told me to change clothes and wait for her here. Besides, Master, you told me to wear this. The reply made him helpless. I only needed to reveal the elf signal mark on my abdomen. I didn't expect Miss Chrissy also had unique ideas for clothing design. Feeling perverted, he couldn't help but imagine Lori and Rui also wearing such cool outfits, calling out a sweet master. If Lori and Rui wore clothes made by Miss Chrissy, hee. Just as he thought of it, both of them entered. Lori smiled and announced, Master, we're back, the otherworlders have been properly arranged. Seeing Acelia standing in the room startled her. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the first floor hallway? Perhaps out of fear, her entire body trembled. I'm sorry, Lady Lori. I heard the master wanted tea, so I came in to serve. In her heart, she was alert, hoping her mission to steal the growth potion hadn't been exposed. Damn it, I turned the room upside down and found nothing. For some reason, all 4 people in the room felt an intense chill. Even Sibin let out a loud, confused sneeze. Why did it suddenly get so cold in here? Rui turned her head and noticed an object emitting freezing mist in the corner of the room. It was the cold air radiating from it. All 4 focused on the object, and as he looked he remembered he almost forgot about it. Seeing that thing made him curious. This cold air was coming from an egg. Could it be an ice-type magical beast? Rui's hand touched the egg and she exclaimed it was too big, her behavior making him glance at her with disdainful eyes. Why was she blushing like that? Suddenly her face flushed bright red as she replied, it is not me, but the area around this egg is heating up tremendously. Strangely, the egg could emit both cold and hot air at the same time. That sight made his face darken. What is this? Could it be dual heavens of ice and fire? He held the egg with a bewildered face. How could 2 opposing elements coexist in one creature? It should have exploded by now. The system displayed a note. Unnamed egg, strength level 20, skills, jump, spin, collide, cool down, and warm up. The most surprising information was that it had the reputation of Eagle Lord territory, and was raised from the egg to be a bride. Seeing the eggshell turn red, he began to look dazed. Hey, what are you doing? Are you embarrassed? Truly the world is vast and full of wonders. Even an egg can be shy. He raised his hand to point at the egg and asked the system how to make it hatch. The system replied immediately, the mysterious egg likes ice and fire magic cores, likes baths and having its shell rubbed. If the host fulfills these 3 conditions, the hatching speed will be accelerated. Lori walked up from behind, leaned against him and asked, Master, whose egg is this? He turned his face back and was immediately hit by her fragrance, leaving him dazed. Rui tried to stop her, Lori, but she ignored it and asked, it is not a pet of someone, is it? Why suddenly have such a big egg? Hearing this, the egg trembled in anger. He was just explaining that this was a summoning assistant like Sarakin when the egg angrily emitted a wave of hot air towards them. Acelia on this side was frozen, too cold. Despite the egg being hot, he still wrapped his body around it and coaxed, why are you reacting so strongly? Did you not like baths and having your shell rubbed? How about that maid from before? Do you not want the beastmen to do it? Suddenly he proposed assigning the task to the mutants. Every morning the players come to rub the shell, then hand over magic cores and take the egg for a bath. The egg spoke coldly again, too cold. The egg's attitude started to make him angry. Could the information be wrong? Do you not want your shell rubbed? Do you not want magic cores and baths? 2 ladies stood behind listening. He asked, do you not want the maid or the mutants to rub your shell and take you for a bath? You only agree to let me do it. The egg said, warm now, that is correct. Rui's face showed slight jealousy as she climbed onto the bed. No, we want to go too. Lori also approached. The master's bathing must be handed over to us. The two of them were so noisy it frightened him. Sibin raised a hand to stop them. Alright, leave the bath for later. Name the egg first. He cheerfully said, if it is still an egg, let us call it Dandan. As soon as he spoke, the egg angrily froze him. The two ladies found it amusing. Seems it does not like it. Rui smiled and suggested calling it Kang Nai. In the subhuman language, Kang Nai means strong and noble, hoping it becomes a magic beast like that in the future. When she finished speaking, a warm aura from the egg emanated, pleasing her. He also relaxed and enjoyed it. Seems it likes this name. Then it was decided to call it Kang Nai. The naming issue resolved. When he opened the system interface, only the food issue remained. Now system, I want to issue a quest for the players. The system opened, asking the host to describe it. He began speaking, clear the magic beasts around Linian City, collect 30 level 1 ice or fire magic cores to exchange for star quality equipment. Other level 1 magic cores need 40, level 2 needs 10. Higher than that the players cannot defeat. The system recorded and announced the new quest. The people outside who were chopping wood and building houses saw the announcement and became attentive. What is this? Another new quest. Clear the magic beasts around Linian City. Collect 30 level wise fire magic cores to exchange for star quality equipment. A sword-wielding young man excitedly said to the bespectacled man, oh my god, it is the handwriting of the Eagle Lord. We are not even level 10, and we already have a star quality equipment reward. Hey brothers, stop messing around. Let us go do the quest. The other man refused and continued working. No, you all go ahead. I want to build up and level slowly. Too much bloody killing. That reaction left the young man speechless. Listen, do you think this is a business simulation game? The recruitment notice board was very attractive, comparing experience between building and killing magic beasts, discussing which profession was worth choosing. Working with the subhumans in Linian. One person trembled, unable to believe it. Joining Eagle Lord territory gave 5 professions and star flow equipment. Everyone was confused and extremely envious. Why does the Eagle Lord territory faction only have 500 slots? Cannot it add me? I do not want to stay in this main character camp anymore. Person angrily slammed the table. There are no subhumans left. What meaning is there in staying here? Yi Hao was so angry he seemed about to explode. Hateful Eagle Lord, daring to steal his divine persona, causing him to lose a group of spirit warriors. Those subhumans were captured and taken to Linian. Hard to find a second group. Face darkened, eyes bloodshot, looking deranged. What do I do? What should I do now? Suddenly someone called his name, startling him into opening his eyes wide. Yi Hao. A figure in a black cloak appeared mysteriously. I already know about the divine persona matter. This is Khan's counterattack. That person wore a mask, facial features not visible, but there were long red streaks by the eyes, a sphere floating in his hand. He said, I still have gains. The peculiar artifact of the beast tribe has been resolved. I grant the citizens the beastman profession. The problem is not just opening one profession and being done. Yi Hao grew angrier. The players already have anti-war sentiments towards Eagle Lord territory, and they are allied with the first prince of the Kalagan Empire. As for me, I am just a clown. They call me the third party, the scapegoat, the use waste. Despite his outburst, the man remained calm. The first prince has turned into a vampire to gain power. I can help you expose him before the people. He continued, the matter of your deal with the Abyss cannot be reversed. Cooperate with the Beta Church to acquire subhumans. His eyes widened as he received the plan. You can lead the people in a counterattack, strike at the first prince and the Eagle Lord, and reap the benefits. He extended his hand and surging water waves appeared from his palm. The sleeping deity has begun to awaken. Beside the Eagle Lord there are already 4 vessels. I seized one from the ocean, can help the deity hold the power of wrath. A golden staff flew into Yi Hao's hands, surprising him. If you help the deity awaken before they return to the divine kingdom, they will lend you a hand. His eyes narrowed seriously as he asked, then what should I do? His voice lowered as he replied, take it. Find the subhuman named Singhai. Use this object to stab her heart. He wondered to himself, this name has never been heard. Is she not a subhuman of the divine light tremor? He looked at the disgusting black object in front of him, wondering what it was. The room was filled with black smoke. His answer frightened him. Do not touch it. That is the defilement of the ancient god. Once touched you will fall into endless ravings, eventually becoming a slave beyond salvation. Suddenly the system panel appeared. Temporary execution level war quest. The capital Meli. Quest description. Those allied with the first prince are preparing to attack the capital to stop the pope. But you do not know. The first prince has been transformed into a vampire. He wants to use the bloody battlefield as a formation array. Summon a soul calamity, spreading across the continent. Everyone read it with stunned faces. What is this? Although the Eagle Lord territory side had a big update, the main character side having an update was also reasonable. The quest board continued. Yi Hao, the child of destiny, has seen through the conspiracy, determined to turn the tables, dealing a fatal blow to the first prince. rewards. Quest has no restrictions. Rewards include master-grade equipment and below, rare mounts, experience points, and qualification to transfer to beastmen. A young man asked Brother Ek, could it be the administration is unhappy because we abandoned the main character to ally with the first prince? Brother Ek looked at the announcement board and replied, it is possible. They gathered to discuss. I thought the first prince was strange from the start. The way he looked at me was fierce. Like he was thinking where to eat first. Maybe it is a coincidence. He is a story NPC after all. Brother Ek replied, except why not whichever side gives more benefits? We work for that side. Brother X smiled. The quest description clearly states that Guy Byler friend is not a good type. This setting means we are seen as food by him. The administration does not want us to join him. Afternoon came. In Sibin's room he was extremely troubled. With the players' help, the arrangement of subhumans was relatively stable. Count Empire of Endora was gathering his forces, either wanting to attack the capital or Eagle Lord territory. A knock on the door startled him. Who is it? Come in. He was permitted to enter. Lord or rather siege, I am Rui. She wore a maid dress, but it was extremely revealing. I came to talk about the subhuman matter. As soon as he saw her, his nose bled profusely, dressed like this to talk. His eyes were glued to her body, full of infatuation. I came to thank you. These past days the subhumans have lived well, and I have promised to become your maid. He spoke. So you dress like this to seduce me, ready to charm. Her whole body flushed as she cast a charming glance. Of course not. It is Laurie's old clothes, a bit too tight, so I changed to be less uncomfortable. His nose bled like a fountain. Laurie's old clothes and saying tight. Is that hinting for me to tear it off? Looking at the girl pressing close, his mind went blank. Indeed, when a fox clan seduces someone, it is irresistible. In the darkness of night, a burst of fire blazed up, smoke billowing thickly. Everyone together blocked the other side. A group of people tried to destroy the demon beast. Just kill that blazing lion, collect enough 30 fire-type magic cores to exchange for star-quality equipment. The black-haired boy raised his sword and slashed down, succeeding. Suddenly, a red spirit stone appeared. He excitedly picked it up. That was enough. He had to seize the moment. The sun was about to set. He needed to go exchange his equipment quickly. Brother Yan Shuang, you are getting more and more skilled. The shouting made the boy turn his head. Careful ahead. A spider-shaped demon beast appeared. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and jumped high to dodge, but it was still enough to scare him. Oh my god, what is that? It was a level 9 jungle wolf spider, fearful and violent, a very high threat level. The people beside him also panicked. Oh heavens, a spider, a level 9 spider. It was huge. I hate spiders, no one likes this thing. He stabbed his sword into the ground to calm everyone. Everyone, don't panic, we can kill it. Everyone's mouths gaped in horror. Oh my god. Someone warned him. Brother, quiet, look ahead. He saw countless red eyes staring at him, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Heavens, why are there so many spiders? The wolf spider looked at them with extreme greed. It was terrifying. They were all level 9. There was no way they could fight them. Alright, he realized with a start. Hey, wait, this isn't quite right. The boy behind him shouted, Brother Yan Shuang, don't engage head on. Come over here first. They hid behind a large rock to avoid the spiders and then discussed it. Everyone, did you notice? Beside the spider's health bar, there were 2 strange statuses, fear and violence. So that means the magic beasts will go berserk. The red-haired girl wondered, why are the magic beasts going berserk? Is something chasing them? He replied, whatever the reason, this isn't a normal situation. There is a possibility it's a hidden quest. Everyone buzzed with excitement. A hidden quest? Brother Yan Shuang, are you sure? I've never triggered one before. He smiled confidently. Definitely, how could I not be sure? The sword stuck in the ground beside him began to glow. Look, this sword came from that hidden quest. Trust me, I have a very good nose for this. The brown-haired boy asked worriedly, so what do we do now? How do we do it? He asked back. When you encounter a hidden quest, you have to find the key NPC. Who do you think the key NPC is around here? Clement. He is definitely at the training ground. We can't get through there because of our level. The maid Lori and the Saint Voy are mostly with Lord Eagle Bear, right? The red-haired girl replied, so that means goodbye. The answer pleased him. Exactly. We just need to tell him about the magic beast rampage. We will know if it's a hidden quest right away. At this moment, Goodbye was on high alert. Who is it? Coming to ambush me in the middle of the night. But Yan Shuang quickly said, don't be angry, it's us. He was surprised. You outsiders, what business do you have this late? He recounted. While doing a quest in the Muri jungle, we discovered the wolf spiders were in a rampage, hundreds of them. They are currently heading this way. He was panicked, but still suspicious. What? Are you sure? This is very important. The spiders were slowly crawling towards the city. Absolutely, they are truly in a rampage. They will be here soon. Then stop killing magic beasts. Return and wait for me to report to the Lord. Goodbye ran like the wind. An urgent matter cannot be delayed. But just thinking of the sight of Sibin hugging 2 beauties made him cry with envy. However, my master is a wonderful man when night falls. As soon as he reached the door, he heard strange sounds. Ah, that's great, my lord. Don't stop. He broke out in a cold sweat and dared not enter for fear of being punished to wash underwear. The sounds continued to come out, so comfortable. His hand on the door trembled, and he wept copiously. So the lord really was busy. If I barged in, Ella would make me wash underwear for a whole year. But if I don't go in, inside the room, Sibin knelt on the bed, placing his hands on Rue's back. See? This strength, this technique, this is how a massage should be done. If you want to serve me, you still have a lot to learn. She lay face down and answered softly, yes, I will practice diligently. His face flushed red as he watched her place her hand on his neck. Next, she wrapped herself around him seductively. How about we try it right now? He was satisfied as she pushed him to lie back on the bed. This time, I will definitely master the pressure. He closed his eyes to enjoy it. The feeling, all the various pressures on my body, are hard to grasp. Her two hands placed on his stomach. Before she could do anything, his body tensed, making her tremble. My lord, please don't move around. He sat up abruptly and hugged her. It wasn't me, the ground is shaking. A sharp-clawed foot slammed heavily onto the ground. A ferocious dragon-type demon beast appeared, surrounded by a swarm of wolf spiders. Knights on the city wall panicked. Magic beast siege. Magic beast siege. Goodbye had no choice but to cry as he went to report. Re-report. Reporting to the lord. Some outsiders discovered magic beasts in a rampage in the jungle. He was surprised. Why didn't you report to me sooner? He walked away in anger, scolding as he went. Poor work, you will wash the socks of the entire army for a year. He had already foreseen the outcome and resignedly accepted. Yes, sir. He turned and instructed Rui. I'm going up to the city wall to check the situation. Please go and calm the subhumans. She stood up. I understand. Please be careful. Quest panel appeared. Ding, the daily villain quest has been refreshed. Quest 1. Slay the courting dragon beast, Kasim. Quest 2. Slay the magic beasts attacking the city. Quest 3. Steal the treasure of the dragon beast Kasim. He ran down the stairs surprised. A flash of insight hit him. What the hell is a courting dragon beast Kasim? Who is it courting? Who is it chasing? The city of East Frost doesn't have any dragons. Suddenly Sibin remembered the suspicious egg. No, the city of East Frost doesn't have dragons, but it has an egg. Could there be a dragon inside? He rejoiced, imagining a cute dragon girl. Is the system gifting me a dragon girl? That's so exciting. Could it really be? He grabbed his sword and charged outside, ordering, everyone pay attention. Get to the city wall to defend the city. Obey the commands of Clement and Ben. Everyone was surprised. My lord. He stood on the high steps and commanded, all outsiders and crusaders, follow me out of the city to fight. Protect the city of East Frost. The Bloodfeather tribe and the priest corps stay close behind. Open the city gates. The system announced, ding, quest activated. Follow Lord Eagle Bear out of the city to fight and protect the city of East Frost. The number of monsters is huge. Stay close to the Lord's steps. The priest corps can heal. Reward, experience points, refined grade equipment. The top 5 in monster kills can learn a skill from the Lord. Lord's favorability is 0. Group of outsiders read it excitedly. Oh, we really triggered the hidden quest. Brother Yan Shuang, we'll follow you. Can you marry the Lord with 100 favorability? What's your sexual orientation? A loud noise rang out, and the whole group was startled. Quick look. What a huge monster. The dragon's bloodshot eyes stared at them. Its roar was terrifying. Warning, world boss Kasim has been detected. The quest to slay the boss has begun. Objective, under the leadership of Lord Eagle Bear, slay the dragon beast Kasim. Reward, massive experience. A chance to bathe in lesser dragon blood. Rare materials, the title, Footwashing Grandmaster. Stay close to the Lord. He takes the head. Everyone else provides support. The shadow of Sibin flying over surprised the two young men. Oh god, it's a world boss. It looks so big. The girl beside him was confused, wondering what mentioning Lord Eagle meant. His whole body glowed with golden light as he charged towards the dragon beast. I don't care what world boss you are, you can't steal my little dragon. The level 52 beast, nightmare grade with a health bar of 20,000 stunned everyone. This health bar is so long. Level 52, nightmare grade, that's all? I thought it would be strong. Look at its tiny wings, was it born prematurely? Opened its huge mouth and fire spewed out from within, wanting to burn everyone. Damn, the flame effect is so realistic. Next, it raised its giant hand, causing everyone to panic and flee. Get out of the way, it's gonna stomp us. As its hand shot down and nearly grabbed a young man, it inexplicably came to a sudden stop. It turned out Sibin had rushed over in time and was now tightly hugging its tail. Dragon Beast let out a few angry roars. Annoying, how dare you squeeze the tail of the great terrifying evil dragon Kasim. You insect, you will pay for your insolent actions. It was so furious that a fireball suddenly appeared in its mouth, glowing intensely. He showed no fear, tightly holding its tail, and said, "Since you like to spit, taste your own flavor." After speaking, he roughly shoved its tail into its mouth, sending saliva flying everywhere, and it let out a few pitiful groans. Next, he stood on its head holding a glowing sword. "End it, accept death." His hand slashed at its horn. Its health dropped by 5,888, leaving 14,112. It was terrified. Lucky it dodged quickly. This insect cannot be underestimated. Deciding to act, it cowardly turned and ran. Everyone hurriedly threw weapons. Don't let the boss escape. Lord Eagle is terrifying. 2 attacks and a quarter of the health is gone. Use the grappling hooks. On command, aim and throw, then hook onto a spot. Pull tight, 1-2 throw. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of grappling hooks was launched. Finally, it could not avoid being tied up. Everyone held the ropes tightly to prevent its escape. "Lord, take care of it. We will hold it for you. Use your ultimate move." Sibin began to gather sword energy, power surging. Behind him, a giant golden lion appeared, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Then he shot like a fly towards Kasim with that power. The power wrapped around its body like a rope, causing it to scream. The sight left everyone gaping. "We won, so cool." The sword energy was so big and long. They were rejoicing at the imminent victory. 3/4 health, 1 sword strike is enough. Is this the damage of a warrior? From today, I am a fan of Lord Eagle. Don't steal my top spot. Watching the bright sparks fall, he frowned in thought. This move is both flashy and powerful, but the charging time is too long. I rarely use it, but this time the coordination with players was pretty good. Then he ordered the system to distribute rewards. A golden circle immediately descended. Everyone looked in surprise. "This is half dragon blood. My rank is rising. I have a giant strength master. Thank you, Lord." The system announced the world boss, Kasim, had been killed. The victor was Lord Eagle. Participating players will receive rewards based on contribution. You restricted Kasim's movement, creating an opportunity for the Lord. You earned 15,000 experience and the title Footmaster. Bathing in half-dragon blood, skills and rank increased noticeably. Kasim's body parts lay scattered on the ground. Everyone crowded around to touch them. "Is this a world boss claw? Take a picture and post it on the forum." Looking at the material quality, half of it is really ours. The Lord is so generous. Sibin stood with his arms crossed, observing. Good, cleaning the battlefield voluntarily, but it's a waste to let players take high-level materials. System: if players provide materials, can we craft equipment for them? The system appeared with an answer. After obtaining the mysterious crystal shard, analysis unlocked many functions. Player materials can be converted into villain points. Crafting equipment requires consuming the host's villain points. The answer puzzled him. Can my materials be converted into villain points? The system replied no. He asked further, what if I give the materials to players and they submit them? The system analyzed and said, host, do not look for loopholes. Converting materials into villain points is based on actual value. 100 grams of pig teeth yields 10 points, while 10,000 grams of dragon claw yields 100 points. After reading, he rubbed his chin and thought, so that's it. Forget it then. System: arrange a function to consume materials for enhancing my equipment. The rate is set at 20% for now. The system acknowledged and brought up a panel. The enhancement template has been loaded, requiring 4 ES or NOR materials. He was no fool to be easily deceived. Want me to spend villain points? No way. Crafting equipment, failing once or twice is normal. Thinking this, he felt pleased. Then players would lose 5 portions of materials for 1 success. I take the other 4, converting them into villain points is a huge profit. The news of Kasim's defeat was announced immediately. Hot news from Xiandong: a world boss appeared. After bathing in half-dragon blood, my stats skyrocketed. From now on, I am Lord Eagle's #1 fan. A person in a black cloak along with several eggs on the ground were surrounded by a crowd. The players of Xiandong are truly excessive. They even issued a hidden world boss quest. Compared to that, what is our hidden quest? Just let fate decide, the cloaked person said. Everyone who completes the quest will receive a carnivorous bird egg. They are both good companions and useful mounts. An unexpected announcement. A hidden quest has been activated. The goal is to escort a demi-human to a location. The mysterious person has urgent business and wants to hire you with carnivorous bird eggs. Limited to 10 people. Reward is 10,000 experience and a bird egg. The quest is unique. Do not share with anyone. Stop complaining. The reward is a rare mount anyway. Does everyone want to ride a carnivorous bird? A muscular man spoke loudly. It's just an escort quest. Shouldn't be too hard. We accept this quest. After saying that, he looked at the crowd smiling at him. But I'm still curious, why did you demi-humans run into this gloomy forest? The somewhat naive young man replied. Honorable adventurers, we came from Wangdu to find the demi-human sacred relic. This matter is very important. Please help us. Hearing this, he laughed and gave a cheerful thumbs up. Alright, we will protect everyone. But he didn't notice the figure observing from behind the tree. That person was Yahello, sword in hand, face fierce. Sorry players, this is the only way I can reduce the risk of exposure. The sword in his hand trembled and spoke. Roy, eat clean souls. He broke out in a cold sweat. Roy again? A while later, back in his room, he finally sighed. Telling me to find so many souls. He walked over and opened the cabinet. Inside were two tied-up girls, trembling in fear. It only eats newborn babies and demi-human maidens. If it weren't for the sword's power, I would have thrown it away. Ignoring their fearful trembling, he showed no mercy. Don't blame me, weakness is a sin, just like me now. The sword continuously made sounds wanting to eat. In the two girls' eyes, despair completely took over. His voice was soft but terrifying. By any means necessary, I must become stronger. The scene shifted to blood red, implying the two poor girls had died at Yihao's hands. In the forest, a group gathered to do the quest. Brothers, why is this forest so gloomy? It was normal before, now the trees are all leaning. One person looked at everyone fearfully. Those demi-human brothers are really calm. The muscular man checked the system panel. We have arrived at the marked location. Before them was a strange circle with a red eye design in the center. Finally here, the pattern on the ground is so weird. Demi-human young man and the others suddenly grinned eerily. Thank you for your help. This place is where the sacred relic once appeared. We will search here. You may leave. He didn't find the smile strange and left. Makes sense. The demi-human sacred relic is not for outsiders to see. If you need anything later, find us. Suddenly, the demi-human young man grabbed a girl's hand and said, then let's begin. However, they only pretended to leave, actually hiding behind the bushes to watch. The group of demi-humans gathered around the circle, performing a ritual. Everyone found it strange. They smiled too much. Each of them was smiling, not knowing what was so funny. Their smiles gave me goosebumps. Something's happening, look quickly. From the circle, a dragon-like head appeared with bloodshot eyes. But they continued chanting. Fenton's great abyssal army, the loyal servant Santa offers gifts. Please open the door to enter the abyss. The monster increasingly revealed its ugly form, terrifying anyone who looked at it. That monster was actually an abyss teleportation gate, but inside it was pitch black, with no one knowing where it led. Witnessing that, he hurriedly shouted to everyone, quickly stop those subhumans. Don't let them enter that door. They might have been brainwashed. The subhuman boy who had smiled warmly earlier noticed them standing behind him, so he asked, you adventurers, what do you want to do? His face tense, he retorted, what do we want to do? Do you know what you are doing? This is an abyss teleportation gate. Do you want to go in there and be demon fodder? The subhuman girl, looking dazed, tried to step towards the door, but he grabbed her hand. I don't understand what you are saying. We are just on our way home. He tried to explain. You are walking right into a demon's belly. Suddenly, a gigantic crimson arm emerged from within the door, throwing a punch that sent him flying. The owner of that arm stepped out, a level 40 bone demon overseer, in the form of a large white skeleton. Seeing him, the whole group broke out in a cold sweat of fear. A level 40 bone demon overseer. Worried he was hurt from the punch, they turned to look at him. Gang Ben, are you alright? He stood up strongly. I am fine. Knock out the subhumans, save them, then find a chance to escape and inform Brother Ek. He turned to face him, shouting, slash his legs, slash his legs. The young man immediately complied, a single slash reducing his health by 375. Next, another person used a sword to slash at his lower body, causing 769 points of damage. Excellent. Take this, my secret millennium slash technique. Surrounded, he grew increasingly angry. Oh heavens, brothers, it's a storm now. This is a weak point. Come hit me here. At the same time, multiple swords stabbed into his back, causing him to roar in pain. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he fell to the ground amidst his taunts. Is that all you've got? It seems the demon's strength is nothing much. Brothers, seize the time and take the subhumans away. Suddenly, a shadow appeared and scolded, useless. They were puzzled, asking themselves, what was that sound? Just as they were not paying attention, a pitch-black hand with sharp claws reached out. With just a light tap, it reduced the health of the entire group to 7, 8, 5, 6, 3, 9, 2, 4. Young man, after being hit, was still clueless. Gang Ben, what happened? Why is my vision going dark? We are dead. He closed his eyes tightly. How could we not die? A level 78 demon general, one hand wiped us all out. It seems this rescue mission has failed. A series of notifications appeared, and it reached out to grab a few people, then slowly pulled them through the door. His name was Fenton Kaliksu Najivan, Identity Demon General, strength of a level 78 Abyss Lord, from 61 to 80 champion. Other information was still unknown. Elsewhere, a person was repeatedly knocking on a door and calling out loudly, Brother Yihao. Are you in there? Yihao, looking tired, scratched his head as he walked out. What's the matter? Brother X saw him and said, sorry to bother your rest. We killed a bone demon overseer, and it dropped 3 demon crystals. Could you please check for us how much they are worth, if they can be traded for equipment? The news startled him, a bone demon overseer? He wondered to himself, could it be that the players didn't obediently deliver the subhumans to the Abyss teleportation gate? Or did they have a conflict with the demon inside the teleportation gate? Seeing his face darken without speaking, Brother Ek also remained silent. A few seconds later, Brother Ek asked with concern, Brother Yihao, is something wrong? The question startled him. He came to his senses and forced a smile. No, nothing's wrong. Just happy for you all. That's right, you all combined forces to kill a three-headed hellhound, huh? That must have been at least a mid-tier demon. He reached out to take the items from Brother Ek. Come on, give me the demon crystals. If that's the case, its demon crystal is worth 500 gold coins. One crystal can be traded for about 5 sets of fine equipment. If it were a high-tier demon, one demon crystal would be worth 1,000 gold coins, enough to trade for 10 sets of fine equipment from me. Before leaving, Brother Ek waved and smiled a goodbye. Thank you, I'll go discuss it with the other mutants first. If we want to trade, we'll come find you later. He also smiled back, good luck. However, the moment he turned away, Brother Ek's face suddenly became serious, contrasting with his earlier cheerful smile. Gang Ben saw him return and asked curiously, oh, back already. Did Brother Ek manage to find anything out? He replied somewhat dejectedly, didn't find out anything, just have some suspicions. Brother Ek said to everyone, I suspect Yihao is the black-cloaked man you all mentioned. The news surprised everyone. He opened his eyes wide. Are you crazy? How could that be? Isn't he the main character? Brother X seriously presented his reasoning. Think about it carefully, Divine Light Town is just a small place in Eagle Hawk Ridge. Why would the demons build a special teleportation gate here? If it's because of the subhumans of Divine Light Town, that doesn't make sense either, as most subhumans in Eagle Hawk Ridge are now in Lindung City. Plus, that group of subhumans came from the capital, so the mysterious person who gave the quest must be someone within Divine Light Town, and also colluding with the capital. After hearing those words, he was also completely convinced. That makes sense. The girl beside him questioned, then why do you think it's Yihao? Brother Ek answered without hesitation, playing games for so many days, triggering hidden quests either relies on the players themselves, or it comes from Yihao, or is related to Yihao. Of course, the Lindung Fortress side is an exception. What's most obvious is that this mysterious person understands the players too well, knows that we were robbed of our mounts not long ago, and knows how to use carrion bird eggs to seduce people's hearts. Gang Ben finally believed the reasoning. Then the black-cloaked man can only be Yihao. The girl sighed sadly. Never thought the main character would be the villain, although there have been quite a few games like this recently. The guy with a spike head beside him asked, the Lindung Fortress side is playing a business simulation, and we are playing an adventure puzzle? But Brother Et quickly instructed, this matter is not urgent, let's call all the remaining people up first. We should probably go to the young master's fortress city to gather. They heard this and immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, Brother Ek. As he turned to leave, an interested smile appeared on Brother Ek's face. Hypercritical protagonist, straightforward antagonist. This game is getting more and more interesting. On the other side, a group of people were gathering, lined up neatly. Lord, the expedition team has assembled fully. Please give your orders. He replied, I understand. Behind Sibin was an entire army ready to fight alongside him. Entire army, advance! As he said this, the tip of his sword pointed straight to the sky, full of confidence and determination for victory in the battle. The scene shifted inside the arena. A young man holding a girl in his arms, listening as a knight approached to report, Your Highness the Lords, they should be passing by here soon. The young man only replied quietly, I know. He was a blonde young man with bright white skin, extremely handsome, making even the girl look at him with infatuated eyes. Come on, come all. The more the merrier, the more that come, the more that die, the smoother my plan will be. Suddenly, he bared his blood-red teeth, pressing close to the girl's neck. The girl, unaware of what was happening, was still giggling. Father, I didn't want to do this, you forced me. What part of me is inferior to that useless second prince? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become this state of being neither human nor ghost. Clearly, I have devoted everything to this kingdom. Fresh red blood splattered everywhere. He had now transformed into the appearance of a vampire, his mouth stained with blood. The poor girl thus met her end in his hands. Indeed, only blood slaves and the undead are loyal. The soldiers in the army each held weapons, standing in neat rows outside. The pot-bellied man announced, After many days, I am very happy to see you all again. Gathering here at this fortress, the first prince will not forget your loyalty. Inside the room, everyone was seated, gathered and listening. Sibin cursed in his head, loyalty in a dream, but the man continued speaking clearly. Currently, the lords of the Rudder territory, the Monty territory, and the South Wolf territory have pledged allegiance to the Holy See. Their armies are also defending their respective territories, forming the first line of defense to attack the capital. The primary thing we need to do is break this defense line and then launch a combined attack on the capital. The more he spoke, the more displeased his face became. Now I will assign the attack missions for everyone. 3 Eagle Hawks, 3 Mosque. Your 2 armies have the largest numbers. Together attack the largest territory route. The young man sitting next to him, still wearing a smile on his face, listened to his orders. Viscount Fit and Baron Want of the Tulip territory will follow me and the First Prince's Fortress Stone army to attack the Monta territory. Finally, Earl Bone Ridge and Viscount Windfaith, along with the mutants, all of you will attack the Village Common territory together. The 2 men in the room, upon hearing this, whispered among themselves, it's likely that everyone will only be able to go to Lord Eagle Hawk to make a living from now on. Yi Hao is useless, and the First Prince won't succeed either. His voice continued to ring out. Other small nobles with only titles but no territories, you all just need to lead your troops to follow the respective lords. After capturing the 3 territories, gather at the designated location. Are there any other questions? Suddenly, the green-haired Earl Meng, with a flippant expression, stroked his beard and said, "Rest assured, First Prince, no one can match me in terms of military strength. I will definitely capture the root territory quickly. Lord Eagle Hawk, a pleasure to cooperate." Sibin also smiled kindly. "I also hope you can stay this happy forever." In his hand, he held out a brightly shining blue orb. "The battle situation is urgent, lords. Please reach your attack positions before noon. The subsequent assembly point I have drawn on a simple map. This is a communication crystal. After you arrive, use this to report back to me." Earl Meng, sitting close by, spoke up. "Rest assured, I will report to the First Prince promptly." He reached out to take the orb, but suddenly the orb flew into the young man's hand instead. This scene made him so angry his face turned bright red, grinding his teeth. Why did the communication crystal go to Count Eagle Hawk and not me? Clearly, I have the most soldiers. Is Lord Eagle Hawk Akalang's father? Outside, the sun was blazing, and seeing Sibin's Majek stance standing with Lori and Rui only irritated him more. A brat who brings his maids even to battle is probably afraid he won't even know how he died. Next, he turned his head to look at his own soldiers and then smiled darkly. Anyway, my army is large. I just need to pressure Lord Eagle Hawk into handing over the communication crystal. Seeing my army, he won't dare to resist. When it's time to attack the city, I'll just send Lord Eagle Hawk's troops to be the sacrificial pawns. Hey, by then not only will his army be mine, but his woman will also be mine. His plan all figured out, he took the initiative to step forward and start a conversation. I say, Count Eagle Hawk. Seeing him speaking to him, the young man also asked, "Oh, Earl Meng, what's the matter?" His face flushed red, he laughed perversely. "Do you see the troops behind me? A thing like a communication crystal should really be held by the main force." He did not listen, standing with his hands on his hips and laughing heartily, just as he had said. Seeing him flatly refuse, the man was very surprised. Were all those soldiers of that chess army from the Eagle Bear territory? He said he only brought a few troops. Seeing this, he teased, "It truly is just a few. No idea if they can withstand the magic cannons of Salvage Town. So, Count Meng, from now on you will obey my command, right? I will use your soldiers as sacrifices." Count Meng sneered. "That is right." "Aha, you think I would say that?" He did not get angry, just stood and watched. Count Meng boasted, "Who do you think you are? I am the esteemed Count Meng." Suddenly, a sharp object pierced through his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. He calmly looked at the 2 black-armored knights who had slain Count Meng and muttered, "Truly one who does not know the times." The soldiers were terrified. What? Is the Eagle Bear Lord insane, daring to kill the Count? Avenge Lord Count. The sword held by the 2 black-armored knights was empowered by a surrounding force, looking very fearsome. When had they appeared by his side like this? Not giving them long to be surprised, the 2 knights flew over and used their enormous power like a bolt of lightning crashing down. Ah! Another knight raised his sword and pointed it straight at them, everyone frozen in fear. What now? The sight of them being defeated amused him. Surrender or die? They stammered. Having no choice, they opted for the safe option for their lives. We are willing to obey Lord Eagle Bear's orders, to go through fire and water and never refuse. The answer made Sibin laugh with delight. Good, far better than your Count Meng. Outside the solid castle wall, Sibin observed carefully and then slowly said, I have reached the attack point. However, each city wall of the Rotor territory has 10 devastating magic cannons. Their power is extremely strong. Attacking the city is very difficult. Every core castle of the capital was like this. It could only be exchanged with the lives of soldiers. Using any method, as long as he could reach the assembly point in 3 days, it would be fine. Sibin pondered. What was the point of this kind of combat anyway? Using human lives as a low-level measure, and needing to use a separate communication crystal. He could not understand how that pig-headed Akalang could be a general. Suddenly, Roy hurried over. My lord, I think I can solve your problem. He then pinched her cheek teasingly. Oh, my time knight has some brilliant idea. It made her correct him immediately. Do not joke at a time like this. Honestly, next she suddenly became serious and lowered her voice. What I mean is, if we get close to the city wall, I can use temporal stasis to reduce the time. The maximum range is 10 meters. It should be enough for us to enter Rotor City. He doubted. You want to use your awakened skill. He anxiously jumped off his horse and grasped her hand tightly. If you use that, your body does not need to force itself like that. I will definitely think of another way. She answered awkwardly. Perhaps. Then she let out a soft sigh and expressed, I want to help you, is that all right? As soon as she finished, his cheeks flushed red, and he called softly, Roy, respect. He became visibly happy, hugged her tightly, and answered with a smile, I understand. If that is the case, I will now lead the aberrants and Meng soldiers to attack the city wall head-on to draw their fire. You must absolutely not push yourself. Seeing him agree, she also smiled broadly. Yes. Suddenly, an announcement sounded, May players please be informed, an epic-level war mission has been issued. Attack Rotor City. Description: due to the devastating magic cannons on the walls, to complete the beheading plan, Lord Eaglebear requests that you lead Meng's army to attract the enemy's attention. Be careful to avoid the magic cannon attacks. This mission carries a high risk of death. The players were riled up with bloodlust, fear unknown to any of them. What is the risk of death to us? As long as they're enhanced fine-quality equipment sets, reward spin tickets, the hearts of people with blood burning within them right now. Destroy Rotor City. Inside the room, a subordinate respectfully reported, My lord, there is new intelligence. Over 10,000 soldiers have appeared outside the city and are launching an attack. He was not flustered, only sighing contemptuously. 10,000 people want to take Rotor City? That Aukelang must have problems with his head, truly a fool's dream. On the other hand, this shows the enemy does not have enough strength for a frontal assault. If so, we only need to hold our ground. No matter the situation, do not leave the city to engage. Right now, most of the manpower is in the capital. The devastating magic cannons on the walls are our greatest advantage. Magic cannons firing continuously made the players discuss, bro, this is intense. The game effects are top-notch. Stop exaggerating. Keep pushing forward. Watch out for the magic cannons. Brothers who respawn, remember to find Brother Ink Spirit to get a shield. Do not let the soldiers on the wall rest. We must buy time for the Lord. Standing outside observing, he shook his head and sighed. The players on the front are wasting their efforts. Over here, there are only 2 soldiers guarding the magic cannons. Sarakin can proceed. Finally, Sarakin had his chance, so he quickly rushed up and shouted, Hey, please take a look at this, Sarakin. Obliterate these pests. The soldiers on the city wall screamed in terror. Enemy attack. Fire the cannons now. Seeing this was the right opportunity. Roy immediately cast temporal stasis. He also began to assign tasks. Everyone split up to eliminate the enemy, quickly seized the city wall. So they dared not linger, followed orders and rushed up instantly. The enemy could only wonder, what is this? Viet kept asking, what is wrong with the cannons? Why did they suddenly slow down like this? Seeing this, he quickly reminded her, we have broken through, Roy. You do not need to force yourself anymore. At this moment, she was already exhausted, coughing, plasma spilling out, yet she still tried to reassure him, I am fine. You go ahead and do your work first. He looked at her worriedly, do not say anything, rest now. Leave the rest to me. Outside the city was chaos, but he was still having fun with the girls. The maid reminded him, my lord, there are enemies. He only replied nonchalantly, I know. They are just outside the walls, no need to worry. Come, bring the snacks. Let us continue playing the grape game. A guard rushed in frantically. No, my lord, different enemies have already reached the city wall. All the city generals have been lost. The enemies are extremely strong. We cannot fight them. We can only be killed. He only then panicked. What? Where is the mage group? Where are my personal guard and sky knights? The subordinate reported. Your mage group has been dispatched to the capital. You said you did not need the guard. The maids were enough. The sky knights said that with the devastating magic cannons, even a pig could guard the wall, so they went to the tavern to drink. He trembled and shouted, What? Those bastards. So what am I supposed to do now? Then he angrily pushed the maid away, making her cry out in pain. At this moment, he had already sneaked into his lair and lunged forward. Take this. It made him fearfully push the maid aside to dodge the attack, causing her to cry out in pain. Then he cursed angrily. Damn it. Next, the cunning old man still stubbornly used his ultimate technique to block his attack, saying confidently, This is a mage rank magic barrier shield. I used high-grade black water crocodile magic beast skin, an intricate magic formation circle, and infused magic power for 7 days and 7 nights to create it. Moreover, a second one cannot be made. If it were easily shattered by you, what meaning would it have? He sneered and then pointed up and asked, Cannot be broken, right? He remained cold from start to finish, directly unleashing his ultimate technique and shouting, Strike it really hard for me. Old Lord Rotor, after being beaten thoroughly, had to hurriedly say, Stop. I admit defeat. The system Announcement: the first phase of the attack on Rotor City mission is complete. Players receive 10,000 experience points, 3 equipment enhancement tickets, and 5 equipment trial spin tickets. Phase 2 mission: launch a general assault. Rewards: triple enhancement tickets, quintuple trial spin tickets, and 5,000 experience points. Lord Eagle Bear's affection +1. The players cheered happily. City wall has been broken by Lord Eagle Bear. Woo-hoo! I told you. Why have the magic cannon rounds stopped firing? Brothers, get the siege vehicles. Let us ram the city gate together. Seeing the opportunity had come, he immediately ordered a full-scale assault, the target being Rotor City. Everyone who heard was ablaze with fighting spirit. In the Great Hall of Rotor City, Sibin was having his shoulders massaged by Lori. He asked, "How is Roy?" Lori reassured him, "Master, rest assured, I have used healing magic on Roy. She will surely recover quickly." However, that girl suddenly became coy, suggesting, "Master, no one is disturbing us now. How about we celebrate the victory?" He smiled awkwardly. Now is probably not the right time. She took his hand and pleaded, "Come on, Master." Then, at that moment, a soldier suddenly pushed the door open and burst in, breathlessly shouting, "My lord, there is intelligence." He immediately pulled away, coughing, "Speak quickly." The soldier did not dare delay and report, "My lord, we encountered 2 aberrants from Divine Light Town while searching the tunnels. They said they wished to meet you." Sibin silently mused. What are players from Divine Light Town doing here? They do not plan to take the chance to kill me, do they? After all, my death condition is not yet resolved, and our relationship is still hostile. At this moment, Lori behind him kept whispering, "Master, come here quick." It made him only able to send her a placating look. Finally, he spoke awkwardly, "Bring them up." Behind him, Lori darkened her face in anger. When the two of them appeared and spoke in unison, "Good evening, my lord. We have some intelligence that I am sure will interest you." Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." He reminded him seriously, "This intelligence is a bit hard to believe. I beg you to listen seriously to me until I finish. The first prince is actually a special vampire. He is using the soldiers who died on the capital battlefield to summon the Calamity Undead. Then he will use the capital as the center to spread it, turning the entire lone empire into a sea of undead, and he will become the new undead king." He only replied blandly, "Is that all?" Seeing that reaction, the man was a bit disappointed. Lord Eagle Bear is truly an unfathomable person. The secrets that players can only know with a system prompt are nothing to him. Right after, he thought slyly, "I knew the first prince had issues. How could a country's prince be a normal person that the system cannot display? I just need to put on a calm air as if I knew everything all along. Then I will not have to give the players a reward." Then he put on a very knowing expression. That person had to give up, dejectedly saying, "It seems my lord already has a plan. I was being presumptuous." Sibin answered bluntly, "It is fine. It was difficult for you two to bring this intelligence to me. I accept it. Now, state your reward request. If it is within my ability, I will try my best to fulfill it." He suddenly became very happy and asked, full of anticipation, "As long as it is within your power, anything is possible." He asserted decisively that of course Lord Eagle was first and foremost a knight, and a knight's most important principle was honesty, causing both to fall into thought. Without hesitation, the Ekman directly proposed, "I want you to help us kill Yahello." The friend beside him heard this and asked in shock, "Kill Yahello?" This scene was hard to believe. He pressed repeatedly, I've never heard you talk about this." The Ekman only replied hastily, "I'll explain later." He asked urgently, "Lord Eagle, can you help me?" The other guy still hesitated. "Maybe we should discuss it again." The Ekman thought deeply. That continent was a high-freedom game world, so in theory, the main character could be killed. Lord Eagle accepting unexpected events showed that Yahello was not inviolable. He had speculated that, until now, absolutely no one could fully understand the entire storyline. Yahello was a character who completely changed in the late game, and following him now was just a waste of time. The players' hatred made him ponder deeply. Just how many evil things had Kinhao done for the players to want to deal with him? But if Yahello died, the players of Town God Light would probably struggle to survive. He spoke awkwardly, "This matter is timely." Suddenly, the system announced the death storyline mission had been activated, "Kill Yahello on Wangdui battlefield." The mission had extreme difficulty and required thorough preparation. Yahello had 2 fate meridian strands, the host had 2 fate chains. The daily villain mission was also refreshed, "Kill Anna, create psychological trauma for players except for Ekmu Mo and Fatty Roundface Chicken, and crown yourself king." Looking at the mission, he suspected silently, could that idiot not only have darked the players but also dark the system? This looks like he's afraid I won't agree, so he's forcing extra missions. System, that's not cool of you. I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I usurp the throne? Suddenly, the fairy announcement rang out again, this time scolding him. Being a villain, backstabbing teammates, and stepping on the bodies of Alliance members to ascend the throne is an art. The phrase, "backstabbing king," made him laugh awkwardly. The proposal to deal with the eldest prince is very tempting, but backstabbing king sounds too difficult. The important thing is my military strength currently isn't enough. The system reminded him the host only needed to complete the death storyline mission and break Yihao's fate's identity. Everything else would be left to fate. He suddenly understood that idiot indeed had darked the system. The Ekman suddenly called him back. Lord Eagle, I've thought about it for a bit. It's not bad. Then he waved his hand as if to say step aside, confusedly wondering since he had decided, why was he still deliberating? His final decision was, I agree to your request. I will help you kill Yihao. One person opened his mouth in shock, the other smiled lightly in joy. Nevertheless, there was no rush now. The urgent matter was when Goodbye finished organizing everything in the castle. He already wanted to see how much wealth that Marquis had. A soldier suddenly ran over. The soldier reported, Lord, we found this while searching Castle Vod. He looked at it with suspicion and asked, what is that? They immediately followed suit. They directly opened the black cloth and said, my lord, please take a look. When they saw the person inside, everyone widened their eyes and exclaimed in shock, a half-human. It was the first time Lori had seen a winged race. What caught his attention, however, was, not only that, this is also an awakened half-human. A Yao, identity prisoner, strength awakened half-human stage season level 43 ones 4150. Skills lightning shield electric field coverage, probing shot, storm current were all sealed. Discharge physique was passive. Equipment prisoner clothes. Faction reputation half-human 8. Before capture she was an unknown character, but seemed to have another identity. Empire Colonia reputation 327 in Road City. The strong half-human girl nearly electrocuted and killed the Marquis Vought to avoid being violated. The moment she opened her mouth, she cursed him relentlessly, bastard, pervert, scum, beast, damned, wicked, making Sibin think irritably, isn't this just a generator? This half-human was a standard battle mage model, and had wings highly likely capable of flight. She kept cursing, disgusting, filthy, hateful, despicable, shameless, lowly humans. He was still lost in thought. If he recruited this subordinate, he would have an aerial army. But thinking of her foul mouth, he turned blue with anger and ordered, lower my sword. You won't die peacefully. He thought he might as well kill her, he wouldn't lack her. He stepped forward, tightly covering her foul mouth. She screamed in fear. What do you want to do me by Yao? My Yao. Sibin looked at her impatiently and sneered. Look carefully, I am not Marquis Vod. If you still speak without thinking, I wouldn't mind plucking all your feathers, chopping off your wings to grill, then cutting out your tongue. The girl screamed in panic. He declared bluntly, I am Lord Eagle. Currently, City Rod has been captured by me. In theory, you are a prisoner, my war trophy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao wilted and uttered, huh? He added, if you want to live freely, fine, but you must join my army. Under my command, there is not only one half-human. Besides Roy and Lori, there is also Singhai. The girl asked suspiciously, you say you are Lord Eagle, the one who destroyed the demon lair in East Janmu? Suddenly she screamed, ah, it hurts. He yelled angrily, what right do you have to cry pain? Bai Yao still insisted, you can't fool me. She also proudly recounted the rumors. People say Lord Eagle is a half-human with a hawk face, 3 heads and 6 arms, over 10 meters tall, with a green face and protruding fangs. Though ugly, he was kind-hearted, and went to East Janmu to destroy the demon lair. How could he be a human like you? Then she silently cursed him for being fierce, vicious, and wicked. He furiously cursed back. Who are you calling ugly? Your empire has always been human. How could the master of Eagle territory be a half-human? Furthermore, being over 10 meters tall is not called a half-human, it's a titan. What does a titan have to do with a half-human? Who the hell spread this damn rumor? He pinched her ear. She could only scream, how would I know? I'll temporarily believe you. You are Lord Eagle, all right. With everything settled, he proposed, since you know my title, there's nothing more to say. Join as a subordinate, your temporary status is a maid, follow Lori and Rui. The girl suddenly became stubborn and replied, oh, that won't do. She put on a haughty expression, unless you properly invite me. You must say beautiful, kind, lovely Miss Bai Yao. I beg you to join under my command. This is the honor of my life. He was furious and couldn't hold back. Lori, the sword. I have to slash her today. Rui quickly advised, Lord Heavy, calm down. Lori, don't give him the sword. Bai Yao pouted. What? I know. But you must remember, you took the initiative to invite me. I agreed reluctantly out of pity for you. Ryu excitedly shouted, laughing, it's laughing. Her whole body then lit up. She emitted a strange glow, happily saying, look, Lord Eagle. She cheerfully ran to Rui to show off. Himph, my whole body is always in an electrified state. He sheathed his sword while instructing Rui. Take this idiot to bathe, change her clothes, then have her follow you. If she doesn't listen, hit her, and remember to wear gloves because of the electricity. She gently replied, yes, my lord, even though Bai Yao scolded scolded. This guy, you're so annoying. Don't you want to ask my name, my status, who my friends are? He still shooed her away with a hiss. Once she had left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally some peace. But in his mind, he still regretfully wondered, though I am a bit curious about who Bai Yao's friends are. This girl is way too noisy. The patrolling guard suddenly felt something was wrong. Something whizzed past, leaving them stunned. They kept feeling something was off, their hearts full of confusion. The suspicious girl, bewildered and disappointed, thought to herself, this floor still has nothing. She guessed, one more floor down is Lord Rudder's rest area. Would there be more guards? She had to be careful. She hurriedly left, but kept walking, without encountering any obstacles, which confused her. Strange, why isn't there a guard on this floor? Hearing voices, she quickly hid behind a wall. That person is strange, don't you think? She thought warily, someone's coming. Rui answered in confusion, what about it? Bai Yao was angry and was about to go back to demand an answer. No, I have to go back and ask. Why didn't he even ask my name? Rui had to coax her, take a bath first, ask later. Yu Yi, hiding behind, thought suspiciously, that voice is Bai Yao. She immediately rushed out, aggressively demanding, let her go, making Rui alert. The woman charged forward fiercely. She extended her claws and said, let her out. Bai Yao yelled in panic. Ah! In an instant, the person in front of her vanished, making her eyes widen in shock. Disappeared? Too fast? Then she fainted, because she was taken by surprise by the lightning-fast attack. Recognizing her friend, she cried out in alarm, ah, it's Yu Yi. Seeing this, Roy inquired, do you two know each other? Bai Yao quickly replied, of course we do. She's my best friend. Why did you knock her out? She explained bluntly, do you realize that if she didn't lack killing intent, she'd be dead by now? From the Lord's standpoint, isn't her behavior no different from an assassin's? Hearing this, she could only respond helplessly. I'm at a loss. Who knew the Lord would suddenly change the guard? Rui also found it reasonable. That is true, isn't it? They then carried Yu Yi away. Rui had to decide, we have to trouble the Lord again. Lori won't heal her without an order. Bai Yao still asked suspiciously, he's still a human after all. Do you really trust him? Remembering Sibin's silhouette, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of infatuation. Vi is truly an extremely good person. My body and heart belong to Lord Eagle forever. She then smiled brightly and reminded, let's go. Bai Yao could only gape and exclaim, Lord, it's the Lord. And she chased after Rui, waving her hands tiredly. Wait, slow down, my short legs can't keep up. Looking at the two demi-humans, he directly inquired, so you two are the leaders of the Lindong Society, and the purpose of its establishment is to find more demi-humans to go to Lindong City together. Bai Yao admitted, that's right, but before that I was captured by that damned Lord Rudder, and Yu Yi came rushing to save me, he said in a mocking tone. So aren't you two seeking help from me? Why did someone say just now that she wouldn't join unless I begged her? She stammered in embarrassment. Well, that was just to get a bit more favorable treatment, wasn't it? Yu Yi then stepped in to mediate. I beg your lordship to be magnanimous. I rushed to save Bai Yao because I was afraid her sharp tongue would get her killed. The girl called out tearfully. Yu Yi, Roy and Lori just nodded in agreement. That does sound like her. He guessed their personalities, thinking deeply. Their personalities are complete opposites. One is as hyper as a wild rabbit, the other as calm as autumn water. But being crazy has its merits. Compared to Bai Yao, this calm-faced Yu Yi is still fully on guard. Bai Yao asked noisily in anger, are you even listening to me? Yu Yi still replied calmly, no. Name Yu Yi, vice leader of the Lindong Society. Strength Subhuman Awakening Stage Season Level 41, Level 41 60. Skills. Spirit Cat Posture Shadow like. Sneak Attack Silent Tread. Passive Light as Swallow. Passive Jade Feet. Casual Clothes. Subhuman Faction Reputation 8. Only 6 people in the Lindong Society. Colonial Empire Reputation 2. Nameless Nobody. What do you want? After thinking for a while, he recognized the standard assassin template, except for the last passive whose effect was unclear. The other skills were all for ambush and assassination. Right now she was too alert to get any information. He stood up and asked the two if they had eaten, leaving them confused. As for him, he still calmly suggested. It was late, they hadn't had time to eat, and he had also eaten. The kitchen had just prepared a sumptuous dinner. The two of you can join. Bai Yao looked at the table full of food and exclaimed in surprise, how lavish. He gave a professional smile and said to eat as much as they wanted, no problem. Bai Yao changed her gaze. You're not a bad person. He thought to himself with satisfaction. When building connections, the dining table culture is the best. The other person gradually let down her guard, and he asked directly, since you want to join the Lindong Society, can I ask you a few questions? Yu Yi replied cautiously. Feel free to ask, sir. Bai Yao ate while asking. Why not ask me? He ignored her and asked Yu. Yi, you have the shadow-like skill, right? After eating, show it to me. The one ignored could only watch Yu Yi and she replied, okay. After that, she demonstrated the skill. Please stand here, sir. Sibin followed suit and asked confusedly, like this. She walked over and replied, yes, like that. Then she stepped into position, after which she exclaimed in shock. It disappeared. Lori marveled. It disappeared into the shadow. He just let out a soft hum. He wondered, can you infiltrate a shadow? What if the shadow disappears? Yu Yi appeared and explained, if there is no shadow, she will be forced out. He replied, I see. Are you sure? He continued asking, is this a tracking skill? As long as the target has a shadow, can you follow them forever regardless of obstacles? She answered honestly. It's also used for travel. He probed. Are there any other awakened subhumans in the Lindong society? She replied softly. Bai Yao struck back and scolded. Where do you think there are that many awakened subhumans? You should be happy you managed to recruit us too. I and Yu Yi are both combat-type subhumans, very strong. Don't be so greedy, Yu Yi added. Awakened subhumans are... The combat-type awakened seem to be much more dominant. The stubborn girl continued, Lindong City has 4 awakened, only Lori is a support type. Is that so? Huh, you already have 4 people on your side. But she was completely ignored. His gaze was full of affection as he replied, it's fine if there aren't any. Yu Yi joins the maid team, working by my side. The remaining subhumans, I will arrange soldier escorts to send them to Lindong City. This is my personal maid, Lori. Consider her your superior, and by age your older sister. Normally, just follow her orders. Lori stepped forward to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Lori. Bai Yao was annoyed. Listen to her. Isn't she just a support-type subhuman? Yu Yi quickly reminded. Bai Yao. He happily patted Lori on the shoulder and proudly declared, what do you think support types are weak? In the next battle, our Lori will be the key. On one side of the city, a voice urged urgently, are any teams still not assembled? The Lord teams of Eagle Lord and Count Meng have not yet arrived. He declared hastily, was it a complete failure? Issue the order to abandon the wait and march immediately. Suddenly, a subordinate exclaimed in shock, General, they have arrived. They look like they have been through a fierce battle. Holding Lori tightly in his arms, he hurried forward with his army. He saw. Grinding his teeth, he thought, the so-called Empire Star, is that all? Even at this point, he still brings his maid. Morale is this low, it's hard to say if they can withstand the first attack from the Royal Capital Dispatch Corps. Afterwards, he couldn't help but silently judge. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like a useless guy relying on his family, just like those flashy clothes in the Royal Capital. Wasted military resources. Turning around, he asked him, where is Count Meng? He played his role and replied, Lord Okalang. Count Meng was a true warrior. That day, she led the vanguard charge into the walls during the battle for Wudo City. He choked up, but Count Meng was momentarily careless and unfortunately was hit by Giant Destroyer rank magic cannon and died on the battlefield. She is a true hero. Lori choked back a laugh, her body trembling, and he had to signal, Lori, don't laugh. Lang hurried to the frame to report, Your Highness, all troops have assembled. Hearing this, the first prince praised with satisfaction. Very good, you have all worked hard, he declared grandly. Including all the lords, we now have 21 Sky Knights, plus 23 subordinate Sky Knights, totaling 44 people. This number is not enough to oppose the Pope's forces. But rest assured, to secure victory, I have invited the respected Grand Mage Bobosa, along with 10 dwarf made siege guns. Pointing at the mysterious cloaked figure, this person is the Grand Mage, 61 to 80. Bobosa's entire life has been focused on the study of necromancy. The Grand Mage. Chuang Lang was surprised. I didn't expect that person is a necromancy researcher. Wasn't that sect eradicated by the Light Church? Why would His Highness invite someone like this? That one will defile the remains of the soldiers. Hearing this, Akalang yelled, Silence! The first prince looked understanding. I know everyone rejects necromancy, but special times call for special measures. We need many sacrifices to wear down the enemy. Necromancy is the best choice, infinite resurrection, much more efficient than aberrance. Don't you all think that your painstakingly trained soldiers will die in this siege? After hearing this, everyone began to murmur and their positions wavered. They hesitated and looked at each other, no longer objecting. In the end, it was, completely agree. I think His Highness' idea is very accurate. Special times, this is just a desperate measure. Necromancy used in the right place is not too evil. Agreed. As for Sibin, he remained silent in contemplation. The first prince, seeing that his goal was achieved, he laughed loudly. I am very glad everyone is united. It was then that the cunning old fox finally finally spoke up next. Let's go into the tent to discuss. Everyone entered the tent together to discuss tactics. In front of everyone, Bobosa demonstrated his ability, causing them to discuss in confusion. What kind of barrier is that? What is he doing? He saw. Seeing everyone confused, he spoke up to reassure, "My lords, there is no need to worry. This is just a soundproof barrier. Now everyone can feel free to discuss comfortably." He began the work with an announcement. The siege forces only have dwarf cannon carts and ordinary catapults. But the royal capital's city walls have several dozen destroyer-rank magic cannons. Without preparation, we cannot breach them. Therefore, we need a special plan to attack Longhua City. Does anyone have any ideas? A lord raised his hand. We could dig a tunnel and attack Longhua City from within. The Pope surely won't expect it, catching them off guard. The old man, after hearing this, he snorted mockingly. "This armor is a bit small. It's blocking the blood for your brain. I suggest you get a bigger set of armor. Please, everyone, don't come up with such idiotic problems. Dig a tunnel? Don't you see the river protecting the city? Digging to drown yourselves." The Count, Shuanglang, raised his hand. Then Lord Alkalang, "Could we poison the river protecting the city?" He nodded and replied, "Not a bad idea. But the river protecting Longhua City is too large to poison it to lethal levels. The amount of poison needed is impossible to prepare. Actually, to contaminate the water source, there is something stronger than poison and doesn't cost much, and that is plague." Their sinister plan made him ponder. Plague. Because of Longhua City's terrain, he had guessed they would target the river, but he didn't expect them to use plague. For any territory, this is a catastrophic disaster, a problem that stumps even priests. Cleansing magic has limited effectiveness. Only specific antidotes, holy water, and elf life water can completely eliminate it. But what he despised most was that guy. Seeing the lords whispering, the old man yelled angrily, "If you have problems, speak up. Don't discuss privately. I have some doubts." He still spoke up to ask, "Lord Alkalang, if the plague breaks out on a large scale, our soldiers will also be affected. What should we do then?" Everyone enthusiastically responded, "Exactly, the Pope has holy water, we have nothing. This method is too dangerous. We should think of another method." Receiving a wave of opposition, the old man was helpless. "You people." Bobosa chuckled. Holy water. How much holy water do they have? The more severe the plague, the more holy water is consumed. They'll only use it for their core forces. As for the common soldiers, I guarantee they will die. Let them be like sons. He chuckled madly. "Cuff cuff, don't be afraid." Cuff cuff, I have the plague antidote. The river protecting Longhua City originates from the snow springs of the Firen Mountains. We just need to spread the disease upstream. May I ask, does anyone have any other opinions? The crowd of fence-sitters heard this and replied, "No, no more. Since Lord Bobosa said he has the antidote, there is no more problem." Sibin's family. Reaching the outside, he said calmly, "It would be strange if he actually produced the real antidote." He suddenly remembered. Remembering something important, he quickly asked, "Lori, your ability can resolve all plagues, right?" She answered honestly, "Yes. Any disease can be eliminated using dead wood spring. If Lori infuses the healing power into water, the effect is slightly reduced, but dealing with past infectious diseases is no problem. Then the problem is as good as solved." He happily kissed her on the nose. "Good girl, thank goodness you are here." She curved her lips slightly and giggled. The Pope's soldiers were all coughing, some feeling uncomfortable and dizzy, others nauseous and covering their mouths. The old man knew. Seeing this, he tried to reassure them, "Everyone, don't worry. It's just a common cough. Take the medicine I have prepared and you will be fine." But psychologically, the soldiers were no longer stable, tormented by the discomfort, crying out for help. It itches so much. What kind of demonic thing is this? Someone save me." When the old man seeing the situation, he ran out frantically and screamed, "Plague, this is plague. A plague has broken out in the camp's leader group." After that, a report was sent urgently to His Holiness the Pope. Did he know? When this happened, the first thing he suspected was it caused by the Alkalang group? His subordinate replied after some thought, "I don't think it could be the Alkalang group, because plague is very hard to control. Spreading it would be suicide for them. Of course, if they have a way to avoid it, that's another matter. It's just that I don't know of such a method. Only holy water and life water can completely eliminate the plague. Corresponding antidotes are also difficult to prepare. Most plagues can only be controlled and contained. I recommend having the Sky Masters quarantine the sick and guard them strictly. Those not yet sick should be careful not to drink raw water, as all water sources in Longhua City have been contaminated." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became agitated, and the soldiers panicked. The Pope asked, "How much holy water do we have left?" She answered, honestly, "Your Holiness, there is a little over 100 liters left. The rest was used previously by the alchemists to study the plague. I mean, they used over 200 liters of my holy water and still couldn't solve the disease." His words made his subordinate tremble like a leaf. She answered honestly, "Yes, Your Highness." He became furious. He cursed, utterly useless. Suddenly, he wondered, what is that sound? A person quickly pointing outside in panic. It seems the sound is from the city gate. Report, someone is attacking the city. What? These great envoys. They fired the cannons continuously towards the sturdy city gate. Sibin, don't stop. Watching from afar, he exclaimed in surprise. Akalang is indeed a war merchant. He understands the principle of striking while the iron is hot. He has some brains. It's just that with this method of attack, he can't let his own soldiers sacrifice themselves here. He can only let the players test the waters. He suddenly spoke sternly, reminding the players below to remember their goal was to harass them, not to sacrifice themselves. The one who performed well would receive a set of flame armor. Hearing this, they shouted firmly, "We understand. Harassment is clear enough." Bao Yun led the way, excitedly saying with momentum that everyone should go. Suddenly someone looked up at the sky in confusion, pointed and asked, "Hey, Brother Seung, look at that thing on the city wall." The Pope, standing above brimming with confidence, chuckled, "Don't even dream about it. This city gate has a special barrier. Even if cannons fired for 3 days and 3 nights, it couldn't be destroyed. But that's not the case." He hadn't laughed for long before he was cursed by the players. "Old man, if you have the guts, come down here. Stop hiding in there." He still tried to suppress the rage in his heart, viciously sneering, "Did Okalang send these small fries to force us to open the gate and fight? Don't dream." Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. This old turtle refuses to budge at all. Brother Seung rolled up his sleeves and replied aggressively, "You guys can't do it. Let me handle it." Next, he continuously displayed his skill of cursing people as if singing a song. "Damn Pope, utter trash, incompletely evolved animal anus. A coward like you dares to be Pope. If you're so good, come down and fight me. Hiding on the wall proves all your guards are useless, right?" After hearing this, all the players could only nod in admiration. Brother Seung is awesome. "Hey everyone, look at the Pope's health bar, quick." They started discussing in agitation. "Is the health bar showing now?" "Oh heavens, level 68, nightmare." The system panel displayed information. "Pope Bagdada Kolmura, skeleton, level 69, nightmare." Tyrant, enraged by the insults, he ordered bitterly, "Archers, fire at them. Make them only able to scream." A sneak attack, just like that. A series of continuous attacks shot towards the players, causing them to panic and yell, "Dodge, dodge! Priests, add health. Don't low levels know how to heal? Your guy's door shield is really reliable." Tuk Chi Lang looked at the scene before him amazed and exclaimed, "It's hard to imagine. The soldiers under Lord Hong Ung are so brave, unafraid of danger, and even curse like this." He still replied calmly, "You flatter me." He asked in confusion, "But if all we do is curse, when will it start?" "The gate of Longhua City is reinforced by special force. It can only be attacked from the inside. Even super cannons can't blow it up." He smiled calmly. "Don't worry, it will open itself soon." He shouted angrily in warning, "War is not a game. I hope Lord Hong Ung means what he says." He didn't want to say much, only replying calmly, "Just wait and see." The soldiers kept shooting arrows, but he dodged them all, even getting some caught and hung back. "I dodge, I keep dodging." After that it was the same. And he laughed excitedly. "He can't hit me, can you? Old Baldy, what's the point of you hiding on the wall and shooting? Showing off your uselessness?" The old man had been provoked. He didn't stop, immediately furious and cursing, "You bunch of incompetent guards. You will pay for your ignorant stupidity." Then he suddenly jumped straight down from the city wall to where they were. He all emitted a wave of killing intent and internal energy. We were only then panicked and wondering, "Enemy, why did this guy suddenly jump down?" Luckily, the pain sensation had been turned off earlier, so he didn't feel the heavy impact. However, with his own troublemaking nature, he continued to provoke the old man, Baldy. Then he burst out laughing in a very rude way. This caused the old man, he became furious, snarling in rage, "You're too confident in yourself." Next he immediately unleashed his skill, the monk. Seeing the old man jump down, everyone fearfully whispered, "It's over for us, run." But the old man just grinned with interest, gritting his teeth, "Too late to run now." Above, City Wall's atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet, and the enemy was slowly approaching. Next, she aggressively cursed this group of people. "The Pope himself has already left the city to fight. Why haven't you useless trash sent out the troops?" Hearing this, they wearily replied, "But I haven't received any order to leave the city and engage in battle." Seeing that her words had no weight, she stepped forward and slashed him, then coldly cursed, "Idiot. The Pope personally ordered the complete eradication of the enemy's nest, and you're still hesitating here. Do you want to receive the holy fire punishment of Saint Anna?" That man began to panic in fear and spoke up, "Holy fire, so you are the saint. Please calm your anger, we will dispatch the troops immediately." Just like that, this bunch of incompetent fools hurriedly opened the city gate wide and charged out together. Seeing them charge out, he cursed in a towering rage, "You idiots, who told you to open the city gate?" This caught them by surprise. They were perplexed and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted the army to destroy their nest? How can we get out if the gate isn't opened?" The Pope angrily retorted, "When did I say that? Get out of my sight now, very quickly." After Afterwards, the group on Sibin's side was rapidly blowing up the city gate, causing the Pope's subordinates to panic and ask, "What do we do now? The city gate is blown up. We can't go back anymore." Baroness Skullwolf opened her mouth in shock and asked, "Lord Eagle, you are truly impressive. The city gate really opened. How did you do it?" Sibin replied indifferently, "Just a coincidence." Akalang could not protect. Unable to wait any longer, he quickly interjected, "Alright, this is not the time for this. Right now, the lords are leading their troops, preparing to attack the city. So will you?" Without further ado, he raised his sword high and shouted, "Generals of the Eagle territory, charge!" Afterwards, all of them, casting aside fear, charged forward in unison with determination to win. The enemy surrounded them in front, and the Pope's generals could only say helplessly, there is no retreat. Everyone, give your full strength to fight." He immediately raised his sword and shouted a powerful kill. Did he see that madman? The enemy was gradually weakening, and he could not help but mock. The soldiers afflicted with disease truly cannot withstand a single blow. What Holy Temple knights? They can't even hold a sword steady. I say these are truly weak knights. Hearing this, he jumped up, pointed straight at him, and cursed, "You're brazenly lying without shame." Then he attacked, causing him to shout in panic, "Help, save me." At that moment he knew. At the critical moment, Sibin immediately rushed over to deflect this blow for him and then carefully reminded, "That skeleton can't stand being insulted by others. Baroness Skullwolf, be careful." She fell to the ground in fear, panicking. Lord Eagle. He walked directly in front of the Pope, aggressively declaring war. "Hey, I advise you to surrender quickly. If you surrender, I can let you leave with your body intact." Hearing this, the Pope snorted coldly, and Baroness Skullwolf looked at him with sparkling eyes as if he were a god. "That looks so cool." Could not bear this humiliation, so he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You golden-haired brat, tone down your arrogance." Next, unable to bear the insult, he ground out through clenched teeth. He then cast a spell that made him gape in shock, thinking, "Spatial distortion, distorting space for instant teleportation, just like that nun who ambushed me earlier." Lost in deep thought, he did not notice the attack. Roy quickly rushed over to deflect a blow for him and reminded him, "My two lords, please do not be careless." Her swift appearance stunned the Pope. She stared fiercely at the enemy, her voice low, "You want to test speed, do you? Then let's see who's faster." With that, she shot forward. This caused even someone as arrogant as the Pope had to murmur in admiration, "That speed is incredible." After a brief moment, during the fight, he pondered suspiciously, "My every move is seen through. Could she be an awakened subhuman as well?" He would see. Fighting Rui for so long was too disadvantageous, so he turned to mock him. "You coward who fears death, I never expected you to bring a maid to the battlefield. Where is your shame?" Hearing this, he only gave a terse reply, "Pope, I'm out of options. I'm handsome and have many maids." Envious. Just then, Lori appeared and reported, "Master, I've brought Bong Bong and Stonehead." The Pope was so shocked he could not speak. "You." Then a soldier rushed over frantically, calling out, "Pope, the defense line has broken." The soldiers suffered. Under the influence of the plague, their strength had waned considerably. Moreover, the soldiers we killed turned into undead and attacked us. He exclaimed in horror, "What? The enemy army has a necromancer?" After a moment of thought, he sighed softly, "Damn, the situation is too unfavorable. I must retreat." He frantically asked, "Your Holiness, the Pope, what should we do?" He shouted angrily, "You men hold the city wall for me." Hearing this, he cursed in annoyance, "Damn it, he's fast. These are undead. They don't die even when cut. How are we supposed to guard against that?" Seeing this, Rui could not help but say in irritation, "This is bad. He wants to retreat." She was about to chase after him but was stopped by Sibin. He calmly reminded her, "Rui, no need to pursue. The man can run but the city cannot. The focus is there right now." The infernal flame slash was still fuming with irritation, commanding, "This sea serpent, do not fire it at the great Sarakan's body." Bong Bong obediently replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, Sibin was tightly holding Rui below, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Water continuously flowed out, flooding the ground, making it impossible for the soldiers to stand due to the sheer amount of water, crying out in pain. The Pope's side, seeing this, was bewildered and asked, "Why is there so much water all of a sudden? Run quickly." Amidst all this chaos, one person was quite happy. Yihao's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, "Finally found her. The will of the Azure planet only told me the name and the specific power of Xinghai. This trident has still not reacted. I didn't even know where to start looking for her. This is truly obtained without any effort, so she is Xinghai." However, the cursed infernal flame slash was right beside her, making it inconvenient to make a move. At that moment, Sarakan was furiously scolding her, and she shrank her head in fear, flusteredly saying, "Sorry, Stonehead, Bong Bong forgot." He hesitated slightly in his calculations, "But I no longer have the chance to fail. The deep frontier will not let me off." The Pope won't either, and the will of the Azure planet certainly won't let me live. When the general offensive took place, the battlefield was chaotic. Hellfire could not forever protect the half-human named Singhai. Just by stabbing this trident into her heart, he would obtain the power of the sea god Poseidon. At that moment, he would turn the tables, crushing the Great Prince and the Pope. As for Lord Eagle Bear, he was just a steel pendant for him to toy with as he pleased. At this point, the passion for battle still surged. The catapults do not stop. Brothers, keep it up. They joined forces to push the catapults to assault the city gates, laughing and joking as they worked. Oh heavens, was this not truly passionate? Enemies' cannonballs were fired continuously, forcing them to remain vigilant. They stirred and reminded each other the counterattack is coming. Mages raised shields. Warriors charged to the front. The Pope was equally fierce. A figure in a robe hurriedly gave the order, get back, get back. The magical artillery is launching its first wave. The continuous crashing sounds heralded a fierce battle between the two sides. At this moment, Bong Bong was still focused on chanting her spell. As she recited the divine incantation, the destructively inclined Sarakan continued to protect her closely. Her summoning created layers of water like fierce waves, submerging the enemy soldiers. They cried out in pain but still urged each other to persevere. Sibin arrogantly walked forward holding Lori, sneering in mockery, what perseverance is left? The Pope has already fled, relying on a crumbling city wall and these insignificant soldiers. Do you think you can stop me? They exclaimed in panic. Lord Eagle Bear. He still had one who did not fear writing, so he took out a potion and drank it, replying arrogantly, whether we can stop you is not for you to decide. The beast beside him, with its fierce red eyes, continued to growl at him. Sensing something was wrong, Lori worriedly reminded her master stop them. I can sense what they drank is a stronger enhancement potion made from half-human blood. His expression remained calm and he smiled slightly. It is fine, just old belongings of the Holy Church. The entire group of popes used enhancement potions, disregarding everything, declaring, do not think only you people have potions. Today I will open your eyes to true enhancement. His entire body emitted an unusual aura that frightened them. Have you gone mad? What kind of enhancement is that? The system displayed his status: shield 50%, health regeneration 70%, speed 90%. He grinned and instructed Lori, wait here for me. The girl obediently replied, yes master, be careful. He stepped forward, raised his sword high, and arrogantly declared, this is true heroism. Charging into battle like this made them gasp in shock. Too fast. Even after transforming, they could not keep up with his movements. If this continued, they could not hold on. While he was busy attacking, a man seized the opportunity to rush towards Lori, saying, if this is the achievement of enhancement, then deal with the support first. He immediately turned around and shouted in worry, calling for Lori. In a critical moment, a familiar black shadow appeared with imposing force. Speaking up, proceed with the plan, master, rest assured and fight. The black shadow quickly materialized, standing to block in front of Lori, causing him to exclaim in surprise, truly reliable Yui. Many others had also appeared. Humph, the order agent spoke up. Praised already? Is that not a bit early? Thank you everyone. Her entire body continuously emitted terrifying sparks of lightning, leaving him unable to stay calm, his mouth agape in shock. Full of confidence, she raised her wings high and flew up proudly. Watch me, here I come. A terrifying aura was released from her body, to the point that every member of the Pope's army cried out, what is this? She unleashed uncontrolled lightning, even shocking Sibin, who cried out in pain. He quickly reminded, no need to overdo it. Look clearly before you strike. Bai Yao scratched her ear and replied with a smile, oops, just a small mistake. I will get it right next time. He gritted his teeth in anger. Yi, afraid he would be angry, reluctantly spoke up, please be magnanimous. Rui had become so fierce now that those beside her were surprised. How did she achieve such speed? They did not know that she had smelled the fresh blood of her kin on them, which was why she was so enraged. Carrying hatred, she immediately eliminated all those who dared to harm the half-humans. Afterwards, she turned to report, your honors, this side has been thoroughly cleaned up. He pondered from a height, never thought I would have a day where I cannot even get a bite, basically not needing to act myself. Just the maid squad had eliminated over half. It seemed this battle would end faster than expected. Below, a man harboring ambition, as the will of Blue Star once said, just by using this trident to stab into the heart of the half-human Xinghai, the sleeping will of the sea god would awaken using her body. He, as the sea god's helper, would receive the assistance of the deity. His current level was 57, completely on par with the Lord of Hellfire at level 55. This was his opportunity to carry out the work of resurrecting the sea god. He immediately thrust the trident straight forward, received the judgment of the gods. Seeing this, Xinghai was startled. Fortunately, the golem beside her appeared just in time to block it. Being obstructed, that man clenched his teeth. Damn it. He looked towards the golem and roared, what pest dares to challenge the great Sarakan? He even thoughtfully created a cage to help Xinghai escape. That man felt the flames engulfing his body, in extreme pain. Due to the guidance of the gods, he stubbornly retorted, you are just a rock. Hand of the mermaid you have to me now. However, he talked too much, and was punched into the wall by Sarakin. That man was not discouraged and even laughed loudly. So this is your weakness. He immediately charged forward and attacked Sarakin's chest directly, causing him pain. That man became increasingly dark. Your heart truly resembles your essence, both filthy and hard. After the mockery, he thrust the blade straight into the heart stone. The power he channeled immediately cracked his heart. Jinghai, inside the protective membrane, saw him sacrifice himself for her and cried until she had no more tears. Please, no. That man became dark. Hand over the mermaid or 2 more swords and you will go to hell. Hearing this, he became enraged. Go to hell? You ungrateful pest. I have sacrificed myself countless times. The blazing army has never feared sacrifice. Hearing this, he did not care and decided to deliver the final blow. Xinghai screamed at this moment, Mr. Stone Man, let me out quickly. If this continues, you will really be sacrificed. But Sarakin ignored her, directly taking out his own heart. He threw it straight at the despicable man before him. At the same time, his entire body quickly disintegrated. Seeing this, the tears on Xinghai quickly fell. Stonehead, can you tell me about that place? Even though he found it troublesome, he patiently told the story. The little mermaid girl before him was overjoyed, thinking they were forever best friends. Though he was sometimes irritable, to her, he was still her first friend. The moment his heart left his body, it created an explosion, attracting everyone's attention. Sibin quickly looked in that direction, asking who was in charge of the other side of the wall. The system notified that the Hellfire Lord had sacrificed himself, and his soul had been retrieved. Hearing this, he knew something bad had happened on the other side. He led the 2 maids there to check the situation. After some time moving, they arrived at this area. Sibin looked at the maid and reminded her, Lori, do not waste your strength. He is dead. Quick go find where Xinghai is. While searching, they saw Yahello lying to one side with the sea caltrop stuck in his body. Sibin looked at him, puzzled. This blue flame, it seems he was the one who killed Sarakin. Regardless of his relationship with the church, he killed my subordinate and caused Bongbong to go missing. I cannot let this slide. As he was about to deal with that child of destiny, Lori found Xinghai unconscious. Sibin was about to finish off the man in front of him when he was called back by the maid. Rui looked at the stone in her hand. Please look at this stone shard. It has mysterious veins on it. This is the heart core of the Hellfire Lord. He gouged it out to self-destruct and protect Bongbong. Sibin asked about Bongbong's injuries. Although not serious, Lori was at a loss because she refused to leave Stonehead's body. Seeing this, Sibin asked the system if Sarakin could be resurrected. The system reported that he needed to gather enough materials to resurrect him. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to resurrect him is good. If he sacrificed himself, I would lose a capable general. Afterwards, he asked about the materials needed for resurrection. The system said it required a high-grade demon heart and 10 tons of spirit steel. Next, it needed a dwarf artisan of master rank. Hearing this, his face stiffened. Use living people as materials. The system explained that the Hellfire reconstruction technology was very complex, especially forging the lava-beating heart, so it required a dwarf master craftsman. Hearing this, he felt relieved because it was not about cooking people as materials. While pondering, Rui rushed over. My lord, be careful. At this moment, Yahello appeared from somewhere and approached him. What? That man hasn't gone to meet the King of Hell yet. He sure has a long life. But he felt something was wrong. His appearance seemed alive. What was really going on? Rui shook her head. I sensed a strange aura there and went to check. As a result, Yahello suddenly stood up, and the wounds grew wriggling tentacles. Luckily, I stopped him. I had a feeling I could not touch him. That makes sense. Looking at his state, it would be strange if touching him did not cause infection. It turned out the cause was the sea god caltrop stuck in his chest. At this moment, thousands of eyes appeared from nowhere surrounding Sibin. He became unconscious. How is it still intact here? Fortunately, Rui stopped his self-destruction in time. Lori appeared beside him and immediately used life blessing on her master. Sibin regained his senses. It is fine thanks to you. I was probably affected by bewitching words and lost control. I think we cannot fight that man head on. At this moment, his status panel showed a line infected. The system warned that if his tentacles hit, the infection rate would be very high. No other choice. He charged forward to eliminate the dangerous man. The flames on the sword shot forward with him toward him. Afterwards, he prepared to use an additional ultimate move to restrain Yahello. Sibin looked at the man in front of him and immediately cast fate chains. The 2 maids looked at their master with puzzled expressions. That did not stop the chains from flying out and binding Yahello tightly. He was instantly enveloped in the center. However, he was tied in a way that could not be called BDSM. Seeing this, the maids associated it with a not-so-pleasant scene. Lori sighed. Last time I saw that day was so dazzling, I went to ask Christy. She said it was the way to bind a tortoise shell. If the master likes this style, next time Lori will do it that way. Maybe I can get a baby with that day. Rui remained serious. Do not let your guard down. The Lord is fighting. That day does not allow us to go pull the trigger. Even though it seemed subdued, the uneasy feeling from Yahello did not diminish. Sibin confidently said, this chain is effective, reducing his level to 40. If not for the ancient infection, it might have reduced him further. But that is enough. A level 40 is just a wave of the hand to destroy. With that confidence, he quickly attacked with his flaming sword. No matter how many times he attacked, the ancient infection kept healing him. He was surprised. What kind of situation is this? Can I kill him? Or do I need to exhaust energy or use special measures? If I cannot rely on the maids, right. I still have a bunch of people not afraid of infection. So he used the system to announce a temporary corpse disposal quest to the players. They received the notification and immediately rejoiced. But only Lin Fan remained clear-headed. Whether others noticed it or not, perhaps our side was the one that started the game normally. The game is called Great Lan Can, not an invasion war. From their perspective, Lord Xiang Ying is the main character. Meanwhile, we and Yi Hao are essentially the invaders. This explains why the difficulty decreased when joining Lemdong City. At this moment, they immediately entered the battlefield area, found him, that is Yi Hao. My god, how long has it been since we last saw him? And he has transformed into such a grotesque creature? With an image like that, I cannot believe he is the main character. While they were still discussing animatedly, the ancient curse quickly targeted them. It rapidly affected their minds. Strange sounds kept echoing in my ears. Can everyone hear them? It feels like being made nauseous by the eyes of that Yi Hao. But this is nothing major for the players. Because of the mission, they kept charging forward to attack like madmen, not caring about the consequences. Even the mages wanted to use magic to burn that man. This image was quite cruel to Sibin as well. Fortunately, the ancient infection seemed ineffective against those players. Rui looked over there, puzzled. Why had Yi Hao turned into such a form? As for the golden trident on him, I had seen it in ancient texts. It seems to be the trident of the sea god. Hearing this, Sibin's eyes immediately showed contemplation. Isn't the sea god an ancient entity? Rui quickly explained to her master that those were ancient gods. The records state that the ancient gods once fought with the sea god Athiex. Because every battle took place at night, he was also called the Dark Walker. It is said his energy weakens under sunlight and he hates storms, which is why he fought the sea god at dusk. Sibin listened, his gaze full of thought. So that was it. I thought the trident was the ancient source, but it turns out he is the enemy. Could it be that the two sides are conflicting inside Yi Hao's body, causing him to deform like this? Kading Bei is an external force. That said, Yi Hao himself must have a connection with Athiex, whether as a relative or something else. According to the laws of power, he also fears sunlight and storms. He then looked towards the dusk. But since it was already dark, where could he find the sun? It was already dark, and there were storms. Rui, what do you think? Could it be that what Athiex hates is not wind and rainstorms, but violent lightning with extreme properties like the sun? Hearing the reminder, she quickly pondered. I had never thought of that. Do what you said have anything to do with the person down there? Sibin then smiled confidently. If he could not find the sun, he could just create a generator. While the three of them were still thinking of a way, then a shadow suddenly appeared in the space. Bai Yao looked at him and said angrily, why are you looking for me? Sibin understood her personality well and immediately flattered her. Of course I am looking for the beautiful, lovely, kind and gentle young lady to ask for a small favor. Hearing this, she raised her nose to the sky. Do you think saying that will make me help? I do not like this kind of sweet talk, it makes me sick. I am helping you for official business. Speak, what needs to be done? Sibin pointed forward and reminded her, simply put, use your lightning ability to try and destroy that monster. Bai Yao looked over in terror. What kind of ghastly thing is that? So disgusting, I have a feeling that if I attack, my lightning will become contaminated. Sibin saw the girl stalling and was about to get angry when Lori stopped him. We are counting on you. We cannot touch him, only you can handle this. Pressed like that, the girl puffed up and agreed, fine, given your sincere plea, I will help this once. After saying that, she immediately charged straight at Yi Hao, shouting everyone, clear out of my way. They were mesmerized by her appearance. Was this the reinforcement sent by Lord Xiangyang? So adorable. Bai Yao ignored their gazes and quickly used her lightning ability to attack the monster in front. Receiving the baptism of lightning, Yi Hao's entire body emitted unpleasant sounds. The other players heard his cries and felt their heads ache, but this did not affect them much. Most surprising was Bai Yao. She seemed unfazed by the ancient curse and continued her attack. Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, a player's arm blocked her. It seemed they had been bewitched, seeing her as an enemy and attacking her. Sibin saw this and rushed forward. This is bad. After the bewitchment of that man increased in strength, even the players could not control themselves. That was indeed the case. At this moment, they completely lost control of their bodies, even though their consciousness remained. Fortunately, Sibin arrived in time to block his sword. He then used his flames to deal with the one who had been rude to Bai Yao. Sibin looked around, contemplating. This was troublesome. If it were only the players, it would be fine. But now there was a large number of soldiers affected by the bewitchment. If we kept attacking like this, I am afraid they would have no chance to revive. However, when he saw Bai Yao still fiercely striking the one who touched her, he knew he did not need to help her over there. Right, it seems she was not affected by the ancient curse. Even though Lori had no purification ability, Rui and Yi Hao, who had once fought each other without being infected, and now Bai Yao, all ignored the bewitchment. This proved that half-bloods after a awakening had a certain resistance. Could the fact that awakened half-bloods were chosen as vessels be related to this ability? He looked towards the two maids. This was worth trying. Seeing her master look at her, Rui immediately asked, "My lord, is there something you need help with?" Sibin smiled slyly. "Rico, lead Lori and take all the soldiers in the center to a spot 100 meters away. Lori, use your purification art to temporarily control them at the outer circle. Remember, you must clean it up within a moment." Receiving the order, the two immediately left to carry it out. Then he looked at Bai Yao and commanded, "Stop now. If you continue, people will die. Remember, you have an electric field covering technique, right? Do not hesitate anymore. I believe you can do it." Bai Yao was suddenly hugged by him and immediately fainted. "Fine, let me try. But what about the people blocking the way outside?" Sibin looked at her and reminded her, "Do not worry. I will help." So he counted from 1 to 2, then threw the girl's body high into the vast sky. Done, he then looked towards Rai to ask if the other side had been completely cleared. Rui replied while fighting, and everything was cleared out. She kicked a player out of the area with her foot. Sibin received the signal and immediately ordered Bai Yao to act. She quickly created an electric field surrounding Yahello. An extremely powerful electric current shot out, attacking his body. It also spread to the players who were under the charm effect. Bai Yao ignored them and continued to amplify the lightning. The electrical current quickly spread, heating up the air itself, but because of poor control, the lightning bolt also aimed at Sibin. Seeing that, he quickly dodged. The accuracy was problematic. Bai Yao glared at him angrily, saying the power was too great, thus consuming a lot of stamina. Knowing she wanted praise, Sibin had to say, "Alright, good deed, miss has worked hard." Rui approached from a distance and asked, "Bai Yao, has Yahello been eliminated?" She nodded in affirmation. "My electric field is no joke." Everyone looked at that man's state. There was no doubt left. Sibin stepped forward to look. The child of destiny had turned into a pile of ashes. Even with their grievance, they had to admit he was truly unlucky. He asked the system about the mission, and the system immediately displayed congratulations and awarded the first reward. Sibin looked happily at the spirit stone in his hand. As he was about to claim more rewards, System suddenly warned him to leave immediately. Hearing something off in System's voice, his body trembled. At the same time, the surrounding space was enveloped by a wave of blood aura. A terrifying pressure weighed down on the three of them. Knowing time was short, he hurriedly asked the two maids if they were alright. Even in this situation, Rui could still joke, "Everything is fine, just a little tear in the clothes." Bai Yao was not fine at all. She cried out, "I am here, can someone help?" Sibin had no choice. He immediately pulled her out of the ground. Looking at her, he teased, "Covered in mud like this." Hearing that, she sulked, "It is all your fault for making me unclean." After all, only Yahello could be blamed, but she acted as if she were the wronged one. Rui looked at the younger one and reminded, "It is fine, just take a bath when you get back." Suddenly the system came back online, confusing Sibin. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining half of the mysterious spirit stone. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Please have a look." Looking at the reward, he was delighted. This item was truly strange, a mysterious spirit stone clearly broken in half. He recognized it resembled the fragment he almost gave to Lori. The system must have taken it from Yahello, but originally it was clearly a single complete piece. This meant the previous commotion was caused by two factions fighting over the piece of crystal, and the system only managed to snatch one half. If so, when the system decomposed this half of the spirit stone, he could delay an additional 5,000 players. Thinking that, his gaze grew firmer. The increase in player count could be good or bad, but matters of the future could wait. He continued to examine the remaining two rewards. The first was a summon skill, Angel. Seeing its effect, Sibin was overjoyed. This time the system's items suited him quite well. Even though it only commanded a legendary rank Supreme Angel for half an hour, it was enough to eliminate the Pope 100 times. However, the name Supreme Angel reminded him of Yahello. Thinking of that, he felt a headache, much to the bewilderment of the two maids. Sibin looked into the distance thoughtfully. Even with the qualifications to take risks, he could not act recklessly. He still did not know the first prince's identity. What if he went too far and scared that man? An enemy in the open was easier to deal with than an enemy in the shadows. Bai Yao suddenly went crazy and stepped forward to disturb his thoughts. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop putting your hands around randomly. My head is not a table. This must be intentional on your part." Sibin looked at the young lady who was about to lie. Really, how could I have done it on purpose? But his actions made her so angry she pulled at the electricity wildly. "You troublesome guy, stop messing with me." Two maids saw their master being electrocuted and stepped forward to check on him. With his current strength, he was not worried. He was just thinking about how to fight the next battle, which was a bit troublesome. After hearing this, Rui also became serious. This was indeed a difficult problem. Situation before was not bad, but after Yahello's interference, most of the soldiers had fainted, and only a few aberrants remained. Seeing her deep in thought, Sibin comforted her. "Forget it, overthinking is useless. Since things are like this, just go with the flow and retreat. Watch the match for now." At this moment inside the cathedral, a rabbit-eared girl was praying. She was interrupted by a panicked shout. Anna. Anna glared angrily at him. Even if he was the Pope, interrupting a sacred prayer was truly disgraceful. The old man had no time. He pointed directly at her. Anna, how is the awakening situation? The rebel forces used a strategy to attack Fire Dragon City. That Eagle Lord is also troublesome to deal with. Anna frowned upon hearing this. She had already touched the threshold of Stage 2. Even though she broke through Stage 1 thanks to divine nature, to reach Stage 2 required enlightenment. Without a foundation, even with many divine miracles, it would fail. The Pope asked what needed to be done to help. Anna smiled. To receive the blessing of the god of war and crimson fire required a shocking battle. They wanted to start a war, then let the rebel forces march all the way to the royal capital. A battlefield like that would be her opportunity for enlightenment and to become the most perfect vessel for her master. If you already know what to do, then go. She and her master are both waiting. On another side, the zombies were still continuously howling. Looking in that direction, the group murmured that the prince should order Bobosa to stop. The undead were increasing by the minute. What if they lost control later? But the prince did not care. He said to let them be. After all, that was the best pawn. The man was stunned upon hearing this, saying, "Your Highness, you will become a tool for the undead at this rate." He paid no heed, believing the empire was built on martial strength and he was merely a cripple. Now that he had power, he would reclaim everything. Do not speak to me like that old man trying to protect me. It was all deceit. They watched as the second prince turned me into a cripple, neither man nor woman, then exiled me from the kingdom without a single inquiry. You know how miserable it was at the border. They brought this all upon themselves. Saying this, he bared his vampire fangs and asked if the man would always remain loyal to him. Under the crown prince's pressure, he immediately knelt and swore allegiance. The prince went to see the Pope and was surprised by his condition, saying he never expected the one called a cripple to stand before him. Not only that, but he had also brought him a great surprise. The first prince grew angry, cursing that he was merely a servant relying on a god's pity. What could he possibly know? Having said that, he launched infernal flame slash straight at the Pope. Sibin nearby was delighted, and the two maidservants remarked that their master was starting to fight. How exciting. The Empire's first prince was a vampire. Who would win in the end? The Pope's men immediately deployed their barriers. Destroy those who dare blaspheme the god. The battle between both sides grew extremely tense. They glared at the undead, shouting for it to take its filthy hands off. But in a moment of carelessness, he was bitten on the neck by the first prince's undead. His body quickly shriveled into a dried husk. Along with that, his blood was absorbed by the undead. The first prince stood in the rain of blood, becoming insatiably greedy for new streams of blood energy. I only grow stronger. These petty tricks are useless against me. Old man, where is your god's genesis spell? Why not use it? The Pope grew angry, saying, "You will soon see my master." Waiting for Yahello to reply with no response. The old man panicked, asking where that fellow was and why he had not come out. But after waiting a while longer, there was still no answer. The Pope was bewildered, realizing he had been tricked, and swore that if he met Yahello again, he would throw him into a pit of fire. He had to stall for time anyway, and just as he was thinking, Anna stepped out. She looked ahead with confidence, saying she felt the gods summon and would be here to receive the descent. Seeing the aura around her growing stronger, the Pope finally felt at ease. The first prince sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered his subordinates to stop her. Alkalang appeared beside Anna in a flash, but before he could do anything, his entire body was engulfed in flames. Seeing the Pope dare to resist, the first prince grew furious, cursing the old man for having a death wish. The Pope did not look at him, laughing maniacally, saying her power had awakened. The flame dragon war god had finally descended. Before he could celebrate, Anna's spear pierced through his heart. His entire body froze at the betrayal. Anna shook her head, cursing Baghdada as a thief who dared to call himself a war god. At that moment, an undead creature was still lingering there. Sibin looked at it with disgust, unable to stand it, asking just how many undead that fool had created. He even ran into them when going to the restroom. As he was thinking, a body suddenly flew past him. It was the prince and the Pope pinned against the wall. Seeing them, he wondered why the two of them had gone to commit suicide in the southeast wing. He had only left for a moment and already missed a crucial plot point. There was no third faction in this battlefield. Who on earth had done this to both of them? Turning his head to look in that direction, he was surprised to see Anna. He never expected to meet her in this state, but her condition had changed from before. The first prince saw Sibin appear and was stunned, asking why the Eagle Lord was here. Was he not injured? Sibin replied that although he was severely wounded and had only a tenth of his soldiers left, he was worried about the main army and came in to see if he could help. He opened his mouth upon hearing this, saying, "If you want to prove your loyalty, I will give you a chance to become a blood slave." Sibin was not stupid. He glanced at Anna for a moment. Then he thought of a way to dodge past the first prince's body. He threw him straight onto Anna's spear. The powerful spear pierced through his shoulder. Sibin continued to play dumb, asking if the first prince was all right. It was all his fault for not being careful. The first prince, with his injury, no longer had the mind to drain Sibin's blood. The two quickly separated to dodge the fierce attacks from Anna. It seemed that after becoming a vessel for a god, each of Anna's strikes was more ferocious than before. Facing the tip of her spear, the great prince still harbored a sliver of hope in his heart, as long as the soul sacrifice formation managed to absorb enough soul energy. Even if it only temporarily delayed the Undying Emperor's mount, it allowed one legendary grade woolly demon to come for reinforcement. Sibin looked at him with suspicion. Could he still have a way to turn the tide? The great prince ignored him, only looking at his own pendant. Fortunately, he had set up the soul gathering formation beforehand. Activating the summoning stone and sacrificing the souls of a few 100,000 soldiers would be enough to hold back this draconic demon. It was almost here. His final trump card was finally about to come to fruition. Before him, power was surging violently within his body, just as everything was ready to summon a dread dragon. Unexpectedly, his formation suddenly shrank to a pitiful size. Sibin then came to inquire why the great prince's formation was so small. He awkwardly replied that high-level undead could transform into spirit forms, making a large formation meaningless. According to his words, within that formation, a spirit gradually appeared. Seeing the light grow larger, the great prince rejoiced. But before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. The great prince awkwardly asked if he was an undead. The summoned being pointed at him and scolded. "You fool! The soul-gathering formation has been destroyed. All the spirits have dissipated, so why summon me?" Hearing this, the great prince was baffled. "My formation was destroyed when?" Seeing his master troubled, Sibin stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, where is the spirit-gathering formation? Let me go take a look." After learning the formation was on the easternmost wall, he froze. Because wasn't that the place he had destroyed a few days ago? Remembering this, he scratched his head. "I'm truly sorry, Your Highness, but when I was going to the restroom, an undead attacked, and in self-defense, I accidentally smashed the spirit-gathering formation. A tiny undead was also helpless. I'm leaving then. With this small body, what else can I do?" As soon as it finished speaking, it was the first to flee. Seeing his preparations turn to smoke, the great prince was furious. He immediately looked at Sibin. "Lord of the Eagle, all of this is your fault." Saying this, he turned his head to seek his second subordinate. "General Akalang, are you still conscious?" He immediately jumped up, thinking the situation was unfavorable and wanting to retreat. But that fool was still off guard, allowing a spear to appear behind him. Seeing this, Akalang used his own body to block the attack for him. That man did not even shed a single tear, turning into a gust of wind and vanishing before Sibin. He ignored that useless person and looked at Anna. Compared to that foolish great prince, this side was much more troublesome. Is this the subhuman after becoming a vessel? No, to be precise, she was no longer Anna but the war god who had awakened using her body. At this moment, an old man appeared before Anna, wanting to sacrifice himself to summon the flame dragon. Phantaza, within Anna's body, saw this and grew anxious because if the flame dragon appeared, things would become even more complicated. But when he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. That man had completed the sacrifice ritual, causing a fierce flame to erupt in the sky. Seeing this, Phantaza, unwilling for Baghdada to appear, charged forward to attack. But it was all in vain. He could not touch that man's body. It seemed the magic shield was truly protecting Phantaza. He did not mind, immediately absorbing all the flames in the air into his body. Then a voice full of laughter echoed in the air, making people uncomfortable. Sensing the unstable situation, Sibin quickly left this place. From within the great flames, a spatial tear appeared, and the flame dragon stepped into this world, and it greeted the world with a fire elemental orb assembled inside its body. His dragon breath spewed like lava, melting the very ground. Sibin at this time had returned to the side of his two maids. Then he quickly led the two away to avoid being implicated, but he did not forget to look at the evil dragon that was constantly destroying the scenery. According to the system evaluation, its level was around 94. It even opened its mouth to speak human language. "Finally, I can appear here, even if only temporarily. Right now, I need a body that can withstand my power." According to his words, the flame continuously burst forth, melting the surrounding space. Phantaza looked in that direction, frowning. This power, but it was also at this moment that the flame dragon found his location, preparing to attack. Phantaza dodged while pondering. The newly awakened divine power is too weak to be a match. I should have sought out the vessel of war divinity, who knew I would run into this man as soon as I woke up. So this awakening was entirely a scheme. The fire dragon wants to change the foundation, to usurp my foundation. But as the war god, how could he let this happen? He immediately summoned soldiers from the underworld to hold the line. Phantaza's erupting power caught the flame dragon off guard, causing it to lose a part of its body. It looked at the war god's weapon. Is that spear a divine artifact? It grew anxious, unexpectedly. It tore through the divine fragment. I must end this quickly. At this moment, the battle between the two sides seemed endless. Phantaza dodged and felt regret. I almost pierced the dragon's body. Killing it would not be difficult. Summoning the divine weapon takes time. At this rate, that imposter will devour me. I must find a way to block its attack. But in the midst of the battle, Phantaza suddenly sensed three special individuals. He quickly looked in that direction. Who is over there? Unexpectedly, such a high-level energy exists here. If I have that, I will not lose to that dragon. Saying this, he charged straight in that direction. Seeing this, Sibin smiled. He had intended to wait for the two fools to weaken each other, but instead both forced him to reveal his identity. So he used the Archangel summoning card. It was also at this moment that Bantaza's claws extended close to his face, but from within the dark sky a ray of light appeared, shot straight towards Sibin's body. A beautiful pair of wings appeared, taking Bantaza completely by surprise. Confident smile appeared on the corner of Sibin's lips. With his extremely magnificent pure white armor, so the so-called celestial saint descending that he had waited half a day for was actually himself. This was the control that the system had mentioned earlier. Unbelievably strong. He smiled at Lori, then shook his head, telling her not to be afraid, it was him. After speaking, he even gently patted her head. But at some point, Rui had appeared behind him and licked his neck. It was then that he began to feel something was wrong, because the condition of the two girls was completely different from usual. After checking, he learned the cause was the Celestial Saint's ability. If the transformation time were longer, he would have wanted to use this ability to mess around a bit. But now was not the time for him to get carried away, because there were still two opponents before him that he hadn't dealt with. He tightened his grip on the lightning sword in his palm. Then he created a light magic circle that enveloped his body, accompanied by a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. It separated the two of them far apart. Bantaza looked in that direction with a thoughtful gaze. What was this? That aura was... Indeed, this human had the aura of the god of light on him. But why was he appearing here? While they were still dumbfounded, Sibin suddenly coughed up a stream of blood. His maids saw this and became extremely worried. Master. Sibin showed a pained expression. This power was too strong. He could no longer bear it. The sword drained all light around him. He couldn't even hold it. System, what kind of situation is this? The system quickly reminded him. The host's body cannot withstand the pressure of the divine decree sword. Hearing this, Sibin was furious. Why wasn't such an important thing mentioned from the start? Not good, he was about to lose control of it. Bantaza looked at him with a smile. So the mighty figure was just a mortal body delusionally trying to control divine power. Lori was trying to use her restorative power to help the master from shattering apart. The system announced that the host could purchase the Celestial Saint's blessing for 100 million gold coins. Looking at the astronomical number, he just wanted to curse, but had no other choice. In the end, he had to use all the money he had to exchange for the blessing. So this was the real blessing. Indeed, it was no longer as arduous as before. Now he could easily use his power. He created a stream of golden sword energy attacking straight towards the flame dragon. He easily severed one of that man's arms. After that, he easily absorbed the divinity of war. He was extremely surprised. Was this because he killed Anna and obtained her divinity? So he had just killed that newly awakened war guy. Being slashed twice so heavily and still jumping around, his health pool was indeed huge. The dragon looked at him. So it was him from last time. If she hadn't protected him, he would have been burned to death. Being her man and not knowing who she was. That was right. Now she was only clinging to life with a bit of instinct. Sibin heard this, his face full of confusion. Don't play hide and seek. Who is she? Speak quickly. The flame dragon looked at him teasingly. Do you really want to know? But in his heart, he just wanted to stall for time until the transformation ended, so he continued to beat around the bush. Fine, this matter starts from a distant story. Hearing that, Sibin angrily looked at him. Enough. Trying to stall for time with me, then go to hell. I can fully feel that you don't want to answer. Before being sent back to his own world, the flame dragon roared in anger. Damn it, I'll remember you. But he didn't care at all, charging forward and saying, have you forgotten that you said the exact same thing last time? Afterwards, he flew to the side of his two maids and hugged them tightly, using his wings to shield them from the terrifying heat of the flame dragon. After all, this was the lingering backlash of a destroyed deity, not an ordinary matter. When the heat wave passed, he asked the two if they were okay, but seeing their expressions, they seemed quite fine. Sibin smiled. Good that you're fine. It's almost over. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, the great prince, he almost forgot. He must eradicate the root, leaving no future trouble. If it weren't for those two boring deities causing trouble, that man would have been destroyed long ago. Fine, let Clermont lead the Spirit Knight squad to finish him off. On the other side, the great prince's face was filled with extreme anger. Damn it, those blood-sucking undead could recover as long as their necromantic power wasn't exhausted. I will definitely return. By then, I will drain the blood of every single one of them. You damned church bastards and the Eagle Lord who ruined my grand plan. Wait, what's going on? Why is it snowing in this weather? A girl appeared behind him, asking if the weather was beautiful. You are just a lowly blood-sucking demon. Consider this snowy scene a farewell gift to send you off to the Yellow Springs. Gabrielle, the fallen holy maiden of the Church of Light, looked at the great prince and shook her head. Depart in peace. After that, the intensity of the snow grew heavier and heavier, enveloping the entire space. Sibin was also drawn by this snowfall. Why was the weather so incomprehensible? Wait, this snow wasn't cold at all, this wasn't snow. Not only that, it also felt extremely familiar to him. These snowflakes were the purest form of holy light energy. So why were they appearing here? At this moment, he was drawn by the sound of battle coming from Gabriel. Sibin looked over in surprise. Why were Clement and the Death Knights fighting someone here? That person was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Church of Light, Gabriel. Clement faced the woman before him, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Gabriel was completely unafraid, as if she were taking a stroll. Old knight, you are human. Why do you wish to befriend the undead? If that is the case, then return to the embrace of the god of death. The light does not welcome traitors. Sibin stood to the side, stunned as he watched her fight Clement while nearly destroying the Ghost Knights. Compared to the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sea of Light, Rui was truly nothing but a small mascot. No wonder A was eliminated. This was related to influence rather than actual strength. Gabriel still had not noticed his presence and continued her battle. Seeing the smile on Gabriel's lips, Sibin knew his old knight was about to reach his limit. At this rate, all of his Death Knights would be cleaned out by her. With no other choice, he had to reveal himself to stop her. Stop this at once. His current appearance quickly made Gabriel misunderstand. Lord Grand Seraphim, I did not expect to find another person here blessed with your power. At that moment, Sibin ordered Clement, withdraw for now. Gabriel looked at him with an annoyed expression. Why would one chosen by the Grand Seraphim choose to befriend the undead? Sibin dodged while replying, because we went through the same lottery draw. Saying this, he raised his powerful blades in defense. Gabriel was extremely displeased at this moment. The Seraphim of Judgment and the Throne Seraphim both hated the undead the most. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile, even knowing that you still want to stop me. Sibin dodged as he thought. Though he did not wish to conflict with the Church of Light, destroying the undead was an impossible matter. It seemed verbal reconciliation was no longer possible. In an instant, Gabriel inadvertently created an opening for him to close in. Sibin looked at her with a cold gaze. Enough. Stop this and leave here, or I will not hesitate to send you to meet the God of Light. But he had greatly underestimated her power. Even in this state, she could counterattack with ease. Sibin stepped back, doubting his own senses. That last strike was clearly several times heavier. He did not know that Gabriel was currently in a Seraphim Avatar state. In this state, her power made things much more difficult for him. The Seraphim Avatar was different from a sacrifice. The highest-ranking Archangel was only a demigod, and when descending, they would be slightly weakened. No wonder Gabriel was so indifferent. It turned out she had a trump card and was unafraid. Gabriel looked at him with a smile now. Since you have been chosen as the saint of the cathedral, why would you ally with the undead? Hearing this, even he was surprised. Jointly chosen. Wasn't this just a system reward? What is a saint? Doesn't the Church of Light only have a holy maiden? Could it be that a saint is meant to produce a bunch of little saints and holy maidens? No, that was wrong. Lately, he had been too deeply influenced by Lori. Snap out of it. The time for the divine descent was less than 2 minutes. He could collapse from exhaustion at any moment. Seeing he said nothing, Gabriel frowned. You do not wish to speak, is that it? Sibin paid no attention to her, focusing entirely on his sword. If that was the case, he had no choice but to use this move. The two maids saw his state and grew worried. Not even the old butler was an exception. Sibin used his final ultimate technique, then knelt on one knee. Your Highness, I hold no hostility towards you. Please allow me to explain about these undead. These undead knights were originally my subordinates. They were unfortunately destroyed in a campaign, and then the Great Prince used a formation to turn them into Death Knights. But what I did not expect was that even after becoming undead, they remained loyal and fought for me. No matter how much I despise the undead, I could never raise my hand against such loyal servants. His heartfelt words caused Gabriel to feel a stir within her. Sibin knew this alone was not enough, so he signaled the two maids for help. They immediately began to cry and plead, moving the hearts of all who heard them. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the crisis, Bai Yao suddenly appeared to disrupt things. I have arrived. What are you people doing? Sibin knew he could not let that little girl spout nonsense, so he glared at her. Cry for me. If you do not, today will be your end. Gabriel looked at him and his crying servants. She surmised that he seemed not to be lying, and nodded. I can understand your loyalty, but the undead still need to be eliminated. I feel sorry for these warriors, they deserve respect, but the existence of the undead is unacceptable. Very well then. If I expend my original divine power, I can transform them into light knights. Would you be willing? Even so, I cannot retrieve their souls. Hearing this, he joyfully accepted the unexpected gift. Of course I am willing. This is salvation for them. But will it not cost you too great a price? Gabriel did not say much, using her power to envelop the knights in light. Do not worry too much. With her power, the undead were quickly enveloped by the light, and so the transformation process rapidly took place. They quickly shed their own dark armor. A blinding flash of light stunned everyone present. Sibin looked towards his knights, his heart full of challenge. Their new forms were truly too cool, along with incredibly powerful stats. Though they lacked healing skills, their damage against the undead and demons had increased greatly. Most importantly, he could openly display this immense power without having to hide it. Just then, his time limit and transformation ability also disappeared. Afterwards, he looked at the Holy Maiden. He knelt before her, thanking her for today's help. He hoped to repay the Holy Maiden with something next time. Gabriel looked him over appraisingly, reminding him to use the power of light carefully. That was just tough talk, because after transforming, the girl immediately fainted in his arms. The current problem was what he should do with this little Holy Maiden. Even though she had lost much power, Gabriel still had her own awareness. Sibin saw this as an opportunity and immediately used a divine rope to bind her body. Then, the Holy Maiden was brutally physically tortured. He said nothing, pressing down heavily on her. Losing the strength to resist, she could only accept the bitter outcome. Not only that, he even hung her up in a humiliating manner. After the torment was over, he led his servants back. She had a protective charm on her, so it was not easy for her to die. What needed to be done now was to prepare for the next box. But the treasure he sought had already been discovered by Bai Yao. She gave a mysterious smile, looking very suspiciously at him. Seeing her playful expression, he angrily gave her a thrashing. After dealing with that, he was led to the treasury within the royal palace. He imagined the scene of obtaining countless gold, silver, and jewels. When the door of the royal treasury opened, what Sibin witnessed immediately stunned him. This scene was far from his imagination. There was no gold and silver everywhere. The equipment hanging on the wooden racks was nothing rare either. The treasures in this room were only 5 or 6 chests of gold and silver, a branch of the world tree, the gem on a scepter, and a hero-grade sword. The first 2 items were typical divine artifacts, extremely precious. He gave them to Lori, instructing him to try extracting the divine nature at Winterfell Town. As for the hero-grade sword he found, although it was not a great sword, it felt good and even possessed intelligence within. Suddenly, good eye reached his mind. It reported that it had rescued the Duke from prison, along with several nobles who had not surrendered. King still had 1 prince, 3 princesses, and the queen surviving. Sibin smiled and ordered the prince to be beheaded, the others to share the same fate. He looked at the butler Clement, telling him to arrange for everything to be taken back to Winterfell Town. The eagle's nest at the center of the northern continent was a better place to fend off magical beasts. While discussing matters, a voice from outside drew their attention. The second prince said fearfully, "Do not think you can sit back and enjoy this kingdom. My brother Hitler is on his way, and he has probably already reached Fire Dragon City." Another man reported that a 20,000-strong army with hostile intent was outside the city. Sibin's father appeared, saying he had finally been waiting for him. Hitler, having seduced the Pope, poisoned him and took him as a hostage. That bastard son, you must teach him a lesson. The 2 servants were stunned by the unusual affection between father and son. Sibin asked his father if he was all right as Hitler was about to march on them. He said he was even grateful to his eldest son for running away, as it helped him see the cancer clearly. Hitler finally arrived and saw that Fire Dragon City was almost destroyed. It would be a pity if his opponent died too early. He wanted to see the shocked expression on their faces. Hitler ordered Torrance to take scouts to reconnoiter the situation. Hearing this, she nodded in compliance. Immediately infiltrated Fire Dragon City. A while later, they returned, reporting that the exhausted Pope's troops were still in the city. Hitler smiled and asked how many troops the Pope still had under his command. A subordinate reminded him that attacking Fire Dragon City now seemed hasty. Torrance looked at him mockingly. "Are you doubting my scouting ability, Robert?" He said he did not doubt her, but getting intelligence based on lust was different from actual reconnaissance. Seeing they were about to quarrel, Hitler spoke up, saying all actions would follow Torrance's plan. Standing around would only miss the opportunity. "Robert, advance on Fire Dragon City." Helpless, Robert had no choice but to lead his troops forward. Hitler glanced at that girl who was flirting with him, telling her not to mind that man. Though strong, he was too rigid. Torrance saw that Hitler was nearly bewitched, but she was worried whether Robert could defeat the Pope's rebels who were at the champion level. Torrance appeared very confident, reassuring the Lord that even if Robert lost, it had nothing to do with her. After saying that, she immediately sent Hitler off to play. With a voice full of malice, she said that no matter what, you would die here anyway, my lord. As she spoke, Ada's blade constantly thrust deeper into his body, worsening Hitler's wounds, but he was still the ruler and had some strength left to resist. Now we know, Torrance had been impersonated by another, the poisoner who once tried to assassinate us but failed. Seeing that familiar face, Hitler was filled with hatred. Impossible. I clearly witnessed Aaron sacrifice himself. Aaron smiled at him, asking if Hitler had also been blinded by rage, why betrayal and deception came to him so easily. Aaron sacrificed himself easily to obtain intelligence about Torrance when he had just taken over Golden Lion City, with chaotic personnel and no territorial consolidation, instead dreaming of illegitimate gains, making infiltration easy. Hitler looked at him and asked if the remaining soldiers and knights were his men, if everything was planned. Then Robert and the others entering the city must have barely survived. Surrendering could not pass his father's gate, and he also had to deal with that bastard Savina who was targeting his life. He had to quickly seize the chance to escape, but before he could act, Sibin along with his father had arrived. The old man shook his head at Hitler, scolding that as the eldest son of the Golden Lion family, inheriting the richest territory, why didn't he learn to govern, but only greedily caused trouble everywhere? Clearly no one was contending with you, even Savina never had that intention, willingly taking on the border territory. I always turned a blind eye to your actions, but you are too disappointing. For the sake of father-son affection I will not kill you, only cripple your battle energy and give you a land to live or die on your own. Hitler panicked and cried that he was his son. He could not cripple his battle energy. He was a Sky Knight, but his heart was full of schemes. Trapped in this situation today, the only way out was to take a hostage. Father was the easiest target, but with those two beside him, what could he do? Or maybe target that girl more important to Savina, luring him to save her, and then taking a smaller hostage for a chance to escape. They were just two useless chickens. As long as they were off guard, the advantage would be his. Seeing his movement, everyone immediately became alert. Ruri looked at his direction of movement and guessed that the target was herself. Hitler still did not know the danger approaching, still very focused, his face full of anger, blaming the lustful fool for bringing a woman to the battlefield. But his attack completely failed to reach Ruri. Not only that, she used her speed to slip behind him. She struck without any mercy, taking his head. His father sat of watching his son's end, saying nothing. Sabin spoke up to apologize to his father, but he understood perfectly, saying this was not your fault. That unrepentant brat brought disaster upon himself. Especially for the Golden Lion family, keeping him alive was a great calamity. At this moment, night quickly enveloped the place. Sibin smiled, looking at the system panel. If he did not know I intended to usurp the throne, why would he strike first? Where is my second story quest reward system? Receiving the prompt, the system appeared and announced that the reward card for the level 3 barracks had been discovered. The Divine Lamp system was set to self-explore. If there was an urgent matter, do not disturb. Quickly opened the card, seeing the system after leveling up was more complex, requiring manual search. A notification appeared stating free exchange, no points or conditions needed. There were many destinations such as Dragon Lair, Watchtower, Plague Tome, Catfish Bridge, Ice Statue, and Volcano Crater, making him unsure which to choose. Sibin thought after ascending the throne he needed to establish an army. The Google regiment had been annihilated. The top priority was Air Force, so he chose the Dragon Lair. Simply put, this was a base for creating aerial combat dragons. At the same time, the system had also successfully leveled up. Sibin was strolling around looking for a suitable place to place the new structure. Bongbong smiled at him and asked, when you returned, I did not see you. Ah, right, there is something Bongbong wants to report to you. Bongbong wants to ask you to find some strange objects like those statues from before. She wants to enter the second awakening stage soon. Heard that with enough materials, the great stone head could be revived. The second stage, even as a minor, could transform into 2 legs. Then she wanted to find materials to revive the stone head. Hearing this, he was very surprised, thought Bongbong had long forgotten this matter, did not expect her to still remember clearly. It seemed she valued the stone head a lot. But he also reminded her that divine items were not easy to find. Perhaps by the time they were found, the materials to revive Sarikon would be gathered first. Hearing this, Bongbong was stunned, saying that meant he could be revived sooner. Sibin nodded, that was right, but rest assured, whenever I find a sea divine item, I will tell you. The little girl's eyes lit up hearing that, thought the conversation would shift to another topic, but it went back to the matter of 2 hours ago. Knowing it would be long-winded if he continued, he answered perfunctorily and left, but Bongbong still called for him to wait a moment. It turned out this time she wanted to give him a protective talisman she had just created. Hearing this, Sibin smiled, though abandoned. Bongbong still maintained the rituals of Crystal Palace. Her talismans must be extremely effective. But before he could finish speaking, the shape of the talisman was quite strange. Looking at that shape, he could not help but associate it with Sarikon. Afterwards, he found a suitable location to place the new barracks. Inside the mountain, a dragon quickly appeared along with some eggs. It immediately let out its first cry to show off its might. Sibin was surprised by that shape. Compared to the Crusaders' investment mansion next door, the lone dragon structure was quite crude and did not fit the surrounding scenery. Having said that, he immediately charged straight to the top of the mountain and quickly called for that dragon to wake up, but it paid no attention to him at all. It seemed the long wyvern was part of the lair and would not obey his orders. He should still try summoning a different one out. So he quickly went to meet the city guards. He asked them to inform goodbye to bring a ton of beast meat here. After some time, the amount of meat was fully gathered. Seeing this, he was very pleased. This was a 3rd-grade demon beast crystal. Old wyvern, I want to recruit the venom wyvern. Hearing this, the dragon immediately lunged forward and ate all the meat. Using only its mouth, it quickly swallowed the whole pile of meat. After finishing its meal, it returned to the lair. Then it lay down for a nap. and so a huge dragon egg appeared. Sibin was extremely surprised. He never expected the wyvern could return to nest on the egg and spawn soldiers. Less than 5 minutes later, the egg finally hatched. The large dragon quickly pushed the newborn wyvern down below. It seemed very frightened. Sibin saw this too. Falling from such a height, only a newborn dragonet would have the ability to fly. But completely contrary to his thoughts, it dove straight into the ground. This caused its health to drop by more than half. Sibin observed and was delighted. Newborn and already at level 38. 3 more levels and it would be strong enough to match an Earth Knight. Most importantly, it had both physical damage and poison. He stepped forward and patted its head. Obey me, understand? Very good. Can you carry me for a flight now? It immediately understood its intent, flapping its wings and waiting for him to get off the ground. Its strengths were fast speed and great power, serving as both a mount and for attacking. Soldiers from the system did not need taming. Once recruited, they were very obedient. There was also a rather big problem. Featherless dragons have no fur, only sandy skin. If they do not use battle kai for protection, the dragon knight becomes a naked knight. In the future, when forming the featherless dragon knight order, everyone would need dragon saddles. While flying in the sky, he suddenly looked down below and saw his maid doing something in the dead of night. After all, she was still a demi-human saint. She must have things she needed to do. Wait, she had already vanished so quickly. Unique venom featherless dragon, let us go back. Rui saw him leave, so she quickly went to meet a mysterious person. Alright, he is gone. Meanwhile, Sibin quickly jumped down. Lori saw him, she smiled. Master, you are here. Is that your new mount? Then she took out some prepared food and handed it to him to eat. Sibin took a taste and was very pleased with the flavor. Upon hearing this, Lori began to tell a story. In the past, while fleeing, the demi-humans often picked this kind of fruit. It was sweet and refreshing, quenching thirst. Thanks to you, Master, we finally have a proper place to live. And she pulled him over to the sofa. While massaging him, she asked, Master, are you going to become the king? Sibin replied, the empire has collapsed. For you and the demi-humans, I will also shoulder this responsibility. Hearing this, Lori was overjoyed. Master, I heard that a king does not have demi-human servants. Sensing the anxiety in her words, he laughed. I thought you were worried about something else. Rest assured, a king has the authority to set rules. I will establish a private royal maid group. No one will dare to object. After saying that, he pulled his maid into an embrace. Let me ask you, if I become king, would you like to be my queen? Upon hearing that, she hesitated. Master, about this. Lori was afraid she could not bear the responsibility of being a queen. Compared to the people, I only want to care for you, Master. I only want to be your little girl. That is more than enough for me. Sibin smiled. So you have already thought it through. Alright, it is fine if you do not become queen. Like this, having you is enough for me. I do not need a queen. Suddenly, a stream of energy spread throughout his body. Seeing him freeze, Lori asked, What is the matter, Master? He shivered. I suddenly feel dizzy and very sleepy. I do not know what is going on. My whole body feels as if all strength has drained away. Saying this, he also looked at something. Right, the plate was already clean, Lori. You didn't remove the toxins, right? Hearing this, her whole body lit up. After all, the meal the Master ate, Lori naturally had to handle it well. Therefore, intentionally retaining some toxicity was deliberate. Seeing her current appearance, his nosebleed immediately spurted out. Lori didn't care at all and immediately lunged into his arms. Master, do you know when you found me, by subhuman age I was 16. Then after one awakening I became 17. Today is my 18th birthday. So today I want a gift even if Master doesn't want to hurt me, but Lori is not afraid. Now I have grown up, this gift I will take myself. How salty it was inside was unclear, but on the outside Rui seemed to be very contemplative. Her hand held a mysterious medallion, its purpose unknown. The next morning, Chris looked at him reproachfully. The Lord is really something. She is young. Even though she was proactive, you should have been gentler. No matter what, you couldn't let her be unable to eat breakfast. Truly the young. Being told off like that, he also felt embarrassed, quickly asking about other things. Alright, have you seen Rui anywhere? Chris shook her head, saying she hadn't seen her since yesterday, which surprised him. Thinking of Rui's mysterious demeanor last night, his heart was uneasy. Could it be that since meeting her on the road yesterday, she still hasn't returned? While pondering, he suddenly looked at Chris in surprise. Then he asked, Mrs. Chris, this bracelet of yours is really special. Hearing that, she smiled. Thank you, young master. This is the bracelet my 21st husband gave me when he proposed. Although it's old, it's still very unique. Hearing that, Sibin felt something was off. I hope I don't become her ex-husband. Saying that, Mrs. Chris looked at him. Right, young master. Later, let Lori take your measurements. Recently, the craftsmen have been working overtime to tailor the robes and scepter for the coronation. I believe it won't be long before we should call you your majesty. It's quite thrilling to think about. Left alone, he looked at the system panel, thinking of a way to resurrect Sarakin. At that moment, a screen of light appeared, showing him the necessary information. Although Sarakin had perished, his soul was still preserved. This is a crucial resurrection material. While thinking, Clement also returned. Hearing this, he immediately assigned the material collection task to him. First task, I need someone to arrange spies to go to various countries to gather information on pure-type objects. Just record them if found. The second task needs a special person. Hearing this, he was surprised. My lord, dwarves haven't appeared in the north for hundreds of years. To go south, one must cross the vast empire and clash with demons. Hearing this, he pondered, alright, you help me search for news about the dwarves first, where they are hiding, where they appear. Also buy a batch of strong soul crystals. For now, nothing else. Help me call Alan over. Afterwards, just as instructed, he was called over. Seeing him arrive, Sibin smiled. Still, thank you for disguising as a woman to get close to Hitler. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how many more times my brother would try to destroy me in the Pope's name. Hearing that, Alan's face turned completely red. Don't mention it anymore. Now my habit of flirting and posing has been discovered by people. There are even strange rumors. I really want to leave this place. Sibin also smiled awkwardly. Alright, take a walk outside and conveniently help me do something. I want you to deliver this letter. The address is on it. It's a bit far. I hope you can make it back in time for the grand coronation ceremony. Accepting the mission, he immediately thumped his chest in agreement, vowing to succeed. At that moment, another girl entered from outside. My lord, may I ask if you are free now? Mrs. Chris sent me to take your body measurements. Seeing the girl's sultry figure in front of them, both of them instantly stiffened. Seeing they said nothing, she spoke up. My lord, is something the matter? It's almost time for the measurement. Are you still working? Knowing his presence was not good, Alan quickly left. After he left, she flashed a bewitching smile. Sibin looked at her and asked, are you a newly arrived maid? I haven't seen you before? She nodded. Yes, my leader. My name is Vivian. Please stand up for a moment. The master is about to become king. It's only natural to have more people to care for you. Let me help you take your measurements. Sensing the fragrance on her body, Sibin was not on guard at all. He grew increasingly strange. Why does this scent make me feel dizzy? Vivian saw his condition and smiled. Then she quickly moved closer. The person's back is too broad. Then, using her weight, she pushed him down onto the table and kept making ambiguous moves on him, along with a boneless tongue coiling around his entire body, along with extremely skillful crawling movement. Seeing that his body did not resist, her gaze grew sharper, just as she was about to enjoy the earthly delicacy. Then, whether by accident or design, Lori appeared. Master, are you thirsty? Brought you a drink. Saying this, her face fell. Then, feeling disappointed, she left this place. Sibin immediately sobered up and pushed Vivian away. What are you doing? Isn't this supposed to be taking body measurements? How did it turn into this state? He left that little girl behind and hurriedly chased after his own small daughter. Vivian looked in that direction angrily. She did not expect that even under the influence of her charm and sense, they could still wake up. She had truly underestimated him, but there would never be a second chance. Sibin was completely unaware of that, only quickly chasing after Lori. After catching up with her, he wanted very much to explain the matter this time clearly, but it seemed Lori was very sulky this time. She turned her head and told him that she had said it before. The master could be with whomever he wanted, and she had no right to interfere. This tea and pastry were an invitation for the master to enjoy himself. Lori would take her leave now. Seeing her attitude, he sighed. His little maid was angry and unreasonable, so he couldn't explain things clearly for the moment. Speaking of which, who exactly was that woman who came to find him? It was then that he noticed there were many newly arrived maids around. Children crowded around him, making a lot of noise. Alright, he was also at a loss. Here, take these, but be careful not to drink too much or your stomach will hurt. Do not fight over them, share and drink together. When the others saw Nina getting her head patted, they quickly cried and demanded the same. Having no other choice, he could only use both arms to pat the children one after another. Seeing these lively little girls, he smiled. They truly looked exactly like Lori when she first arrived. But at that moment, Nina appeared behind them. You children, I was just wondering why you left your work halfway done. Do not disturb the Lord here. After chasing the children away, Nina came before him. My lord, they have missed you very much recently. This was not something he was concerned about. He asked instead, right, Nina, since the last comprehension, have you felt any unusual signs? Hearing this, she became very flustered. I am sorry. Saying this, too ashamed, she shouted, I am sorry. I have never been able to awaken successfully. Xinghai only needed 2 comprehensions to awaken, and then went to the battlefield with you, my lord. Only I remained stuck in place. Now that you ask personally, am I not a complete failure? Seeing her reaction, he smiled. There is no need to be so burdened. Awakening depends on fate. Sooner or later does not matter. Calm down. Encouraged, the little girl became overjoyed. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Saying this, he immediately took out the wild origin. Without further ado, this time, try to grasp your 3rd comprehension. He wondered what effect it would have on her. Saying this, he placed his hand on her head. A surge of golden power fiercely and endlessly enveloped Nina's entire body. Her whole body quickly erupted with an inexplicable power that covered the area. Along with that, stone statues continuously appeared in her mind. The system panel displayed her basic stats. Seeing what the system evaluated, even Sibin was stunned. This was indeed, if one were to ask what a miracle was, this was a miracle. It was a pity the system was upgrading, so he could not examine the details of Nina's miracle closely, but just by looking at the skills, he could tell they were extremely powerful. And as a matter of course, she finally awakened after her third comprehension. Sibin also praised her. Nina, very good, truly impressive. Can you feel what ability you have awakened? Tell me the details of its effects. Saying this, she immediately sensed her power. My lord, I have awakened a total of 6 skills. They are mineral collection, mineral conversion, enrichment enchantment, fusion enchantment, petrification, and summon stone spirit. Mineral collection finds mineral veins, and enrichment enchantment can increase its output. But currently, I can only enchant one specific vein, and I cannot sense how much it increases yet, so I need more testing. Fusion is consuming energy to merge 2 substances together into a new composite substance. It looks like it has no effect either. Petrification is a defensive skill that makes the skin as tough as stone. It can also bless your body, but it is not as hard as your armor. As for summon stone spirit, as the name suggests, it is certainly no match for KK spirits. Forgive me, my lord, Nina is truly useless. I only have 1 combat skill. All the others are related to stone. But contrary to her thoughts, he was completely satisfied. How could such an incredible skill be useless? If Nina were to go to the dwarf kingdom, she might be directly worshipped as their queen. So he spoke to correct her. It is definitely not as you think. In fact, your skills are extremely useful and can bring us a lot of help. Although I am a lord, I was a righteous knight before, and I have never lied. Since you do not fully understand your own abilities, I think we should do some tests. So they quickly walked to the shipyard. The others saw them and immediately cheered and greeted them. Sibin looked ahead and reminded them, no task today. I came to find someone. Hearing this, the others began to murmur among themselves, and the person he was looking for looked over in confusion. My lord, you came to find me? Sibin looked at him and asked, are you the idle one? That young man with the strange name looked at him and immediately nodded. That is me. Because of the name that person had given him in this world, the atmosphere between them quietened for a moment. Then Sibin spoke, I heard that you created a wonder called cement. I heard it can be used to build houses, repair city walls, and make the bricks on the wall adhere into an extremely solid whole. Is this true? Hearing this, the idle one was surprised. My lord, where did you hear this information? Sibin laughed inwardly. The truth is, the information was not this detailed. It was just that he knew what cement was. This moment he continued, it is like this, my lord. Cement does indeed have such a great effect. It is just that I am not very successful now. The key to making cement is a 3-stage rotary kiln. Although I found the main material, I am still missing many crucial ingredients. Hearing this, he brought Nina forward. So that is the case. Let me introduce you. This is Nina, the maid of the Winter Castle. She has an ability to convert minerals. I wonder if it can be of any help to you. Hearing this, the idle one was shocked. What kind of incredible skill is this? Directly altering the chemical composition and physical properties of a substance. That is equivalent to changing the very essence of the world. He immediately spoke up. My lord, these are 2 stone samples from my collection that can be used to make lime. The one on the left is calcite, which is quite abundant in the mountain range across the way. The one on the right I named Mac. Its quantity is extremely rare. If she can convert calcite into Mac, then the cement problem will be solved. Sibin, standing nearby, then encouraged the maid's spirit. Receiving his blessing, she became more confident. She placed the 2 stones on the ground and activated her ability. A stream of golden light quickly appeared, enveloping them both. Finally, the divine vestige truly manifested before everyone's eyes because it had succeeded. Size was halved, but quantity could compensate for the quality. Nina smiled at the 2 of them, saying that she was done. He almost jumped up to hug her. It was truly miraculous. That action frightened Nina, making her step back. Realizing he was a bit excessive, he adjusted his mindset and said that if Nina could transform many stones, then Simon could successfully produce them. Sabin asked her how many times she could transform, and she estimated a maximum of 10,000 times per day. The astronomical number left the other 2 stunned. Upon consideration, she could transform 20 tons of stone at a time, requiring 40 tons of gray feldspar. The output was truly terrifying. Sibin thought further, if the cement output was that huge, what about turning it into gold? Thinking it, he immediately asked her to try turning stone into gold. She immediately used her ability once more. The stone quickly began to shrink, but gradually it disappeared completely. Sibin wondered, even a piece the size of a grain of rice had such a high loss rate. Even so, it was still very powerful, because the continent lacked no stone, and could be turned into a lot of gold. Nina reminded him that she was quite tired, because the material difference was too great, the energy consumption was high, and she had just lost 1/5. If she used all her energy, it would take a whole day to recover. Knowing that, he abandoned the dream of turning stone into gold and had Nina transform stone into lime and produce cement. But currently he needed to test her ability further, so he would leave it until later. Turning to another inn, the owner said the lord said the little lady lover could fuse 2 metals. In his life as a smith, he had never heard of such a thing. Sibin vouched for her using his own reputation. Hearing that, he had no choice but to accept and said if the Lord had spoken, then he would not be polite any longer. He produced a piece of Homa iron, a gift from a dwarf master smith. This was a treasure, but his talent was limited, and in his life he could only make master-grade equipment. He asked if Nina could fuse the magic iron into Horgang steel. After he spoke, she immediately used her ability on the two stones before her. A miraculous transformation process unfolded before the smith's eyes. Holding the stone in his hand, he was astonished because it was done barehanded with perfect quality, completely fused. Sibin told him not to scare the girl, because demi-humans were still afraid of humans. He adjusted himself, apologized to the Lord, and said this was perfect black magic steel, a hardness that even a top-tier smith would find difficult to forge. Sibin looked very satisfied upon hearing this. He asked about the energy consumption, and she replied that she could still do it 10 more times. After checking the attributes, he let her go rest. Unexpectedly, he spotted Rui in the crowd. Without hesitation, he rushed up and grabbed her shoulders. He asked where she had gone last night that she hadn't returned. The person turned around with an admiring look. It was the Bear Eagle Lord. She said he was looking for her, and she had been looking for him too, but he stepped back and apologized for mistaking her. She was still persistent, saying being mistaken was fine. She was willing to stay by his side all night. Just for a simple case of mistaken identity, a group of demi-humans ran over and surrounded him. Nina was also surprised, saying the Lord truly was beloved. Meanwhile, the person he was looking for was preparing for some kind of ritual. A figure appeared behind her, saying he was Ivan, the Pope of the Time Light Hall, and this was the process before awakening. Hearing this, she was shocked. The two men grinned eerily and reminded her of that night. She insisted she would not leave this place, because this was her home. She did not care about the Time Light Temple. That man harshly created a magic sphere, threatening to destroy this entire place if she did not go. A clock appeared, making her seem to see the future. A scene of everyone being annihilated appeared in her mind, extremely realistic. Even her lord was bound and about to be executed. Seeing that, she immediately fell into extreme terror. Therefore, she decided to come here to become a pure maiden for them. Knowing there was no turning back, she sighed, if only. She asked what would happen if she awakened her divine nature. That man replied that she would receive great power and could save more people. Ivan appeared, whispering sweet words to her hand, she who had already seen the outcome. If the will of the time goddess is not revived within her body, the cherished races and beloved friends will vanish from the world. Rue shook her head resolutely. She could not let them sacrifice themselves like that. She would definitely stop this. She would protect everyone, both the demi-humans and the Lord. Ivan heard this with considerable satisfaction. Her position was truly enviable and the power of the time goddess grew even stronger. For the sake of those you love, please obediently accept your destiny as the princess. She did not know that Sibin had already arrived at the time sanctuary. Feeling that the angel statue was somewhat familiar and his presence attracted the attention of the guards, he immediately grabbed their collars, not caring about anything else. With a cold gaze, he interrogated them. Are you people from the Time Sanctuary? After receiving confirmation, he immediately created a surge of metallic energy to scare them off. Then he quickly charged straight towards the most majestic place in the sanctuary. He created a blade that pierced everything in front of him. A great tremor occurred, drawing the attention of those inside. Rui heard the noise from outside and immediately knew her lord had arrived. Ivan angrily looked at his subordinates, asking what happened at this critical moment. They tremblingly replied that the Pope of the Church of Light had been knocked down by someone. Hearing this, he did not care and continued the ritual. Turning to Sibin, he was now surprised to discover he had attacked the wrong place. The Pope of the Church of Light appeared, asking who dared to violate the cathedral. Were they not afraid of God's punishment? But after recognizing his identity, he bowed his head to greet the Lord. Bishop Vincent of the Second Cathedral pays his respects. Why have you come here today? Were you disturbed by the commotion and came to check? As you can see, just now some wretched bastard launched a terrible attack aimed at my Church of Light. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but the cathedral roof was destroyed, the repairs costing hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Knowing that he could not continue making trouble, he immediately changed the subject. It must have been those accursed heretics. The others looked in that direction and immediately started discussing noisily. Vincent immediately spoke up to inquire, molten power is often related to demons. It seems they have appeared here. Lord, did you see anyone attack my cathedral? Sibin shamelessly shook his head. I did not attack. No, I did not see anyone. I only saw a red flash carrying a molten breath. After speaking, he quickly looked at the guards and ordered them not to reveal anything. Vincent sighed. In any case, you have provided enough information. I will order a thorough investigation so that no demons wreak havoc on the royal capital. Sibin gave an awkward smile. Very good. I trust you can surely eliminate all those brutal demons. Now I want to ask, where's the Time Sanctuary? Hearing this, the Pope immediately pointed his finger towards the opposite side. The Church of Light and the Time Sanctuary have always had a good relationship, both worshipping benevolent gods, so the cathedrals are built next to each other in this square. Sibin, hearing this, realized he had almost chosen wrongly. He did not expect the two sides to be so close. So the sanctuary was right here, causing me all that confusion. The cathedrals are all clustered in one place. I could not take the blame for this since I struck the wrong one. It has nothing to do with me, they were the ones who built them side by side. He inquired because the two sides were close, wanting to see if this place had been affected. The Pope nodded to confirm there were people. Although the Time Saintess was a powerful high god, she rarely appeared so her followers were few. Due to lack of funds, the sanctuary could not be repaired, entirely dependent on the Church of Light for help in construction. Sibin smiled after confirming the target. Thank you, Vincent, for the explanation. If demons come, followers might be seduced into speaking strange words. It is best not to believe them. Hearing this, he became angry. Demons are skilled at seducing people's hearts. I will personally inspect. Sibin looked at him with satisfaction. Very good. Please go back and inspect. I will check on the situation of the Time Saintess. So he quickly walked to the side. But the priest stopped him, saying this was the Time Sanctuary. The Church of Light was across the street. Sibin shook his head and replied, I am looking for the Time Sanctuary. You should know this. Hearing this, they were skeptical. So you are a guest of the Pope, but he is conducting a ritual and is not receiving visitors. Sibin knew beforehand they would stop him, so he only smiled enigmatically. It is fine, I am used to it. Just as the ritual inside was nearing its conclusion, Sibin kicked down the rotten door to barge in. Now no one could stop him. Entering the sanctuary, he saw a rather chaotic scene. He saw him and immediately spoke, my lord. The female priest beside her also cried out, how could this be? Sibin gave her a signal to run over to Lloyd. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. She replied yes, but when she tried to leave, the priest stopped her. Stay still, the ritual is not over, you cannot leave. The priest continued, Lord, Rue willingly became the Time Saintess, please return. He laughed loudly, willingly. Are you joking? The priest asked back, what? He continued, did Rui not tell you she is my maid? This was the price I paid to save all the demi-humans. My maids all belong to me, did you take her away with my consent? The priest stood upright, stunned. How disrespectful. How dare you treat the Time Saintess this way? He replied, in my territory, I take my maid. Then he drew his sword, the blade covered in golden light. He swung his sword and slashed straight at the statue. You dare call me disrespectful. The statue shattered from the power of the sword. The Pope cried out, run, the sanctuary is collapsing. Sibin had already rescued Rui. The sanctuary collapsed. He and she escaped outside. Do you have no sense of belonging as my person? She shyly replied, Female priest shouted furiously. Do you know what you have done? Daring to destroy the ritual, to wreck the Time Sanctuary. He replied, I have something to say to you. With an angry expression, he said, Rui is Rui, not a saintess or a vessel for the Time Goddess. If you come to Hawk territory looking for her to accept the will, I guarantee your end will be the same as this sanctuary. The female priest was frightened by his words, replied that it was her destiny. The awakening of the Time Goddess was for the entire continent, to resist those terrifying existences. He asked the nun, before saying these words, how did she intend to overturn the goddess's ambition? Old memories surfaced in his mind, of being hung on a pillar, of seeing Yahello being stabbed. He thought, even the fate of players could be changed. The main character had already died. Why should he believe in destiny? If this was destiny, then he would cut it down. Rue was stunned to see Sibin holding her hand. Nun was still angry, saying that he was indeed strong but his selfishness would bring disaster, that he did not understand the power of ancient times. He turned around and said, before talking about salvation, did she not think of those who sacrificed? A world that needed a poor girl to sacrifice would collapse sooner or later. He walked away before the eyes of the Holy Hall people. Before leaving, he added, about the past I will face it myself. I have my own conviction. Rui looked at him and sighed, asking if it was okay to just leave like that. He said it was fine, the Church of Light had money, the entrance fee was 10 gold coins. As for the Temple of Time, whether there was a temple or not made no difference. Bob grabbed the cat of her hand, asking if she intended to become the Saintess of Time. Did she think it was reasonable? She replied that was not the case. She turned and asked him, by the way, how did you know I was at the Temple of Time? After Rui's question, he stood still for a few seconds. He thought because Lori was angry and ignored her, he had to ask Mrs. Chris to find out she had not returned for a long time. Thinking that, he said to her, because you never returned to the city and left no news. I went to your room to look for you. Then he discovered the diary and the locket watch on the bed. The diary said she was being followed by a mysterious person. Using the keepsake, he guessed it was a scheme of the Temple of Time. She panicked when she heard he had read the diary. Rui's face turned red. She said, wait, you said you read my diary, you actually read it? Her face grew redder. She stammered, asking how much he had seen. He began to recount, after the wedding I will lift your skirt. She grabbed his collar shyly and said, that means you saw everything then. He continued, I arrived at the Divine Light Array. I still remember that part. He asked, little fox, you can't escape. Did I really say that line back then? He shyly continued reading. Don't even think about running, she is mine. When did this happen? He commented, this shouldn't be called a diary, but rather fan fiction. Knowing he had read it, he held her chin and pressed his face close as if to kiss her, making her very shy. He said, it's fine, it was just a preview. Too embarrassed, she vanished before he could react. She hid in the bushes, telling him to go back alone, just say she was dead and remember to burn the diary completely. He grabbed her her tail, causing her pain, telling her to come out obediently and go back. He carried her over his shoulder, warning that if she left home without permission again, he would print the diary as a book and distribute it nationwide. She cried and screamed, "Don't." Scene change. Gabriel was praying. Her face grew increasingly annoyed. She slammed something white onto the ground, frightening everyone. She thought that damned man had beaten her Meng and hung it on the wall. Everyone shouted, "Lord Gabriel, are you all right?" She told them to continue praying. She would go back to bathe in the holy light to wash away sin and dirt. She was furious to the point of blushing, but her heart was still very restless and uneasy. The servant said, "The Pope of Light, Morgando, wishes to see you." She asked, "The Pope is looking for me?" She stroked her green hair, told the servant to withdraw, saying she understood. He replied yes. After bathing in the holy light, she walked away before the servant's eyes. Body and spirit had become pure. One must not show disrespect before the Pope. She said, "May the light protect you, your holiness, the Pope." The Pope was an old man. He turned and said, "Welcome back, Gabriel." Pope of Light inquired about the undead incident in the Kalong Empire. Gabriel replied, "Someone had set up a soul-gathering formation." She tilted her head, thinking of a terrifying demon. Gabriel continued, "In Kalan there was war, the king was usurped, the eldest prince was turned into a vampire prince. He used the soul-gathering formation to turn the fallen soldiers into a sea of undead, breaking through our desert defense line." Gabriel said indifferently, "But it has been resolved, though not by me." The Pope asked eagerly. The Kalan Empire had someone who could resolve it. Which prince was it? Gabriel blushed and replied, "Not a prince, but a lord." She recalled the handsome young man with angel wings, saying he was acknowledged by the fifth angel. At that time he was in a divine form. Moreover, the fifth angel recognized him as Lee Wister. He asked in astonishment, "Lee Wister, how strange. I never thought the thorned angel would also find a suitable one." The Pope thought for a moment and then declared, "Then he must be the new king of Kalan." Gabriel agreed, "Yes, now called the Winter Empire, yet to be crowned. The ceremony will be held in 3 days. He laughed heartily and instructed, "If he is a partner of the light, write a letter in my name. Say that a legendary rank saint's son is handling the undead-infested empire, managing the nation with the authority of a king." Gabriel obeyed. Pope frowned, but the letter would only serve as a warning, because he was not a true legendary rank. He turned and instructed Gabriel. The spirits of the sleeping land of 1,000 years could not choose a successor. His being chosen was a given. To be safe, you go help him. Do not let him die in war. She reluctantly agreed. When Gabriel walked out the door, she met a maid struggling with a box. The maid said, "Your Highness the Saintess, I am preparing your luggage." She was not in the mood to listen, extremely dissatisfied inside. She thought, "His Holiness the Pope is ordering me to go protect that bastard." She angrily punched the mirror, startling the maid. Gabriel forced herself to say it was fine, get to work, thinking that she had to leave slowly. To face that hateful face again, she grew even angrier. Then she suddenly remembered something, saying, "Oh right, bring that thing along too." Gabriel ran to the cabinet and pulled out a coil of rope, gleefully muttering to herself, "I just need this." She wrapped the rope around her waist, thinking to herself that she could at least wait for the next meeting. Remembering the Pope's words, she sent a message to the surrounding kings about the enthronement of the Winter Empire's king. Even though she didn't want to, she had to do it. She raised her hand to summon a magic array and began to speak. "The Holy Sea of Light announces the descent of the Saint Son to take over the Winter Empire. I hope all kings will coexist peacefully." Gabriel sent the message everywhere, thinking to herself, translated, it means the new king is the Saint Son, so you all better not start trouble. That was clear enough. The legendary messenger sword pierced through the ceiling and embedded itself in the ground, causing soldiers to panic and shout that the throne was under. They asked each other in panic if it was an enemy attack, then recognized it as the holy messenger sword. Naga, who was threatening the king, saw the incident and stopped to ask, "What is that? What happened?" The subordinate replied, "Your Majesty the Queen, the humans call this the holy messenger sword." She wondered about the holy sea of light. Naga shrugged slightly. The strength was truly terrifying. Senza indeed could not stay long on this continent. She quickly wrapped her hair tightly around the king, making him scream in pain. Naga threatened loudly, "Hand over the trident, or you will see a tsunami drown your country." He cried out in fear, "My queen, it is not that I won't hand it over, but I truly do not have the sea god's trident." She turned to look at the painter with a sword at his throat, continuing, "There is no one in my territory who looks like the person in the painting. Killing me is useless." Naga cared nothing for the king's fear, only thinking viciously, "I know you cannot hand it over. The reason I attacked you is that I cannot stay on land for long. I had to choose you to help find the trident. How can I feel at ease entrusting this to others?" She recalled past events, frowning in discomfort. "If not for that matter, I would not want to set foot on land." Before this, the sea god flew into a rage over the lost treasure, roaring and terrifying all living beings. He shouted accusingly, "Who took the sacred relic of our race, the trident?" Suddenly, a voice cut through Naga's thoughts. "My queen, please calm your anger." A subordinate stepped forward to report. The Quran witch has recalled the scene from that time. In the memory crystal, She immediately ordered it to be brought up. He raised both hands, holding up a spirit stone. Naga looked at it and immediately scolded in dissatisfaction. "Your nails are too long." The subordinate exclaimed in panic. "What?" The more enraged she became, the tighter she twisted her hair, injuring the king. Naga looked into the spirit stone and saw a strange face appear. "Human," she cursed in fury. "Good. Over the years, the Naga race has fought demons, resisted invasions, yet let humans take advantage of the opening." Naga smashed the spirit stone, deciding it was time to aid the mainland once more. She immediately ordered her subordinate to assemble soldiers for a counterattack on the mainland. "Find the one with golden hair and golden armor, carrying a great sword on his back, who stole the sacred relic of the sea race. I want to tear him apart." Naga threw the painting hard into the king's face, threatening, "If there is no trident, then you go find it. If you do not find it, I will turn your country into a sea of water." She turned around to remind him, "I only give you half a year. Do not doubt my ability. Remember, the deep sea is watching you." He trembled and replied, "Yes." After Naga left, the king picked up the crooked portrait to look at it. He flushed red with anger and tore the painting to shreds, roaring, "Damn it. A drawing is like a robbery. What do I have to go find? The Naga are just looking for an excuse to start a war." The subordinate quickly advised, "My king, calm down." He threw away the painting, ordering a letter to be sent to King Kelly about an alliance. Also inquire with the Winter Empire and the Beastmen Summit. Suddenly, someone stopped him. "My king, please wait," he said. "We are still at war with the Beastmen." The king interrupted in dissatisfaction. "War is just about looting supplies for winter." He was overwhelmed by fear, losing his reason, and snapped, "The Beastmen can have whatever they want, as long as they agree to join me in fighting the Naga. I want that woman to pay." The subordinate still tried to advise, "But your majesty, our food supplies are only enough." He felt it was not good to say more, and gave up. "I understand." The king held up the painting, ordering, "Wait, find this person. Search in our country and other countries, send out spies. When found, capture him and bring him to the royal palace. I want to crush him." Knock sounded in the silent night. Knock, knock, knock. Sibin, sitting in the study working, replied, "Come in." Goodbye saw this, opened the door and whispered, "Lord, my apologies for disturbing you." After speaking, he peeked around to see if there were any beauties around. Seeing his nosy expression, Sibin said angrily, "Enough. Get in quickly." Goodbye walked in with a stack of documents, replying, "Lord, these are the things you requested." He was startled and asked why there was so much. Goodbye explained, "Some are records from Winter City, also books about the divine realm, elves, demi-humans, and a letter from the Pope from Fire Dragon City." He added, "This is only a part. The rest has not been transported yet." Hearing this, he shrank back at the pile of papers on the table. He originally wanted to investigate the relationship between gods and demi-humans, but did not expect it to be this extensive. Sibin was overwhelmed by this pile. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and ordered the kitchen to prepare coffee. "I might sleep late tonight." Goodbye respectfully placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and replied, "As you command." When he went out, he arranged the pile of papers into several stacks, comforting himself, "No choice. If you want to be king, you have to understand." Sibin picked up the yellow-covered book to read about the Twilight of the Gods. He wondered, "This records the history of the Twilight of the Gods. Let me see if I can find traces of the origins of the demi-humans." Pages of the book continuously appeared, along with a story beginning with the image of a black dragon. Legend has it the Ken continent originally had no intelligent beings, only monsters, until the dragon of creation, Ornan, arrived. She liked this new world. To add color to the world, she created a dragon exactly like herself, and based on her own power, created the Grey Titans. The world could not have only two types of beings. That was too monotonous. Ornan continued to create the world tree, the god of death and the god of light. She ordered them to create lower races for the world to function. After that, Ornan exhausted herself and entered the Ken continent to fall into a deep sleep. The story was so good that Sibin was immersed in it and continued to imagine. An image of two fairy maidens playing on a tree. The elegant world tree inherited half of Ornan's divine power. She created tree spirits and beautiful, noble high spirits. In contrast, the god of death used the heat of death to wrap around flames of destruction. He created demons and undead. As for the remaining, the supreme, wise, and great god of light loved wisdom and balance. He created humans with unlimited potential, ferocious beastmen, and brave dwarves skilled in battle. Under the wise leadership of that day, these three races balanced each other and developed together. Other kinds of beings were created together. That was the era of glorious light. Countless gods were born, their divine kingdoms filling the starry sky of Can. Until one day, a twisted will invaded the world. They were both strange and powerful. Just a few whispers could drive weak gods mad. Ethereal figures with yellow eyes, shaped like octopuses, appeared. They called themselves the Old Sun. The gods called them the Old Gods. Do not be afraid. The familiar image of Vincent appeared with a beckoning smile. Let us join the Church of Light together and become followers of the light. No matter how many dangers the future holds, we can face them calmly. The final line of the book was called Unique. Entrance fee only 10 gold coins. Reading this, Sibin slumped down on the table in frustration, sighing. So this book was published by the Church of Light. He sat up, propping his chin on his hand in confusion, admitting, the Church of Light's advertising is quite trendy. He helplessly thought, well, I can only believe half of the content about the God of Light. Sibin closed the book and put it on the table, leaning back to ponder based on his knowledge of the Kan continent. The content of the Twilight of the Gods could not be said to be completely true, but at least 70% matched what he had learned at the Night Academy. However, no information about demi-humans appeared in it. The book fell. He questioned helplessly, why is it so hard to find records about them? Sibin analyzed further. If neither Winter City nor Fire Dragon City had anything, then suddenly a flash on the table cut off his train of thought. Sibin reached tremblingly for the book in suspicion. What? Spirit folk history. Is this book serious or not? Though the cover was a bit suggestive and provocative, Sibin still forced it open. He closed his eyes and let out a breath, denying it. Knowledge has no limits. Only a dirty heart sees dirty things. I must have a spirit of inquiry and learning. The first pages of the book were alluring images of 4 spirits that made him feel lightheaded. Oh wow! After the Twilight of the Gods, with the loss of the gods' restraint, wars among the intelligent races on the material plane became increasingly lawless. Humans were weak, with short lifespans but strong learning abilities. Over 500 years, human power had expanded to an unprecedented degree. For other immortal races, 500 years was just a few short naps. When they woke up, they found human armies had sealed off their lairs. Now, a human king appeared, declaring you are not worthy of these fertile lands. This continent belongs to humanity. A generation of royal power loudly swore to begin a fierce battle. Reading this, Sibin sat up straight, seriously pondering. What? This book is completely different from its illustrations. The content is too serious. Could it be trying to trick people into opening it to read? The book's content wrote, first, humans drove the beastmen to the far west of the land, the endless desert. Then, they attacked the Elf King, driving the elves into the Emerald Forest. Because the living space of the elves in the Emerald Forest was too narrow, a portion chose to enter the sea to live. Gradually, they became the Naga Sea race as they are now. The brave warrior group in the storm region and the demons near the Eye of the Abyss disliked each other, often clashing. Some overly weak elves were considered burdens and were expelled from the Emerald Forest. They founded a small kingdom between humans and beastmen, relying on the treacherous terrain to survive. Reading this passage, he was surprised, pondering the elven kingdom situated between humanity and beastmen. Was that not the demi-human nation? An image of a fertile land appeared in his mind. Sibin gradually realized that demi-humans were originally just such elves. The world tree created 2 types of elves, excluding the mutated Nagas, so that meant demi-humans were actually nymph elves. Thinking this, he closed the book he was reading, found a summary of elf history, and continued. He remembered this book had writings about that. The world tree inherited half the divine power of the creator dragon, granting infinite attributes to the nymph elves. To maintain balance and prevent abuse, the world tree restricted their bloodline, leaving only a select few strong enough to awaken their divinity. Based on the 2 books, Sibin seemed to understand. This could now explain why demi-humans had diverse awakening abilities, similar to divine skills. However, he was still puzzled about the vessel, wondering if it was merely due to similar divinity. He sank into thought, believing similar divinity was one reason, but wondered why only demi-humans could create vessels. A knock on the door sounded, and Sibin quickly snapped out of his train of thought, saying, "Come in." Lori gently pushed the door and entered, carrying a coffee tray, softly calling out, "Master, the coffee is here." She walked in slowly, saw the mess of papers on the table, and curiously asked, "Master, why are you still not resting so late?" Sibin lazily stretched and replied, almost done." Lori placed the coffee tray on the table and asked further, "The war just ended. What matter is keeping you busy so late?" Sibin directly took her hand and scooped her onto his lap, startling Lori. He explained, "I am investigating the matter of the demi-humans. Did you know you all were actually a branch of the ancient elves long ago, also called nymph elves?" Lori became excited upon hearing this. Nymph elves? Master knows this term too? He was a bit surprised and asked back, "Have you heard of nymph elves before, Lori?" Lori recalled the image of a pink-haired elven girl. "Yes, I heard it before from the elven slave girl Asura. She said I was a nymph elf and also told me some strange things." Sibin sympathized, "So that's it. No wonder you saw the scene of nymph elves being chased out of the Emerald Forest. That truly was an unforgettable, bloody memory." He asked further, "So do you know about the matter of the vessel? Did Asura say anything?" Lori shook her head dazedly and hugged him with her tail. Lori does not know anything about any vessel. Asura only said the elven queen could barely hold on, and hoped that Lori and the demi-humans could have a different awakening to help them. Sibin laughed out loud and assessed, "I think she is delusional." He had already formed a scheme in his mind. mind. Although abandoning burdens was a wise choice in a dangerous environment, there must be a cause and effect. Now wanting the exiled nymph elves to come back and help was a pipe dream. Outwardly, Sibin gently stroked Lori's head, telling her not to worry, that the elven queen was not easy to overthrow. But inwardly he thought, the price is just 10 nymph elves, not including the demi-humans who cannot awaken. He held Lori and continued. The Emerald Border was originally a coalition of the Jia Empire. Now the Imperial troops have withdrawn. Only the allied forces of the two empires are blocked. The pressure on the elven queen has decreased significantly. Lori nuzzled into his arms coquettishly. Lori is just Master's little maid, not some nymph elf. He patted her helplessly. Alright, my little maid is very good. Sibin recalled the image of Rui and silently scolded. Rather, he should learn from the perceptiveness of my Lori and not run away from home at the slightest issue. When he hugged her tightly, Lori shyly protested. Naughty master, it is still working hours. He gave her a pitiful look. Have I been rejected? Lori could not resist his charm and shouted, really? Saying that, she immediately jumped off Sibin, her voice carrying a hint of scolding. During work hours, work properly. He was enchanted by her action just now, secretly amused. Wow, just like a little squirrel. Suddenly remembering something important, he solemnly ordered, right, go call Acelia here. I have something to ask her. Lori misunderstood somewhat and stammered a question back. Because I said we could not during work hours. So master is changing to someone else to serve? Sibin stiffened upon hearing this. I want to ask her about the nymph elf matter. Listen along. Because of Lori's question, he doubted himself. Am I that untrustworthy? Lori ran off flustered, her face red. Understood. I will go call her immediately. A moment later, Lori opened the door respectfully and said, Master, I have brought her. Sibin happily replied, come in. As soon as Acelia walked in, he immediately noticed her sexy figure. She bowed her head politely in greeting. Lord, I heard you have something to ask me? Under Sibin's lecherous gaze, Lori immediately turned to warn him with a look. Sibin shivered and explained, I was looking at her elven aura. He adjusted his demeanor and began the conversation. Yes, it concerns your elf race. Does your elf race have any records on the divine vessel, especially concerning the nymph elves? Celia hesitated a bit before answering. There are no records on the vessel related to nymph elves, but I know a little about the divine vessel. I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, he laughed endlessly. Ha, you can choose not to speak, but I will throw you off the rooftop. She was shocked. How can you do that? Sibin's voice was full of challenge. Do you want to try? Through this, he silently judged. I used to think this elf was ungrateful, but after seeing the materials today, the elven race probably hates humans very much. This issue is no different from the one between me and the Grand Prince. If being good to her is useless, I cannot be bothered to waste my heart. At this point, Acelia had to concede. Fine, I understand. She began to narrate. I once saw a passage like this in a book. Before the world tree fell into slumber, it divided its divine power and will into countless parts, pouring them into many wisdom trees, producing spirit intellects. These trees became vessels for the awakening of the world tree. Suddenly, Sibin asked, so did you succeed in reviving the world tree? Acelia shook her head. If Her Majesty the world tree had revived, we would not be trapped in the Emerald Forest. She explained, after the world tree fell, many things disappeared. We only found related divine items, like the branches of the world tree or the lost scepter of life, to speed up the revival. After listening, Sibin rested his chin on his hand and thought, so that is it. No wonder the human coalition wanted to pursue and trap the elven royal court in the Emerald Forest. The revival of the world tree is a disaster for the human empire. And with the matter, he waved his hand to dismiss Acelia. All right, you may withdraw first. I will call you again if needed. Acelia replied regretfully, yes. Sibin sank back into thought. So Phase 2 awakening for demihumans requires finding mythical items with divinity. After awakening, they become more suitable as vessels for gods. But if they do not awaken, the will of the slumbering gods will seek them out. This is a vicious cycle. A solution must be found. He sighed in frustration. Thinking further, the slumbering gods are very weak. If the will and power of an awakened demihuman are strong enough, could they compete? Searching for divine mythical items to speed up awakening, making them strong enough, is probably the best plan. Lori knelt down worriedly, massaging his shoulders and asking, Master, what troubles you? Sibin said dotingly, not really troubles. It is just very likely that your master will have to turn the entire continent upside down. Looking at the cute cat girl in his arms, he inwardly felt happy to be able to let the girls live happily. Back in his room, he quickly opened the system panel. Allo, system. The only reply was a mechanical voice. System is updating. Please explore on your own if you have requests. He sighed in annoyance. Still not finished updating. This time it is taking so long. Forget it. I should go see how the coronation ceremony preparations are going. In the grand hall, the maids were busy working when a maid in purple suddenly recognized Sibin. Who goes there? Lord. Hearing this, the other maids also chimed in, hey, it is Lord. Good morning, Lord. Faced with the enthusiastic greetings, Sibin smiled happily, his eyes squinting as he replied, good morning. He asked a close maid beside Dame Chris, who are these people? She covered her mouth and laughed. The coronation ceremony will be held in 2 days. The Winter Castle does not have enough manpower, so we hired a few new maids. We are currently teaching them etiquette and rules. The new maids surrounded him, causing him to blush. So that is it. Thank you for your hard work, Dame Chris. Chris smiled contentedly. I am willing to serve you. Sibin sat on the throne, surrounded by the maids serving him sweet drinks. He blissfully sighed. So this is the joy and pleasure of a king? Although it was not like he could enjoy everything without doing anything. The maid beside him saw his attitude change like a flipping pancake and asked blankly, Lord? Suddenly he shouted loudly, is everything ready, Clement? The old butler respectfully presented, yes. Major nobles and former lords of the Colonia Empire have all arrived and are waiting in the meeting room. Sibin's face gradually darkened. Very good, then let us go over there. In the meeting room at that moment, the officials were buzzing with discussion. I heard the new king has abolished the Baghdada religious court. I wonder what new church will appear. Another official said, calling us before even being crowned. He definitely wants to win us over. No matter, we just need to see the new king's sincerity. Sibin gradually entered, with Grimond following behind. He said clearly, gentlemen. He believed everyone knew the reason for today's gathering, so he would keep it brief. Please carefully read the draft that was distributed earlier, Grimond said as he handed the documents to the officials in the hall one by one. After reading the draft, they were once again astonished. What was this? A draft of the Winter Law Code? Were they not discussing the coronation ceremony and the church? CP sat solemnly in his chair and continued to explain. Now, all territories of the Winter Empire lacked managers, and riots had even broken out. This was the law code he had drafted to help them govern their territories better. The code had many detailed provisions, but it was mainly divided into 3 major sections. First, to abolish all taxes except those decreed by the monarch. Second, to abolish slavery and implement free contracts. Third, to change the hereditary succession system, requiring all nobles to pass an imperial examination before they could inherit their domains. Suddenly, a purple-robed official stood up abruptly and slammed the table in protest. Your Highness, this madness is unreasonable. This fundamentally cuts off the foundation of the Empire's strength. Doing this will only make the Empire increasingly weak, and no one will follow you. Your Highness. Sibin did not say much, directly ordering, drag this man out and hang him. The military police immediately obeyed and dragged him out. The official was now pale with fear, stammering, Dalby, what? Wait, your Highness. I was wrong. I am willing to follow your orders. Your Majesty. Sibin sat composedly in his chair, saying with satisfaction, do you all have any other objections? None? If not, this law code will take effect from now on. Hand raised caught Sibin's attention. King, a blonde-haired lord stood up, flashed a smile, and began. We are very willing to cooperate with you in implementing this law code. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately added a question. But implementing the law requires a lot of money, time, and manpower. I just wonder if the king can give us enough support. Hearing this, Sibin squinted and replied with a smile, do not worry. Do not worry. But inside, he cursed. If I hadn't failed to find talented people to manage the territories for the time being, and the reforms had to be carried out step by step, I would have gotten rid of these tumors long ago. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. The Winter Empire is in difficulty, so to make it easier for you to disseminate the laws, I will send a dragon knight to help everyone. Under the indescribable gaze of his own steward, Sibin remained expressionless and faced everyone with a smile. I have prepared a feast. Everyone can attend to celebrate. Regarding the allocation of territories, just go directly to Clermont. Having said that, he turned and walked away, instructing Clermont, take good care of the nobles and lords for me, as you command, my lord. A moment later, just as Sibin left the meeting room, Goodbye rushed over from afar with a panicked expression. Bad news, lord. Seeing who it was, Sibin could not help but sigh. Why is it that, at every time I see you, you start with that line? Hearing this, Goodbye wept uncontrollably, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. You are right. Without further ado, Sibin offered a perfunctory comfort. All right, what has you so flustered? Goodbye quickly replied. Actually, as if hearing something unexpected, he showed a hint of surprise. What? Sibin asked as he walked hurriedly. You're saying a thief broke into the royal palace, and under your strict watch, stole the crown without a sound? Seeing the truly empty crown box before his eyes, Goodbye broke down slightly, weeping and confessing, Lord, we really patrolled very carefully, but saw no one enter. The coronation ceremony is about to be held, and none of the brothers dared to let down their guard. Hearing this, Sibin picked up the note that was placed inside the cage, which still retained a trace of miasma, and replied, I understand. After a moment, the small wisp of miasma from the note quickly clung to his hand, as if discovering something. A hint of surprise appeared in his beautiful blue eyes. There is something under the cloth. Goodbye beside him seemed to realize it, too, immediately drawing his sword and charging. Lord! The Saintess Rui and Lori also sensed something was wrong, shouting loudly, Master, be careful. As soon as Lori spoke, Saintess Rui rushed forward, kicked the cloth, and quickly pushed Sibin back. Then she looked at Sibin's arm with some concern. Sibin, your arm? He reassured her. It's nothing, just a bit of miasma clinging to an object. Having said that, he smiled and waved his hand innocently. At that moment, Lori had already hugged his arm, crying with concern. Master, it must hurt a lot. Saintess Rui also shouted angrily. And you call that nothing? You are really. Facing the concern from the two before him, Sibin said, with Lori here, it's a small matter. Don't worry. Hearing this, little Lori immediately used a healing technique. Got it. Lori will heal your arm right away. Sibin, now with a serious face, looked at the lingering miasma on the objects in the room, thinking constantly, the problem is that all the treasures here are contaminated with miasma. It seems someone does not want me to ascend the throne smoothly. As soon as this train of thought ended, he ordered, Goodbye, seal off the scene. No one is to touch the items here. Yes. As for that man who refused the toast, let him taste the flavor of the forfeit. Inside the meeting room, everyone had already sat down for the feast, chatting animatedly. The atmosphere became extremely lively. The man who had raised the objection earlier before Sibin held a glass of red wine in his hand, sneering, promulgating a law is nothing. Truly implementing it is the way of a king. The soldiers seemed to hear a commotion. That means you, Lord of 3 Feet, have found a way to deal with the new king. Edward smiled calmly. Of course, I believe it won't be long before he kneels before me and begs me. Soldiers, arrest him. What? Suddenly, Gryman stepped forward. Edward, Lord of 3 Feet. He said with a serious expression, Please come with us, Lord. We have an invitation. The blond man panicked. Wait a moment. There must be some misunderstanding here. It's better to follow the will of His Majesty the King. Indeed. And so Edward was thrown out ruthlessly. He shouted angrily, What are you doing? You bunch of people. I am. Suddenly, Edward seemed to have bumped into someone. Looking up at him, he was surprised. Vivian? Sibin smiled darkly. Indeed, this seductive letter was sent by you to charm me, wasn't it? Edward immediately stammered. Your Majesty, Sibin replied. Unfortunately, such shameless tactics have no effect on an upright and strong knight like me. Is the theft of the crown also related to you? Edward defended himself. Your Majesty, please see clearly. It really wasn't me. I did not steal the crown. Day and night. There is no evidence proving I did this. Sibin sneered coldly. You initially planned to use a honey trap to charm me, and now you ask me for evidence. Ridiculous. Lori then had a thought. Succubus. No wonder the master was so infatuated and confused back then. I wrongly blamed him. The blond man's face turned pale. How do you know the plan? Unless you have been watching us all along? That is correct. Sibin smiled faintly and explained. At first, I discovered that someone in the Winter City was watching me, so I sent Alan to various countries to plant spies under the guise of delivering letters. So, do you have any last words you want to say now? Edward knelt down and begged. I beg you to spare me. From now on, I will definitely follow your orders and faithfully implement the law. I beg you to give me a chance. Sibin asked softly. Edward, Lord of 3 Feet, do you know why I can become king? He could only stammer in reply, why? Sibin replied, because as a villain, I never give others a chance. Sibin then called the soldiers. Guards, drag him away to be food for the dragon. Edward immediately challenged. You think anyone will obey that law code? Without my help, your rule will surely be overthrown. Sibin smiled lightly, darkly. You overestimate yourself. Lori then asked, Master, was the crown really not stolen by him? Sibin then said, No, stealing the crown cannot completely stop me from ascending the throne. This seems more like a joke. Lori asked seriously. But now there is no crown, so what about the coronation ceremony tomorrow? Sibin continued, Then we can only have someone make another crown. Call Nina, we are go the forge. Yes. Lori, you stay here with the priest and help me deal with the miasma in the treasury room. Arriving at the forge, the blacksmith looked surprised. What? Make a new crown within a day? Lord, you must be joking, right? Sibin smiled thoughtfully. Actually, half of it really is a joke, he said. Well, it's not possible, is it? The shop owner replied. Ordinary crowns are made of rare metals, and the materials are scarce. Even if we had enough materials, under these circumstances, it would be very difficult to complete, unless we find a master dwarf skilled in weapon crafting. Sibin was confused. A dwarf? The craftsman then waved his hand and said, "You probably know, humans are far inferior to dwarves in terms of weapon craftsmanship. Besides, I don't have any rare metals here either." Sibin then thought, that's true. If human craftsmen could casually reach the same level as dwarves, then reviving Sarakan would not be so difficult. Unexpectedly, Nina's eyes lit up and she said, "Lord, if you want to find a vein of rare metal ore, I think I might be able to sense it." "Nina?" Lori said. Sibin asked in surprise, "Really? Where?" Nina replied, 8 kilometers in that direction. The artisan pointed the way, saying it was 8 kilometers to East Lurch Lake, so Sibin said it seemed they had to go there, and asked the blacksmith if there were any horses. The gensmith replied that there were but only 2 left. Sibin smiled and said it was fine, no big deal. As they were passing through the forest, Nina spoke up saying they were almost there. Suddenly Nina shouted in panic that, "My lord, it was over there." Lori smiled and said that actually, East Lurch Lake did not have that name before, and the Jaeger Kingdom still existed. We called it the Eye of the Celestial. Beautiful, was it not? Sibin nodded in agreement that it was indeed beautiful. Lori continued asking if Hive knew why it was called the Eye of the Celestial. Sibin then asked why. Lori recounted that legend said this place originally had no lake. Then one day a large star-trailing pale fire fell, and over hundreds of years it became a lake. The former maiden said it was the Eye of a Celestial. Sibin was stunned and asked what the Eye of a Celestial was. Thinking that maiden might have been joking or too romantic, he continued that the mightiest creature in the world was the primordial dragon. There were no celestials. The so-called Eye of a Celestial was probably just a larger meteor. If it was a meteorite fall, then rare metal veins would certainly be 80 to 90% likely. Suddenly an explosion sounded from afar. Nina looked bewildered. Sibin said, "Why did it explode over there?" "Let us go take a look." Nina replied, "Okay, but that was a gravel pit." They had to dismount and walk through. When they got close, they saw a dwarf with an angry red face, muttering stones above. The dwarf angrily stomped his foot and shouted that when he got back he would skin that damned brat alive for putting something in his fire brew that almost made him lose his quick berries. Sibin rejoiced inwardly. That was a level 60 dwarf, found far too easily. Suddenly the dwarf turned his head with a asking who was hiding there. Lori shouted a warning of danger. The dwarf used his hand to smash hard onto the boulder. The punch forced the 3 of them to jump up and dodge. Sibin immediately told Roy to wait. He wanted to recruit this dwarf. "No violence," Nina replied, "but he looks very hostile towards us." Sibin smiled and said he knew. Just hating humans was troublesome enough. The problem was not knowing the reason. Could his tribe have been attacked by humans before? Landing on the ground, Sibin said in this situation only forced communication would work. The dwarf looked at them angrily and shouted humans and demi-humans. With eyes full of rage, the dwarf yelled for the humans to back off and leave here, or he would turn them into mincemeat. He had trouble traveling from the southern continent to the north, thought he could rest only to have some empire prince rob him of over a dozen siege guns through some dirty trick. Sibin stepped forward and cheerfully greeted the esteemed dwarf master, saying he heard the commotion and came over, apologized if he was disturbing him. He thought dwarves liked flattery and alcohol, might as well try it. The master then stared intently at the 3 people opposite him. He said in confusion, "Human, you know how to talk." He was looking for a mineral vein. "Do not bother him and consider it like we never met." Sibin hastily replied that this was the territory of Lord Hy-Vee. The master darkened his face. Lord Sibin smiled and said that was true, but it was fine. He flashed a bright smile and said having a master come to the territory seeking a mineral vein was an honor. He was also looking now. They could help each other. The master looked at him asking, "You are looking for ore?" Then shook his head looking at the 2 girls with him. He sighed inwardly thinking a man and 2 women, no matter how you looked at it, it was a picnic. Looking for ore indeed. He continued he had not found a vein yet, but your attitude was not bad. He could help you look. But if ore he needed was found, you must give it unconditionally. Sibin gave a friendly smile. "Master, this maid of mine can find mineral veins extremely fast. Perhaps I really can help you." The master asked in shock, "A maid? Are you insulting me?" He continued, "Please do not be angry. I did not mean it that way." He was angry. A cyan light radiated around him. A little maid helping me find a mineral vein. If that is not an insult, then what is? Is finding ore such a lowly task? Sibin was pleased with the dwarf reaction. As expected, he took the bait. He continued saying, "Although it sounds absurd, it was the truth. How about we make a bet? If you find the vein before my maid, I will gift you the entire seam. If my maid finds it first, you will work for me, but you can still take the ore freely. How about it?" He was silent for a moment, then said, "Human lord, this was your real goal all along, was it not?" He could not work for humans, but for the glory of the dwarf race he would still bet. If he lost, take your foolishness away from my sight. If he won, he would craft 1 free hero-grade weapon, materials on him. Sibin looked at Nina and said it was settled then. "Nina, it all depends on you." She replied, "Yes, my lord." She placed both hands on the ground. A golden light mixed with red and orange emanated around her. After she finished, the master looked very smug, saying, "Little girl, I do not want to make things hard for you. Blame your master. At that moment Nina exclaimed excitedly that she found it. Sibin gave a thumbs up signaling she did well. Hearing this, the master could not believe his eyes, asking how could it be so fast. Saying she was tricking him, Nina replied no, she really found it. There are 2 places total, one underwater, the other by the lake under that stone wall. They all look towards the stone wall. He laughed scornfully, saying, "Little girl, you slipped up. I already searched this place. See those black marks? Those are blast marks, so there cannot be a vein here." She spoke while pointing at her head. No, because it was not deep enough. At that moment a golden light appeared like when she was searching for ore. This vein is not open pit or surface, but lies at a depth of 16 meters. The master stomped on the rock, saying 16 meters was impossible. After the surface layer exploded, he had observed the rock structure. The layers were tightly bonded and of the same type, no signs of breaks, proving they formed in the same period. Even dozens of meters deeper, it would still be that rock layer, no mineral vein. Sibin thought to himself, could this rock not be natural? But the meteor Ru mentioned, after all, the dwarf came from the southern continent of the Death Desert, so he would not know the story of East Lurch Lake. Then he calmed the dwarf, saying, "Master, do not rush. Dig to 16 meters and check, then we will know." Sibin used his weapon to smash the ground, creating lights that surrounded him. Stones flew out of the earth. This human strength was terrifying. The master was shocked and could not believe his eyes, exclaiming it could not be. This light. It is actually lightning essence ore. The master was extremely surprised to see the mineral vein, asking, "There really is a vein, how did you do it?" Sibin kept a cheerful smile, asking, "Master, how about it? We did not trick you, did we?" He stammered, "Stones above. This is too absurd." Sibin replied that since he admitted defeat, then please forge a hero-grade piece of equipment for me. The master stroked his beard and said, "Of course a dwarf means what he says, it is just that his tools are not here. If you do not mind, he will go bring them now." Sibin replied, "You are not planning to come to my territory, are you? These things I can let you use freely. A maid knows many skills beyond finding mineral vein. For example, converting ore into another type, or perfectly fusing 2 ores together." Sibin handed him an item with a golden edge and slight reddish-brown on a purple background. The master was shocked when he received it. Ore conversion, or fusion, those 2 materials can be perfectly fused without a flaw. All properties are fully displayed, even exceeding the base. In his 308 years of life, this was the first time he saw dark demon steel. This was a miracle. He said to Sibin that, "Human, you possess a supreme treasure, not only wealth but also powerful military strength." He maintained a friendly smile, saying, "Thank you, you flatter me." 2 small flames appeared in his eyes, saying, "You do not understand. Rare materials in the continent are limited, leading to extremely few high-grade equipment. Now your maid can break this rule, and I am not afraid of being laughed at. The entire Warhammer tribe has 20 siege guns with dirty tricks, because they lack the key materials to craft the right parts." At this moment, the Grandmaster appeared quite irritable. "But we had little left. It was stolen by a human. My injuries back then were worse than now, and the clansmen had no strength to resist." Everyone around looked at him with confusion. Sibin turned to Rue and whispered, "That siege cannon was stolen, was it?" She replied, "That eldest prince, I remember him buying the cannon from the dwarf clan. Who would have thought it was stolen?" So those dwarves were truly miserable, invaded in the south and robbed in the north. The Grandmaster held 2 hammers in his hands and said, "No mistake, it was thanks to that eldest Prince Kalan that he survived. Damn it, do you know him? Do you know where he is? If I meet him, I will definitely shove the eternal hammer into him, so he knows the consequences of angering a dwarf. This is a long story, so that was it. That damn bastard." At this moment, flames of fury flickered around the Grandmaster. A beautiful death. A pity Rue did not get to personally shove the eternal hammer into him. Sibin looked at him with a malicious tongue. "Your taste is really heavy." The Grandmaster continued, "Therefore, you are actually the king of this kingdom now." He replied, "Grandmaster, I have not yet been crowned, so I am still just a lord." The Grandmaster thought for a moment, then turned and pointed at him, "But even so, I will not work for you. I can come to your territory, forge hero-grade equipment, even stay there, but sometimes I will need your maidservant's help to fuse ores. Of course, I will pay or trade with equipment. So how is that different from working for me, just needing Nina as a mediator?" Sibin thought to himself. "Very well then, happy cooperation." The Grandmaster shook his hand and said, "You humans are reasonable." Sibin thought to himself, "Once you are my turf, I will have 1,000 ways to make you stay willingly. This cannot be delayed. Wait here, I will return to the tribe to settle some matters. I will be back with the tools before noon." Grandmaster said to Sibin, "I swear by the Great Stone and Moradin that I will return on time. A dwarf's promise is as good as gold." "Hive, will he really come back?" He replied, "Based on the dwarf's passion for forging, he will definitely return as long as Nina is here." He looked around but didn't see Nina. Then suddenly Nina shouted, "Lord Liege." He turned and saw her leading 2 people behind. "Ah, found Lord Liege. Shouldn't it be His Majesty the King?" Both of them greeted Sibin, "Hello, your majesty the king." Sibin was surprised. "Miroto, Bayat, why are you two here?" Sibin gently patted the two little girls' heads and said, "Coming to such a faraway place is not safe." The brown cat girl happily replied, "It's fine." The white cat girl said, "Rest assured, your majesty, my elder brother came too. He went with the fat chef to buy fish for you." Hearing this, Sibin thought, Bayat's elder brother seems to be the car inspector. With him around, it should be no problem. The white cat girl stood gracefully and said, "Oh right, your majesty the king, I have something to give you. This is the prettiest stone we found." Sibin smiled gently as he took the stone from the cat girl and replied, "Thank you." Suddenly the stone let out a ching sound. The stone had an eye in the middle, and text appeared on it, "Received divine relic Dark Night Cat's Eye." Sibin felt both surprised and perplexed seeing this. The two girls said goodbye after giving the gift. "Your majesty the king, we are heading back. We've been gone for over 10 minutes. Kaka will worry if we don't return." He replied indifferently, "Oh, okay, goodbye." After they left, he thought to himself, "You've got to be kidding me. Just going out for a stroll, randomly bumping into those little rascals, and they casually pick up a stone to give me, and it turns out to be a divine relic." Sibin narcissistically said, "Just don't call me the child of fate, Commander. Yihao has truly fallen." Vui beside him was confused. Suddenly, a voice calling Sibin came from afar. "Hey, human king." Hearing someone call him, he turned and replied, The arriving person was the Grandmaster. He spoke as he walked, "I'm back. It's been a long wait. Now let's go to your territory." Sibin replied, "Okay." Seeing Grandmaster Bradford carrying loads heavier than his own body, Sibin thought he somewhat understood why dwarves could carry so many siege guns across the desert, simply by disassembling them into parts, relying on the dwarves' uncanny strength. Moving these heavy machines was like child's play. Sibin snapped out of his thoughts and exclaimed, "Right, there is something I need to trouble you with immediately." The Grandmaster heard this and asked, Back at the kingdom, the Grandmaster was forging something for Sibin, forging and speaking, "Watch yourself, human." For Groen, the forging Grandmaster of the dwarf tribe. After finishing, he held up a crown with a sparkling red gem and said, "This is as simple as making a toy for a child." Sibin clapped in admiration. "Fantastic." To express gratitude, Sibin brought out wine for the Grandmaster. Even if this task was truly mundane for a dwarf Grandmaster, it is an important item. I need to be the human king. Sibin opened the wine bottle and said, "To show my thanks, I gift you this." Its aroma enchanted the Grandmaster, making him drool as he asked greedily, "What is this scent?" Sibin explained, "This is Imperial Winter Royal Fine Wine, only available in Winter City, rarely sold outside. I know dwarves like to drink, so I brought it for you to enjoy." The Grandmaster sniffed the wine and said, "By the stone above, humans are poor at forging but brew such fine wine. I swear on my dwarf honor, no dwarf can resist the temptation of this bottle, not one." Sibin secretly rejoiced. This was exactly the effect I wanted. If dwarves could refuse this fine wine, why would I bother digging it out of the treasury? He immediately made a proposal. "So, don't you think dwarves and humans living together could get what they need? If you agree to bring the tribe to Winter City to work, I can promise you 1 bottle of this wine every day. I am the king, and I guarantee wages for everyone, with free passage in and out." The Grandmaster was shocked upon hearing this, lamenting that this was devil's offer, and that dwarves would absolutely not submit to humans. The Grandmaster continued drinking and thinking, "But our tribe needs a safe place. This place has rare mineral veins, and there's that little demi-human girl who found a vein in such a short time. She can also perfectly fuse ores, and this king is very benevolent towards dwarves. He guarantees wages and fine wine." After careful thought, the Grandmaster shook Sibin's hand. "Deal." As they shook hands, he thought to himself, "Damn it, my hand is out of control. The benefits this human king offers are truly too much." Sibin happily said, "Excellent. To celebrate the friendship between our two races, let's open 10 bottles tonight." The Grandmaster danced with Sibin upon hearing this, burping as he replied, "What, how generous! Your Majesty, you are now a brother to me." Groaned Sanderson. "Wait a moment. I burp, I'll forge you a divine weapon. Then burp, you can go kill a god directly. Do you need an eternal hammer? Burp, I'll give it to you." Sibin awkwardly replied, "You should probably keep that." Back in his room, Sibin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "A dwarf's capacity is truly limitless. But at least I managed to get him to agree." Suddenly, Sibin was pulled into a room by an arm, startling him. It turned out to be Rui in that room pulling him in. He asked in surprise, "Rui?" She replied, "Hi V, I have a gift for you." Sibin looked as if enchanted, a look of affection shining in his eyes. Looking at her happily, he stammered, "A gift?" She seductively looked up at him and replied, Sibin was just waiting to hear that. He placed his hands on Rui's shoulders, his eager and greedy expression so obvious he was drooling. He glanced around nervously. This isn't right. In a place other than the bedroom. He was about to continue but stopped. Forget it. It's the same anyway. Someone might barge into the bedroom too. Her finger pressed on his forehead, stopping him from looking around and calming him down, but his eyes still sparkled with shyness. He said, "Then I'll accept it." Suddenly Rui spoke up and asked, "Tomorrow morning is the coronation ceremony, what are you thinking about?" Then she left his arms, walking forward as she said, "The gift I'm talking about is this." In front of him, Rui stood beside a magnificent red robe exuding nobility. Then she introduced it. "This robe was sewn by me personally. It will serve its purpose at tomorrow's coronation ceremony." The scene shifted to a vast sky, dotted with colorful confetti, along with the sound of trumpets making the atmosphere incredibly lively. The announcer's voice rose to introduce. "It stretches from the Sorundo mountain range in the south to the Riven Northland in the north, bordering the Andorra Empire and the Merton Duchy to the east and west. It forms the country we stand on, this fertile and lush land." The subjects gathered and stood scattered on both sides, discussing animatedly. They faced the path in the middle and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty." The opening words rang out, "Today this country will welcome its new master." At the same time, a group of people appeared from the sky. In the middle was a chariot pulled by 3 flying beasts, followed by guards. Seeing this, the people here cheered together in welcome. A cheering voice announced that the leader was none other than our chief, Rui, His Majesty Hai-Vai the Golden Lion. Sibin stood still, adjusting himself amidst a swirling mist of smoke, accompanied by echoing cheers. "His Majesty Hai-Vai." He stepped down from the chariot. Grayman drew his sword and commanded, "Crusader Legion, attention." On both sides, soldiers stood in 2 orderly rows, drew their swords towards the sky and shouted in unison, "Salute the king, long live His Majesty the King." Then unified cheers of welcome rose. All the vanguard legions expressed the highest respect to His Highness. The city guards saluted, the cavalry saluted. The unified cheers ended as Sibin stepped onto the stage. He introduced, "I, the Golden Lion, swear an oath to all the people of the kingdom." Sibin turned to the jubilant crowd, spread his arms wide with majesty and said, "I will rule a country more powerful than any in history. Everyone will see a new nation rise and be proud to be its citizens. Protect it, develop it, exploit it, and its flag will be planted across the continent." Then he proclaimed the name of the nation. "It is called the Winter Empire." He added, "I am called the Winter King." People below waited joyfully. They raised their hands high and shouted in unison, "Long live the Winter King, long live." Along with that, the chime signaling a new beginning also sounded. As the chime sounded, Rui, Lori, and the children walked forward. The 2 girls walked in front, carrying the crown and a robe. It represented the imperial robe, followed by the children holding wine glasses, smiling as they followed in the footsteps of the 2. They stepped onto the podium and said in unison, "Long live Your Majesty the King, please accept our blessings." Sibin, seeing this, knelt down, his hand on his chest, solemn. Rui walked over and draped the magnificent shining red robe over him. The people behind cheered, "Long live Your Majesty." Then Lori stepped forward. She smiled brightly as she presented the golden crown, saying warmly, "Long live Your Majesty." The cheers continued to ring out, "Your Majesty." In the midst of the joyful welcome, a notification suddenly sounded. That ching sound made Sibin, who was holding the crown, freeze. Then came the announcement, "The system has updated successfully. The host's death ending has changed. Beep beep, a new child of fate has descended." The notification ended with a final line that left a big question in Sibin's mind, "A new child of fate. So this is villainous lord, and the players alongside the protagonist all want to kill me. The story ends here."